Socialism in one country. 1924 to 1926. 1. Edward Hallett Carr was born in 1892 and educated at the Merchant Taylors' School, London, and Trinity College, Cambridge. He joined the Foreign Office in 1916, and, after numerous jobs in and connected with the FO at home and abroad, he resigned in 1936 and became Wilson Professor of International Politics at the University College of Wales, Aberystwyth. He was assistant editor of the Times from 1941 to 1946, tutor in politics at Balliol College, Oxford, from 1953 to 1955, and became a Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge, in 1955. Among his many publications are The Romantic Exiles, 1933, A Peregrine, The 20 Years' Crisis, 1919 to 1939, 1939, Conditions of Peace, 1942, The Soviet Impact on the Western World, 1946, The New Society, 1951, and What is History, 1961, A Pelican. The first 3 volumes of his large-scale history of Soviet Russia have been published as Pelicans under the collective title The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917. 1923. His other volumes already published are The Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, 1954, A Pelican, Socialism in One Country, 1924 to 1926, 3 volumes, 1958 to 64, and Foundations of a Planned Economy, 1926 to 1929. Volume I, 1969. PTSIEEE Ta. STSAE8RP. Hassasafain. Author. Title. A History of Soviet Russia. Socialism in Own Country. 1924 to 1926. Volume 1. Edward Hallett Carr. Preface 712291. The present volume, the first of 3 under the title Socialism in One Country, 1924 to 1926, brings me to the heart of my subject. As I said in the preface to the first volume of the Bolshevik III Revolution, 1917 to 1923, my ambition was to write the history, not of the revolution, but of the political, social, and economic order which emerged. The volumes hitherto published have been, in a certain sense, preliminary to this main purpose. While history knows no hard and fast frontiers between periods, it is fair to say that the new order resulting from the revolution of 1917 began to take firm shape only in the middle 1920s. The years 1924 to 6 were a critical turning point, and gave to the revolutionary regime, for good and for evil, its decisive direction. By way of introduction to this central section, 4 chapters have been grouped together under the general title The Background. In the first, I have attempted to define the relation of the 7 evolution to Russian history, which first became clearly apparent in this period. Part of this chapter appeared in the volume of Essays presented to Sir Louis Namur in 1956. In the second, to illustrate the moral and intellectual climate of the period by drawing on peripheral fields neglected in the earlier volumes. In the third, to investigate the obscure and crucial issue of the motive forces of the new society. In the fourth, to portray the personal characteristics of some of the principal actors and to indicate the place which they occupy in the story. The remainder of the volume is devoted to the economic history of the period, from the spring of 1924 to the spring of 1926. In the second vol. UME, the 6th of the whole series, I shall describe the party struggle leading to the breakup of the triumvirate and to the BF first defeat of Zinoviev, and the political and constitutional developments of the period. The following volume will deal with external relations. As always, the most difficult problem of presentation has been that of arrangement. Precedence has been given to the narrative, e.g. preface, of economic developments, for, though the rivalry between party leaders was the most conspicuous, and superficially the most dramatic, feature of these years, the forms which it took were dependent on basic economic issues. This arrangement, though necessary, has the disadvantage that I have been obliged to touch in this volume on certain aspects of the party struggle and of relations between the party leaders, the main treatment of which is reserved for the next volume. Even within the economy chapters some overlapping could not be avoided. In order to make the material manageable, different sectors of the economy had to be treated separately, yet it was obvious that current problems and correct decisions of policy, even if they ostensibly related to one sector, had repercussions on the other sectors. The chapter on agriculture in this volume is by far the longest. Copyright. This is no doubt in part a just tribute to the predominance of agriculture in the Soviet economy and in the preoccupations of Soviet politicians. But it is also due in part to the fact that, since this is the first of the economic chapters, issues that cut across all sectors of the economy arise here for the first time, and call for general treatment here rather than later. I must ask indulgence for some repetitions and for perhaps tedious abundance of Crow-SS references. The progress of the work has produced, as generally a growing sense of the complexity of the issues with which I am dealing. What I take to be the conventional view of Soviet history in the years after the revolution, i.e. that it was the work of mind men enlightened pioneers on one view, hardened villains on another who knew exactly what they wanted and where they were going, seems to me almost wholly misleading. The view commonly expressed that the Bolshevik leaders, or Stalin in particular, were inspired primarily by the desire to perpetuate rule, is equally inadequate. No doubt every government seeks to retain its authority as long as possible, but the policies pursued were not by any means always those apparently most conducive to the undisturbed exercise of power by those in possession. Situation was so complex, and varied so much from place and from group to group of the population, that the task unraveling the decisive factors in the process has been honest. Preface 7. 4. Baffling. This is a field where material is abundant, but often vague and sometimes contradictory, and where I have had few predecessors and few signposts to follow. Few specialist studies have yet been written on particular points or aspects of the story. This must be my excuse for cumbering some parts of my narrative with, perhaps, an unnecessary profusion of detail. I have preferred to run the risk of including the superfluous rather than of omitting features which may prove significant when a more complete picture finally emerges. A lengthy visit to the United States in the winter of 1956-7 delayed the completion of this volume, but enabled me to obtain much additional material both for it and for its successor. The Russian Research Center at Harvard offered me generous hospitality and assistance, and it gives me particular pleasure to record my warm appreciation of the help and kindness which I received from Professor William Langer, the director, Mr. Marshall Schulman, the deputy director, as well as from other members of the center. the Widener Library and the Law Library at Harvard. Underscore are both rich in Soviet material of the period, and I was privy. Like to work on the Trotsky archives preserved in the Houghton. Underscore library. Professor George Fisher is at present preparing a catalog of the Trotsky archives, which will make them more readily underscore accessible and facilitate systematic reference to them. In addition, underscore to the Harvard libraries, I visited the unrivaled collections of the New York Public Library and the Hoover Library at Stanford. I underscore was also able to borrow from the Library of Congress and from Columbia University Library, the Library of Brandeis Uni. Underscore Versity, where I lectured during the first semester of my stay, gave invaluable help in locating books for me and borrowing them on my behalf. I should like to express my warm thanks to the librarians of all these institutions and their staffs. I am particularly indebted to Professor Herbert Marcuse of Brandeis University for stimulating discussion of theoretical problems, to MRS. Olga Gankin of the Hoover Library for much detailed help and underscore advice in the pursuit of rare sources, to Drive S. Heitman for the loan of his unpublished bibliography of Bukharin's writings, and to many other American friends who have given me in many different forms valued assistance and encouragement. Asterisk. 8 Preface. While, however, the final stages of research for this vol were carried out in the United States, the foundations were laid in this country, and it is here that most of the work has been done. Mr. J.C.W. Horn and the staff of the Reading Room of Copyright the British Museum have once more been unfailingly helpful, and the resources of the museum have been supplemented by those of the libraries of the London School of Economics, of T. School of Slavonic Studies and of the Department of Soviet Institutions in the University of Glasgow. Coming nearer home, Cambridge University Library has a most useful collecting, recently supplemented by fresh acquisitions of microfilms, Soviet documents and periodicals, and the Marshall Library. Economics possesses the copy presented to the late Lord Keynes in Moscow in September 1925 of the extremely rare First Control. Sincere. I should, however, particularly mention Mr. R.W. Davies, author of a recently published book on the burden of Heightus and Parties volumes. May 28, 1958. Chapter 1. The Legacy of History. Or Change is the groundwork of history. Nothing in history that underscore seems continuous is exempt from the subtle erosion of inner change. No change, however violent and abrupt in appearance, wholly breaks the continuity between past and present. Great underscore revolutions, the conversion of the Roman Empire to Christian city, the English Revolution of the 17th century, the French Revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution represent this tension in its most acute form. Dramatic turning points in history, they reflect and set in motion new social forces which alter the destinies and underscore the outlook of mankind. Tocqueville, in his classic study of the underscore French Revolution, drew attention to the two essential characteristics of revolutionary change: the sudden shock of its impact, and its quasi-universal significance. In the French Revolution, the mind of man entirely lost its anchorage. It no longer knew what to hold onto or where to stop. Evolutionaries of an unknown kind appeared who carried boldness to the point of insanity, whom no novelty could surprise, no scruple restrain, and who never flinched before the execution of any purpose. Nor must it be thought that these new beings were the isolated and underscore ephemeral creations of a moment, destined to pass away with it. They have since formed a race which has reproduced and spread itself in all civilized parts of the world, and which has everywhere retained the same physiognomy, the same passions, the same character. Asterisk. Underscore the Bolshevik Revolution in no way fell behind its prototype in his respects. Never had the heritage of the past been more sharply, more sweepingly, or more provocatively rejected. Never had the claim to universality been more uncompromisingly asserted. Never in any previous revolution had the break in continuity seen so absolute. Revolutions do not, however, resolve the tension between 1a de Tocqueville, L'Ancien Régime et la Révolution Française, Book 14. The background, change and continuity, but rather heighten it, since the dynamic of revolution stimulates all the forces in play. In the heat of the moment, the desire for change appears to triumph unreservedly over the inclination to conserve. But presently tradition begins to unfold its power as the antidote to change. Indeed, tradition is something which remains dormant in uneventful times, and of which we become conscious mainly as a force of resistance to change, through contact with some other tradition which challenges our own. Thus, in the development of the revolution, the elements of change and continuity fight side by side, now conflicting and coalescing, until a new and stable synthesis is established. The process may be a matter of a few years or a few generations. But, broadly speaking, the greater the distance in time from the initial impact of the revolution, the more decisively does the principle of continuity reassert itself against the principle of change. This appears to happen in three ways. In the first place, revolutions, however universal their pretensions and their significance, are made in a specific material environment and by men reared in a specific national tradition. The program of the revolution must be empirically adapted to the facts of the environment and is limited by those facts. The ideas of the revolution are unconsciously seen and interpreted through the prism of preconceptions molded both by that environment and by a historical past. The main theme of Tocqueville's study was to show how processes already at work, and measures already taken, under the French monarchy had paved the way for the French Revolution, which thus not only interrupted, but continued, the orderly course of French historical development. The Bolshevik Revolution of October 1917 was a Russian revolution, and was made by Marxists who were also Russians. To say that it was a revolution inspired by Marxist doctrine, but realized in a country with a predominantly peasant population and still largely pre-capitalist economy, is merely to indicate the simplest and crudest of the antinomies that had to be resolved in the amalgam of socialism in one country. Secondly, the character of the revolution is altered to the advantage of the principle of continuity, by the victory which transforms it from a movement of insurrection into the legacy of history. 15. An established government. In certain technical aspects all governments are alike, and stand at the opposite pole of thought and action to revolution. Once the revolution has attained its goal, for and enthroned itself in the seats of authority, a halt has to be called to further revolutionary change, and the principle of continuity automatically reappears. It is, however, a common experience of revolutions that hatred of a particular government tends, in the heat of destructive enthusiasm, to breed hatred of government in general, so that when the victorious revolutionaries face the necessary task of constructing their own government and of making it strong, they incur not only the enmity of the man in the street and the peasant on his farm, to whom all governments look alike, but the criticism of the more hot-headed or more Consistent of their supporters, who accuse them of betraying their underscore own ideals and principles and attribute the change of attitude to a underscore process of degeneration or decay. This diagnosis has frequently underscore been applied to the change which came over Christianity when it emerged from its primitive underground stage to assume opposing of authority. Underscore every contact with the secular reacts strongly on the religious. Underscore an inward decay is inevitably associated with the rise of its secular. Underscore in the French Revolution, the last vices of the monarchy COR. Erupted democracy at its birth, to the absolutisms of kings was every opposition leader down to and including Trotsky, the charge of establishing a dictatorship in the likeness of the defunct underscore autocracy of the Tsars. The mere act of transforming revolution, theory and practice into the theory and practice of government involves a compromise which inevitably breaks old links with the revolutionary past and creates new links with the national. E1. J. Burkhardt, Reflections on History, English Translate 1943, p. 120. 4-2. A. Sarl, L. Europe et la Revolution Francus, 1885, I. 222-3. 16. The background. Tradition of government authority. The paradoxical phrase, revolutionary legality, aptly expressed this dilemma. Thirdly, the victory of a revolutionary movement, by transforming it into the government of a state, places on it the practical obligation to conduct relations of some kind, whether friendly or hostile, with other states. In other words, it is forced to have a foreign policy, and, since every foreign policy is governed, in part, by immutable geographical factors and in part by economic conditions which cannot be changed overnight, it is in this field that underscore continuity with the policy of previous governments is most rapidly and conspicuously asserted. Raison d'etat is tough enough to emerge unscathed from the revolutionary turmoil. One of the first tasks of the victorious revolution is to effect a working promise between its professedly universal ideals and the empirically determined national interests of the territory over which it has established its authority. The way in which the French Revolution achieved this end has been described by a French diplomatic historian in a famous passage. The French Republicans believe themselves cosmopolitan, but are cosmopolitan only in their speeches. They feel, think, act and interpret their universal ideas and abstract principles in conformity with the traditions of a conquering monarchy which for 800 years has been fashioning France in its image. They identify humanity with their fatherland, their national cause with the cause of all nations. Consequently and quite naturally, they confuse the propagation of the new doctrines with the extension of French power, the emancipation of humanity with the grandeur of the Republic, the reign of reason with that of France, the liberation of the peoples with the conquest of states, the European Revolution with the domination of the French Revolution. In Europe, in reality they follow the impulses of the whole of French history. Humanity takes over the title deeds of the monarchy and claims its rights. 1 see pages 86-8 below. I. 2 A. Sarl, L. Europe et la Revolution Française, 1885, I. 541-2. It is significant that Tocqueville, who became Minister for Foreign Affairs in 1848, and Sarl, the diplomatic historian, are the two outstanding writers who have emphasized most strongly the continuity of the French Revolution with previous regimes. The legacy of history 17. The parallel of the Russian Revolution is extraordinarily close. While Marxist doctrine pointed to the view that national interests are no more than a cloak for class interests, and while the Bolshevik leaders, absorbed in the vision of a progressively expanding underscore revolution, expected to have no need of a foreign policy, the underscore Brest-Litovsk crisis led to the rapid evolution of a working underscore promise between the revolutionary program and the interests underscore of the Soviet state. In defiance of its intentions, the Soviet government became the wielder and defender of Russian state power. Underscore the organizer of what was in all but name a national army, the underscore spokesman of a national foreign policy, both in the French and in underscore the Russian revolutions, the stimulus of foreign intervention. Underscore sufficed to revive popular nationalism. In France, masses of ordinary Frenchmen identified love of France with love of the Revo. Underscore Jushin as they had formerly identified it with love of the king. X in Soviet Russia the uncovenanted beginnings of a national underscore foreign policy, and the equally unforeseen strength of the appeal underscore to a tradition of Russian patriotism, were the first and most underscore potent factors which paved the way for a reconciliation with. But, though the analogy of the Russian Revolution with the underscore French Revolution holds thus far, the tension between the ELE, as in the English Revolution of the 17th century, the forces underscore in play on either side had worn the same national color. Though the French Revolution quickly assumed an international role, the underscore initial impetus, the dominant ideas of the revolution, had come from within the nation itself. The genesis of the Bolshevik Revolution was infinitely more complex, while in one aspect it could be said to stem from a native revolutionary tradition which went 1 Ibid, I. 540. IG2. For these see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, ch2. Passim, and pages 275-7. Underscore. 18 The background yen. Christianity into the Roman Empire, meant the acceptance of a creed, claiming indeed universal validity, but carrying the stigma of an alien origin. The direct inspiration of the Bolshevik Revolution and the basis of its ideology came from Western Europe. Its principal leaders had spent long years there. Their training and outlook were predominantly Western. The revolution, which they made in Russia, was conceived by them not primarily as a Russian revolution, but as the first step in a European or worldwide revolution, as an exclusively Russian phenomenon. It underscore had for them no meaning, no validity, and no chance of survival. Hence the reemergence of the features of the old order, after the revolutionary flood had receded, took the form not merely of the restoration of an earlier ideological and institutional framework, but of a national restoration. The defeated social forces which now reemerged to make their compromise with the new revolutionary order, and insensibly to modify its course, were also national forces reasserting the validity of a native tradition against the influx of foreign influences. What happened in the aftermath of the revolution, and especially after Lenin's death, had a dual character. Seen in the perspective of the revolution, national tradition to reassert itself against the encroachments of the West leaders, and was discussed by them in the Marxist terminology of successive bourgeois and socialist revolutions, had long overshadowed Russian policy and Russian thought. The opposite s. Pacers than certain basic geographical and economic factors, which maintained and widened the divergences between East and the legacy of history 19. Western Europe. The vast expanse of territory, unbroken by any well-defined geographical features or ethnographical divisions, Underscore which went to make the Russian state, the inclement climatic. Underscore conditions prevailing over the greater part of it, and the unfab hour. Underscore able distribution of its mineral resources. Were the real foundation of Russia's backwardness in comparison with the material. Underscore development of Western Europe. The great distances over which authority had to be organized made state building in Russia an unusually slow and cumbrous process, and, in the unpropitious underscore environment of the Russian steppe, forms of production and the social relations arising from them lagged far behind those of the underscore more favored West. And this time lag, continuing throughout Russian history, created disparities which colored and deter underscore mined all Russian relations with the West. The first contacts of the three rising Russian state with Western Europe, which began on an extensive scale under Ivan the Terrible in the latter part of the 6th century, revealed all the disadvantages of Russia's back wardness in face of the West, and these disadvantages were still more conspicuously shown up in the ensuing period of troubles and of the Polish invasions. Henceforth the development of state power in Russia proceeded at a forced pace under the watchword of military necessity. The outstanding place occupied by Peter the Great in Russian history is due to his success in building in Russia a power capable of confronting Western European countries on comparable, if not equal, terms. This historical pattern of the development of the Russian state had three important consequences. In the first place, it produced a chronically ambivalent attitude to Western Europe which ran through all subsequent Russian thought and policy. It was in these principle to imitate and catch up with the West as a means of a self-defense against the West. The West was admired and envied as a model, as well as feared and hated as the potential enemy. Secondly, the pattern of development rested on the conception of revolution from above. Reform came, not through pressure. 1. This point is persuasively argued by A. Bakoff in Economic History. Review, 7, No. 2, December 1954, pages 137-49. Yet 2. The phrase appears to have been first used by the French liberalists. Journalist Girardin, who, in La Presse of June 6, 1848, distinguished between 3. A. 20. The background. Ascent. From below, from an underprivileged class or from oppressed masses, expressing itself in demands for social justice or equality. But through pressure of external crisis, resulting in a belated demand within the ruling group for an efficient authority and for a strong leader to exercise it. Hence reform, which in the West normally led to a curbing and dispersal of state power, meant in Russia a strengthening and concentration of that power. Thirdly, why? The pattern imposed by these conditions was one, not of orderly progress, but of spasmodic advance by fits and starts, a pattern not of evolution but of intermittent revolution. The function of Peter the Great, succeeding to the unfinished work of Ivan the Terrible, was, within the space of a single lifetime, to transform a medieval into a modern society, and, using European models, to drive his backward and reluctant subjects by forced marches to spasmodic and episodic character. In Europe, in most civilized countries, wrote Nicholas Turgenev, institutions have developed by stages, everything that exists there has copyright. Its source and root in the past, the Middle Ages, still serve, more or less, as the basis for everything that constitutes the social, civic, and political life of the European states. Russia has had no Middle Ages. Everything that is to prosper there must be borrowed from Europe. Russia can't graft it on her own ancient institutions. And the same point was made by a Western traveler. Russia alone, belatedly civilized, has been deprived by the impatience of her leaders of the profound fermentation and the benefit of slow natural development. Adolescence, that laborious age when the two types of revolution, from above, PAR note, which is revolution by initiative, by intelligence, by progress, by ideas, from below, PAR bass, which is revolution by insurrection, by force, by despair, by the streets. Proudhon, quoting this passage in Confessions d'un Révolutionnaire, attacked as revolutionaries from above not only Louis XIV, Robespierre, Napoleon and Charles X, but also Saint-Simon, Fourier, Owen, Cabet and Louis Blanc, who favored the organization of labor by the state, by capital or by what authority soever. See Evers completes to P.J. Prowl. 1876, 9, 26-7. 1 and Turgenev, La Russie et les Russes, 1847, 3, 5. The Legacy of History 21. 5. Spirit of man assumes entire responsibility for his independence. Has been lost to her. Her princes, especially Peter the Great, counting time for nothing, made her pass violently from childhood to manhood. Nor was such progress wholly maintained. Peter's death in 1725. Was followed by a period of nearly 40 years in which weak successors went as far as they dared to nullify his work by forming it on traditional Russian lines. The alternation of violent advance and no less violent reaction continued to mark the even course of Russian history. The consequence of this development was to leave in simultaneous existence, within the loose and ample structure of the Russian state, social, economic, political and cultural forms which in Western Europe seemed to belong to different stages of civilization. And were regarded as incompatible with one another. In Russia, elements of servile, feudal, and capitalist society continued to exist. Side by side, and this anomaly could not fail to create new deviations. And set up new tensions. In the 18th century the complex of traditions and beliefs known in the West by the vague name of humanism at length reached Russia. But it came in the Utah now more sharply than ever divided between a society which solaced itself for the backwardness of Russian life in the contemplation of Western ideas and the enjoyment of the trappings of civilization, and the dark mass of the Russian people plunged in the immemorial Russian tradition of poverty and ignorance. Russia became the land of the extremes of luxury. And indigence, of the most advanced thought and the most preeming. Tiff superstition, of uninhibited freedom and untempered oppress. Zion. The gulf between West and East in Europe was doubled by a gulf within Russia itself, between a superficially westernized society and an authentic Russian people. The rift between East and West was no longer purely external. It had inserted itself into the composite fabric of the Russian state. 1 de Custine, La Russie N 1839, Brussels, 1843, 4, 153-4. AK. 22 The background A3. These complexities reached their peak in Russian 19th century history, a fruitful period which revealed all the dictions and all the potentialities of Russian development in exuberant profusion. Throughout the 19th century Russian political activity and political thought was polarized on the vital question, for or against the West. Was Russia to overcome her backwardness by following the well-marked Western path of development or by striking a new and unique trail of her own. XF. And this carried the further question whether the West was to be revered as a mentor and forerunner, or looked on askance as a stranger whose achievements were alien and hostile to the Russian spirit. Behind these time-honored questions, which divided Westerners and Slavophiles, there began to emerge, as the century wore on, the increasingly intrusive issue of the rift in Russian society. But this merely reopened the older questions in a new setting. The same fateful ambiguities divided those who sought to change as well as those who desired to conserve, the radicals and revolutionaries as well as the champions of order and autocracy. Both groups contained imitators, as well as enemies, of the West. Before the end of the century, the whole issue of the attitude to Europe had come to a head in the movement for the industrialization of Russia on Western lines and with the support of Western finance. Incongruously, it ranged the Marxists with wit and the industrialists, and the Narodniks with the land-owning gentry and the court. But while, at first, industrialization appeared to have conquered all along the line, the response was once more ambivalent. The West could not be rejected, nor yet wholeheartedly accepted. What was taken, and reshaped in a unique and traditional way. The process of industrialization in Russia at the end of the 19th century exhibited many of the characteristic features of Russian development in the period after Peter the Great. First of all, Russian heavy industry, almost from the moment of its birth, was geared to the production of war-potent tile, including railway construction, rather than to the needs of a consumer market, in a population consisting largely of peasants. 1. For the 19th century setting of this argument, see Russia and Europe as a theme of Russian history, in essays presented to Sir Louis Namur, 1956, pages 363-85. The Legacy of History 23. Who were self-sufficient at a low subsistence level, a large-scale consumer market could not come into existence. Industry was planned in the sense that it depended primarily on government orders, not on spontaneous market demand, and was financed by loans accorded for political reasons rather than for the traditional capitalist motive of earning commercial profits. In these respects, it anticipated much that was to happen under the 5-year plans 30 years later. Secondly, the tardy arrival of industrialization in Russia meant that it skipped over many of the earlier stages through which the much slower growth of industrialization has passed in Western Europe. The gradual transformation from the single-handed craftsman to the small workshop, and from the first primitive factory to the giant agglomeration employing hundreds and thousands of workmen. Russian industry, the youngest in Europe and in other respects the most backward, was the most advanced in respect of the concentration of production in large-scale units. For thus, the hothouse development of Russian industry, in its haste to catch up the time lag by an intensive borrowing from Western models, once more skipped the gradual, formative stage of adolescence, and carried it at one step from infancy to adult stature. In so doing, it created a social structure sharply different from that of the older industrial communities of Western Europe, so that Western influence, and even conscious imitation of Western models, failed to reproduce in Russia the characteristic Western pattern. The rapidity and belatedness of Russian industrial development shaped the human factor on both sides of industry on distinctive lines of its own. In the West, something of the spirit of the earlier entrepreneur, attentive to the changing conditions of the market and in close personal contact with his 7 workers, survived even in the manager of modern industry. In Russia, the industrial manager was, from the first, the administrator, the organizer, the bureaucrat. In the West, the industrial worker contrived to retain, even in the age of mass production, something of the personal skills and independent spirit of the artisan. In Russia, the vast majority of the new generation of industrial workers were still peasants in factory clothes. A degree gray and mass of peasants was transformed overnight into a gray mass. 24. The background of factory workers. But to drive the peasant into the factories and force on him the rigors of factory routine required before, as after, the revolution of 1917, a harsh and relentless discipline, which shaped relations between industrial management and the industrial worker on lines of a sharply defined class hostility. Weak and backward as it was, the Russian proletariat provided more fertile soil than the advanced proletariats of the West for the proletarian revolution. What had begun in the traditional Russian fashion as a revolution from above was for the first time creating some of the conditions for a revolution from below. Once again, a process set in motion under Western influence and in imitation of the West had developed a peculiar national character of its own. The political history of Russia in the latter half of the 19th century reflected its economic foundations. Just as the emancipation of the serfs was a belated attempt to modernize the Russian economy on Western lines, so the political reforms which accompanied it were an attempt to bring an obsolete system of government up to date by borrowing and adapting Western liberal and democratic institutions. The courts were reformed, rudimentary social services established, and an enlightened though scarcely democratic machinery of local self-government grafted onto the rigid, age-old trunk of autocratic power. But, just as the Russian economy developed in a forcing house at a temperature maintained by pressures from without, so the political reforms grew not from the strength of their own indigenous roots, but under alien impulses from Western Europe, and the product was something which, though ostensibly imitated from the West, had a national character all its own. The long-standing failure to develop an active bourgeoisie and independent urban community ties could not be repaired in a moment and had far-reaching consequences. The Constitution of 1906 was a pinchbeck imitation of Western constitutional monarchy, and lacked all reality. Like copyright, German liberalism in 1848, Russian liberalism lacked the solid social basis which Western liberalism found in an energetic and prosperous class of manufacturers and merchants. The Russian one Trotsky had written in 1901, pure liberalism with all its Manchester symbols of faith faded in our country before it blossomed, it did not find. So, the legacy of history 25. Liberal was an isolated intellectual, the conscious imitator of a Western model. Personally sincere, he was without political weight. In time of crisis he could not play the role of his Western counterpart. From the Russian political equation, as from the economic equation, the middle term was absent. The Russian intelligentsia was no substitute for the Western middle class. Tuitions and social groups, deriving directly from imitation of Western models, were quickly transformed in Russian conditions into something alien to the West and distinctively national. The history of the Bolshevik Revolution fitted perfectly into this complicated national pattern. No previous innovator in Russian history had drawn so frankly and unreservedly as Lenin on the experience and example of the West, or had spoken in terms of such open contempt of Russia's native backwardness. The doc. Trying that the Russian Revolution was merely the forerunner of the much more important German, European and eventually worldwide proletarian revolution, and was indeed dependent on such a revolution for its own survival, was an extreme expression of the traditional belief of Russian reformers in the backwardness of Russia and in the need to imitate and learn from the West. The Russian national tradition was weighed and found wanting in almost every field. The Russian past was condemned root and branch. The very name of Russia disappeared from the official title of the new authority, which, with presumptuous universality, described itself simply as a workers' and peasants' government. If the temporary headquarters of the proletarian world revolution had been set up in Russia, this was no more than an unexpected and rather disconcerting accident. Yet within a few years, innovation undertaken in time of emergency under the inspiration of the West was reabsorbed into a national setting, and took on a specifically national color. In this sense, socialism in one equals any social soil in which to grow. Manchester ideas could be imported, but the social environment which produced those ideas could not be imported. L. Trotsky, Sakhain XX, 85-6. 10 years later he wrote of the bourgeoisification and Europeanization of the Russian intelligentsia. Meaning by this that it had lost its intellectual independence and become the tool of the ruling class. Ibid. XX, 351-2. In HS.R.I2. A. 26. The background. Country was a repetition of what had happened countless times before in Russian history. A. Premonitory symptoms of this development might have been detected, even before the revolution, in the revolutionary movement itself. Marxism came to Russia, not merely as a Western doctrine, but as a doctrine requiring the development of Russia for, on capitalist lines in direct and conscious imitation of the West, asterisk. Only when Russia had followed the West on the path of industrialization could she fulfill her Marxist destiny. Let us recognize our uncultured condition and go to school to the capitalists, was the conclusion of a famous article by Struve, the founder of legal Marxism. In the 1890s Russian Marxists stood in the anomalous position of sharing and applauding the aims of Witt, the arch-capitalist and protagonist of the policy of industrialization. The first Russian Marxist group was founded in the copyright 1880s by Russian émigrés in Western Europe. The Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, which was created at the turn of the century, borrowed, in token of its creed and ambitions, the name of the German Social Democratic Workers' Party, which it did not cease to regard as its model and mentor. Nothing in Russian history seemed so unimpeachably and unreservedly Western, so free of any national taint, as the Russian Marxist movement. Yet contrary symptoms were not slow to develop. Lenin was early alive to the impracticability of simply reproducing Western models on Russian soil. A movement beginning in a young country, he wrote in 1902 in What is to be done can only be successful if it transforms the experienced ints of other countries. And for such transformation it is not in way merely to be acquainted with this experience and to copy out the latest resolutions. One must know how to adopt a critical attitude to this experience and test it independently. Asterisk. Scarcely had the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party be one for the not very successful efforts of some early Russian Marxists, and of Marx himself, to evade this requirement. See the Bolshevik Revolution, X. 1917-1923, Volume 2, pages 384-91. He. 2. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 1, p. 21. 3. Lenin, Sakhain 4, 380. The Legacy of History 27. Gun to organize itself when, at the Congress of 1903, the split occurred between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. The apparently trivial differences proved significant, the split deep and lasting. Henceforth Russian Marxists were divided on the issue whether their party should stick to its Western model or adapt itself to specifically Russian conditions, whether it should organize itself as a broad party of opinion or equip itself for the conspiratorial activities which were the only means of action open to the left in Russia. Unconsciously, but from the very first moment, the Mensheviks were the Westerners in the party, the Bolsheviks the Easterners, and the issue quickly broadened out into fundamental questions of Marxist doctrine. The Bolsheviks, as practical revolutionaries, were brought face to face with the dilemma of the Russian peasant, who constituted more than 80% of the population of Russia. Lenin understood that no Russian revolution could be made except in a broad-based alliance with the Russian peasantry, whose revolutionary potentialities were amply attested in Russian history, and, while he firmly rejected the Narodnik hypothesis with which Marx had toyed in his last years, he postulated as the culminating point of the first phase of the Russian Revolution a democratic dictatorship of workers and for peasants. Finally, in 1917, by ostentatiously borrowing the Narodnik agrarian program of the social recent revolutionaries and embodying it in the Land Decree, Lenin firmly anchored the Bolshevik Revolution to the Russian national tradition of peasant gent hunger and peasant revolt. Already in 1917 Bolshevism was Marxism applied to Russian conditions and interpreted in the light of them. The incorporation of this Eastern element in the amalgam of Bolshevism had not escaped the attention of critics. As early as 1904 the keen-eyed Trotsky, then in his Menshevik period, had noted that the main Bolshevik strongholds in Russia, outside the two capitals, were the factories in the Urals, and taunted the Bolsheviks with striving to preserve their social democratic Asia. A Menshevik journal which appeared spasmodically in Petersburg after the 1905 revolution dubbed the Bolsheviks Slavicalizing. Percent 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, p. 41. 2. N. Trotsky, Nashi Politishesky Ksatiki, Geneva, 1904, p. 69. 28. The background. Marxists, Plekhanov, as well as the Mensheviks, denounce it for Lenin's attitude towards the peasantry as non-Marxist and a revival of Narodnik heresies. Point 2. In 1912 the Menshevik Axelrod was preaching the need to Europeanize, i.e. radically to change the character of Russian social democracy, and to organize it on the same principles on which the party structure of European social democracy rests, and Lenin angrily retorted that the notorious Europeanization about which Dan and Martov and copyright Trotsky and Levitsky and all the liquidators talk in season and out of season was one of the chief points of their opportunism. How was the character of any social democracy, how were radical changes in it to be determined? Clearly, argued Lenin, in terms of the general economic and political conditions of the country in question. Axelrod was like a naked savage who puts on a top hat and imagines himself for that reason a European. Trotsky retaliated in similar style in 1916 when, in reviewing the collection of articles by Lenin and Zinoviev on socialism and the war, he dubbed the authors Narodniks from Chelyabinsk. When Lenin proclaimed the ambition of the Bolsheviks to a common charge that he was acting as a disciple of Bakunin, not of Marx, registered and no less an opponent than Melyakov compared him with the Slavophiles, gentleman Lenin merely repeats gentlema. Karivsky or Kamayakov when he asserts that from Russia come the new word which will resuscitate the aged West. 1 Social Democrat, Petersburg, number 2, October 6, 1906, p5. I. 2 Chetvertai, Obiadinitelny, SSR's DRP, 1934, pages 133-4. Yeah. 3 in 1896 Plekanoy had written to Axelrod, you are first and foremost 7. A European, and that is someone whom it is important to have in any Russian party. Perepiskajivi Plekhanov IPB Axelroda, 1925, I. 138, a remark equally revealing for both. Lenin, Sakhainania, 16, 41-2. May. 5 quoted in G. Zinoviev, Litsum Kaderab, 1925, p24, have not able to trace the original. Zinoviev, as late as 1925, Ibid, p26, retorted that copyright. The party would not concede an inch to European pseudo-man. Dressed up in a left Trotskyist guise. 1923, Volume 1, p90. A. 7 quoted in Bunyan and Fisher, The Bolshevik Revolution, 191 7-1918. Stanford, 1934, p42. The Legacy of History 29. Underscore such criticisms left Lenin unmoved. He felt himself heart and soul a Westerner. In his conception of the party, he could appeal to an older Western tradition, the tradition of the Jacobins. He underscore had proudly claimed the name when it was first hurled at him by Trotsky as a term of abuse. In his reliance on Marxism, he appealed more often to the Marx of the period before 1848, to underscore Marx the active propagandist of revolution, than to the later underscore Marx, the student of the contradictions and inevitable downfall of underscore capitalism. It was the earlier Marx who had lived and worked in conditions most nearly comparable to those now confronting underscore Lenin, and the episode of the Paris Commune showed that, even much later, he had abetted nothing of his enthusiasm for the practice of revolution. That the Marxism of the Bolsheviks was as authentic, and therefore as Western, as the Marxism of the underscore Mensheviks was a perfectly tenable view. But the discrepancies between them were patent. Of the two strands which went to make the composite fabric of Marxist teaching, the Bolsheviks represented primarily the revolutionary, voluntarist element, the underscore Mensheviks, the evolutionary, determinist element. The Bolsheviks spoke of the need to act in order to change the world, the Mensheviks of the need to study the forces which were changing it and to conform their action to these forces. Finally the Bolsheviks put their faith in a conscious minority which would lead the masses and galvanize them into action. The Mensheviks more I cautiously awaited the moment when the hidden forces of change ripen and penetrate the consciousness of the masses, this last divergence being directly reflected in their views of party organization. On all these issues the views of the Mensheviks coincided far more closely than those of the Bolsheviks with the prevailing attitude of Western Marxists, and this alone sufficed to forgive Bolshevism, whatever the sources of its inspiration, a certain, for Russian, or non-Western, color. The belief in the need for a 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 1, pages 45, 46, Plekhanov also accepted the imputation of Jacobinism, contrasting this favorably is, with Axelrod's humanitarian liberalism, Perepiskajivi Plekhanov IPB. Axelrod in 1925, I, 44, 192, to 118. 2 Plekhanov in 1905 accused the Bolsheviks of introducing into Marxism Tissulantarism of Mach and the idealists, Lenin, Sakhainania, 7. 267. Note 121. 30 The background. Group of highly conscious and highly organized professional revolutionaries to direct the unconscious and spontaneous action of the mass of the workers was a far more accurate response to Russian than to Western conditions. On a larger view, it might also be said to have equipped the Bolsheviks to cope, far more effectively than the Mensheviks, with the irrational tendencies permeating modern mass society. A. The traditions of the Russian past created a soil in which Bolshevism could easily develop the latent anti-Western elements in its composition, and merge its Marxist Messianism in an older Russian Messianism. History, said Sokhonikov a few weeks after the revolution, clearly shows that the salt of the earth is Radu, ally moving eastwards. In the 18th century France was the salt of the earth, in the 19th century Germany, now it is Russia. But the shift entailed the introduction of specifically Russian elements. The time-honored Russian pattern of spasmodic advance, hastening to catch up with the West, and, in th. process, skipping over intermediate stages through which Western progress had passed, was repeated in the preparations underscore for the Russian Revolution. Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution was devised to meet the dilemma arising from specifically Russian conditions, the absence in Russia of a powerful bourgeoisie capable of realizing the bourgeois revolution, which was a necessary stage in Western conceptions of Marxist development. And Lenin, while formally rejecting the theory, adopted in 1917 what was virtually the same expedient of making the Bolshevik seizure of power do simultaneous duty as the last act of the bourgeois revolution and the first of the socialist revolution. Russian history had experienced one more violent and abrupt transition from childhood to manhood. Even the initial appeal of the workers' and peasants' government to the world for peace and brotherhood among the nations might have seemed 1 Protokolik Central Nogo Komitet Rs DRP, 1929, p. 206. 2 A writer in the Emigre Symposium Sminovik, published in 1921, declared that Russia, in the few months of the provisional government, had run through all those illusions of the EMOE order which it bade. The Legacy of History 31. To reflect the long-standing claim of the Russian people to fulfill a universal, and not a purely national, role, as the new regime found itself isolated and driven to the wall by its enemies, domes, taken foreign, and exposed to the hazards of civil war, the old pattern of revolution from above began, imperceptibly at first, to underscore substitute itself for the revolution from below which had carried the Bolsheviks to victory in October 1917, and the dictatorship of the proletariat fell into the mold of reforming autocracy. Finally, when peasant discontent forced the retreat into NEP, another jarring, but irresistible, Russian force had imposed itself underscore on the original Marxist conception of the revolution. The case in which the Bolshevik leaders had to ask themselves in 1921 was essentially the question which had divided the Westerners and underscore the Slavophiles. Would the triumph of socialism in Russia be achieved by following the Western path, or by following a specified Cali-Russian line of development? If the first answer were accepted, reliance must be placed on the development of industry and of the proletariat, if necessary, at the expense of the peasant. If the second answer were accepted, reliance must be placed on conciliating the peasant and winning his support for increased agricultural production as the prerequisite of an advance to socialism. As always in Russian history, a clear-cut choice between the two answers was impossible. Russia could neither unconditionally pursue nor totally reject the Western path. In Lenin found the compromise between the two answers, the link between proletariat and peasantry, which would for a time make it possible to travel the two roads simultaneously. But the compromise, which was also a retreat, had ideological implications, and these implications also carried reflections of the Russian past. The resistance of the Russian peasant to Marxism was the resistance of the traditional Russian way of life to Western innovation. Thus, during the first years of the regime, while the revolutionary impetus continued to predominate, familiar features of the Russian landscape and the Russian outlook slowly emerged from beneath the revolutionary flood. As the Soviet government became more and more openly the heir of Russian state power and attracted to itself traditional feelings of Russian patriotism, it 32 the background claimed its mission in terms which conveyed to sensitive ears for unmistakable echoes of the Russian past. Moscow, the third for Rome and now the center of the Third International, was once again conscious of its mission to renew, out of the fullness of its uncorrupted youth and vigor, the decrepit and decadent West. Was once again courting a hostility from the West which it had for butte to the envy and malice inspired by its achievements, and was once again covering its material backwardness by boastful assertions of its superior spiritual essence. The fulfillment of the eschatological promises of Marxism was delayed, like the Second Advent, far beyond the original expectations of the faithful, and when this delay bred the inevitable current compromises with power and expediency, the process of degeneration from the pure ideal took on specifically Russian forms in a Russian context. Primitive Christianity decked itself in the trappings of imperial Rome, communism in those of the Russian national state. Though it soon transpired that the compromise was not all on one side, the transformation was incongruous, and scandalized some believers. But, as the cause of Russia and the cause of Bolshevism began to coalesce into a single undifferentiated whole, the resulting amalgam showed clear traces of both the original components out of which it had been formed. The idiom was a blend of both the elements. This process, subtle and undeclared, was well advanced when Stalin first propounded the hybrid doctrine of socialism in one country. X. Woe of 4. VW. OE. Chapter 2. The changing outlook. The general change of outlook which set in with the introduction of NEP was in part psychological, and resulted from the lowering of tension after the years of revolutionary excitement and the stresses of the Civil War. It was materially impossible to go on living in the conditions of unspeakable hardship and privation to which a large part of the population had been subjected for 4 or 5 years. It was psychologically impossible to maintain the exalted mood of faith and enthusiasm in which present turmoil and horror could be welcomed as the birth pangs of the new world of the future. The development which, between the years 1921 and 1924, shifted the balance of emphasis from political programs to the routine of everyday life, from iconoclastic __theory to traditional practice, from revolution to organization, from visionary utopianism to hard-headed realism, from an internationalism that knew no frontiers to an astute calculation of the national interests of the USSR, affected almost every aspect of Soviet life and thought. In public affairs it brought with it a shift in emphasis from adventure to administration, from sweeping revolutionary design to the meticulous execution of day-to-day decisions. Lenin devoted to this theme a long and repetitive passage in a speech of December 1921 to the 9th All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Political problems and military problems could be solved in an access of enthusiasm. We look back and imagine that economic problems can be solved in the same way. There is a mistake. Learn to work at a different tempo, reckoning your work by decades not by months, and gearing yourself to the mass of mankind who have suffered torments and who cannot keep up a revolutionary heroic tempo in everyday work. For and later in the same speech, here is work for whole decades. It cannot be carried on at the G tempo, with the speed and in the conditions in which we carried on our military work. 1 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVII, 137-9. 34 The background. It was a mood of patience, caution, and compromise. The key to the situation was no longer in policy, in the sense of a change of direction, but in finding the right man for the right job. This is a prosaic task, a small task. These are petty affairs, but we live in the aftermath of the greatest of political upheavals, in conditions where we must continue to exist for a certain time in the midst of a capitalist setting. Choose the people who are necessary, and verify the practical execution of decisions. This the people will appreciate. Immediately after Lenin's death, Kamina echoed the same theme. We have come out of the period of landslides, of sudden earthquakes, of catastrophes. We have entered on a period of slow economic processes which we must know how to watch. It was no longer the bold revolutionary, but the law-abiding, hard-working citizen, who was held in honor. The fading of the revolutionary vision, and the cult of common sense in administration and attention to everyday affairs, bred a conservative frame of mind. Every successful revolution precipitates a division at first, perhaps, only a difference of emphasis. Later, a more radical split between those who are still fired by the ambition for further revolutionary achievement and those who are mainly concerned to stabilize what has been achieved. The former now easily incur the charge of utopianism. The DV Zion first appeared after the Bolshevik Revolution in the debates about Brest-Litovsk, and in the ensuing years Lenin twice took the field against the left-wing infantilism of the revolutionaries. Trans. The 10th Party Congress, which adopted NEP in March 1921, also condemned the program and activities of the workers' opposition, which attacked the party leaders for betraying the principles of revolution. After the ending of the Civil War and the establishment of NEP, it was reasonable to treat the revolution as a fait accompli, and this in a double sense. On the one hand, nobody except a few fanatics any longer expected or desired to undo the work of the revolution or to return to the one of it. XXVII, 256. 2 Trinad Sat IISS Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov. 1924, p. 393. SEEAE. OEAE. Underscore asterisk. Equals. The changing outlook 35. Past. On the other hand, only party extremists and doctrinaires now seriously thought in terms of further revolutionary action. The completion of the revolution through socialist construction would consist of the consolidation and expansion of existing positions by orderly and peaceful means. The radicalism of revolutionary doctrine was succeeded by the conservatism of administrative empiricism. In such an atmosphere of falling off in the revolutionary idealism of the first years was unavoidable, especially in the younger generation. It was to a Komsomol Congress in 1922 that Bukharin spoke of a sort of demoralization, a crisis of ideas among communist youth, and among youth in general, resulting from NEP. As Trotsky afterwards wrote, the ascetic tendencies of the Civil War gave way in the period of NEP to a more Epicurean, not to say gay, mood. Even Komsomol journals of the period were preoccupied with such questions as what kind of trousers a Komsomol should wear with or without a crease, how many bottles of beer he might drink, whether he should give up his seat to a woman in the tram. For the party stalwarts a sense of flatness and disappointment supervened the contrast between the heroic, glorious days when the revolution had to be made and fought for, and the dull, monotonous days of economic reconstruction, what were called in the catchword of the time Soviet weekdays, was a constant theme of the period. A party report of 1924 spoke with concern of the number of recent suicides in the party for ideological reasons, for the reason that they could not adapt themselves to the new stage, an extremely difficult stage. But lived in the mood of the period of the offensive, the period of war communism asterisk. FT4 equals 1 Piet IV Sarasievsky SSRKSM, 1927, p. 113. _ 2. L. Trotsky, Law Revolution Tree, NT 1936, p. 187. I3. Molodaya Bardia, No. 1, January 1926, p. 235. ID4. Report by Yaroslavsky to the Party Central Control Commission in Pravda, October 9, 1924. I. Bobryshev, Melka Bourgeoisie Vilayny Yasredi. Molodezi, 1928, p. 97, records a defense of suicide heard at a Komsomol meeting. They said that formerly, in the days of the Civil War, suicides were unheard of among party or Komsomol members, that then heroic deeds could be accomplished. Now we have to do very prosaic things as which cannot arouse enthusiasm or kindle the revolutionary flame. 2. 36. The background. The same atmosphere made possible the guarded and qualified reconciliation between the Soviet regime and the survivors of the former regime, which was a striking feature of the early NEP period. It was a meeting on unequal terms. The victors were able to dictate the terms of the cooperation which many of the defeated were now ready to offer. But, in the framing of the policies to be pursued, and of the ideas by which these policies were inspired or supported, the inequality was less marked, and the balance was tilted rather in the opposite direction. The lack of culture and administrative experience among communists, on which Lenin constantly dwelt in his last years, had the result of placing the business of administration and management largely in the hands copyright of survivors of the former regime, who established in their person a continuity between the old and the new. Our state apparatus, with the exception of Narkomindel, wrote Lenin in his last article, represents for the largest part a survival of the old, which has only in a very small part been subjected to any kind of serious changes. Not all the problems of the new Russia differed fundamentally from those of the old. It sometimes happened that the old official, confronted by the old questions, returned the same answers as he had returned in the past and took the same decisions. Those former pillars of a bourgeois society and administration who rallied to the Soviet cause and now transacted much of the necessary business of the Soviet government did so in the conviction that the government had come to represent Russia and to act in the name of Russia, and it was natural that, consciously or unconsciously, they should strive to uphold a Russian national tradition. Nor did this any longer imply hostility to the revolution. As such, nobody was thinking any longer in terms of restoration, or of the overthrow of Soviet power. The achievements of the revolution were accepted, stabilized and added to the national record. But above all, the universal feeling generated by NEP was one. Support this argument, they mentioned the alleged fact that men from the old Bolshevik underground could not bear this everyday life, and departed for the other world. 1 Lenin, Sakhainadia, XXVII, 402, for further discussion of this theme see pages 128 to 32 below. The changing outlook 37. Of relaxation and immense relief. Even those who most fervently insisted that NEP was only a breathing space and a prelude to fresh effort admitted that the breathing space was indispensable. People were once more able to occupy themselves with their ordinary personal affairs. Life resumed its once familiar routine. And this return to what was thought of as normal was necessarily a return to former ways, a re-establishment of continuity with the past, an acceptance of half-forgotten tradition. Trotsky, in an article of 1923, noted this phenomenon with some apparent surprise. Politics are flexible, but life is immovable and stubborn. It is much more difficult for life than for the state to free itself. From Ritual 1 in the early years of NEP, every field of Soviet life and thought was affected by this almost instinctive reaction from a mood of innovation to a mood of conformity. But the changing outlook was most conspicuous in fields that lay on the periphery of politics and were traditionally recalcitrant to political interference. It may be illuminating, as a study of the background of opinion in this period, to trace the landmarks of change in such fields, in the current attitude to the family, to the Orthodox Church, to literature, and to law. A. The family. Radical theories of sex relations added of the family, originally drawn from the literature of Western Romanticism, had been familiar for more than half a century in Russian revolutionary writings. The secret Young Russia Proclamation of 1862, often quoted as the first manifesto of the modern revolutionary move, demanded the abolition of marriage as a highly immoral phenomenon and one incompatible with the full equality of the sexes, and argued that, in order to give freedom to women, the care and education of children should become a function of society. Official party doctrine, shared by the Bolsheviks with other Marxist parties, derived from the dictum in Engels' major work on the origins of the family, of private property and of the state that the liberation of women presupposes as its first 1 L. Trotsky, Sakhainadia, XXI, 1839. 2 Stolet, ed. V. Birdsave, London, 1897, p. 43. 38. The background. Liminary condition: the return of the whole female sex to social labor, that women must be relieved of domestic cares through the institution of communal dining rooms and communal copyright nurseries, and that the individual family would then cease to be the economic unit of society. Neither Marx nor Engels drew any practical conclusion from this theoretical analysis of the economic conditions of equality between the sexes. But some Marxist thinkers were prepared to deduce from it the hypothesis that the family, like the state, was a feudal or bourgeois institution, destined to die away in a communist society. The assertion of the full equality of women with men appeared to require that both domestic services and the rearing of children should become a communal responsibility instead of weighing as an individual burden on the wife and mother. It also implied a rejection of the so-called dual standard of morality of 19th century bourgeois society, and a corresponding change of outlook on sexual relations. The woman was to enjoy the same freedom as the man. The satisfaction of the sexual impulse, wrote Babel in his authoritative work on woman and socialism, is everyone's pri. That affair just like the satisfaction of any other natural impulse. It was an act of no more moral significance than, in a much favored comparison, the drinking of a glass of water. But, while such speculations were common, they did not occupy any important place in social democratic theory, and did not influence the conduct of social democratic leaders, whose private lives were, in general, irreproachable by any current bourgeois standard. This was as true of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party as of any other social democratic party. The question was ignored in the party program of 1903, and did not figure in any of the subsequent party discussions. When a woman Bolshevik, Inessa Armand, drafted a pamphlet in 1915 on women's demands which included the demand for free love, Lenin vigorously protested that this was a bourgeois, not a proletarian, conception. Yes. 1 Marx I Engels, Socialism, 16, I, 56. 2 A Babel, Die Frau und der Sozialismus, 10th ed. Stuttgart, 1891, p. 338, a Russian translation of this work appeared in Petrograd in 1918, with an introduction by Kalontai. 3 Lenin, Socialism, 4th ed., XXXV, 137-8. The Changing Outlook 39. Underscore the enactments of the first period of the Soviet regime on underscore marriage and the family, like its first economic enactments, were underscore hot specifically socialist in character, and would have been an underscore endorsed by bourgeois radical opinion in many Western countries. Underscore the first of them made civil registration obligatory for all underscore titles, thus abolishing the legally binding ecclesiastical marriage. Of the past asterisk this was followed by a decree authorizing the automatic dissolution of marriage on the demand of either or both of underscore the partners. In the autumn of 1918, these principles were embodied in a detailed marriage code, which also made provision underscore for the complete equality of the sexes in all matrimonial relations. Underscore and accorded to illegitimate children the same rights as to legitimate underscore made children, thus taking the first step towards the legal recognition of what later came to be called de facto marriage. Point 3. Underscore finally, in November 1920, a decree was issued making abortion underscore legal when performed by a qualified doctor in a public hospital. Underscore for so long as the moral survivals of the past and economic conditions of the present compel some women to resort to this underscore operation. Asterisk. While, however, legislation on marriage and the family was confined within these comparatively modest limits, the underscore catechines of socialism for relations between the sexes were widely canvassed, and, for the first time, began to acquire practical significance in the light of current policy and behavior. The employment of women in productive work, and the enjoyment by them of full equality of rights and responsibilities with men, were no longer items in a theoretical program, but necessities of a period of economic breakdown and civil war. Acute food short ages rather than the exigencies of social theory led to a large extension of communal feeding. The vast problem of homeless children imposed on reluctant and overburdened authorities the underscore establishment of children's homes and settlements. In this aspect of war communism, as in others, doctrine was invoked to prove equals. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1917-1918, number 11, art. 160. 2 Ibid, number 10, art. 152. 3. Ibid, no 76-7, art. 818, for the recognition of de facto marriage c. p. 47 below. 4. Sobranio Zakonii, 1920, number 90, art. 471. 40 The background. That what was done in the emergency of war was identical with copyright. What had long been included in the cherished precepts of socialist underscore programs. Lenin in 1919 demanded the creation of model institutions, dining rooms, and creches which would free women from domestic labor, and described such labor as petty and containing nothing that can in any way further the development of women. He seems to have shared the common opinion of the time that, for this and for other reasons, the bringing up of child in communal institutions was a goal to be aimed at. Only by these means, he told Clara Zetkin in 1920, can woman be delivered from the old house slavery and from all dependence on the man, and he added that, when the performance of these functions is transferred to society, the children enjoy more favorable conditions than at home. Such utterances must be read in part against the background of current Russian life. The traditional copyright peasants or workers' family, with its subjection and maltreatment of women and exploitation of child labor, was too familiar a consequence of Russian poverty, and symbol of Russian backwardness, to be anything but a bugbear to progressive Russian thinkers, while in Asiatic Russia the polygamous and patriarchal family structure formed the main bulwark of resistance to the modern world. Even in more advanced regions, the family seemed the enemy of everything that the revolution sought to achieve. The program of the Komsomol adopted in 1920 mentioned the conservatism of parents side by side with the influence of priests and kulaks among the adverse conditions of the environment of peasant youth. As late as 1924 Bukharin called the family the most conservative stronghold of all the squalors of the old regime, and thought it a matter for congratulation that the young pioneer movement was conducting a gradual mining coup operation against the traditional pattern of family relations. Asterisk. The revolutionary attitude to the family can be understood only as a reaction to pre-revolutionary conditions, and the achieve. 1 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXIV, 470. 2 Zetkin, Erinnerungen and Lenin, Vienna, 1929, p. 75. 3 Tretivi Rossiyski SSR KSM, 1926, p. 306. 4 Trinad Satai ISS Rossiyskoy Kommunistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov. 1924, p. 545. The Changing Outlook 41. Underscore meant of the revolution in inculcating acceptance of the equality of underscore the sexes and in promoting a higher regard for women was real and indubitable. Underscore apart, however, from these conscious strivings to remove underscore abuses of the old order, the sequence of war, revolution, and civil Underscore war had produced many of the same unpremeditated and decent underscore grading effects on family and sex relations as on other aspects of social life. Here, too, war communism marked a specific period. Underscore and here, too, what in other conditions would have been treated as the unwelcome result of chaos, confusion, and license was now underscore retrospectively justified in terms of socialist doctrine. Alexandra Kolyontai was the only leading Bolshevik who carried this theory to its extreme conclusion, arguing that stable marriage was a function of bourgeois society rendered necessary only by the underscore portents attached to property relations, and that in the working classes greater fluidity and less fixity in the relations of the sexes completely coincide with, and directly result from, the underscore fundamental tasks of those classes. In a widely circulated PAM underscore flit of the Civil War period, Kollontai sounded the death knell of the family. Underscore the family ceases to be necessary. It is not necessary to the state. Because domestic economy is no longer advantageous to the state, it needlessly distracts women workers from more useful productive jabur. It is not necessary to members of the family themselves because the other task of the family, the bringing up of children, is gradually. In the future, the socially conscious worker mother will rise to a 5 point where she no longer differentiates yours and mine, and remembers that there are henceforth only our children, the child. Rent of Communist Workers Russia. A number of popular novels and stories from Kollantai's pen cast ridicule on the bourgeois prejudices of the past, and preach the uninhibited satisfaction of the sexual impulse, supported by the assumption that it was the business of the state to take care of the consequences. Bukharin. 4. A. Kollontai, No Morali Rabati Class, 1919, p. 59. 2. A. Kollontai, Semyai Communisticus Kugosiderspo, 1920, pages 20. AEO 42. The background. Later recalled the time when it was thought very revolutionary to spit on all and every sense of shame in sex relations by way of protest against the blind prejudices of society, so-called family law, and the debasement of women. These views never received official party endorsement. Lenin especially disliked them. In conversation with Clara Zetkin in 1920, he inveighed against the famous theory that in communist society, the satisfaction of sexual desire, of love, is as simple and important as drinking a glass of water. This theory, which was completely un-Marxist and unsocial into the bargain, has driven our young people mad, quite mad. But, so long as civil war conditions prevailed, cover would be sought in party trying for a relaxation of standards of sexual behavior, and the theories of Kollontai remained widely popular in party circles. It was the changed outlook associated with the ending of the Civil War and the introduction of NEP which brought the first reaction against these views. The new legislation on marriage and divorce was not challenged. This, indeed, belonged to the bourgeois rather than to the socialist stage of the revolution. But Kollontai's prestige declined sharply owing to her association with the workers' opposition, which was condemned by the 10th Party Congress in March 1921, and the theories of the family and of sexual relations of which she had been the protagonist gradually gave way to more conventional attitudes. The 5th Komsomol Congress in October 1922 heard Bukharin attack the prevailing anarchy in the realm of rules of conduct with specific reference to lax sex morals as well as to excessive indulgence in alcohol and tobacco, and the Congress passed a resolution condemning all these evils. Trotsky in 1923 conducted a symposium. 1 Byt Miladez, ed. A. Slutkov, 1926, p. 8. 2 C. Zetkin, Ehrenring and Lenin, Vienna, 1929, pages 62-3. 3. P. Romanoi, in a once famous short story, Bestchermake, originally published in Molodai Bardia, No. 6, June 1926, pages 13-21, put into the mouth of its heroine the complaint that those who seek in love something more than physiology are looked on with contempt as if they were mentally deficient or sick. The heated discussions of this story in Komsomol meetings were later recalled by one of the participants, Unii Communist. No. 12, 1931, p. 54. 4c. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 1, pages 204-7, 216. 35 Piet IV Serasiuski SSRKSM, 1927, pages 114, 124-5, 315-17. E. The Changing Outlook 43. Underscore of party workers which revealed a marked return to traditional underscore views of the role of the family. The theses of Comrade Kollontai underscore were criticized as ignoring the responsibility of father and mother to their child and leading to abandonment of children, the grow underscoring evil in Moscow. Because we wrongly emphasized the conception of free love, party members in the Civil War had gotten children without caring what became of them. Workers had been encouraged by party teaching to divorce their wives. Women communists neglected their duties as wives and mothers. For party work, on the other hand, cases were quoted of women communists who left the party on the insistent demand of their husbands. The doctrine of Engels on the liberation of women from domestic labor and the obsolescence of the individual family continued to be preached, but it was confined to formal expositions, and both practice and opinion diverged more and more widely from it. Even the increased employment of women in the later 1920s did not restore it to favor, and the Soviet family continued to follow traditional patterns. Other symptoms of a return to conventional attitudes quickly declared themselves. By 1924, another achievement of the revolution, the legalization of abortion, had begun to incur criticism. In a report to the Central Control Commission of the party, Yaroslavsky, while insisting that the party was not a monastic sect and had no desire to preach purely and simply a parsonical morality, referred to the figures of abortion in Moscow and Leningrad as horrifying, though he claimed that they were lower than in bourgeois countries. An article published in 1925 by the People's Commissar for Health of the RSFSR was a curious attempt to reconcile the conventional attitudes of the past. For L. Trotsky, Voprosi Bida, 2nd ed. 1923, pages 121-5. The difficulty of reconciling party and conjugal duties for the wife is one of the themes of Gladkov's well-known novel Cement, published in 1924. No solution appears to be offered. 2. In the Trotsky Symposium, one speaker complained that a party lecturer on family and marriage had confined himself to repeating the substance of Engels' essay, whereas some conclusion had to be drawn from this work of Engels for the present day, and this is exactly what we are unable to do. L. Trotsky, Voprosi Bida, 2nd ed. 1923, p. 125. 3. Pravda, October 9, 1924. 44. The background. With formal recognition of communist theories, of courses, wrote Semashko, the ideal would be if the state took on itself to regulate all the consequences of the sexual act, rearing of children, etc. But since this was impracticable, he could only recommend sublimation. The word appeared in inverted commas with a coy reference to the dubious authority of Freud, of sexual instincts in social work. Semashko denounced the old wives' tale that restraint was harmful and sexual indulgence necessary to health. Drown your sexual energy, he concluded, in public work. If you want to solve the sexual problem, be a public worker, a comrade, not a stallion or a broodmare. Bukharin at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925 denounced the prevalence among the young of decadent and semi-hooligan groups with such names as Down with Inno, Sense, Down with Shame, and the Komsomol Journal. Followed this up with another broadside attacking the heresies of Kalontai Dollar, a crying evil which played its part in modifying the initial to the family was that of homeless children. The revolution and the Civil War had left behind them immense numbers of children, orphans, or separated without trace from their parents, who, being without homes or protectors and without normal means of subsistence, roamed in gangs through cities and country side, living by their wits and engaging in every form of crime and violence. At the time of Lenin's death, YTSIK announced the establishment of a Lenin Fund in his memory for aid to homeless children, especially victims of the Civil War and the famine. An extensive press campaign followed, and 6 months later, in July 1924, a sum of 50 million rubles was voted from the budget to the fund, the expectation being to raise another 50 millions from voluntary contributions and local levies. 5 Hitherto the 1 Izvestiya, May 15, 1925. 214 SS Socialism Communistic Party, B, 1926, p. 815. 3 Molodai Bardia, number 3, March 1926, pages 136 to 48. 4,2. SS Tsavtov Soyuz Sovietski Socialistic Republic. Post and Opliniya, 1924, p. 8. 3 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1924, number 3, art. 33, a decree of the RSFSR on the raising of local funds is in Sobranio Zakonii, 1925, number 8, art. 53. SEEEEEEE. The Changing Outlook. 45. Official remedy for this evil had been to put the children in publicly run children's homes, where they would be trained for suitable occupations. But the homes had begun to acquire an unenviable reputation. If you were to read said Bukharin at this time about the present condition of the educational institutions in which the homeless child _10 are maintained, your hair would stand on end. As Lunacharsky, who, as People's Commissar for Education of the RSFSR, was in charge of these homes, confessed, they were hopelessly overcrowded and inadequate, and lacked both money for clothing the children and facilities for training them. Some provincial authorities complained that the children's homes already swallowed up half their budget. Nor was an end of the problem in sight. Those dealing with it were in the position of a squirrel going round and round in a cage. In August 1924, when the prospects of a partial harvest failure inspired fears of a further increase in the number of abandoned children, Rykov at the party's Central Committee launched an attack on the whole policy. In the children's homes we are bringing up idlers, who do not know how to work and will in future be a burden to the state. In order to prevent this, we must take measures to stop the divorce of these children from productive work, and to prevent an increase in the number of homeless children, we have given a directive in the regions where a harvest is bad to avoid increasing the population of the children's homes by bringing in children who have a family. In cases where the family is not in a position to feed the child, it is better to help the family than to take the child and feed it in a children's home. Article 183 of the original Family Code of 1918 explicitly prohibited the adoption of children, a surprising provision for which 3 different explanations were commonly given: unwillingness to open the door to artificial increases in the membership of 1 Trinad Sat ISS Rossiyskoy Communistic Party, Bolshevikov. 1924, pages 545 to 6. 2 Visa Rossiyskich Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Soziva. Vidria. Sesia, 1924, pages 116 to 18. 3 A. Rykov, Sakhinania, 3, 1929, 194. 46 The background. Peasant households, leading to claims for larger shares in the redistribution of land, fear that adoption would serve as a cover for the exploitation of juvenile labor, and belief that orphan children would be more satisfactorily looked after in public institutions. 1 2 months after Rykov's speech, Lunacharsky announced an official policy of putting out the children to the population. 2 By the autumn of 1925 many homeless children from the towns had been settled in peasant families, according to the modest claim made in official statistics, 55,000 children were handled by the commission set up for the purpose in 1924, 75,000 in 1925 and 85,000 in 1926. As the legacy of the Civil War was left behind and life became more orderly and regular, the problem of the homeless children gradually assumed the more normal form of a problem of juvenile unemployment, though in some parts of the country it proved extraordinarily stubborn and persistent. 5 What was now clear was that the idea of creating a vast network of children's homes for the rearing of children was pure utopia. In our economic conditions registered, the care of children was once more being considered in the traditional framework of a restoration of family life. The state could not disinterest itself in the institution of marriage, declared a speaker at the TSIK of the 1D Kursky, Izbrani Stati Irishi, 1948, pages 147 to 8. 2 Visa Rossiyskich Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Soziva, Vidria. Sesia, 1924, pages 117 to 18. A detailed decree of the RSFSR of March 8, 1926, provided for the placing of homeless children in families of toilers, with the consent of the latter, allowances being granted for the purpose from public funds. Sobranio Zakonii, 1926, number 19, art 143. A further decree of April 5, 1926, Ibid, number 21, art 168, laid down that a peasant household adopting a homeless child was entitled to an allocation of land in respect of it, which was to be free of tax for 3 years. 3 Izvestiya, January 2, 1926. 4 Statistikeski Spravochnik SSSRZ 1928 G, 1929, pages 896 to 7. 5 In April 1926 a resolution of TSIK still spoke of the need for measures directed to the liquidation of the phenomenon of homeless children. In the Ukraine, SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2. Sesia, Post and Night 1926, p. 23. 6 Izvestiya, February 20, 1926. A pamphlet by A. Sapsovich published in 1929, quoted in R. Schlesinger, The Family in the USSR, 1947, pages 169 equals 71, still treated the bringing up of children from their earliest days in special state institutions at the expense of the government as the ultimate ideal. Later this became heretical, even as a remote prospect. S. Lew. A. The Changing Outlook. 47. RSFSR in November 1925, because on the stability of Mar. Years depend a number of consequences of undoubted import. Ends for society, and went on to attribute the problem of homeless. Children to the disintegration of the family. One particular aspect of the return to more conventional views of family and marriage deserves notice. The changed outlook was in part a change in the attitude of individuals, marking a retreat from the fervor of revolutionary doctrine. But it was also a change in the relative weight attached to the opinions of town and country. The advanced views current in the early days of the devolution, and the practices corresponding to them, were representative of the towns rather than of the country as a whole, and of party circles rather than of the population at large. Precise information is both difficult to obtain and difficult to assess. Divorce statistics showed that in the RSFSR in the last 3 months of 1924 there had been 7 divorces per 10,000 of population in provincial capitals, 3 in smaller towns and 2 in the villages. A hotly contested debate in the TSIK of the RSFSR. In 1925 and 1926 on a proposal to make the legal consequences of de facto marriage identical with those of registered marriage, revealed a strong prejudice among the peasants, which was almost entirely absent in the towns, in favor of maintaining the exclusive rights and obligations of conventional marriage, and even of limiting automatic freedom of divorce. A woman delegate put the case with pungency for the peasant view. The villages do not wish to bring to the rural areas the instability of town marriages. Who is responsible for the homeless orphans? The villages. No, by your leave, the towns. What will happen if the 85% of the population of our country formed by the peasantry do as the towns do? We should flounder in disintegration. Registration of Ta 1. Visarasiaskik centralnie ispolitelnie komitet 12 Soziva, Vitoria. Sessia, 1925, pages 254-5. Backslash. 2 Ibid, pages 304-5. 3 under Article 133 of the Marriage Code of 1918, CP 39 above, the rights of illegitimate children were in no way different from those of legitimate children, but claims to alimony and division of property in case of divorce were valid only if the marriage had been registered. 48 The background. Marriage is a useful check in this respect. Marriage should be in copyright. Nulled only by a court asterisk. It was many years before limitations were imposed on the right of divorce. But here too Neb, representing the reaction of the copyright peasant against the towns, brought with it a certain reaction copyright against revolutionary dogmatism and in favor of traditional ways of life in a national setting. B. The Orthodox Church. The Bolshevik Revolution had overtaken the Orthodox Church at a moment of internal crisis. The collapse of the monarchy stymied copyright. Laid a movement for the re-establishment of the Patriarchate, abolished by Peter the Great. This was advocated by some as a necessary condition of efficiency in the Church, and condemned by others as incompatible with the spirit of orthodoxy, which rejected any kind of papacy and held that the custody of the true faith was vested in the whole body of believers. A Holy Synod, which met in August 1917, decided by a narrow majority, at the very moment of the revolution, to restore the Patriarchate, and, on May 18, November 1917, before the power of the new government had been actually established in Moscow, chose a patriarch by lot. 1. 3 Sessia Visarasias Kagok Central Nogo Ispolitel Nogo Komitet 12. Soziva, 1926, pages 689-90. Izvestia, January 9, 1926, reported on the discussion which had been taking place throughout the provincial press. In the towns the women were said to favor the proposal to equate de facto with registered marriage, the men to oppose it. The practical effect would be to strengthen the financial claim of the mother against the father of her child. In the country, opinion was unanimous against it. Party members were said to approve it in principle, but many of them regarded it as impracticable in view of the ignorance of the masses and especially of the peasant population. According to Izvestia, January 31, 1926, reports, which come in from the different regions and republics are almost unanimous. Mouse for rejection. 2 in the RSFSR, where the weight and prestige of the cities in party councils turned the scale, the proposal to recognize de facto marriage as conferring the same legal rights and obligations as registered marriage won a short-lived victory and was inscribed in the Marriage Code of November 1926, Sobranio Zakonii, 1926, number 82, art 612. In the other republics, where peasant influence was dominant, no such recognition was ever accorded. The Changing Outlook 49. From 3 candidates nominated by voting, in the person of Tikhon, the Metropolitan of Moscow. A clash between the Church and the Bolsheviks was inevitable. After Tikhon had announced an anathema against the usurpers, a decree was issued, pronouncing the separation of church and state and the nationalization of church property. The church was not formally banned. The constitution of the RSFSR adopted in July 1918 recognized freedom of religious and anti-religious propaganda. The party program adopted in 1919 proposed to counter religion by catine and propaganda rather than by state action, and even recommended a measure of caution in dealing with it. Censurers. The RKP is guided by the conviction that the realization of planned order and consciousness in the whole social economic activity of the masses can alone bring with it a complete dying out of religious prejudice. The party aims at a complete destruction of the link between the exploiting classes and the organization of religious propaganda by assisting the effective liberation of the toiling masses from religious prejudices and by organizing the broadest propaganda in favor of scientific enlightenment and against religion. At the same time it is necessary carefully to avoid any insult to the feelings of believers which can lead only to the strengthening of religious fanaticism. 1. The principle, however, remained and was strengthened by the experience of the Civil War. Religion, wrote Trotsky at this time, was the principal moral arm of the bourgeoisie. Persecution was widespread. Killings of priests occurred, and many churches were taken for secular uses. Yet the intensity of the struggle varied from place to place, and depended in part on the character and attitude of the local Soviet authority and the local priest. A case was quoted from the year 1919 of a group of village Soviets which met with members of the local party cell to elect a church council for the parish church, and petitioned for the exemption of the Underscore Precenter from military service on the ground of his Indies Pensa. 1 Orientalia Christiana Analecta, number 129, Rome, 1941, contains the underscore best informed and most dispassionate available account with a bibliography. Underscore Metropolit Ebligi, put Moise Hitzni, Paris, 1947, is the autobiography of a participant in the Synod of 1917 to 18. To see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 161, Note 4. /3. VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 289. Underscore. 4. Trotsky, Sakhainadia, 12, 141. IRH.S.R.I3. AEECTAEEE. PESYPE7. I. 50. The background. Ability. Such examples of toleration were said to have been not rare. 1 Measures of repression adopted by the Soviet authorities in the first years of the regime were spontaneous and spasmodic, rather than uniform or calculated. The ending of the Civil War and the coming of NEP did not at first affect the Soviet attitude towards the Church. At the end of 1921 the Soviet government took cognizance of the vessels and ornaments in the possession of the churches, ordering that these should be classified in 3 categories: articles of historical or artistic value, articles of material, but no historical or artistic value, and articles in ordinary use, and that nothing should be removed without the consent of the museum administration. Then, at the height of the famine which raged throughout this winter, the Soviet government issued on February 16, 1922 a decree ordering that articles containing gold, silver, and precious stones in the possession of the church, the removal of which cannot essentially affect the cult, should be handed over to Narkompan and sold abroad for the benefit of the hunger-stricken population. An instruction following the decree made it clear that underscore gold and silver vessels used in church services were not exempt from requisition. Tikhon gave orders to the faithful to resist. The orders were carried out in many places. Riots occurred with numerous casualties and arrests, and were extensively reported in the Soviet press. Numbers of priests were put on trial, and several sentenced to death. Tikhon himself was finally arrested. These proceedings were accompanied and justified by a propaganda campaign in which the church was accused of being in league with counter-revolutionary forces abroad and of counting on the weapon of hunger to bring about the downfall of the Soviet regime. Anti-religious themes became prominent in the party press. In the spring of 1922 a publishing house was set up to publish a weekly journal, Bizboznik, which engaged in a popular 1 Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, 4v, 1926, 138. 2 Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 19, Art. 215. 3 Ibid, number 19, Arts. 217, 218, a previous decree of February 9, 1922. Related to the sale of treasures in museums for famine relief, Ibid, number 19, Art. 216. 4c, for example, Izvestiya, March 28, 1922, Pravda, May 19, 1922. A. The Changing Outlook 51. Campaign to discredit religion, and the Orthodox Christmas of 1922 was made the occasion for a much publicized anti-religious festival. Throughout the winter, trials of priests for resistance to the orders of the government, or sometimes more specifically for counter-revolutionary activities, continued intermittently. Sentences of death were frequently pronounced, and more rarely carried out. In March 1923 the trial of a group of Catholic bishops and priests, and the execution of one of them, led to worldwide protests, and was one of the items which figured in the Curzon ultimatum. Simultaneously with this campaign, however, another and more significant development occurred. A group of priests, who rejected the institution of the patriarchate, were personally opposed to Tikhon, and claimed to represent reforming and modernizing tendencies in the church, issued a letter denouncing Tikhon for his refusal to surrender church treasures. This letter was published in the Soviet press. And formed the starting point of a new movement, which evidently enjoyed the qualified approval of the Soviet authorities. Early in May 1922 a new jour, NAL, the Living Church, was created to further the aims of the movement, and a few days later a manifesto of the group was published in Jzvestiya accusing the existing church leaders of a conspiracy against the secular power and appealing to the Soviet government to sanction the holding of a synod to put the affairs of the church in order and condemn the offending bishops. The leaders of the movement, who claimed a point which was later contested to have received some kind of provisional powers from Tikhon in prison, convened an ecclesiastical assembly which met in Moscow at the end of May 1922, reconstituted the church under the name of the Living Church, and replaced the patriarch by a Supreme Church Administration decree in August 1922. Akon 1 Izvestiya, August 5, 1922. 2 Ibid, January 10, 1923. 3 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 176. 4 Izvestiya, March 29, 1922. 5 Ibid, May 14, 1922. 6 The Rise of the Living Church is described in Orientalia Christiana. Rome, number 46, June 1928, pages 8 to 15, in M. Spinka, The Church and the Russian Revolution, NY, 1927, pages 190 to 224, and in W. M. Hart. Religion in Soviet Russia, 1929, pages 304 to 32. This section of the book was written by an émigré Orthodox theologian. Much was made in Orthodox. A. 52 The background. Ferents of the Living Church met in Moscow to consolidate its position and to organize an attack on parishes and priests to remain faithful to the patriarchate and to Tikhon. A deputation from the conference was received by Kalinin.T on the eve of the conference. A decree had been issued under which all associations not serving purposes of material gain were obliged to seek registration with the state authorities. Those which failed to secure registration were to be closed down. This provided an opportunity for a vigorous campaign to deprive Tikhon's adherents of legal status and to hand over churches and buildings occupied by them to nominees of the Living Church. Bitterness on both sides was extreme. The Living Church was loudly denounced by Tikhon's supporters as a tool of the Soviet government, and its leaders accused of instigating and supporting the persecution of the faithful. These developments were significant as constituting the first formal recognition of religious bodies by the Soviet state. Trotsky called the new policy an ecclesiastical NEP. The rather far-fetched comparison rested on the argument that, while socialism could ultimately have no truck with religion, concessions analogous to those made to capitalists under NEP could be temporarily extended to a group which, like Protestantism in the West, stood for a bourgeois, capitalist and quasi-rationalist revolt against the extreme superstitions of the old feudal religion. Bourgeois graphed on a feudal trunk asterisk the leaders of the living. Accounts of the allegation that Wittensky, one of the leaders of the living church movement, was a baptized Jew, Ibid, p. 312. The living church was referred to as the Jewish church, and its existence attributed to some Jewish agitators, in a document quoted at length in Orientalia Christiana. Rome, number 4, July-September 1923, pages 214-17, the head of the living church in the Ukraine, where anti-Semitic propaganda was particularly effective, was denounced as the vicar of the circumcised Jew Bronstein. Ibid, number 4, pages 132-3. The Frankist discussion of anti-Semitism in this period is in L. Trotsky, Voprosi Bita, 2nd ed. 1923, pages 143-5. 1 Pravda, August 23, 1922. 2 Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 49, Arts. 622-623. 3 L. Trotsky, Literatura I Revoluция, 1923, p. 29. An after comparison was suggested by a Soviet writer who wrote of the living church movement under the title Smenovik Vik Cirkvi, quoted in W. M. Hart, Religion in Soviet Russia 1929, p. 80, for the Smenovik movement see pages 67-70. Below. The Changing Outlook 53. Church were thus in the position of netmen or kulaks, recognized as essentially bourgeois and discredited in principle, but tolerated for the temporary contribution which they could make to the survival of the regime. The comparison between the new ecclesiastical policy and NEP was valid in one respect. Both denoted a certain reaction against the exaggerated optimism of the first years of the revolution, when it had seemed possible to overthrow the power of capitalism and the power of the church by direct assault. Just as it had proved necessary to make concessions to buyers and sellers of commodities, so it was necessary to conciliate in some measure those who still clung to the practices of the church. Religion had not been eliminated at a single stroke by the revolution. Even among the workers old habit died hard, and all sorts of compromises were practiced. The worker, in the words of one witness, does not buy new icons, but does not throw the old ones away. According to another, he does not go to church and reads Bezboznik, but sends for a priest to christen his child just in case. He does not go to confession, but when he is dying sends for a priest. Another thought that the Russian was basically irreligious, but that religion had hitherto been the only form of distraction open to him. Today when some non-party people go to church, they go only perhaps because they have nothing to fill the emptiness of their lives. He denies God, but at the same time goes to church. Why does he go? Because we have broken up what existed, and created nothing on the ruins. We, communists, must create something new. In the country, and especially among the women, the hold of religion had scarcely been shaken at all. Attacks on religion in the countryside tended to provoke unfavorable reactions, and party workers had more than once to be warned of the danger of indulging in them. The living church, having originated in a split from the parent church, itself proved vociferous, giving birth within the first year BD/IA of its existence to two sects calling themselves respectively the Renovators and the Primitive Apostolic Church. Common Hose. 1 L. Trotsky, Voprosi Bita, 2nd ed. 1923, pages 143, 145. 2 Ibid, p. 146. Degree 54. The background. Utility to the patriarchate and common reliance on the support copyright of the Soviet government sufficed, however, to hold the three groups together, and all were represented at a Holy Synod convened in May 1923. This gathering began by defining its attitude to the Soviet government. It recognizes the justice of the social revolution. It sees in the Soviet power the force that is leading the world to fraternity, equality and peace among nations. It condemns the counter-revolution, and treats the anathema of Patriarch Tikhon as invalid. It then denounced the patriarchal church in no uncertain terms. Declared Tikhon deposed and the patriarchate abolished, established the Supreme Council of the Russian Orthodox Church as the highest ecclesiastical authority, dissolved the monasteries and adopted various reforms including the marriage of bishops and the Gregorian calendar. The jargon of our days on the lips of the Red Fathers, wrote a correspondent of Jezvestia signing. Yes. Himself unbeliever, sounds the death knell of the Tikhonite Church. For the moment the triumph of the living church and its associate group seemed complete. But this victory proved a turning point. The Soviet authorities had no intention of committing themselves unconditionally to their new protégés. What motives weighed most strongly in the new shift of policy is uncertain. At home the living church had failed to appeal to the peasant who was traditionally attached to ancient religious forms. It was no accident that the change of course came at a moment when the party was particularly conscious of the need to strengthen then the link between the proletariat and the peasantry, and a party congress had just referred, in this context, to the dangers of antagonizing the religious feelings of believers. The persecution of Tikhon and the patriarchal church had been the subject of intensive propaganda abroad, where the living church was 1. Documented accounts of the synod are given in Orientalia Christiana. Rome, number 11, September-November 1924, pages 22-6, number 46, June 1928, pages 32-40, and in M. Spinka, The Church and the Russian Revolution, N.Y. 1927, pages 232-49, brief reports of it appeared in Pravda, 5, 8, May 9, 1923. 2 Izvestia, May 5, 1923. 3 See the Interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 26. The Changing Outlook 55. Missed as a mere tool of the Soviet government. In the mood of conciliation which followed the Curzon ultimatum, a policy less obnoxious to the outside world had its appeal. It seemed that the ends which the Soviet government had in view could be achieved, not by the cooperation hitherto practiced with the living church, but by a similar compromise with Tikhon and the patriarchal church. This, after a year of persecution and repression, was no longer unattainable. On June 26, 1923, Tikhon, whose impending trial had been several times announced, signed a confession of his hostility to the Soviet authorities and anti-Soviet acts, admitting that these had been correctly stated in the charges brought against him and that the sentence on him had been in accordance with the criminal code. He expressed repentance for his actions and petitioned to be set free. He declared that henceforth I am no longer an enemy of the Soviet government, and that he had completely and decisively severed all connections with monarchists at home and abroad and with counter-revolutionary white guard activities. 1 On the strength of this confession Tikhon was released and allowed to resume his former patriarchal functions. Part of the understanding clearly was that Tikhon, in renouncing his hostility to the Soviet regime, was free to reassert his claims against the living church. A fortnight after his release he made A public statement denouncing the leaders of the living church by name, and describing as a lie and a deception the pretense which they had made in May 1922 of acting with authority from underscore him. Those who had acknowledged this illegal authority were underscore invited to return into the saving bosom of the ecumenical church. Some of the leaders of the living church made their submission to Tikhon. The remaining members of the dissident E. Z. equals E. A. Ul. Ian. 1 is Vestiyat, June 27, 1923. 2 in an interview published in the Manchester Guardian on July 15, 1923. Tikhon said, "We, the members of the old church, are not now struggling against the Soviets, but against the living church." Asked why he had been liberated, he replied, "I am persuaded that, having studied my case, the government became convinced that I was no counter-revolutionary. It was suggested that I should make a public declaration of the fact, and I wrote a letter to say so." 3. A translation of the statement is in W. M. Hart, Religion in Soviet Russia, 1929, pages 129 to 31. 56. The background. Groups now reorganized themselves into a single church, the Supreme Church Administration being renamed the Holy Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church. The Soviet government thus adopted a neutral position. The dissident church, generally referred to as the Synodal Church, or the Renovators, henceforth continued to exist side by side with the older body, the Patriarchal Church, but in much diminutive-ish strength and without direct Soviet support. On the exclusively secular character of the regime, no compromise was to be thought of. Among the prescribed functions of village Soviets was the supervision of the correct observance of the laws concerning the separation of the church from the state and of the school from the church. But, though anti-religious propaganda was not abandoned, the Patriarchal Church was no longer persecuted, and was recognized, insofar as an ecclesiastical institution could be recognized by a state whose official doctrine openly denounced religion. The period from 1923 to 1925, when conciliation of the peasant was in the forefront of party policy, was also the period of greatest toleration for the Patriarchal Church. The Church, under Tikhon's leadership, took up the same attitude of qualified acceptance of the state. When Tikhon died at the age of 80 on April 7, 1925, his funeral was the occasion of a large religious demonstration which was rather ostentatiously tolerated by the Soviet authorities and reported in the Soviet press. And a few days later a pronouncement was published which purported to have been signed by Tikhon a few hours before his death, enjoining the faithful to submit themselves loyally to the Soviet power, to pray to God to aid it in its efforts for the common good, and to organize the life of the parishes independently of the politicians. The circumstances of the publication threw some doubts on the authenticity of the statement, but its content accorded with the policy pursued by Tikhon since 1923. The toleration by the state. 1 M. Spinka, The Church and the Russian Revolution, N.Y., 1927, pp. 271-2. 2 Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 82, art. 827, corresponding provisions from the decrees of the Ukrainian and White Russian republics are in p. Gigilyanov, Ordolynik Cirkvioti Gosudrstva VSSR, 3 1926, pages 18. 19. 3 Pravda, 12, April 13, 1925. 4 Ibid, April 15, 1925. AESLE. CEEYSE. The Changing Outlook 357. Of a national church was conditional on ecclesiastical recognition of the secular power. A modus vivendi had been established between the revolutionary regime and an ancient national institute. Ion. C. Literature. The party had made no pronouncement of its views on literature before the revolution. At the height of the revolution of 1905, the relaxation of the censorship prompted Lenin to write an article entitled Party Organization and Party Literature, which afterwards gave rise to contested interpretations. Lenin insisted with some emphasis on the party character of literature. For the socialist proletariat, the cause of literature cannot in general be an individual concern independent of the common proletarian cause. Down with non-party/literateurs. Down with Supermen. _ literateurs. The cause of literature must become part of the general proletarian cause. A will and cog in our single great social democratic machine set in motion by the whole conscious vanguard of the whole working class. Lenin anticipated the frenzied objection of some intellectual _ some fervent partisan of liberty that it was impossible to bring about the subordination to the collectivity of such a delicate individual matter as literary creation. Apart from the fact that the supposed liberty of the bourgeois writer was a myth, Lenin also pointed out that he was speaking only of party literature and its subordination to party control. Anyone would be free outside the party to write anything he pleased without the slightest restrictions. But the party was also free to exclude from its ranks anyone who expressed anti-party views. It was afterwards claimed that Lenin in this article referred exclusively to political writing and not to belles lettres at all. This was clearly not true. What was true was that neither Lenin nor any other party leader in 1905 contemplated a situation in which the party would have either the will or the power to establish a monopoly of literary output. He believed that the literary talents of party members, like their other talents, should be devoted to the service of the 1 Lenin, Sakhinania, 8, 387-9. 58 The background. Party, and that whatever they wrote should conform to the party line. But he assumed that non-party literature, which would be subject to no such obligations or restrictions, would continue to be written and published. Lenin was a reader of the Russian classics, but had no theory of literature. When he wrote articles on Herzen and Tolstoy, he showed himself more concerned with their social than with their literary significance. He took no interest in contemporary literary controversies. When the revolution occurred in 1917, the center of the literary stage in Russia was occupied by several schools or movements / trademark, whose widely different theories converged on one point. All were in revolt against the view of nearly all 19th century Russian literary criticism, which had treated literature as a manifestation 7. of social thought and criticism as an instrument of ideological analysis and appraisal. The new schools were at one in putting copyright form before content. Literature was based on the significant use of words, and aesthetic criticism was concerned primarily with modes of expression. This approach was shared by groups which had little else in common: symbolists, acmeists, rhythmists, futurists, and, finally, formalists, who became an organized movement only in 1916. These groups purported to represent advanced thought in literature. Some individual members of them supported the revolution. Alexander Blok, who was a symbolist and whose political affiliations were with the Social revolutionaries, wrote two famous poems which proclaimed his sympathy with the revolution. The formalists boasted the revolutionary credentials of their literary techniques. Of all the copyright groups, the futurists had the best claim to revolutionary status, partly because they had always made the bourgeoisie and bourgeois civilization a target for their shafts of ridicule and indignation, and partly because they had produced in Mayakovsky a considerable poet who found Bolshevism, at any rate in its destructive aspects, temperamentally congenial to him. Mayakovsky not only wrote and recited in public a large amount of first-rate 1. This view was exactly parallel to Lenin's attitude to religion. He believed that atheism, and even militant atheism, should be an obligation of party members, but that the state as such should tolerate religious activities, provided that these were not directed against public order. 4. Underscore V. Way. EEA. Taya. EEE. A. The Changing Outlook 59. Declamatory verse on revolutionary themes, but denounced all bourgeois art past and present in the coarsest and most unflattering terms. In the years between 1917 and 1920, when ordinary literary production and publication were almost at a standstill, and occasional poetry the main vehicle of literary expression, the revolution appeared to have found in Mayakovsky its poet laureate. Yet it was difficult to see how the ideas of futurists or formalists, however advanced in their way, could be fitted into the doctrinal framework of Marxism or be made to serve the aspirations of the proletariat. And there were from the outset Bolsheviks who believed that the dictatorship of the proletariat must evolve its own literary movements and modes of literary expression. Such views had been expressed before the revolution by Bogdanov, an independent Bolshevik who, in 1909, in association with Gorky and Lunacharsky, had founded a party school in Capri, and had crossed swords with Lenin in a famous philosophical dispute. In 1910 he had incurred Lenin's disapproval by advocating a new proletarian culture, and by proposing to develop proletarian science, to work out a proletarian philosophy, and to turn art in the direction of proletarian strivings and experience. But nobody had seriously thought of laying down one Bright, the futurist critic, called bourgeois art an exhalation from a swamp, and Mayakovsky demanded that the firing squad should give its attention to Raphael, Rastrelli, Pushkin, and other classical generals. The latter declaration provoked a protest from Lunacharsky against the destructive tendencies in regard to the past and the attempt, while speaking in the name of a particular school, to speak at the same time in the name of authority. All these statements appeared in December 1918 and January 1919 in the semi-official journal Jskousovo Communi and are quoted in V. Polinsky, Okerki Literaturnego Dvizhenia Revalyachinoye Epokai, 2nd. ed. 1929, pages 33, 249-51. 2. In an article of February 1914 Trotsky had written, "The phenomenon of futurism is the perfectly legitimate and in its way most finished crown of an epoch about which it can be rightly said, in the beginning was the word dash and in the middle and the end as well." Trotsky, Sakhinania. XX, 380. 3. Lenin, Sakhinania, 14, 297. Lenin's disapproval was evidently due in part to his suspicion that Bogdanov's proletarian philosophy would derive from Mach, his philosophical mentor. For Bogdanov's career see Literaturnia Encyclopedia, I, 1930, 526-30. 60. The background. A party line on these matters. It was not therefore surprising that Bogdanov should have emerged as the moving spirit in a new organization of representatives of proletarian culture, hence fourth known as Proletkult, which was set up on the eve of the revolution more or less independently of the party, and now enjoyed the patronage of Bogdanov's old colleague, Lunacharsky, first People's Commissar for Education. In the first months of the revolution, and especially during the Civil War, Proletkult recruited a large number of enthusiastic workers, founded local branches, encouraged proletarian poets, founded journals for the propagation of proletarian literature, and, in general, performed important work in keeping culture alive and in disseminating it among the workers. It was not in itself a literary movement, but there emerged from it early in 1920 a group of proletarian writers, who called themselves the Forge or Smithy, a name calculated to evoke the role of literature as a proletarian workshop, and issued a manifesto which they described as the red flag of the copyright platform declaration of proletarian art. This group, after a preliminary conference in May 1920, which mustered 150 supporters, was instrumental in convening in October 1920 an All-Russian Congress of Proletarian Writers, which founded an All-Russian Association of Proletarian Writers, VAPP. The views of Bogdanov, which dominated the activity of Proletkult, formed a clear and consistent whole. He conceived the dictatorship of the proletariat as advancing on three parallel but distinct lines: political, economic and cultural. Its political organ was the party, its economic organ the trade unions, its cultural organ Proletkult. Literature, like politics or economics, was a class activity, but was sovereign in its own sphere, hence it was inappropriate that Proletkult should be in any way subordinate. 1 Ibid 9, 1935, 300, and 9-11, which names Polinsky, Pletnev and Kurgent-Sev as the other leading figures in Proletkult. Polinsky was a historian and literary critic, Kurgent-Sev a party intellectual who was active in the Central Institute of Labor, see the Interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 93, and was, at different times Palpred in Sweden and Italy, Literaturnia Encyclopedia, v. 1931, 187-9, for Pletnev cp 74 below. 2 Ibid, v. 1931, 703-7, the manifesto is quoted in V. Polinsky. Okerki. Literaturnego Dvizhenia Revalyachinoye Epokai, 2nd ed. 1929. Pages 52-3. ESEEOEE. The Changing Outlook 61. To the party. Bogdanov even maintained that Proletkult, being exclusively proletarian, was more advanced than the party which, as a political organ, was bound to take account of the alliance with the petty bourgeois peasantry. In a phrase which was afterwards quoted against him, he described the proletarian writers as immediate socialists. Proletkult thus has the positive role of acting as pacemaker of the revolution. Bogdanov did not, like the futurists, attack the culture of the past, but believed that the proletariat was capable of taking it over and assimilating it without the current aid of bourgeois writers. His position in this respect was analogous to that of supporters of workers' control in the factories who decried the employment of specialists. During the Civil War, Proletkult and its supporters remained in the ascendant, partly because the prevailing political mood favored a utopian faith in anything proletarian, and partly because the political leaders had little attention to give to anything not immediately related to the problem of survival. But Lenin's Disapproval of Bogdanov's doctrines was never in question. Lenin had no doubt that art and literature were part of the structure of society in the Marxist sense, and had social foundations which made it impossible to treat them as an autonomous activity divorced from economics and politics. Far from taking the lead, it seemed clear to Lenin that the cultural arm must necessarily lag behind. The cultural task cannot be discharged as rapidly as the political and military tasks. Bogdanov's demand for independence, and his insistence on literature as an animating force in the dictatorship of the proletariat smacked of idealism. His claim that the proletariat was right to take over and develop. One for a full account of Bogdanov's views, with references to his writings. C. V. Polinsky, Okerki Literaturnego Dvijini Revalyachinoye Epokai. 2nd ed. 1929, pages 56-71. 2. Trotsky, seeking to explain the poverty of current literature, observed, in reply to the reproach that there were no Belinskys, that if Belinsky were alive he would probably be a member of the Politburo. L. Trotsky, Literatura. I Revalyatsia 1923, p. 155. 3. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVII, 51. Trotsky developed the same thesis in an article on proletarian culture and proletarian art. The Russian proletariat had, through the circumstances of the revolution, come into power before it had time to assimilate bourgeois culture, and must now, first of all, make good this deficiency. L. Trotsky, Literatura I Revalyatsia 1923, p. 144. 62. The background. By its own unaided efforts the heritage of bourgeois culture seemed as presumptuous as other utopian dreams of the period of war communism. To call the proletarian writers immediate socialists was a glaring example of the skipping of stages which was so contrary to the Marxist doctrine of revolution. Already in 1919 Lenin had proclaimed a relentless hostility to all inventions of intellectuals, to all proletarian cultures, and, as soon as the military situation eased and victory was in sight, he quickly found an opportunity to reassert his disapproval of Bogdanov's pretensions. At a Komsomol Congress in October 1920 he insisted that we can build communism only from that sum total of knowledge of organizations and of institutions, with the store of human powers and resources, which have been bequeathed to us by the old society. He reminded his audience that Marx had arrived at his conclusions by a thorough study of capitalist society and by dint of making fully his own everything, which earlier science could give, and he went on to define his attitude towards proletarian culture. Proletarian culture is not something that suddenly springs from nobody knows where, and is not invented by people who set up as specialists in proletarian culture. Proletarian culture is the regular development of those stores of knowledge which mankind has worked out for itself under the yoke of capitalist society, of feudal society, of bureaucratic society. Lenin instructed Lunacharsky to take steps, at a Proletkult Congress held in the same month, to put Proletkult in its place as a subsidiary department of the People's Commissariat of Education. Nerkompros, without independent status and powers. Lunacharsky failed to carry out these instructions, saying at the Congress the opposite of what, according to Lenin, he had undertaken to say, and maintaining that Proletkult must preserve its quality of independent activity. Lenin then brought the issue before the Party Central Committee. A resolution was drafted, by the last paragraph of which the Congress would decisively reject as theoretically incorrect and practically harmful all attempts of 1. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXIV, 305. 2. Ibid, XXV, 384-5, 387. 3. Izvestia, October 8, 1920. ACC POEASOSS. CTEA. NEOEEAEOEAB. OEAEI. The Changing Outlook 63. Proletkult to invent its own special culture, to confine itself within its own particular organizations, or to set up an autonomous domain of Proletkult within the institutions of NAR. Kompros, and Bukharin and Pokrovsky were entrusted with the task of piloting it through the Congress. 1. This was duly done, and Bogdanov withdrew from the Central Committee of Proletkult. But, though Proletkult never recovered its former prestige, the APP remained to uphold, in face of increasingly active opposition, the doubtful cause of proletarian literature. The year 1921 was a turning point on the literary, as on the economic, front, and heralded the growth of a new outlook on the world of literary creation. If NEP meant a retreat from the uncompromising assertion of proletarian principles and a compromise with the forces of capitalism, the way seemed open for a corresponding recognition of pre-revolutionary literary values and traditions. In Soviet Russia, the month of February 1921 saw the foundation of a new literary movement of a different character from any of its predecessors. 12 young writers of bourgeois origin formed a group calling themselves the Serapion Brothers. The name was borrowed from one of Hoffman's tales, and indicate that they professed no common political allegiance, but only a common allegiance to art. What united them and constituted their importance was that, far from rejecting the past, they were ready to model themselves on the classics of Western and Russian literature, and regarded themselves as bearers of an existing literary tradition rather than as creators of a new one. In opposition both to the futurists and to the smithy, they stood for the principle of continuity. Among the Serapion brothers, who were destined to fame in Soviet literature, were Vsevolod, Ivanov, Fedin, Kaberin, Nikitin, Zoshchenko, and the formalist critic, Shklovsky. Their publications in the first year of their existence included an Al/Manak and 3 numbers of a journal, entitled Literaturny Zapiski. But the Brotherhood would have 1. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXV, 409, 636-7, note 197. 2. The main sources relating to the Serapion brothers are collected in American Slavic and East European Review, 8, 1949, 47-64, the account. In V. Posner, Panorama de la literature russe contemporaine, 1929. Pages 324-7, is by a former member of the group. 64. The background exercised no great influence if its formation had not coincided with a fresh official initiative in the literary field. In 1921 a state publishing house, Gossesdot, was founded, though it was several years before it acquired a monopoly of publishing. A decision of even greater immediate importance. It was a symptom of the general abandonment of unconditional hostility to the traditions of the past was to establish in Petrograd 2 monthly literary journals on the lines of the thick journals of the pre-revolution era period. The first of these, edited by party member Vorinsky, began to appear in May 1921 under the title Krasnaya Nov. It was not originally an exclusively literary journal. The first issue contained, in addition to Vsevolod Ivanov's story of the Civil War partisans, Lenin's article in defense of NEP, on the tax in kind, and articles by Rodek and Krupskia. But the literary items always came first, and, as more new authors came on the scene and the public taste for literature of the familiar kind declared itself, The literary section came to predominate, and the major part of successive issues was devoted to prose fiction with an admixture of poetry and memoirs. Babel, Pilniak, Vsevolod Ivanov, Katet, and Fedin were among those who in this way acquired fame as the new lights of Soviet literature. The second journal, entitled Peshet a Revolutsiya, and described as a journal of literature, art, criticism, and bibliography, counted among its editors Luna Charsky, Pokrovsky the Marxist historian, and Polinsky, a Marxist literary critic. It followed the same general line, and appealed to the same public, as Krasnyanov, though with less attention to current literary output. The place in Soviet society of the contributors in these new literary journals was easy to define. The essence of NEP was not to reject or destroy capitalist forms, but to use them for the eventual advancement of socialism, and this, too, had its literary application. Even under war communism, the employment of members of the bourgeoisie, first as military specialists, and later as specialists in administration and industrial management, had made great strides, which were rapidly consolidated under NEP. The argument for utilizing the services of bourgeois writers, who were willing to work under the new regime, and in a spirit not unfriendly to it, became irresistible. It was Trotsky who, in the AEKN 1G Ode, said AE said VEEAES, DUE 20 tals. AE. The Changing Outlook 65. Underscore subsequent controversy aroused by their work, described them, in a phrase which stuck, as not artists of the proletarian revolution, but its artistic fellow travelers. The fellow travelers were almost all young men between 20 and 30. Having no pre-revolutionary past, they were molded by the revolution and, underscore while uncommitted to communist doctrine, accepted the revolution as an event in the history of the nation. Several of their best novels, beginning with Fedin Cities and Years of 1924, wrestled with the problem of the adaptation of the young bourgeois intellectual to the revolution and its values. But the secret of their popularity lay in their treatment of revolutionary themes in traditional literary forms. In this sense they stood for the continuity of Russian literature, and represented a reaction both against the proletarian writers, who claimed to create a specifically proletarian literature, and against stylistic innovators like the futurists and the formalists, who regarded the literary methods and techniques of the past as obsolete. In a society which had begun to tire of the cult of innovation, they enjoyed an immediate success. But the fellow travelers represented historical continuity in underscore more than the formal or purely literary sense. In accepting the revolution shorn of its communist doctrine and of its proletarian basis, they insensibly transformed it into a national revolution in the Russian tradition. The fellow travelers, in Trotsky's analysis, fell into the category of Soviet narodniks. They were all more or less inclined to look over the head of the worker and fix their cause with hope on the peasant. For Pilniak, whose Naked Year, published in 1921, was the first major work of a fellow traveler. Underscore the revolution was a disorderly tumult, an upsurge of primitive peasant revolt in the style of Pugachov, sweeping away a corrupt urban civilization. The national strain was, from the first, strong. In Pilniak, his attitude was recorded in a diary of 1923 which he allowed to be published in a symposium in the following year. I am not a communist and therefore do not acknowledge that I ought to be a communist and write as a communist. I acknowledge that. 1 L. Trotsky, Literatura I Revolutsiya, 1923, p. 41. 2 Ibid, pages 41-2. Elsewhere, Ibid, p. 164, Trotsky refers to a peculiar neo-narodnичество as characteristic of all fellow travelers. A. 66 The background. The communist power in Russia is determined not by the will of the communists, but by the historic destinies of Russia, and, insofar as I want to follow, according to my ability and as my conscience and mind dictate, these Russian historical destinies, I am with the communists. That is, insofar as the communists are with Russia, I am with them. One acknowledge that the destinies of the Russian Communist Party are far less interesting to me than the destinies of Russia asterisk. Distinctly Slavophil motives appeared in nearly all Pilniak's later novels. In Three Capitals he glorified pre-Petrine Russia and reviewed the familiar contrast between the decadent civilization of the West and wild, uncultivated, vital peasant Russia. In Mother Earth the native Scythians clearly have the best of the argument against European communists. Vsevolod Ivanov, one of the first Soviet writers to turn to Soviet Asia for his themes, was anti-rational as well as anti-Western, exalting crude physical force above the sophistication of the intellect, and interpreting the revolution in terms of the healthy uncorrupted strength of the copyright Russian peasant. The legacy of Bakunin seemed to have displaced the legacy of Marx. Leonov, a more sophisticated fellow traveler, who drew his initial inspiration from Dostoevsky, depicted, in his novel The Badgers published in 1925, a group of peasant guerrillas who refuse to submit to communist rule and are anti-copyright. 1 Pisately ob is by Osebe, number 1, 1924, pages 83-4, no further number. Bears of this publication are known to have appeared. The flavor of Pill Yak's view emerges from a speech put into the mouth of an illiterate village elder in the Naked Year. Russia fell under the Tatars, there was the Tatar yoke. Russia fell under the Germans, there was the German yoke. Russia has a mind of her own. The German has a mind, but his mind is foolishness. Well informed about WCS. I say at the meeting, there is no such thing as the International, but there is a Russian People's Revolution, revolt and nothing else. Like in the days of Stepan Timofeyevich and Karl Marxov, they ask. A German, I say, and therefore a fool. And Lenin, I say, is of the peasants, a Bolshevik, and you, I suppose, are communists. Therefore, I say, sound the alarm of freedom from the yoke. The Jan for the peasants. Down with the merchants. Down with the landowners. The fleecers. Down with constituent assembly. We want a Soviet of the land, where all may come who will, and decide under the open sky. Down with tea, down with coffee, there small beer. Let there be truth and right. Moscow is our capital. Believe in what you like, in any blockhead you please. But the communists, too, down with them. The Bolsheviks, I say, will make good by themselves. The Changing Outlook 67. Underscore mainly put down by Soviet troops. But the leader of the Badgers appears to have the last word. We are millions, we give bread and blood and strength. We are the land and we shall destroy the city. At the height of NEP these were burning topical issues. The best of the fellow travelers presented them with an ambivalence, which was probably the product of their own divided minds, as underscore well as of tactical discretion. But the fellow travelers reflected the ideology of those who saw in NEP a salutary submission to the overwhelming resistance of the Russian peasant, and for whom underscore the revolution seemed first and foremost a gesture of revolt against the intrusion of the West into the Russian national tradition. To accept the revolution while rejecting communism led inevitably to this conclusion. About the same time as the fellow travelers began to win recognition in Soviet Russia, a corresponding movement occurred among Russian émigrés abroad. These new bourgeois collaborators abroad differed from the fellow travelers at home in having a past record of hostility to the revolution to be renounced and underscore expunged, and for this reason, unlike the fellow travelers, they found it necessary to work out a theoretical justification for so paradoxical a step as a working compromise with the Soviet regime. In July 1921, a group of émigrés published in Prague a volume of essays entitled Smena Veek, A Changing of Land. Underscore Marx. The theme of the essays was the need for reconciliation between the Soviet regime and the Russian émigrés of former regimes, and the argument was based on the essentially Russian character of the revolution and of the regime resulting from it. The leader of the group, Ostrilov, stated the argument in its underscore most uncompromising form. No, neither we nor the people can properly evade our direct responsibility for the present crisis, for its dark, as for its bright. 1. The critic Polinsky wittily compared the attitude of the fellow travelers to the revolution with the attitude of Dostoevsky's Shatov to God. Shatov believed in Russia and in orthodoxy, and believed that Christ will come again in Russia, but when challenged about his belief in God replied, I shall believe in God. V. Polinsky, Os Verminoy Literature 1928. p. 73. 68. The background aspects. It is ours, it is genuinely Russian, it is rooted in our psychology, in our past, and nothing like it can or will happen in the West, even in the event of a social revolution copied in external forms from it. And if it is mathematically proved as not altogether successful, attempts are now being made to prove that 90% of the Russian revolutionaries are non-Russians, for the most part Jews. This does not in the least refute the purely Russian character of the movement. Even if stranger hands are harnessed to it, its soul, its inner essence, is all the same for good or evil truly Russian, a movement of the intelligentsia transmuted through the psychology of the people. It is not the non-Russian revolutionaries who govern the Russian revolution, but the Russian revolution which governs the non-Russian revolutionaries, who have assimilated themselves, externally or internally, to the Russian soul in its present condition. In this interpretation, NEP became a vital turning point in the history of the revolution. It was the economic breast of Bolshevism, the adoption of measures indispensable for the economic resurrection of the country, irrespective of the fact that these measures have a bourgeois character. Taking up the description of the Kronstadt rising in the émigré press as a Russian thermidor, Ostrilov argued that the thermidor had not implied a rejection of the French Revolution, but its further progress by evolutionary means. In the same way, NEP meant that the Russian Revolution had taken the path of evolution through a transformation of the minds and hearts of its agents. The revolution, he concluded, is saving itself from its own excesses. Klyupnikov, another contributor, referring to the old charge that the Russian intelligentsia stood outside the nation and against the nation, openly invoked the tradition of Russian messianism as the basis of the reconciliation of the intelligentsia with the revolution. The Russian intelligentsia is seizing the principle of the mystic in the state, is being penetrated by the mystique of the state. Thus from being an extra state or anti-state entity, it will become a state entity, and through its mediation the Russian state will become that which it ought to be, the way of God on earth. 1. Smena Veek, Prague, 2nd ed. 1922, pages 50, 52 to 71. The theme of the reconciliation of the intelligentsia to the state, as well as the title of the volume, consciously recalled the famous volume Veek, published in 1908. 4. The Changing Outlook 69. In October 1921, a weekly journal bearing the same name, Smena 4 Veek, and preaching the same doctrine, appeared in Paris and ran regularly for several weeks. It referred with sympathy to underscore events in Soviet Russia, and cautiously praised those intellectuals who had entered the party or the service of the Soviet government. Underscore meant. It drew a sharp distinction between Bolshevism and communism, and maintained that whatever the intentions of the Bolsheviks, the irresistible forces of NEP were carrying its underscore authors along the path of their mitter. For the initiative of the Smena Veek provoked an ambivalent underscore response from the Soviet side. The original Smena Veek was noticed on successive days, 3 months after its publication in Prague, by Izvestia and Pravda. The latter observed with cautious underscore satisfaction that its authors were placing new landmarks on the underscore path of the rapprochement of the intelligentsia with the revolution, and that others would have to follow. It was impossible to welcome wholeheartedly an acceptance of the revolution which so openly assumed that the revolution had abandoned its early underscore ideals. An idealist view of the Bolshevik revolution as a unique underscore expression of the Russian soul was utterly alien to everything believed and professed by the makers of the revolution, and the interpretation of NEP as an evolution of Bolshevism in the direct underscore of bourgeois moderation was bound to be anathema to those who upheld NEP as a tactical maneuver through which the aims of Bolshevism could be more surely achieved. Nevertheless, the breach in the anti-Soviet front of the Russian emigration was a bold point for the regime both at home and abroad, and by a group of Russian intellectuals who had embraced orthodoxy, which attacked the Russian intelligentsia for its estrangement from the Russian nation. In the Bolsheviks and through Bolshevism, wrote Ostrilov. Shortly afterwards, the Russian intelligentsia overcomes its historical apostasy from the people and its psychological apostasy from the state. And Ostrilov, Pod Zenikom Revolucji 2nd ed. 1927, pages 257 to 8. 1. Smena Veek, Paris, number 3, November 12, 1921, number 13, January 21, 1922. The last issue to appear was number 20 of March 25, 1922. 2. Izvestia, October 13, 1921, Pravda, October 14, 1921. 3. Ostrilov and his group, as Lenin indignantly said in March 1922 at the 11th Party Congress, offered their support to the Soviet regime on the ground that it has taken the path along which it is traveling towards ordinary bourgeois power. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVII, 243. 70. The background would facilitate the reconciliation of former bourgeois intellectuals to their new role as loyal servants of the Soviet government. The Smedovikovsky, like the fellow travelers, could not be ignored, and, while not admitted to the fold, could be used to further its ends. Bukharin dubbed them friends in inverted commas. The significant fact about the Smenovik movement was the immediate response which it evoked in intellectual circles in Soviet Russia. The volume of 1921 was reprinted in a Soviet edition, and 2 volumes of essays commenting on it appear in the following year. Lenin in 1922 admitted that the Smenovik OC expressed the mood of thousands and tens of thousands of bourgeois of all sorts and Soviet officials who participate in our new economic policy. At the 12th Party Congress a year later, Stalin reiterated that the movement had acquired a mass of supporters among Soviet officials. Nor was the source of its popularity in doubt. An early article in Krasnino dubbed the Smenovik National Bolshevik Stalin directly connected the movement with the growth of Great Russian Chauvinism, which he treated as a sinister product of NEP-registered Bukharin, denounced it as Caesarism under the mask of revolution, and quoted Ustrilov as admitting that his followers were not socialists and were actuated first and foremost by the patriotic idea. In days when appeals to the continuity of Russian history were still heretical, a writer could incur the sobriquet of crypto Smenovik by quoting precedents for current policy from Acts of Peter and Catherine the Great, or by saying that Moscow was once more gathering the Russian lands around her as in the 16th century registered the Smenovik like the fellow travelers, _1 and Bukharin, Proletarsky Revolyutsky I Kultura, 1923, pages 5-6. 2. V. Polinsky, Okerki Laternator Nagodvijini Revolyuchinoi. Epochai, 2nd ed. 1929, pages 291-2, lists these items under NOS 23, 29, and 30. Of his bibliography, copies have not been traced. 3. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVII, 243. 4. Stalin, Sakhinania, v. 244. 5. Krasnino, number 3, September-October 1921, p. 271. 6. Stalin, Sakhinania, vy, 244-5. 7. For Bukharin's article, see pages 332-3 below. 8. Planovi Hozyaispo, number 1, 1925, pages 263-5, Bolshevik, no 5-6. 21-2, March 25, 1925, pages 115-25. F. For the Changing Outlook 71. Were sometimes accused of being Slavophiles. And, though the charge was unjust, most of them were basically Western in outlook. It had its foundation in their eagerness to treat the revolution as a specific episode in Russian history. As time went on, they were less concerned to disown the socialist character of the revolution than to assert its national character. Ustrilov returned to the Soviet Union and settled in Harbin, where he was employed in the education department of the Chinese Eastern Railway. In the winter of 1925-6 he visited Moscow and was politely, though critically, received. After the middle 1920s the movement lost its importance and faded away. But, it had served its purpose, and helped to prepare the way for the reconciliation of the revolutionary and the national tradition, which was a condition and concomitant of socialism in one country. A third movement of the intelligentsia, taking shape primarily in emigre circles, but shared to a greater or less extent by groups in Soviet Russia, was what came to be known as the Eurasian movement. Alexander Blok in his poem The Scythians, written in Petrograd in January 1918, depicted the Russians as Scythians, looking towards the old world of Europe with a mingled emo. 1. Of hatred and love, but ready to call in the hordes of Asia to redress the balance if their overtures were repulsed. The poem, inspired by a mood of defiance of the Germans at the time of the Brest-Litovsk negotiations, had wider implications, and made an enormous impression. It was a mood which reflected familiar currents of Russian thought, ambivalence towards Europe and Slavophil faith in the primitive virtues of peasant Russia. In Con. 1. A contributor to Ruskaya Istorическая literatura y Klasovum. Oskshini ed. V. Polinsky, I. 1927, 54, wrote that many of their articles could have been signed by Ivan Aksakov. 2. N. Ustrilov, Podzinakom Revolyutsky, 2nd ed. 1927, p. 9, the visit to Moscow was the occasion for a hostile critique of the Smenovik movement. In Planovi Hozyaispo, number 6, 1926, pages 215-33. 3. It was written between 15-28 and 17-30 January 1918, at the moment of Trotsky's second appearance at Brest-Litovsk, A. Block, Sakhinania, v. 1933, 21-4, 134-45. By the time it was published in Znamya Shruta, the Left SR Journal, on February 20, 1918, the negotiations had been broken off, and the German advance resumed. 72. The background. Destructive anarchism, and in Russia's peculiar mission to revivify a decadent Western world. After the publication of Bloch's poem, the name Scientism, Skifspo, came to be applied, not to a literary movement, but to a tendency which inspired many writers in the first years of the revolution. Politically it was associated with the left SRs as the modern representatives of the Mrd. It was reflected in two famous poems of 1918, Bely's Christ is risen and Essence Janonaya, and in the popularity among poets and writers of those years of Stenka and Pugachov, the great leaders of Russian peasant revolt. It was systematized by the SR literary critic Ivanov Razumnik, and survived to influence fellow travelers like Vsevolod Ivanov and Pilniak. But the most important theoretical development of Scientism occurred abroad. In 1921 an emigre group published in Sofia a collection of essays under the title The Way Out to the East, de Crypt in its subtitle as a declaration of the Eurasians. A short opening manifesto maintained that Russia is not only West, but East, not only Europe, but Asia, and even not Europe but Eurasia, and described revolutionary Russia as a former European province now in revolt against Europe. It concluded by asking whether the revolution portended the assimilation of Russia to Western culture or the birth of a new Eurasian culture. The revolution was condemned insofar as it came from the West, but welcomed insofar as it cut off Russia from the West. Another article attacked Romano-Germanic civilization for its claim to represent universal culture and for its chauvinism masquerading as cosmopolitanism. Another, consciously or unconsciously borrowing from the geopolitical speculations of Mackinder, opposed the continental idea of an economically self-sufficient Eurasia to the oceanic idea of worldwide trade. The critic Polinsky had called Scientism the cult penetrated official circles. Pravda, January 27, 1925, published a long article by Pokrovsky on the 150th anniversary of the execution of Pugachov, 10-21 January 1775. 2. Iskoke Vostoku, Sofia, 1921, a further symposium entitled N.A. Pyutyak appeared in 1922. These volumes both carried the subtitle of Verge Deni Evrochietsev. Several issues of a periodical entitled First Evrochieski Verminik, and later Evrochieski Chronika, as well as a number of miscellaneous publications, appeared in Prague between 1923 and 1930. The Changing Outlook 73. Decadence of Slavophilism. 1. The Eurasians inherited from the Slavophils their belief in the decadence of Western culture, and their dislike of the Western elements in Russian culture. They had the same affinities as the Smenovik movement with Slavophilism, and preached the same indigenous interpretation of the Russian revolution, and the Smedovikovцы, for their part, were quick to welcome the Eurasians as allies. In her revolutionary ideology wrote Ostrilov, in this audacious, specifically Eastern interpretation of Western Marxism, Russia expectedly and miraculously realizes her immemorial historic Eurasian mission. The Eurasians differed from the Slavophils, whom they condemned as narrowly national, in appealing to the alliance of the non-European world, but conceptions of a self-sufficient Russia, turning her back on Europe and relying on her firm foothold, among the peoples of Asia could be easily accommodated in the strange amalgam of socialism in one country. These movements for the qualified reconciliation of the Russian intelligentsia, both inside and outside Soviet Russia, with the Soviet regime were sufficiently important to be discussed in August 1922 by the 12th Party Conference which, on the motion of Zinoviev, passed a resolution on anti-Soviet parties and tendencies. It attributed these processes of collapse, disintegration and regrouping in the anti-Soviet camp to two factors: the hiving off of certain groups of the bourgeois intelligentsia and the process of the partial restoration of capitalism within the framework of the Soviet state, bringing about the growth of elements of the so-called new bourgeoisie. It devoted a special paragraph to the Smedovikovцы. The so-called Cernanovik movement has so far played, and may continue to play, an objectively progressive role. It has welded together, and is welding together, those groups of the emigration and of the Russian intelligentsia which have made their peace with the Soviet power and are ready to work with it for the restoration of the country. To this extent, the Smenovik tendency has deserved, and deserves, a. 1 P. Polinsky, O Sovereign Literature, 1928, p. 52. 2 N. Ostrilov, Podzinakom Revolucji, 2nd ed. 1927, p. 188. H.S.R.I4. 74 The background. Positive response. But at the same time it should not be forgotten for a moment that there are within the Smenovik movement strong bourgeois restoration strains, that the Smedovikovцы share with the Mensheviks and SRS the hope that economic concessions will be followed by political concessions in the direction of bourgeois democracy, etc. While the resolution expressed apprehension of the dangers involved and continued to denounce foreign capitalists, SRS and Mensheviks, its main practical recommendations were constructive. The party was to take advantage of the splitting process, which had begun within the anti-Soviet groups in order to make a serious approach to every group, formerly hostile to the Soviet power, which now showed the slightest sincere desire to give real assistance to the working class and the peasantry in the restoration of the economy, the raising of the cultural level of the population, etc. The resolution named writers, poets, etc. side by side, with representatives of technology, science, and the teaching profession as worthy of systematic support and working cooperation. Every attempt was to be made to promote the crystallization of such tendencies and groups as display a real desire to help the workers and peasant state, plus the qualified, but nonetheless decisive, encouragement by the Party Conference of August 1922 of literary fellow travelers did not pass without opposition from those who still strove to uphold the purity of proletarian art. Since the disgrace of Bogdanov, the leading figure in Proletkult had been one Pletnev, once a carpenter by trade and an old party member, who had become a writer of stories and plays, one of the few authentic proletarian writers. In September 1922 Pravda published an article by Neb in which, while avoiding Bogdanov's error of demanding the independence of literature from the party, he once more pleaded that the task of creating a proletarian culture can be carried out only by the forces of the proletariat itself. This covert attack on the fellow travelers incurred the displeasure of Lenin, who covered the page of Pravda containing Pletnev's article with disapproving annotations. A month later Pravda printed a reply to 1 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 463-7. 2 Literaturnia Encyclopedia, 8, 1934, 691-2. The Changing Outlook 75. Pletnev by another party member Yakovlev, to whom Lenin's notes had apparently been communicated. Pletnev's thesis was roundly condemned on the basis of a comparison between fellow travelers and specialists, the mistake which comrades made in 1918-19 about military specialists, and later about specialists in industry, is mechanically transferred by Pletnev to the sphere of culture. The snub to Pletnev was a further blow to Proletkult, which, though it continued to exist as a section of Nerkomprose, played no role in subsequent literary controversies. The employment and integration into Soviet society of former bourgeois intellectuals who were prepared to accept and serve the new regime was a natural and necessary corollary of NEP, and could no more be rejected in the name of proletarian culture than could the employment of specialists on the plea of workers' control. But, once this policy was adopted, a new doctrine, or at any rate, a new emphasis in doctrine, gradually emerged. The conception of the national revolution, while it did not replace that of the proletarian revolution, proved a valuable supplement to it. Resistance to the intrusion of fellow travelers and Smenovik OC into the preserves of Soviet literature did not end with the elimination of Proletkult, but was resumed in a new form. What finally disappeared in 1922 was the claim for an autonomous proletarian culture promoted by an organization outside the party. This was now replaced by a more insidious demand that the cause of proletarian literature should be espoused by the party itself, and vigorously asserted against fellow travelers and other groups outside the party. The first move in this new process occurred in December 1922, when a group of young men broke away from the smithy to found a new and more advanced group which won. The dates of the articles in Pravda were September 27th and October 25th, 1922. Lenin's annotations were published, with a facsimile of the page of Pravda, in Voprosi Kultury Pri Diktatur Proletariata, 1925. Lenin continued in his last writings to drive home his case against Bogdanov. The persistence of illiteracy was a menacing warning and reproach to those who were floating, and still float, in the empyrean of proletarian culture, and very much had still to be done in order to attain the level of the ordinary civilized state of Western Europe. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVII, 387. Yakovlev renewed his attack in an article in Pravda, January 1, 1923, entitled Menshi Vism in Proletkult Garments. 16 The background. They called October, and through which they hoped, having conquered the leadership of BAPP, to impose their literary policies on the party. From this point onwards, literary questions became a matter of controversy in the party itself and played a minor role in the party struggles of the ensuing period. But these developments lay in the future. Down to 1924 or 1925 the fellow travelers continued to dominate Soviet literature and enjoyed the virtually unqualified confidence of the party leaders. It was through them that the ideals and policies of socialism in one country found popular literary expression. Increased toleration for non-communist literary groups or individual writers sympathetic to the regime did not, of course, imply any relaxation of the ban on publications hostile to the regime. Lenin, having assured Clara Zetkin that every artist, everyone who regards himself as such, has the right to create freely, in accordance with his ideal, independently of anything, quickly added, but, of course, we are communists, we cannot sit with folded hands and let chaos develop as you please. Indeed, it was at this time that the ban became absolute, and could be rigidly enforced. Censorship of the traditional kind was perhaps scarcely exercised or required, for facilities were rarely available for the publication of works liable to incur official disapproval. But Lunacharsky enunciated the principle, at the moment of the introduction of NEP, in the first issue of Peshitai Revalyatsia, with an outspokenness which left no room for doubt. We in no way shrink from the necessity of applying censorship even to Bell's Lettre, since under this banner and beneath this elegant exterior poison may be implanted in the still naive and dark soul of the great mass of people, which is constantly ready to waver and, owing to one these events will be dealt with in part IIT in the following volume. 2 C. Zetkin, Erinnerungen and Lenin, Vienna, 1929, pages 12 to 13. Trotsky defined his view of the relation of the state to literary groups at this time as follows, while putting above everything the criterion for the revolution or against the revolution, to give them complete freedom on their own ground. L. Trotsky, La Révolution Treaty, ND 1936, p. 206. This appeared to exclude neutrality as a permissible attitude for the writer. 2a. Yes. C. LPS. OSA. The Changing Outlook 77. The two great hardships of the journey, to throw off the hand which is leading it through the wilderness to the promised land. Point 4. The year 1922 was apparently the last in which a few publications of an unpopular character openly opposed to the Soviet regime still saw the light, notably a theoretical economic journal, Economist, which still professed the principles of J.E. Safer, Capitalism, and an almanac entitled Shipovnik, a revival of a pre-revolutionary title, to which the philosopher-theologians Bird, Yev, Bulgakov, and Stepan, the poet Kadashevik and the critic Eichenwald contributed, as well as some of the recognized fellow travelers. Point 2. Thereafter these hostile voices were silent in Soviet Russia, and most of those who had raised them went into voluntary exile. Criticism henceforth would be couched only in the form of divergent interpretations of the official line, not of open challenges to it. Another form of censorship which later became frequent and important seems to have made its first appearance about this time, the withdrawal from circulation of publications which, though originally issued with full party or official approval, had fallen out of date and represented views no longer accepted as orthodox. A circular of 1923 from the propaganda section of the party central committee to local party committees and sections of the OGPU recommended the withdrawal from small libraries serving the mass reader not only of out-of-date, valueless or, still more, harmful or counter-revolutionary books, but also of out-of-date agitational or informative material of Soviet origin, 1918, 1919, 1920, on questions which are at present regulated differently by the Soviet power, agrarian question, system of taxation, question of free trade, food policy, etc. Asterisk. Sharp reversals of policy were in the future to provide Soviet literary control with some of its most embarrassing problems. 1 Peshitai Revalyatsia, number 1, May-June, 1921, pages 7 to 8. 2. V. Polinsky, Okerki Literaturnikovich Inio Revalyatchinoi. Epochai, 2nd ed. 1929, pages 132 to 6. 3. According to M. Slonim, Modern Russian Literature, N.Y., 1953. p. 278, Bertiev, Bulgakov and others were placed under a ban as the result of an article by Trotsky, entitled Dictatorship, Where is Thy Wit? Denouncing their writings. 4. Quoted in Sozialistische Vestnik, Berlin, NOS 20-1, 67 to 8, 27. November 1923, pages 8 to 9. 78. The background. D. Law. A change of attitude towards law is a natural sequel to any revolution. Revolution is a revolt against legal authority, and is directed to the overthrow of an existing legal order. But, once this order is destroyed, and the victorious revolutionaries have usurped the seats of power, they quickly experience the need to set up a legal authority of their own, and they have to transform themselves from challengers and opponents of law into upholders and makers of it. The men of the French Revolution sought to change the content of the law, but they accepted the principle of the authority and continuity of law, and for them therefore the reversal of roles was relatively easy. For the Bolsheviks the transition was complicated by the fact that they, as Marxists, were committed to a specific theory of law. Law was an emanation and instrument of the state, which was the instrument of a class. Hence, in the words of the Communist Manifesto, your law is only the will of your class made into a law for all, a will whose essential character and direction are determined by the economic conditions of life of your class. It followed from this that law, like the state, would die away in the future communist classless society. Marx allowed, however, in the passage of the critique of the Gotha program in which he distinguished between the two stages of socialism, for a transitional period after the revolution, during which equal right in law is still in principle bourgeois right. This was inevitable so long as full socialism, or communism, was not achieved, for law can never stand higher than the economic order and the cultural development of society be won by it. Thus, while the regime put in power by the victory of the revolution would continue to enjoy the support of law, this law would be in essence not a socialist creation, but a bourgeois survival, destined to die away as the new order established itself. For socialist law there was no more permanent place in Marx's scheme than for a socialist state. Engels, in an article written after Marx's death, had identified the juridical view of the world with the classical bourgeois view of the world, and 1 Marx I. Engels, Sakaineia, 15, 274-5. The Changing Outlook 719. Described it as the secularization of the theological view. Lenin fully endorsed these propositions, adding, in State and Revolution, the logical writer that not only the law, but the state, which temporarily survived the revolution, would be bourgeois, though without the bourgeoisie. Point to an early Soviet textbook referred coyly to what we call Soviet law and so-called Soviet law. The workers' and peasants' government established by the October Revolution proceeded without question to exercise powers of legislation and enforcement of law. No body of men claiming to act as a government could do otherwise. But neither the first months of the revolution nor the Civil War period which followed them left much leisure for the elaboration of theory, and little that was said or done seemed incompatible with the silent assumption that law was a temporary expedient, borrowed for specific purposes from the defunct bourgeois order of society, and destined to die away as soon as socialism became a reality. The attitude of the new regime to pre-revolutionary law was not conclusively defined. An initial decree of November 1917, which abolished existing judicial institutions and set up local courts, elected or nominated by local Soviets, consisting of a judge and two lay assessors, laid it down that laws enacted by previous 1 Ibid. 16, I. 296, many years earlier, Herzen had coupled Roman law with the Catholic Church and the rule of the bourgeoisie as a trinity of evil, which Russia would never accept. Venoso Brani Sakhinidii Pizemai. Gertsina, ed. Lemke, 8, 1919, 151. To Lenin, Sakhinidii, XXI, 438. According to an earlier aphorism of Lenin, Ibid. 14, 212, law is politics, which may equally well be translated law is policy. In 1920 Lenin quoted a passage from an article written by him. In 1906, the scientific concept of dictatorship means nothing else but completely unlimited power, restrained by no laws, by absolutely no rules, resting directly on force. The concept dictatorship means nothing else but that. Ibid. 9, 119, XXV, 441. In April 1917 he defined revolutionary dictatorship as authority based on outright revolutionary seizure, on the direct initiative of the masses from below, and not on law given out by centralized state authority. Ibid. XX, 94. As late as 1926 speakers in the TSIK of the RSFSR assumed that law was in principle bourgeois law, and that there was nothing communist about any law, / Isessia Viceros. Ciescago Central Nogo Ispolitel Nogo Komitet 12 Soziva 1926, pages 134. 585. 3 Goitbarg, Osnovichas Nago Imush Chespin Nago Prava, 1924. Pages 8 to 9. 80 The background. Regimes should be treated as valid only insofar as they have not been abrogated by the revolution, and are not in contradiction with the revolutionary conscience and revolutionary consciousness of right. A second and more elaborate decree on the courts of February 1918 prescribed that existing rules of procedure should be observed unless they had been specifically repealed or unless they contradicted the consciousness of right of the toiling masses, Article 8, and that existing codes of law should be applied unless they had been repealed or contradicted socialist consciousness of right, Article 36. The latter article added that civil courts should not be limited by formal law, but should be guided by considerations of justice, rejecting those of a formal character, and that the same principle should apply to criminal courts. Point 2 The most specific provision on this point was a direct prohibition, in the third decree of TSIK on the constitution of the courts in November 1918, on the citation of enactments or judgments of former regimes, where no Soviet legislation applied. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1917 to 1918, number 4, art. 50 The decree also contained a provision for the creation of revolutionary tribunals to deal with cases of counter-revolution and profiteering. This was the beginning of the establishment of a separate system of jurisdiction to deal with political offenses, which will be discussed in part 4 in the following volume. 2 Ibid. Number 20, art. 420 The emphasis in the early period on revolutionary consciousness of right was apparently a reflection of the intuitive or psychological theory of law propounded by Petrashitsky, a pre-revolutionary jurist of cadet affiliations, which had a large following and was accepted by most social revolutionaries and by some Bolsheviks. The epithet revolutionary was introduced in order to guard against any sign that an idealist conception of right was being smuggled into Soviet legal theory. Attempts were afterwards made to attribute the important place occupied by consciousness of right in the decrees of November 1917 and February 1918 to the fact that they were promulgated during the tenure of office of Steinberg, a left SR, as People's Commissar for Justice. But this seems dubious. The most complete exposition of their theory of law by a Bolshevik jurist is in M. Reisner, Provo, Nash Provo, Inostrano Provo. 1925, extracts from which are translated in Soviet Legal Philosophy, TDS. H. Babb, Harvard, 1951, see especially pages 86 to 7. According to Reisner, Lunacharsky with the support of Lenin was responsible for the emphasis on revolutionary legal consciousness in early decrees on law. Lunacharsky, as a former follower of Bogdanov, was always suspect of leanings towards idealism. Stuka in January 1918 had written, "We have taken our stand on the point of view of the Petrashitsky school about intuitive right, but 7. The changing outlook 81. Recourse was to be had to socialist consciousness of right. Point 1 The result of these measures was afterwards described by Stuka, the influential Soviet jurist who played the largest part in drafting them, as the creation of the proletarian court without bourgeois law, but also without proletarian law, though he somewhat cryptic. Ally added that we were sufficiently cautious and did not come out against law in general. New legislation in this period was mainly of an emergency character, and often did not go beyond a solemn declaration of principle or intention. The Land Decree of 26 October/8 November 1917 provided legal cover for a spontaneous process of seizure of land by the peasants. The Decree of February 14, 1919 on the socialization of land was a theoretical proclamation in favor of collective agriculture. 2 codes of law were promulgated in 1918: a marriage code which secularized marriage and made divorce automatic on the demand of either party, and a labor code which established the principle, applicable only to former members of the bourgeoisie, of obligatory labor service, but these were thought of as pronouncements of policy rather than as definitions of legally enforceable rights and obligations. Lenin. We differ profoundly from it about the basis of that point of view. P. Stuka, 1/3 Let Bourbazier Revolution no Marxist Theory Prava. 1931, p. 10. Later he added that it had been adopted in the decree of November 1917 by necessity, and that we never declared this consciousness of right to be some mystical source of truth and justice. Ibid. p. 103. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1917 to 1918, number 85, art. 889. 2 Vestnik Kommunistiskoi Akademii, 13, 1925, 236. 3 For these decrees see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 2, pp. 41 to 3, 157 to 8. 4 For the marriage code CP 39 above. A commentary on a version of the code published in English in Moscow explained the current Soviet philosophy of law. It is understood that in giving out its codes the government of the proletariat engaged in implanting socialism in Russia does not aim at making these codes such as might hold on for a long time. It does not wish to give birth to eternal codes, or codes which would last for centuries. It constructs them so that each day of their existence should make less the necessity for their continuation as legislations of the state. It fixes for its laws one aim, namely that of making them superfluous. The First Code of Laws of the Russian Socialistic Federal Soviet Republic Moscow. 1919, p. 5. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 201 to 282. The background was quoted as having taken, in the first months of the revolution, a highly pragmatic view of law. Do not obey orders or decrees if they are harmful to the cause. Do as your conscience dictates. If as a result of the decree things turn out badly, but as a result of your actions well, nobody will blame you for that. But if you do not carry out the order or decree, and as a result of your actions things turn out badly, you will all have to be shot. And trained lawyers asked, how can we work in the new people's courts when you have no law? Civil law, in the ordinary sense of the term, scarcely existed. From November 1917 to 1922, wrote Carr, law was formally lacking * down to the copyright end of 1922, when a civil code was introduced. The number of civil cases before the courts was quite insignificant. * And in the universities it was proposed to abandon courses in branches of civil law, and to substitute courses on the corresponding branches of politics. * Another authority of the period, referring to Engels's dictum on the identity between juridical and bourgeois, declared that to overcome the fetish of law was now even more important than to overcome the fetish of religion. Copyright had not Marx written in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy, of relations of production, or, speaking juridically, property relations. Once property and the means of production was abolished, it would be unnecessary to speak a juridical language at all. Production would be regulated by administrative action. If, however, the proletarian revolution, by abrogating property rights and private commercial enterprise, seemed to have made civil law immediately superfluous, the same cavalier attitude could not be adopted towards criminal law. In the first days of the revolution, Lenin impulsively exhorted the workers to arrest and hand over to the Revolutionary People's Court anyone who won Sovetskostrojitelstvo, Spornik, 4v, 1926, 88. 2 Ibid, 4v, 92. 3 Bolshaya Sovetskaya Encyclopedia, 18, 1930, 74, Art. Grajdan. Skuprovo. 4 Agoyparg, Kurs Grajdanskogo Procesa, 1928, p. 10. 5 Sovetskogo Siderstvo Revaluatsiya Prava, no 11 to 12, 1930, pages 48 to 9. 6 Agoyparg, Osnovi Chasnago Imushchestvin Nago Prava, 1924. p. 9. AIIIATLMLE A. The Changing Outlook 83. Dares to injure the people's cause. The maintenance of order and the repression of crime were acute practical necessities which would monopolize the attention of the new courts for some time to come. Moreover, reflections on the origin and nature of crime and plans for the reform of the criminal entered into the programs of all left parties. The Bolshevik Party program, adopted in the summer of 1919, which ignored questions of civil law altogether, advocated the replacement of privation of free dom by compulsory labor with retention of freedom of prisons by educational institutions, and the establishment of comradely courts, so that measures of an educational character might ultimately be substituted for punishment. Meanwhile, more orthodox penalties continued to be applied, and in December 1919, the People's Commissariat of Justice issued a document entitled Leading Principles of the Criminal Law of the RSFSR. This was a hastily drafted document not free from contradictions and obscurities. Bourgeois codes of law, like the bourgeois state, had, it declared, been destroyed, and should be placed in the historical archives. But the experience of the struggle with its class enemies had accustomed the proletariat to uniform measures, had led to systematization, had given birth to new law, and this begging a question which lay at the root of much subsequent controversy was referred to as proletarian law. Law was, however, defined in unimpeachable Marxist terms as a system of social relations corresponding to the interests of the ruling class and secured by the organized power of that class. Crime was defined as any infraction of the order of social relations protected by the criminal law, and the function of criminal law was to protect that order by the application of penalties for such acts. The leading principles were permeated by the conception of all criminal law as a measure of defense of the social and constitutional order. Crime was explicitly described as the product not of the personal guilt of the criminal, but of the divided structure of a class society. Criminal law was a provisional expedient adopted by a transitional society until these divisions could be overcome, though only with the final destruct. 1 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXII, 55. 2 VKP, B, V Rizoliatsiak, I, 1941, 288. 84 The background of the defeated hostile bourgeois and intermediate classes. And with the realization of the communist social order, will the proletariat abolish both the state as an organ of coercion and law as a function of the state? Asterisk. Perhaps the most striking symptom of the original Bolshevik attitude to law was the mistrust of professional judges. This was scarcely surprising in a situation which left so much discretion to the revolutionary consciousness of the court, and where those who possessed expert legal knowledge were steeped in the traditions of the former regime, even if not open supporters of it. The original decree on the courts of November 1917 had prescribed that 2 assessors should sit with the judge, who acted as president of the court and was in practice primarily responsible for its proceedings. A regular system of people's assessors was worked out in the second decree of February 1918, which made it clear that the function of the assessors was to act as a check on the caprice, legal formalism, or political unreliability of the judge. They received powers to remove the president of the court at any stage of the proceedings, to overrule the conviction of a defendant, though not apparently an acquittal, or to reduce a sentence. Nor was this all. The decree made provision for the establishment of a supreme judicial control, composed of delegates from lower courts, which had the right to quash any decision of a lower court, apparently on its own initiative, and was also invited to draw the attention of the legislative authorities to any contradiction between existing law, presumably the law of previous regimes, and the people's consciousness of right. This supreme control never seems to have functioned in the form in which it was devised, but it appeared in the third and major decree of November 1918, in the form of provincial councils of people's judges elected by a provincial congress of people's judges to act as a court of appeal at the provincial level. Meanwhile, the same decree extended the system of people's assessors for major criminal charges, excluding, of course, those that came before the Revolutionary tribunals, the court was constituted by a president, with 6 assessors. The president could not be a member of a 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1919, number 66, art. 590. 2 for the 3 decrees see pages 79 to 81 above. N.A. The Changing Outlook 85. Politically disqualified group, and he was expected to have had experience either in judicial work or in trade union organization. If these stipulations were literally applied by the Soviets or Congresses of Soviets which elected the judges, courts trying important cases might easily contain no qualified lawyer. The principle was clearly stated in a report of the period by Kursky, People's Commissar for Justice. The proletariat and the poorest peasantry, having conquered political power, were inevitably bound, in order to strengthen their power, to smash the whole juridical superstructure of the bourgeois state and, consequently, the courts. Henceforth the decisive voice in the courts must rest with the workers and poorest peasants in the person of assessors elected by the Soviets. Our courts, said Lenin in 1921, are class courts, against the bourgeoisie, just as our army is a class army, against the bourgeoisie. All these developments were consonant with the implicit assumption that law was a bourgeois expedient which was convenient and necessary in the period of transition but would be gradually eliminated with the growth of socialism. Even before the end of the civil war and of the regime of war, communism, a reaction had set in against this view of the character of law. Every established regime needs to buttress its authority on law. The essence of law is that its operation should be both comprehensible and predictable, and depend as little as possible on the personal idiosyncrasies of those who have to apply it. Above all, law, in order to be effective, requires to be invested with a certain aroma of sanctity, which was conspicuously absent from the Marxist interpretation. This gradually became apparent as the new regime established itself. In March 1918, Lenin, in a draft article which, however, remained unpublished, explained that, while new courts had been essential to end the abuses of exploitation, it was also indispensable to organize the courts on the principles of Soviet institutions, i.e. to promote the strictest one for these disqualifications. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923. Volume 1, p. 152. 2 D. Kursky, Izberny Stati Rishi, 1948, p. 15. 3 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVI, 339. E. 86 The background. Development of the discipline and self-discipline of the toilers**. On the first anniversary of the revolution, the 6th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in November 1918 issued a solemn declaration to the effect that during a year of revolutionary struggle the Russian working class has evolved the fundamental laws of the RSSR, strict observance of which forms a necessary condition for the development and strengthening of the power of the workers and peasants. As a statement of fact, this might have been difficult to justify. Soviet legislation was still rudimentary **, but it betokened a new and hitherto unfamiliar recognition of the objective importance of law, undiminished by any suggestion of its bourgeois or transitional character or by any appeal to a subjective standard of revolutionary consciousness. The ground was thus prepared for a new conception of legality, which was to develop in the net period. A paragraph of the notes made by Lenin for a speech of October 1921, though he did not develop the idea in the speech itself, gave a foretaste of the new turn of thinking about law, an increase of legality. Learn to struggle in a cultured way for legality, while not forgetting the limitations of legality in revolution. The evil now is not in this, but in the confusion of illegalities **. It was now for the first time clearly seen that an established regime, however revolutionary its origin, needed the support of a stable legal order, and the sense of regularity and security inherent in law came to be exalted above the spontaneous deliveries of revolutionary intuition. But the revival of law was also specifically connected with the economic practices revived and sanctioned by NEP, and was a direct outcome of them. In order to put an end to doubts about the sincerity of the new course of economic policy, a decree of 25 August 1921 laid down the rule that contracts could be invalidated only by a court decision, and that leasing agreements 1. Ibid. XXII. 424. 2 SSD Sovtov RSFSRV Post and Obliniak, 1939, p. 119, Sobrani. Ozakonii, 1917 to 1918, number 90, art. 908. 3 Kursky in 1919 enumerated a number of enactments which justified the phrase a new criminal law. D. Kursky, Izberny Stati Rishi 1948. Pages 47 to 55. 4 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVII, 35. The Changing Outlook 87. Entered into by the Soviet authorities could be cancelled only by legislative action. Point 1 The conception of due process of law thus made its first appearance in Soviet jurisprudence in the wake of NEP. The Party Conference of December 1921 passed a resolution demanding the establishment in all spheres of life of the strict principles of revolutionary legality. A few days later Lenin echoed the phrase in his speech at the 9th All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Before us lies the task of developing private exchange. This is required by the new economic policy, and this requires more revolutionary legality. In the Civil War period, a commentator afterwards explained, Soviet organs had been bound to act on the principle of revolutionary expediency, and could not always conform to current legislative enactments. Now the opposite principle of revolutionary legality was applicable. The change was far-reaching, even abrupt. As late as February 1922, in the course of a campaign against legal formalism and red tape, Lenin wrote to Kursky, the People's Commissar for Justice: broaden the application of state intervention in private juridical relations, broaden the right of the state to annul private contracts, apply to civil law relations not the corpus juris Romani, but our revolutionary consciousness of right *. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1921, number 62, art. 455. 2 VKP, V. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 410, Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVII. 140 This seems to have been the first recorded use of a famous catchword. Encyclopedia Gosudurskaya Prava, I. 1925, 1150, states that it was coined in 1920 because some of our comrade revolutionaries were shocked by the word legality, but quotes no such early use. Lenin anticipated the idea, but not the phrase, in August 1919, when, at the height of the Civil War, he declared that, in order to destroy Kolchak and Denikin, it was indispensable to maintain the strictest revolutionary order, indispensable to observe faithfully the laws and decrees of the Soviet power. Lenin, Sakhinania. XXIB, 433. P. Stuka, 73 Let Bourbazie Revalia no Marxist Skew. Revuprava, 1931, p. 122, erroneously traced it to Lenin's memorandum of 1922 on the powers of the procurator, see pages 93 to 4 below. The word legality appears again and again in the memorandum, but without the epithet. 3 Sovetskoye Strovitelstvo, Spornik, 4v, 1926, 61-2. 4. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXIX, 419. This seems to be the last recorded use, and not for publication of the phrase revolutionary consciousness of right in a civil law context. It was used again by Lenin 3 months later. 88 The background T. But such an attitude was flagrantly incompatible with the orderly conduct of trade and business which NEP sought to promote. Revolutionary legality meant the introduction of legal security into commercial relations, and proved an effective substitute for revolutionary consciousness of right. The sphere in which this requirement weighed most heavily was that of foreign trade and of concessions to foreign firms. Chicherin on the eve of the Genoa Conference stressed the security which Soviet legislation offered to foreign trade, and this was the inspiration of a decree of 22 May 1922 on the fundamental rights of private ownership as recognized by the RSFSR, protected by its laws and upheld by the courts of the RSFSR, which proved to be a first step towards the adoption of a complete civil code in the following autumn. The year 1922 was marked by the foundation of an Institute of Soviet Law with a monthly journal Sovetskoye Pravo, the purpose of which was described by Kursky in an introductory article in the first issue as the construction of a contemporary system of Soviet law. It was thus no accident that the first 2 years of NEP were the great period of codification of Soviet law, seeing the birth of criminal, civil, agrarian and labor codes of the RSFSR. The character of the Criminal Code of May 1922 was clearly defined. It was enacted, in the words of the decree of TSIK which introduced it asterisk for the purpose of defending the workers and Ibid XXVII, 296, in defense of terror and socialist consciousness of right. Appeared not very conspicuously in the criminal codes of the RSFSR of 1922, Art 9, and 1926, Art 45. But after 1922 it was obsolescent. 1 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, p. 360. 2 Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 36, Art. 423 One of the reasons given by Kursky, the People's Commissar for Justice, for the adoption of a civil underscore code was the demand for a recognized system of legal norms put forward by Lloyd George at Genoa as a condition of regular relations with Soviet Russia. D. Kursky, /Zbrani Stati Irishi 1948, p. 71. The Supreme Council at Cannes in January 1922 had required countries aspiring to foreign credits to undertake inter alia that they will establish a legal and juridical system which sanctions and enforces commercial and other contracts with impartiality. Resolutions adopted by the Supreme Council at Cannes, January 1922, as the basis of the Genoa Conference, Command 1621 1922. p. 3. 3 Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 15, Art. 153. Ryoi. We. The Changing Outlook 89. Peasants' Government and the Revolutionary Legal Order from those who would destroy it and from socially dangerous elements, and of establishing the foundations of revolutionary consciousness of right. It followed the leading principles of 1919 in defining a crime as any socially dangerous act or omission which threatens the foundations of the Soviet regime and the legal order established by the government of the workers and peasants during the period of transition to a communist order. Article 6. It distinguished between crimes committed in the interests of a restoration of bourgeois power and those committed in the purely personal interests of the criminal, and between crimes against the state and against an individual person, and plainly regarded the former categories as more heinous than the latter. For the former, the code laid down minimum penalties which could not be reduced by the court; for the latter, maximum penalties which could not be exceeded. Articles 25, 27. The severest normal penalties prescribed by the code were expulsion from the territories of the RSFSR, deprivation of liberty with or without strict isolation, and forced labor without taking into custody. But the following article provided that, until such time as it may be abolished by the All-Russian Executive Committee, in cases where the highest measure of punishment is prescribed by articles of the present code, this is carried out by shooting. Articles 32-3. The highest measure of punishment was reserved for crimes against the state, but it was applied by the code to a substantial number of such crimes, including not only counter-revolutionary activity, but extreme forms of abuse of power by officials, the poor version of justice for interested reasons by judges, certain forms of bribery, and the appropriation of public property by officials. Articles 110-11, 114, 128, 130. The main significance of the 1. It should be noted that the rejection of any theory of the rule of law, i.e. of the legal limitation of the powers of the state as such, did not imply any leniency towards officials exceeding the limits of authority conferred on them by the law. Abuse of authority, or of an official position was punishable with 6 months imprisonment, Art 109, and illegal arrest with 1 year's imprisonment, Art 115. Crimes committed by officials always attract the special attention of the Chika and later the OGPU, for PAR. Particulars of such crimes dealt with by the Chika in 1918 and 1919 cm. Latzis, Vago de Bor by NAV Natrenum Front, 1920, pages 68-9. The first. 90 The background code was that it provided for the first time a specific list of acts which would be treated by Soviet courts as crimes and of the penalties appropriate for them, and thus substituted the precision of a code for the wide competence of revolutionary consciousness. It contained, moreover, an important innovation. The leading principles had assumed that, where the alleged crime had not been defined in Soviet legislation, the gap would be filled by the revolutionary consciousness of the court. Article 10 of the Code of 1922 instructed the court in dealing with a form of crime not defined by law, to apply by analogy the articles of the code dealing with crimes most similar to it in importance and character plus. The significance of this change was the abandonment of revolutionary consciousness as a method of filling gaps in the legislative code and the substitution of what was, at any rate in form, a legal criterion. It was a significant consequence of the new criminal code, or perhaps of the spirit in which it was administered, that increasingly severe penalties were imposed on crimes against property. In 1922, 40% of those convicted of such crimes received unconditional prison sentences. In 1923 the proportion rose to 49%, whereas the percentage of those receiving similar sentences for crimes against the person fell from 30 to 14.7 in 1922. 42% of all prison sentences were for less than 1 year, and 10% Percent for over 3 years, in 1923 the corresponding percent. Proclamation of revolutionary legality by the Party Conference of the CM. Bur 1921, CP 87 above, specifically linked it with strict responsibility, both of organs and agents of the government and of citizens for any infringement of laws enacted by the Soviet power. According to Stuka, one of the functions of revolutionary legality was to overcome the reluctance of courts to deliver judgments against official persons or institutions. Vestnik Kommunistickskoy Akademii, 13 1925, 246-7. 1. The introduction of the analogy principle met with a strong opposition. The first draft of the code had contained a clause based on the principle null opponus late, which would have limited the conception of crime to acts defined as such in the code. 3. Sessia v. Sarasiaskago Central Nogo. Ispolitelnogo Komitet 9 Soziva, Bulletin, number 3 May 17, 1922. p. 28, Kurlenko defended the change as necessary, particularly in R. times when a large number of crimes are constantly changing their character. Ibid, number 3, p. 34. 2. Agendelnik Savitskoye Stitsky, no 51-2, 1923, pages 1191-2. The Changing Outlook 91. Ages were 30 and 28.5 respectively. These changes were attributed by some to the influence of a petty bourgeois environment. It was noticed in particular that people's assessors who were peas ants, when judging cases of theft, try to discover some article under which the accused can be all but shot. This was only one example of a wide difference between sentences passed for different types of crime in town and country. Rural courts punished theft 7 times as harshly as city courts, but were far more indulgent to illicit distilling of spirit or to offenses against administrative orders. The difference corresponded broadly to the distinction between crimes against the individual and crimes against the state. The new attitudes inculcated by NEP found their strongest support in the countryside. The Civil Code * marked a more striking revival of legal conceptions. Its philosophy was defined in its first article: civil rights are protected by the law except in cases in which they are exercised in a sense contrary to the economic and social purposes for which they have been established. Any notion of natural rights was ruled out as anathema to the Soviet conception of law. Soviet jurisprudence accepted no distinction between private and public law. We do not recognize anything private, wrote Lenin. For us everything relating to the economy is a matter not of private, but of public law. Nevertheless, certain rights were conferred on individuals for economic and social purposes. These being further defined in Article 4 as to develop the productive forces of the country, and these rights would be protected by law. Within these limits the code was designed to establish revolutionary legality and to increase respect for the law. It declared the land and the means of production in nationalized industries removed forever from the sphere of private ownership. Articles 21, 22. On the other hand, it guaranteed the right to 1. BV Sarasievsky SSD Telesavitskoye Stitsky, 1924, pages 242-3. 2. Ibid, p. 244. The peasantry in general took the view that punishments for criminal offenses were not severe enough. Savshani Povo Prozam. Savitskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G. Yanber 1925, pages 64, 66. 3. D. Kursky, Izbrani Stati Rishi, 1948, p. 78. 4. For the Civil Code see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, volume 2. Pages 340-41. Its text is in Sobranio Zakonenia, 1922, number 71, art. 904. 5. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXIX, 419. 92. The background. Possess, enjoy, and dispose of property within the limits fixed by the law, Article 58. Enterprises might be leased to individuals for a maximum of 6 years. For this period there was security of tenure without guarantee for what might come after. The treatment of inheritance in the code was a significant symptom of the change of outlook. In the first flush of revolutionary enthusiasm, a decree had been passed in April 1918 to abolish the right of inheritance, though even here an exception had been made in favor of nearest relatives in respect of tools or implements used in personal labor or of other articles up to a value of 10,000 rubles. Under Articles 416 to 18 of the Civil Code of 1922 the rights of inheritance and of testamentary disposition were recognized, but the potential beneficiaries were restricted to nearest relatives, and the total amount which might be bequeathed to 10,000 rubles. The fact that virtually no change was made in the practical position made the reversal of the theory all the more conspicuous and significant. In the Civil Code Soviet law appeared for the first time, not as the assailant, but as the protector of individual rights. In this sense, it was the embodiment of the spirit of NEP, and the charter of the NEPman and of those who traded with him. An important, though less dramatic, aspect of the code was its endorsement of the principle of Ozerskate for state enterprises and its assimilation of such enterprises to the status of juridical sons. While the fixed capital of state enterprises could not be made subject to private law, their working capital could, under Article 18 of the Code, be pledged as security for debts, and they could sue and be sued in the courts in the ordinary way on contracts concluded by them. The Agrarian Code and the Labor Code were the counterparts of the Civil Code in their respective spheres. Neither the tenure of land nor the employment of labor was subject to unrestricted processes of exchange. For this reason they could not properly find their place in the Civil Code. But under NEP they acquired much of the character of civil law relations. If the Civil Code was the charter of the NEPman, the Agrarian Code was the charter of 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1917-1918, number 34, art. 456. 2. For these codes see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, volume 2. Pages 329-30, 340-41. The Changing Outlook 93. The Land-holding Peasant, and the Labor Code of the Entrepreneur and Industrial Manager and of the Free Industrial Worker. The Agrarian Code gave to the peasant a limited right of tenure over the land which he held, as well as the right, with certain reservations, to rent land and to employ hired labor. It was manifestly an expression of the new policy of concessions to the peasant, even at the expense of some return to the procedures of capitalism. The Labor Code similarly provided cover for the return to a free labor market, though less clearly than the Agrarian Code and the Civil Code a concession to bourgeois forces, which did not occupy the same predominant place in industry as in agriculture and trade. It restored the contract between employer and worker as the basis of employment, placed the sanction of dismissal once more in the hands of the employer, and recreated the reserve army of labor in the shape of chronic unemployment. It was a code under which even the managers of state industry accepted the main capitalist presuppositions regarding the relations between employer and worker. The same tendencies declared themselves in the new organization of the judicial system, which was also undertaken in 1922. It marked a strong reaction in favor of a professional judiciary and of strict observance of law. In May 1922, simultaneously with the adoption of the first criminal code of the RSFSR, the People's Commissariat of Justice introduced into TSIK a draft decree instituting the office of public prosecutor or procurator, with powers not only to decide whether a prosecution should be instituted in a given case, but to recommend the annulment or amendment of any judgment or decision, whether of a court of law or of a department of the administration, which was in contravention of the law. Uniformity in judicial decisions would thus be assured. The procurator, who became the supreme custodian of revolutionary legality, was responsible only to the People's Commissar for Justice, and appointed procurators, who were subordinate to himself, in the autonomous republics, regions, and provinces of the RSFSR. This proposal excited keen opposition in the party fraction in TSIK. A majority alleged that the right of revision accorded to the procurator contravened the rights enjoyed by local authorities under the Constitution of the I-94, the background RSFSR, and demanded that, at the least, the local procurators should be appointed under the system of dual subordination, current in Soviet administration, i.e. that they should be responsible to the local Soviet authorities as well as to the procurator of the RSFSR. At this point Lenin intervened on the side of the minority, and called for a reference of the issue to the Politburo. He argued that the system of dual subordination in administration was justified by differences in conditions between different regions. For example, the problems of agriculture in Kalyuga were not the same as in Kazan, but that legality cannot be of one kind in Kalyuga and of another in Kazan, but must be one for the Russian Republic, and indeed one for the whole Federation of Soviet republics. Rabprin had the power to revise acts of the administration from the practical standpoint. It was the business of the procurator to see that no single decision of a single local authority should part company with the law, and for this purpose a single central authority was required as a check on the copyright, ignorance or caprice of local decisions. We live, wrote Lenin, in a sea of lawlessness, and local influence is one of the greatest obstacles, if not the greatest, to the establishment of legality and civilized behavior. The debate in TSIK was noteworthy for an intervention by Skripnik, the People's Commissar for Justice of the Ukrainian SSR, who argued in vain that the rights to be conferred on the procurator would mean the abolition or diminution of the power of the provincial executive committees, and would paralyze the power of the whole Soviet system in the localities. Krylenko, Deputy People's Commissar for Justice of the RSFSR, defended the project, and made a sweeping retort to objectors, who declared that the project made a fetish of the law. We suffer from an insufficiency of proper respect for written rules, for the law as such, from an insufficiency of this fetishistic attitude, not from an excess of it. / 1 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-23. Volume 1, pages 224-5. F2. Lenin, Sakhinaya, XXVII, 298-301. The circumstances are explained. Ibid, XXVII, 544-5, note 142. 3 Sessia v Sarasiaskagok Central Nogo Ispolitel Nogo Komitet 9. Soziba, Bulletin, number 3, May 17, 1922, pages 5, 23. The Changing Outlook 95. The arguments of Lenin and of Krylenko prevailed, and the decree was adopted in the form proposed by the People's Commissariat of Justice. A blow had been struck not only for the unification of authority, but for the clothing of that NEI authority in strict legal form. The organization of the judiciary was completed by a statute of October 31, 1922, which received the approval of TSIK at the same session as the civil, agrarian and labor codes. The return to a professional judiciary was an important aspect of the revived cult of legality. As Krylenko said in submitting the text of the new statute to TSIK, after 5 years of the existence of Soviet power, especially in a period of development of civil law relations, we must renounce the principle that anyone can be a people's judge. The aims of the statute were to establish central control over appointments to higher courts and to ensure a higher degree of professional competence in those appointed. The statute moved cautiously along both these lines. In the lower courts, the people's judge, who acted as president, was elected for 1 year by the provincial executive committee and could be re-elected. But the elections took place on the nomination of the provincial court or of the People's Commissariat of Justice, and the candidate must have behind him the experience of not less than 2 years responsible political work in public, trade union, or party institutions, or 3 years practical work in Soviet judicial institutions. Articles 11-13. The people's assessors, who were the other members of these courts, were directly elected by local bodies, 50% of them being workers, 35% are peasants, and 15% are Red Army men. But no assessor could sit for more than 6 days in the year, and a commission appointed by the county executive committee could object to anyone on the road of assessors. Articles 15-28. In provincial courts, the president and his 2 deputies, one for civil, one for criminal affairs, were still formally elected by the provincial executive committee, but required the confirmation of the People's Commissariat of Justice, which also had the right equally to propose its own candidates. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 36, art. 424. 2 Sessia v Sarasiaskagok Central Nogo Ispolitel Nogo Komitet 9. Soziba, Bulletin, number 1, October 25, 1922, p. 96. The background. Articles 59-63. The assessors in provincial courts were appointed by the provincial executive committee from lists drawn up by the judicial authorities. They were required to have had the experience of not less than 2 years' work in public or trade union institutions. Article 64. At the summit, a Supreme Court of the RSFSR constituted a final court of appeal. Its president and his 2 deputies were appointed by the Presidium of the TSIK of the RSFSR. Articles 95-6. Judges were subject to disciplinary action if they delivered judgments in contradiction with the general spirit of the laws of the RSFSR and the interests of the working class. Article 112. The importance of the role of the procurator was emphasized. It was his function to supervise the legality of all actions of the people's commissariats, of all central authorities and institutions, and to recommend the abrogation or amendment of orders and decrees of such authorities if judged by him contrary to the law. Nor were the functions of the procurator restricted to criminal or administrative law. Under Article 254 of the Code of Civil Procedure of the RSFSR, he could reopen any civil case if this is required by the defense of the interests of the workers and peasant state or of the toiling masses. The Procurator became, as Lenin desired, the custodian not only of legality, but of the centralization of legal authority. The judicial system instituted for the RSFSR by this decree was copied in the other Soviet republics, and served as the foundation of the judicial system of the USSR. The return to legality and the restoration of a unified legal order were carried a step further when the USSR was founded in 1923. Both the framing of codes and the institution of courts of law remained formally the prerogative of the constituent republics, each of which had its own People's Commissariat of Justice. But among the subjects reserved for the supreme organs of the USSR by Article 1 of the Constitution was the establishment of the basis of courts of law and legal procedure, as well as of the civil and criminal legislation of the Union. The principle of uniformity was thus safeguarded. Central control over the main tenets of revolutionary legality was assured by the established 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 69, art. 902. 2 Sobranio Zakonii, 1923, no 46-7, art. 478. The changing outlook 97. Meant of a Supreme Court of the USSR and the Procurator of the USSR. These institutions were designed to supervise and coordinate the work of the corresponding organs of the Union republics. The Supreme Court was set up for the purpose of strengthening revolutionary legality on the territory of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Among its functions were to give directive interpretations to the Supreme Courts of the Union republics on questions of general Union legislation, and to settle judicial disputes between Union republics. But care was taken to avoid the establishment of a right of judicial review, which would have implied a non-Marxist conception of the supremacy of law. The Supreme Court was subject to the higher authority of TSIK and acted as its agent. It was at the request of TSIK that it was entitled to give verdicts on the legality of decisions of the Union republics from the point of view of the Constitution, and its most important function was to examine and to protest before the Central Executive Committee of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, on the instance of the Procurator of the Supreme Court of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, decisions and verdicts of the Supreme Courts of Union republics on the ground of their incompatibility with general Union legislation, or in so far.as the interests of other republics may be affected by them. The Procurator of the Supreme Court was appointed directly by the Presidium of TSIK, and was attached to the court in the role of a mentor rather than a subordinate. It was his prerogative to give rulings on all questions submitted for decision to the Supreme Court of the USSR, to undertake prosecutions before it, and, in the event of his non-agreement with the decision of the Supreme Court of the USSR in plenary session, to appeal against it to the Presidium of the TSIK of the USSR. The importance of the Procurator resided in the fact that, since the People's Commissariats of Justice were Republican commissariats, he was the highest, indeed the sole, judicial authority of the central government, while the Constitution provided for no People's Commissariat of Justice of the Union, and thus purported to leave the judicial power in the hands of the republics. The Procurator of the USSR, in virtue of his power to overrule the procurators of the republics, who were often also H.S.R.I.5. A. The People's Commissars for Justice exercised de facto the functions of a People's Commissar for Justice of the USSR. The authority of the law had been not only re-established, but centralized in this supreme office. The revival of law and the new cult of revolutionary legality were intimately connected with the need underneath to provide the traitor with the protection and guarantee of what he would regard as the normal processes of law, and it was this aspect of the revival which made the strongest impression on those who copyright set out to elaborate an up-to-date theory of law for the NEP period. On this basis it was possible to explain the revival of legality as being, like NEP itself, a retreat and a temporary promise with capitalism. As Marx himself had said, the law of the initial stage of the transition to socialism would be in essence bourgeois. To recognize its utility in the transitional period was underscore not incompatible with the belief that it would die away with the coming of the socialist order. Thus Stuka described civil law as the result of the production of commodities for exchange, and 98 the background treated it as an expression of that formal equality between sons which originates from the exchange of commodities on the basis of labor exchange values. According to this view, state-owned industry and the planned sector of the economy would fall naturally outside the scope of law, being subject to other forms of regulation, though they might be artificially assimilated to the legal order through the principle of Ozurskhet. The civil code was a genuine bourgeois civil code, being borrowed to the extent of 9/10 from the best bourgeois civil codes of the West. Pashakonis, the other great jurist of the NEP period, carried 1. The controversy provoked by the constitutional aspects of this development will be discussed in Part 4 in the following volume. The statute of the Supreme Court of the USSR adopted by TSIK in November 1923 is in Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, NOS 29-30, Art. 278. The powers of the Procurator of the USSR were defined in a decree of October 1924, Sobrani. Zakhanov, 1924, number 23, Art. 203. 2 Bolshaya Sovetskaya Encyclopedia, 18, 1930, 737. 3 P. Stuka, 13 Let Bourbazier Revalyach no Marxist Skudiriu. Prava, 1931, p. 106. Elsewhere Stuka described the Soviet civil code as nothing but the formulae of bourgeois civil law, repeating in general the formulae of Roman law framed about 2,000 years ago, Ibid, p. 121. S plus. We. The Changing Outlook 99. Stuka's thesis a step further, explaining all law as the expression of the bourgeois principle of commodity exchange between formally free individuals. At the same moment when the product of labor acquires its quality as a commodity and becomes the bearer of value, the individual acquires his quality as a subject of law and becomes the bearer of rights. The legal relation was the expression of an economic relation. The same was true by analogy of public law. The state machine really embodies itself as an impersonal general will, as the rule of law, etc., insofar as society represents a market on which individuals exchanged values on formally equal terms. It was even true of criminal law, which, though in the main it represented the crude repression of its adversaries by the ruling class, and did not deserve the name of law at all, nevertheless enters as a component part into the juridical superstructure insofar as it embodies one of the varieties underscore of the form of equivalent exchange with all the consequences flowing from it. The notion of equivalent retribution. Point 1. The essential point of the theories of Stuka and Pashakonis was that, by explicitly associating the survival of law with the practices of NEP, they provided it with a temporary sanction, while laying the way open for its eventual disappearance with the advent of socialism. The conception of law had the same ambivalent character as the general conception of NEP, which was simultaneously interpreted as a retreat from socialism and a necessary stage in the advance towards it. It is unlikely that these rather far-fetched constructions of intellectuals made much impression on political leaders and administrators who wanted to invest their authority with the sanctity of law, or on peasants and traders who wanted legal security for the tenure of their possessions and for the transaction of their business, or even on ordinary citizens who wanted to know where they stood and preferred hard and fast rules to the individual. R.A. B. Pashikani's Objeteoria Pravda Marxism, 3rd ed. 1929. pp. 70, 96, 125. This work, first published in 1924, is translated in full in Soviet Legal Philosophy, ed. H. W. Babb, Harvard, 1951, pages 111 to 225. Pashikani's regarded imprisonment for a fixed term is specifically bourgeois conception profoundly connected with the conception of abstract man and abstract human labor measured by time. Encyclopedia Considered by Prava, 2 1925 to 6 917. 100 The background. Caprice of officials. Revolutionary enthusiasm had run out into the sea of lawlessness of which Lenin complained. Revolutionary consciousness of right had become too often an excuse for bureaucratic improvisation and petty tyranny. A certain parallel could even be established with the stabilization of the currency which, as Trotsky put it, was indissolubly bound up with the restoration of norms of bourgeois law. In law, as in other matters, the conceptions of the early years of NEP were a reaction against the ideas of the period of war communism, when the dissolution of authority had been welcomed as a normal stage on the road towards the social utopia of the future. The return to legality was a spontaneous process reflecting both the need of an established government to rely on the prestige and sanctions of the law, and the need of the citizen to rely on the stability and copyright regularity of a legal order. The epithet revolutionary prefixed to legality seemed at this time little more than a conventional mask for the reassertion of legal authority and legal continuity. The return to the continuity of legal tradition was assisted by the personal factor. The initial strike of jurists which at first made it appear that the transformation of an old bourgeois jurist into a Soviet jurist is an impossibility lasted no longer than the intransigence of other professional groups. Just as the revolutionary challenge to law had been accompanied by acute mistrust of the professional judge and the professional lawyer, whose affiliations were all with the old regime, so the revival of legal authority meant the reinstatement of the professional exponent of the law. Codification in itself seemed to represent the very essence of fixity and permanence. Whatever the specific content of the codes, and whatever specific interests were served by them, they marked a victory for the principle of stability after the interlude of revolutionary turmoil, and established, however unwittingly, an element of continuity with the Russian past. Former Tsarist officials and lawyers were actively concerned in the preparation of the codes. The codes themselves often repeated the form, the ideas and the very phraseology of Russian pre-revolutionary. 1 L. Trotsky, La Révolution Tree, ND 1936, pages 85 to 6. 2 P. Stukat, 13 Let Bourbazier Revolution Marxist Skudiriu. Prava, 1931, p. 8. D7 / The Changing Outlook 101. Codes asterisk can help to create a familiar atmosphere of routine and regularity in which the representatives of the old order could accommodate themselves to the service of the new. Former judicial workers of the Tsarist regime found themselves charged with the interpretation and administration of Soviet law. If you open any textbook you like, said Stukat in 1922, any work on Soviet law, complete disillusionment generally overtakes you. The cover is Soviet, but the inside gives off an ancient bourgeois smell. Gaps in Soviet law were more and more frankly made good by appealing to the provisions of Tsarist legislation. Thus, while official theorists continued to harp on the provisional status of law under NEP, the cult of legality was simultaneously preached in terms which reinforced the authority of law and treated it as an essential pillar of the national economy and the national state. The reversal of the initial hostility of the revolution towards law was one of the most striking symptoms of the change in the climate of opinion which paved the way for the doctrine of copyright socialism in one country. 1 N. Timeshev in American Slavic and East European Review, 12, number 4. December 1953, pages 441 to 62, shows that the drafters of the 1922 Criminal Code amply and willingly borrowed legal provisions from the pre-revolutionary law, especially from the Code of 1903. Even the contested principle of analogy, see pages 90 to 91 above, had figured in the Russian Code of 1845. Kalinin, in commenting to the Third Union Congress of Soviets in May 1925, the principle of administration on the basis of a code of laws, used the old Tsarist term Svadzakhanov which had been avoided in official Soviet terminology. Tretty SS Tsavtov SSSR 1925, p. 268. 2 P. Stukat, 13 Let Bourbazier Revolution Marxist Skudiriu. Prava, 1931, p. 81. The article originally appeared in Sovietsk Pravo. Number 3, 1922, pages 3 to 18. Chapter 3. Class and Party. Lenin, in a speech delivered to an audience of workers a few days after the announcement of NEP, distinguished three classes in the Soviet social order: the proletariat, which, as the result of its superhuman exertions in the revolution and the civil war, was now extremely weary and exhausted and extremely worn out; the petty bourgeoisie, which he identified with the peasantry and described as an independent class, that class which, after the annihilation of landowners and capitalists, remains the only class capable of resisting the proletariat, and the landowners and capitalists, who were here, at present nowhere to be seen, but still constituted a powerful enemy abroad. After nearly 2 years' experience of NEP, in one of his last published articles, Lenin eliminated the landowners and capitalists but introduced a new category. The social order in the Soviet Republic was based on the cooperation of two classes, workers and peasants, to which are now also admitted on certain conditions the netmen, i.e. the bourgeoisie. From this time the new bourgeoisie or new bourgeois strata were constantly mentioned in party literature, being identified with traders, private lessees of enterprises, various free professions in town and country, rural kulaks, etc., or, more briefly, ku/acts in the country, netmen in the town. In the autumn of 1924 Zinoviev diagnosed the existence in the Soviet Union of two classes, and a fragment, the fragment, consisting of the new bourgeoisie and remnants of the old bourgeoisie, was said to constitute, let us admit, a third class. But by this time the structure of Soviet society had been further complicated by the emergence of another group, sometimes referred to as the commanding staff or officer corps *, and 1 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVI, 287-91. 2 Abid, XXVII, 405. 3 BKP, V Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 463-4. 4 G Zinoviev, Litzum Katereb, 1925, p. 79. 5 The phrase occurs with an enumeration of those belonging to the category in a speech of Zinoviev of October 1924, G Zinoviev, Litzum K. Derain 1925, p. 74. The Russian term Aomsoste was military in origin, and would include both officers and non-commissioned officers. AE. Class and Party 103. Comprising specialists, technicians, administrators, and profs. Signal men directly or indirectly in the service of the Soviet government or of state economic organs. This group was distinguished from the new bourgeoisie by the fact that it was not engaged in economic activities on its own account and controlled no means of production. The intelligentsia, insofar as it accepted the Soviet regime and professed loyalty to it, fell within this group. Soviet society, after the elimination of the landowners and capitalists, and after the introduction of NEP, thus consisted, according to the diagnosis of its leaders and theorists, of three, or rather four groups or classes: the proletariat, the peasantry, including, no doubt, a considerable number of small independent artisans whose natural affinities ranged them with the peasants, the new bourgeoisie, i.e. the netmen and the kulaks, and the officer corps, i.e. the officials, managers, technicians and intellectuals of all kinds. Of these groups the third, the netmen, and the kulaks, lay outside the structure of Soviet society rather than within it, being in the position of incongruous, and barely tolerated, intruders. As capitalists and employers of labor, they were ineligible for official position, or for party membership. Under the constitutions of the RSFSR of 1918 and of the USSR of 1923, they did not even enjoy the franchise. The other three groups constituted between them what was still officially referred to as the dictatorship of the proletariat. The tripartite classification of workers, peasants, and employees and persons engaged in intellectual work appeared in official publications at least as early as 1924.1. It was also used in party statistics showing the social composition of the party. Members were classified as workers, meaning those whose primary occupation was physical labor for wages in production or transport, peasants, working either on their own account or in collective forms of agriculture, and employees, including intellectuals, who were not recognized as a distinct category for party purposes. The residual category of others included workers in rural industries, independent artisans, housewives, and domestic workers, and students. Few of these were party members. 1c, for example, Savti, SSD Savtava Ispokami, 1924, which classified delegates to the principal Soviet organs in these three categories. 104 The background percent. The establishment of this tripartite classification was, however, the beginning and not the end of the difficulty of defining the nature and function of class in Soviet society. The first embarrassment was to decide on the distinguishing criterion of class. Neither Marx nor Engels ever explained exactly what they meant by class. But, in the familiar current usage which they followed, it seemed clear that membership of a class was not simply determined by the social and economic functions performed by the individual concerned, but that class was a durable formation, possessing a common ideology as well as common interests, so that the term was applicable only when function had been copyright hardened by convention into something like status, and a change of class for the individual did not automatically follow a change underscore of function, being rarely accomplished within a single generation. Individuals behaved and thought and felt as capitalists or workers, not merely because they were at a given moment occupied as such, but because they belonged by birth to the class in question. It was natural that, when it became necessary to classify Soviet citizens for party or governmental purposes, the classification should have proceeded on the basis of social origin and not of present occupation. In a stable society this might have presented no great inconvenience. But, in a revolutionary society subject to sharp changes of status and acutely conscious of such changes, the practice became seriously misleading. At a time when considerable numbers of workers and peasants had been drafted into official and administrative posts in party, Soviet or economic organs, published statistics of the three classes diverged widely from the real situation, especially since the prestige attaching to the status of workers and peasants encouraged employees and persons engaged in intellectual work to lay claim to this status on the slightest justification. This practice was resented in some party circles, and an attempt was made to distinguish authentic workers and peasants within the broader categories as workers from the bench and peasants from the plow. The Lenin enrollment of 1924 was confined to workers from the P1. Pre-revolutionary Russian society was legally divided into 5 estates, which also took no account of current occupation. Virtually all Russian factory workers before 1917 were classified as peasants. Class and Party 105. Bench, and was designed to increase the proportion of actual workers in the party ranks. But these restricted categories were not officially adopted for statistical purposes. A party circular of August 12, 1925, which gave explicit directions on the keeping of party records, made it clear that members should be registered in accordance with their social situation, not with their current occupation. In Soviet society the divergence between the two criteria of distinction between classes was considerable. In 1925 it was recorded that, while 74 to 8% of the party members in the Leningrad province were returned as workers and 11 to 3% as peasants, only 55 to 5% were workers, and only 1 to 4% peasants, by present occupation asterisk of members of county, department or city district party committees 55 to 5% were described as workers and 18 to 9% as peasants. But only 16% were workers from the bench and 8 to 8% peasants from the plow, and these low percentages were in advance on the previous year asterisk. Molotov told the 14th Party Congress in December 1925 that, whereas 58% of party members were returned in the statistics as workers, only 38% were workers from the bench. In official volume of electoral statistics for 1926 complained of the usual methodological difficulties, i.e. whether to treat a worker now occupying an administrative post as worker or as an employee, and drew attention to the fluctuating classification of persons now employed in state institutions and public organizations who were formerly workers or peasants. Copyright. Another element of confusion was revealed in some statistics of the composition of the Red Army at the beginning of 1927. At that date only 16% of Red Army men were returned as workers, but, if present, who 1 see the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 358 to 63. 2 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, number 34, September 7, 1925, p.8, Spravochnik Partynugo. Rabonica, v. 1925, 1926, pages 258 to 60. 3 Leningradskaya Pravda, November 5, 1925. 4 Partini, Professional Naya Kooperativny Organiya Goseparad, k. 14 SS Duar KP, b. 1926, p18. 514 SSV Soyuznoy Communistiskoy Party, b. 1926, pages 77 to 8. 6 Barabibori v. Sov TRSFSRV 1925 to 1926 Go to, 1926, I, 2, 2, 6. 106 The background. Padion had been the criterion, the proportion of workers would have risen to 22%. Clearly, some workers of peasant origin or peasant affiliations were at that time still being registered as peasants. Nor were these uncertainties purely formal or statistical. In a society still in process of crystallization, the categories themselves were vague and undefined. It would often have been difficult to determine, on any criterion of interest or of conscious loyalty, the class affiliation of the peasant who went to work in a factory or of a worker recruited for administrative work. Uncertainties of classification as between different groups and different individuals were, however, secondary to the major difficulty of identifying in Soviet society the operation of those class forces which, according to Marxist theory, provided the dynamic of social action. Any analysis of the structure of Soviet society in the net period is complicated by an incompatibility between the objective conditions of the society and the terms in which its leaders and its intellectuals, faithful to the Marxist tradition, habitually thought and wrote about it. The revolution, which had occurred in Russia in October 1917, was recognized, with some reservations as to the admixture in it of bourgeois elements, as a fulfillment of the Marxist doctrine of the proletarian revolution, and this implied acceptance of the Marxist class analysis. On the other hand, it had occurred, contrary to Marxist expectations, in a country where the proletariat was weak. The Russian proletariat had achieved victory not by its own unaided effort, but by invoking the assistance of the peasant and by accepting the time-honored, but non-Marxist, goal of peasant revolutions, the seizure of land by the peasants. Lenin, like the other Bolshevik leaders, did not believe that the regime could survive unless the proletariats of other important countries made successful revolutions and came to its aid. But he also did not believe that, without this aid, it was possible to create a socialist economy in backward Russia. In the first place, the proletariat was too weak to provide the industrial foundation of socialism. Secondly, any attempt to build socialism would bring a clash with the proletariat ambitions of the overwhelmingly numerous peasantry. By the end of 1920, the peasants, exhausted by the civil war and 1K Voroshiloy, Obron SSSR, 1927, p. 184, equals 4, equals A, equals class and party 107, exasperated by the grain requisitions, were on the verge of revolt. The regime saved itself by the compromise of NEP, confirming the proprietorship of the peasants, restoring a free market in grain and thus opening the road to kulaks and NEP and the new capitalists. It was admittedly a forced move, a retreat. Enemies of the regime called it a thermidor, members of the workers' opposition in the party described it as a surrender of the proletariat to the petty bourgeois peasantry. This diagnosis could scarcely be avoided if the traditional class analysis were unconditionally applied. When it began to be claimed that NEP, while in one sense a retreat, was also a step on the road to socialism, and that, in spite of the failure of the proletarian revolution elsewhere, such an advance was in fact being made in Soviet Russia, a new diagnosis of class relations imposed itself. The class struggle does not disappear under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin had written in 1919, but merely assumes different forms. The difference in form, however, seemed to carry with it a different conception of class. It involved serious theoretical embarrassments, and these embarrassments, while they were inherent in the attempt to transpose the terms of the Marxist analysis from the 19th to the 20th century and from Western to Eastern Europe, were also a reflection of the fundamental problem, which had dogged the Bolsheviks ever since the victory of 1917, of bringing a proletarian revolution to fruition in a country where the proletariat was still a small and backward minority. What was happening in the Soviet Union could not be explained in terms of the traditional class analysis. The problem clearly emerges from an examination of the position, actual, theoretical, and potential, of the three recognized groups or classes. The peasantry constituted the most serious and continuous occupation of Soviet statesmanship as well as the major theoretical problem of the Marxist analyst of Soviet society. Marx, setting 1 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXIV, 513. 2 The numerical strength of the respective groups cannot be precisely estimated, since the census figures and the statistics of population used by Gosplan distinguish between categories of employment, but not between social and professional groups within those categories. In the census of 1926, 108 The background. The peasantry, apart from the two main classes of capitalist society, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, treated it as a survival of pre-capitalist society, doomed to disintegrate under the impetus of progressive capitalism. But he recognized it, in less advanced countries, as a potentially revolutionary factor in alliance with the proletariat and as a battleground between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Plekhanov, a good theoretical Marxist, firmly declared that the Russian peasantry was not a class but an estate, containing elements of two opposing classes. Lenin, who rarely separated revolutionary theory from revolutionary tactics, fluctuated in his terminology. At the stage of the war, out of a total population of 147 millions, 82,700,000 were returned as being in civil occupation, children and other dependents, pensioners, unemployed, and members of the armed forces being excluded. Of this total, 71,700,000 were engaged in agriculture, including forestry and fishing. Of 1,860,000 engaged in small and handicraft industry, a large proportion was engaged in rural industries, and was assimilated socially and politically to the peasantry. Those engaged in manufacturing, i.e. factory industry, mining, transport, trade, and credit amounted to no more than 5,606,000. Of these, manufacturing and mining accounted for 2,800,000. These figures do not distinguish between managers, technicians, employees, and manual workers. The total of 2,030,000 engaged in public administration and social services includes also employed from heads of department to doorkeepers. These figures are in Lorimer, the population of the Soviet Union League of Nations, Geneva, 1946, pages 218 to 19. It is interesting to compare these figures with those of party membership, for the CA Bubnov, VKP, v. 1931, p. 615. The proportion of peasants in the population at this time on any estimate exceeded 80%. The proportion of peasants in the party membership fluctuated in the years 1922 to 6 between 28 to 8 and 25:7%. Moreover, many of the so-called peasant members were rural party officials. The underrepresentation of peasants in the party was deliberate and was justified by party doctrine. During the same period, the proportion of workers rose, almost entirely as the result of the Lenin enrollment of 1924, from 44 to 56 to 8%, and the proportion of employees fell from 28 to 9 to 17:3%. Since population figures do not distinguish between these two categories, comparison is impossible, but it is certain that employees, i.e. the intellectuals, were, even at the end of the period, still heavily overrepresented in the party. One in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, Marx treated the French peasantry as a class which had lost its raison d'être with the overthrow of the landed aristocracy, and would be compelled to ally itself with the urban proletariat in order to protect its interests against the urban bourgeoisie. Marx I. Engels, Socialism, 8, 408-9. 2. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, p. 20, Note 1. Class and Party 109. Geo's Revolution, the peasantry as a whole was the ally of the proletariat in overthrowing the power of the feudal landowner. And in this context Lenin freely spoke of the peasantry as a class. At the stage of the socialist revolution, the proletariat sought the alliance of the semi-proletarian elements in the peasantry in opposition to its hostile bourgeois and temporizing petty bourgeois elements, and in this context the peasantry was not a class but a composite group drawn from different classes. Once. Underscore the attempt in 1918 to hasten the socialist revolution by exploiting the divisions in the peasantry through the committees of poor. Underscore peasants had ended in failure. The retreat into the semi-capitalist regime of NEP became inevitable, and in this context it was once more relevant to speak of the peasantry as a class and of the importance of its link with the proletariat, though this usage was underscore always tempered by consciousness that a renewal of the advance towards socialism depended on the possibility of exploiting the divisions in the peasantry which were momentarily in abeyance. By way of contrast with the depressed position of the industrial worker, the peasant appeared to have emerged under NEP as the main beneficiary of the revolution, a position due to his preponderant weight in the population and in the economy. Retrospect confirmed the impression that he had supported the revolution on his own terms, and was powerful enough to enforce continued observance of those terms. The land decree of 26 October 8, November 1917 sealed the acceptance by the Bolsheviks of the peasant program of land distribution, and secured the loyal support of the peasant throughout the Civil War. He fought to defend his newly won gains, but he would not fight to carry the revolution to other countries. In this he was supremely uninterested. The victory over the whites and the defeat of the Red Army before Warsaw in 1920 were alike symbolical of his attainment. One for this analysis, which dated from 1905, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 65 to 7. 2. Speaking at the Third Congress of Comintern 3 months after the introduction of NEP of the alliance between proletariat and peasantry as an alliance of different classes, Lenin explained that he meant an alliance between workers and poor peasants on the one hand and middle peasants on the other. Socialism, XXVI, 331, but he was not always so careful to make these distinctions. 110. The background. 2. Once the war was over, and the danger of a return of the landowners averted, the peasant could exact fresh terms for his continued support. These were represented by NEP. The French elections of December 10, 1848 were described by Marx in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte as the reaction of the peasants who had been compelled to carry the cost of the February Revolution against the other classes in the nation, at reaction of country against town. The same could have been said about NEP and its sequel in the Soviet Union. Bukharin noted that the peasant had learned much in the army, and was on a higher moral and intellectual level than before the revolution. He says, "We are the predominant force, and shall not allow others to treat us as silly children. We want to feed the workers, but we are the senior partners and demand our rights." When industry attempted to strike against the favors now shown to the peasant, and brought about the scissors crisis, Zinoviev and Kamina at the 12th Party Congress of April 1923 loudly proclaimed that agriculture was the foundation of the Soviet economy and a firm alliance with the peasant the key to Soviet policy, and this conception continued to be proclaimed from party platforms, and to dominate party decisions, for the next 2.5 years. The peasant, wrote Ostrilov from Har Ben in 1923, is becoming the sole and real master of the Russian land. These conditions made the weight of peasant influence strongly conservative. The peasantry, Lenin had noted in November 1922, is satisfied with its present position. The peasant accepted the revolution which had expropriated the landowners and distributed the land to the peasants under forms of tenure which approximated as closely as possible to peasant ownership. If this was socialism, he was a socialist. But this implied no ideological sympathy. The peasant, said Kalinin, was. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 218 to 19. 2. Marx I. Engels, Socialism, 8, 339. The comparison was made in Sozialistische Westnik, Berlin, No. 2 to 3, 120 to 21, February 11, 1926, p. 8. 3. Extracts from speech of July 1921 in the New Policies of Soviet Russia. Chicago, 1921, pages 52 to 4. The Russian original has not been traced. 4. N. Ostrilov, Podzenikom Revolucji, 2nd ed., 1927, p. 148. 5. Lenin, Socialism, XXVII, 347. Y. Our class and party. 111. More remote from the Soviet power than the intelligentsia. 1. His horizon did not extend beyond the limits of his own economy, and of the conditions necessary to make it prosper. Socialism in one country, provided he was allowed to choose his own interpretation of socialism, was a conception which fitted in perfectly with his interests and his aspirations. This picture of the peasantry under NEP was, however, a deliberate and artificial simplification, which ignored the patent fact that the peasantry was not a homogeneous and undifferentiated mass, and that the beneficiaries of party and governmental favors were, on the whole, the enterprising and well-to-do peasants who knew how to look after themselves and to turn these favors to good account. Such a bias was, no doubt, inevitable. So long as conciliation of the peasantry remained the pivot of Soviet economic policy, the benefits of that policy would be reaped primarily by the well-to-do peasant, though the crumbs from his table might be gleaned by his poorer dependents. In Marxist terms, to encourage the development of agriculture, under whatever safeguards, on capitalist lines meant to tolerate capitalist inequality and capitalist exploitation in the countryside. The peasant whose influence, from 1921 onwards, made itself increasingly felt in the elaboration of party doctrine and of Soviet policy was mainly the well-to-do peasant. 18 months after Lenin had spoken of the satisfaction of the peasantry, Zinoviev admitted that it was the prosperous Kulak sector of the peasantry which was most satisfied with the regime. In the first years of NEP the situation was accepted without undue alarm, and the reiteration of the link between the proletariat and the peasantry established by NEP remained the principal party slogan. The agitation which set in strongly after 1924 against a peasant policy whose effect was to favor the Kulak marked a fresh turning point. It meant, in theoretical terms, a reaction from the terminology which treated the peasantry as a class, and a renewed insistence on breaking up the peasantry into its class components. Not only was the peasantry no longer a 1 Pravda, February 2, 1926. 2 Trinad Iss Rossiyskoy Kommunistiskoy Party, Vol. Shibikoy. 1924, pages 100 to 102. 112 The background. Class, but the different strata clearly belonged to different classes. The Kulak, as a capitalist and an exploiter of labor, was the class made of the netman. The class status of the poor peasant, or of the hired agricultural worker or batrak who sold his labor, ranged him with the proletariat, though in practice the batrak, who often retained a small plot of his own, was generally animated by the ambition, however hopeless, to acquire enough land to set up as an independent peasant, and felt no solidarity with copyright. The proletariat of the factories, the middle peasant, an independent copyright dent worker neither selling nor hiring labor, was in the same copyright petty bourgeois category as the independent craftsman or artisan, the small shopkeeper or trader in town or country. The characteristic of this group was that, while it owned or controlled the means of production with which it worked, and was to this extent capitalist, it did not generally exploit or employ the labor of others. The petty bourgeoisie had been described in the Communist Manifesto as a class balanced precariously between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and a potential source of recruits for the latter. Hence the party was not unconditionally hostile to members of this group, and was continually concerned to prevent them from falling under the predominant influence of Kulaks and netmen, and to win their support for the proletariat. This was, in particular, the basis of the attitude towards the middle peasant, adopted in 1919, and strongly reasserted after 1924. The conflict in agrarian policies of the Soviet regime, which were for some time pursued side by side and simultaneously, were expressed in two different theoretical terminologies. When it was desired to emphasize the need to conciliate the well-to-do peasant, the peasantry was spoken of as a single class in alliance with the proletariat. When it was desired to curb the Kulak and strengthen the hand of the middle and poor peasant against him, the peasantry was treated as a composite entity and dissolved into its class elements. It was no longer true that the class analysis determined policy. Policy determined what form of class analysis was appropriate to the given situation. The class analysis had been subordinated to the political issue. 1 for the poor peasant and the batrak CP 248, note 4, below. 2 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 2, pages 165 to 9. Class and Party 113. The proletariat, like every group in Soviet society, had been profoundly affected by NEP, and had derived indirect material benefits from it. But its relative weight in the social order had declined. The conception of the leadership of the proletariat in the revolution, which had seemed effective in the heroic days of October 1917, proved unworkable once power had been seized. The idealized picture drawn by Lenin in 1918, in which the whole mass of workers, not only its leading figures, but really the broadest strata, know that they themselves are building socialism with their own hands, remained a magnificent dream. Workers' control in the factories failed to turn the wheels of production. The Red Guard was helpless in face of a disciplined army. The administrative machine was not amenable to the simple prescriptions of state and revolution. Above all, the proletariat was incapable of leading a peasantry which constituted 80% of the population, and on which it was itself vitally dependent. The weakness of the proletariat, which had become apparent as soon as the need arose to consolidate the victory of October 1917, was further aggravated by the sequel. As early as March 1918, Buk Aaron diagnosed a disintegration of the proletariat. With the chaos of the Civil War, the collapse of industrial production, and the flight from the hunger-stricken cities, the Russian proletariat seemed in danger of being completely reabsorbed into the peasant mass out of which it had so recently emerged, and with which it had retained so many links and affiliations. It was no exaggeration when Lenin described the proletariat at the end of the Civil War as exhausted and worn out. And, when at length NEP relaxed the tension and paved the way for recovery and reconstruction, it was the peasant rather than the industrial worker who took the lead and, for the next 3 years, occupied the chief place in the preoccupations of the party leaders. While agricultural production climbed slowly back towards its pre-war levels, industry lagged far behind. Moreover, it was light industry, where the workers had least skills and the workers' outlook and status diverged least from that of the peasant, which took the first steps. 1 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXIII, 252. 2 For a description of this process in the years of the Civil War, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 2, pages 196 to 8. 7. On the road to recovery. In 1923, heavy industry, before the war the main occupation of the skilled and class-conscious worker, had still scarcely risen above the record low levels of 1920 and 1921. The proletariat had not only declined in numbers, but had lost its distinctive character. This apparent decline was due in part to a misapprehension of the character of the proletariat. The proletariat did not, as a later Bolshevik commentator remarked, come into being as a result of some immaculate conception. For many workers bore the hallmarks of a peasant or petty bourgeois origin. And this was truer of the Russian proletariat than of working classes of more advanced countries where lapse of time had detached the worker more completely from the soil, and long practice had bred habits of organization and concerted action. 114 The background. Very often, said Lenin in one of his last speeches, when people say workers, they think that this means factory and workshop proletariat. It means nothing of the kind. Ever since the war, people who are not proletarians have gone into our factories and workshops, have gone into them in order to escape from the war, and our social and economic conditions such with us at present that genuine proletarians go into the factories and workshops? Certainly not. That would be correct, according to Marx, but Marx wrote not about Russia, but about capitalism in general, beginning with the 15th century. For 600 years that was correct, but in present-day Russia it is incorrect. Again and again, those who go into the factories are not proletarians, but every sort of casual element. 7. At the end of 1923 the Russian proletariat, dispersed and neglect, subjected to a long process of quantitative and qualitative deterioration, seemed to have touched the nadir of its prestige and influence. This apparent reversal of fortune was a product of the conditions attending and following the victory of the revolution. We are not in favor of seizure of power by a minority, Lenin had declared in 1917, and, even when at the critical moment he pronounced it naive to wait for a formal majority, he was 1 Bolshevik, No. 3-4, May 20, 1924, p. 18. 2 Lenin, Sakhinaya, XXVII, 252. 3 Ibid, XX, 96. J. Class and Party 115. None the less confident that a majority of the people are for us. Underscore the support of the peasants had, for the moment, supplied the condition of success. But the delay of the world proletariat in coming to the aid of the Russian Revolution prolonged a situation which had at first seemed purely provisional. The Russian proletariat, unaided by the proletariats of the advanced countries and thrown back on its own resources, was unequal, in numbers, in organization and in experience, to the enormous burdens which the revolution had unexpectedly placed on it. The situation was one which Engels had foreseen in a different context, many years before, in his essay on the peasant war in Germany. The worst thing that can happen to the leader of an extreme party is a conjunction of circumstances which compels him to take the administration into his hands in an epoch when the movement is not yet ripe for the rule of the class whose representative he is, or for the measures demanded by the rule of that class. What he can do depends not on his will, but on the level of intensity reached by the clash of interests of different classes, and on the stage of development of the material conditions of existence, of the conditions of production and means of communication which always g behind the development of class contradictions. What he ought to do, what his own party demands of him, depends not on himself and also not on the stage of development of the class struggle and of the conditions that lie behind it. He is bound by his former teachings and demands, which once again take their rise not out of the existing relation of social classes, and not out of the existing, more or less fortuitous, position of conditions of production and means of communication, but out of his more or less profound understanding of the general consequences of the social and political movement. He is inevitably confronted by an insoluble dilemma. What he can do contradicts his whole former behavior, his principles, and the immediate interests of his party. What he ought to do is impracticable. In a word, he is compelled to defend not his own party, not his own class, but that class for whose rule the movement is already ripe at the time in question. He must, in the interests of the movement itself, defend the interests of an alien class, and put off his own class with phrases and promises, assuring it that the interests of this alien class are identical with its interests. He who has fallen into this false position is lost irretrievably. 1 Ibid, XXI, 193-4. 2 Marx I Engels, Sakhinaya, 8, 185-6. 4. 116 The background. But no leader of a victorious revolution, and least of all Lenin, was likely to accept the view that he was irretrievably lost. The man who turns his back on the socialist revolution which is going on in Russia, he wrote by pointing out the obvious lack of balance of forces, is like a man who has got set in a mold, who does not see beyond the end of his nose, and forgets that there has never in history been a revolution of any magnitude without a whole series of examples of unbalanced forces. Asterisk. And to those who denounce the Bolsheviks as dreamers, Lenin replied, how could one start a socialist revolution in such a country without dreamers? The vision must take the place of the reality. What could not be realized in the present must be projected into the future. Lenin's chosen instrument, the party, must hold the fort and prepare the conditions in which the proletariat would mature and become ripe for the role assigned to it. The body of men gathered round Lenin in the party's central committee and in the Soviet government held sway in the name of the proletariat, of whose rights and interests they regarded themselves as trustees for the world proletariat in their capacity as prime movers in worldwide proletarian revolution, trustees for the Russian proletariat in their capacity as provisional rulers of what had been the territory of the Russian Empire. An unconfessed and unperceived modification thus began to creep into the doctrine of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The doctrine was constantly reiterated in party pronouncements. Asterisk. But every attempt to translate it into practice revealed its illusory character. Lenin, who had made light in his pre-revolutionary writings of the tasks of administration, now spoke often and earnestly of the need to learn, and Trotsky in 1919 was still more explicit on the administrative shortcomings of the proletariat. The conquest of power by itself does not transform the working class. 1 Lenin, Sakhinaya, XXII, 42. 2 Ibid, XXVI, 239. 3 This concept, wrote Lenin, of the dictatorship of the proletariat in 1920, has meaning only when one class knows that it alone takes political power into its hands and does not deceive either itself or others by talk about popular, elected government, sanctioned by the whole people. Ibid, XXVI. 286. The difficulty was, however, not the exclusion of other classes, but precisely the inability of the proletariat to take political power into its hands. Class and Party 117. Or bestow on it all the requisite merits and qualities. The conquest of power only opens before it the possibility of really learning, of developing and freeing itself from its historic shortcomings. This was the picture of a dictatorship of the proletariat in posse, rather than in esse, a dictatorship not of the existing proletariat, but of the idealized proletariat of the future which had already appeared in the pages of Engels and Plekhanov. Such a conception raised the inevitable question by whom the dictatorship should in fact be exercised in the interval while the proletariat was being groomed for the eventual discharge of this function. Nor was the answer in doubt. Thanks to the low cultural level of the working masses, wrote Lenin in 1919, the Soviets, which, according to their programs, are organs of administration by the workers, are in fact organs of administration for the workers, by the leading sector of the proletariat, not by the working masses. In the same year he proclaimed the dictatorship of the party as the working form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, explaining that the dictatorship of the working class is carried into effect by the party of the Bolsheviks, which since 1905 or earlier has been united with the whole revolutionary proletariat. In the early years of the regime, no embarrassment was felt about translating the dictatorship of the proletariat in current termino logi as the dictatorship of the party, and a resolution of the 12th Party Congress of 1923 had declared that the dictatorship of the working class cannot be assured otherwise than in the form of dictatorship of its leading vanguard, i.e. the Communist Party. Though Stalin subsequently attacked the formula of the dictatorship of the party, the substance remained unchanged, and 1 Trotsky, Sakhinaya, XXI, 97. 2 Engels, in the concluding sentence of his essay on Feuerbach, called the German workers' movement the heir of German classical philosophy, because it was destined to provide the key to an understanding of the whole history of society. Marx I. Engels, Sakhinaya, 14, 678, Plekhanov looked for the appearance of the proletariat on the historical stage as the promised Messiah, Sakhinaya, 15, 90, and noted in 1892 that the proletariat in Russia is growing and becoming strong, like the bogatyr in the fables. Literally not by days but by hours. Ibid. 3, 383-4. 3 Lenin, Sakhinaya, XXIV, 145. Underscore 4. For these texts see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 1, pp. 236-7. Zinoviev reverted to this controversy in an article of 1924, the 118. The background. Uncontested. The party retained its directing role as the basic lever of the dictatorship asterisk. The party, wrote Stalin in 1924, cannot be a real party if it limits itself to registering what the masses of the working class experience and think, if it drags along at the tail of the spontaneous movement, if it does not know how to combat the inertia and political indifference of the spontaneous movement. The party was no mere emanation or expression of the will of the proletariat. It was an organized class-conscious vanguard responsible for imparting will and purpose to the proletariat as a whole and giving it direction. The change of emphasis in the first years of the revolution from the proletariat to the party, as the proletariat melted away and the party gathered strength, was a subtle and almost imperceptible process. In one sense it was a logical continuation of the role of the party before the revolution. Trotsky in 1904 had accused Lenin of seeking by his methods of organization to create a party which would substitute itself for the working class asterisk. It would, however, be erroneous to regard it as a planned or purposeful development. In the days of desperate struggle before the revolution, the party had served as the trustee for the proletariat and the organizer of its forces. With the victory of the revolution, this role should have become obsolete. The proletariat should have been ready to take over for itself the reins of authority. But this expectation was based on the firm belief in a worldwide consensus of opinion about the dictatorship of the proletariat can be expressed in the following propositions. It is the dictatorship of a class if we look at the matter from the social and class point of view. It is the dictatorship of the Soviet state, a Soviet dictatorship, if we look at the matter from the point of view of juridical form, i.e. from the specifically state point of view. It is the dictatorship of a party if we look at the same question from the point of view of leadership, from the point of view of the internal mechanism of the whole vast machine of a transitional society. Pravda. August 23, 1924. The first member of this triple definition picks the issue. The dictatorship of the state and of the party were, in fact, different facets of the same phenomenon, but this could not be identified with the dictatorship of the proletariat as a social class. 1 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, 2, 226. 2 Stalin, Sakhinaya, 6, 171. 3 N. Trotsky, Nashi Politishevsky Ksatiki, Geneva, 1904, p. 50. Other passages from this pamphlet and Trotsky's own later comment on the controversy are quoted in the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 1, p. 45. Class and Party 119. Tarian Revolution, which would crown the Russian initiative, and enable its fruits to be gathered. When this hope was disappointed. When the aftermath of the revolution brought with it a struggle, not less dire than that of earlier years, a struggle against enemies, without and within, the party was quickly re-established in its old position and once more became the fighting vanguard of the proletariat, organizing and marshalling the masses behind it and speaking with authority in their name. Before the end of the Civil War, Lenin had largely reverted to the moods and terms of speech of the period before 1917, when the hopes of the revolution had been entirely centered in the devotion and organizing capacity of the party. At the time of the introduction of NEP, when industry sank to its lowest point, the substitution of the party for the proletariat was to all intents and purposes an accomplished fact. The Bolshevik Party, bearing the name of a workers' party, had, from the outset, drawn a majority of its rank-and-file members from the small body of Russian industrial workers. To win a large following among the workers and to keep high the level of proletarian membership had always been a professed party aim. Yet, even in 1917, the proportion of workers in the party was no more than 60%, and, after the revolution, with the collapse of industrial production, and with the extensive recruitment of administrators and intellectuals into the party, the proportion of workers declined, falling as low as 41% in 1921. At the 10th Party Congress in that year, Shlyapnikov, the leader of the workers' opposition, complained that in Moscow only 4% of the metal workers, and in Petrograd only 2% belonged to the party, the ranks of which were being swollen with peasants and intellectuals. After 1921, conscious attempts were made to redress the balance, first by the purges which fell more heavily on non-worker members of the party than on the workers, and then by the Lenin enrollment of 1924 and similar subsequent campaigns to increase the influx of workers, though it was not till 1929 that the proportion of proletarian members once more reached 60%. The recruitment into the party of carefully. 1 See the tables in A. Bubnov, VKP, B. 1931, p. 615, Shlyapnikov's remarks are in Die Zeit ISS Rossiyskoy Kommunistiskoy Party, 1921. Pages 29 to 30. 120 The background. E. Selected workers, on whose loyalty the party leadership could count, served the double purpose of countering an opposition, whose main strength lay among the party intellectuals, and of providing a nucleus through which the proletariat could be influenced and won for party policies. At a later time the difference between party and non-party proletarians was largely effaced. But in the middle 1920s those workers who were MEM bears of the party not only enjoyed a privileged status which was likely to ensure their loyalty to the party leadership, but served as agents by whom the authority of the party could be exercised over the proletariat as a whole. At this period about 1 in 10 industrial workers were party members. The highest proportion of party members was to be found among the metal workers. The chemical workers and the printers, the lowest among textile workers, miners, and timber workers. Broadly speaking, the incidence of party membership was highest among the most skilled. More significant than the mass recruitment of workers into the party was the promotion of worker members of the party to responsible posts in party or Soviet administration or in economic management. Lenin had insisted on the need for the workers to learn to administer if the dictatorship of the proletariat was to be realized. Even when the recruitment of bourgeois specialists to such posts had become normal practice, gaps still remained to be filled, and the theory that potentially disloyal specialists should be checked and supervised by loyal and reliable workers was widely accepted and applied. In the early years, the promotion of outstanding workers to managerial and other responsible posts was paradoxically hampered by opposition within the party itself, based partly on egalitarian prejudices against the creation of a so-called workers' aristocracy, and partly on fears that it betokened a revival of the syndicalist heresy of workers' control. Point 3 After the introduction of any remaining objections in the party. 1. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 362 to 3. 2a Bubnov, VKP, B, 1931, p. 617. According to a resolution of the 13th Party Congress at the time of the Lenin enrollment, in some individual factories a majority of workers joined the party, VKP, B, VY. Asterisk. Rizoliatziak 1941, I, 571, but this was evidently exceptional. 3. The idea of the promotion of workers to responsible posts was strongly proses in 1919 and 1920 by one Goldsman, a leading member of the middle class and party 121. Against the promotion of an elite of workers to responsible posts were finally overruled, and the main limiting factor to the number of such appointments was a shortage of qualified candidates. This was, however, serious and persistent. Of workers occupying important posts in industry, Nugent showed outstanding competence and rose to a position of unquestioned authority, but it is difficult to find any other name to match with his. Of 100 communists in responsible positions, said Lenin at the 11th Party Congress in 1922, 99 did not know the elements of business administration, and will not understand that they do not know it and must begin to learn from the ABC. The Congress resolution declared that the trade unions must become a school of administration of socialist industry, one of their chief tasks being the promotion and training of administrators from the ranks of the workers and the toiling masses. Asterisk. From this time the promotion of party members to key positions became a familiar and an accepted practice, and an essential part of the system of party leadership. The word promotion, vidvigini, was introduced into the party vocabulary with the special connotation of workers' union. It was attacked by Bukharin, who, in an article in Pravda, September 14, 1919, entitled Workers' Aristocracy, or Unity of the Working Class, protested against the division of the proletariat into two groups. Regular factory workers materially bound up with urban industry and elements drawn into factory life at a comparatively recent date and bound up materially and ideologically with the petty bourgeoisie of country and town, the former of which would dominate and discipline the latter, and by Zinoviev, who prepared theses directed against Goldsman for the 9th Party Congress in March 1920, G. Zinoviev, Sakhinania, 6, 344. Goldsman defended himself in Pravda, March 26, 1920. The issue was never formally decided, though Lenin at the Congress appeared to sympathize with Goldsman, mainly on the ground of his support of the principles of one-man management against collegiality. For this controversy, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 190 to 94. Other echoes of the dispute were heard at the Congress, where Trotsky was accused of having formed a bloc with Goldsman, and Ryazanov denounced the plan as a kind of syndicalism which tries to promote trade unions of skilled workers to the role of managers of industry. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXV, 120, Divided ISS. RKP, B, 1934, pages 210 to 12, 247. 1. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 286. A meeting with him is recorded in a ransom, 6 weeks in Russia in 1919, pages 94 to 9. Underscore 2. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVII, 251. 3. VKP, B, V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, I, 421. H.Ls.R.I6. 122. The background. The appointment of workers to important posts. A report submitted by the Party Central Committee to the 13th Party Congress in May 1924 recorded the first results of a resolution passed in the previous November in favor of promotion, especially of workers. This was to take two forms: promotion by central party organs to elective or other posts in Soviet or economic organs, and promotion on the spot by local party organs. No particulars were available of the latter process, but of 788 appointments made in the intervening 6 months on decisions of the Central Committee, 173 were of promotes, i.e., persons specially promoted on grounds of merit. An analysis showed, however, that of 71 promotes appointed to local party posts, 20 were workers, 8 peasants, 33 employees or intellectuals, and 10 other, and of 102 promotes to central party posts, 30 were workers, 3 peasants, 55 employees or intellectuals, and 12 other. It thus appeared that only 30% of the promotes were workers, and more than half employees or intellectuals, and that the proportion of the latter was higher in appointments to central posts than to local posts. Considering that the category of workers doubtless included persons of proletarian origin, already engaged in administrative or intellectual work, these figures are eloquent of the difficulties of finding any large number of qualified workers from the bench to promote. Progress was nonetheless made, and by 1924 the structure of the boards of management of major industrial concerns had fallen into a more or less regular pattern. Statistics collected from 88 of the large industrial trusts at the beginning of that year showed that 91% of the presidents of these trusts, and 48% of all members of their boards, were party men, 51% of the presidents, and 29% of members of boards were workers. By origin, virtually all these being party men. More than half the proletarian presidents of trusts were former metal workers. The average age of presidents was lower than that of all board members, 62% of the presidents falling into the age group. 30 to 39 statistics of the same day from 639 large factories showed. 1 is Vestiyak Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, number 1, 59, January 1924, p. 66, number 4, 62, April 1924. Pages 49 to 51. Class and Party 123. That 48% of the directors and 34% of vice directors were party men. Details of origin were not given. Of the 18 largest factories, employing 5,000 or more workers, all the directors were party men, but only 31% of the vice directors. On the other hand, only 7% of employees, i.e. clerical staff, in the 88 trusts investigated were party members. The percentage tended to be higher in non-specialized administrative posts and lower in technical and financial posts. The general picture which emerges from these figures is fairly clear. It was a common, though not universal, practice to place a party member at the head of an important industrial trust or large factory, or, perhaps, sometimes, to confer party membership on a person holding such a post, and a substantial proportion of these industrial chiefs were former workers. Among other directing staff, the proportion both of party MEM bears and of former workers was much smaller. In large factories, the combination of a party director and a technically qualified non-party vice director was probably the most usual pattern. Throughout all state economic organs and undertakings, the conception prevailed of the party man who was also a worker at the top, responsible for major decisions and acting as watchdog over the technically competent but politically suspect second in command. But, while some success may have been attained in imposing this system at the highest level, the practice of the promotion of workers to administrative appointments evidently continued to encounter difficulties. Some of these were eloquently described in a report on promotion from the party organization in the Viatka province in the spring of 1926. Sometimes party cells refused to recommend good workers for promotion since this would mean their transfer elsewhere. Sometimes the promotee himself loses contact with the workers and turns in the eyes of the workers into one of the bosses. Sometimes existing. One Komsostov Promyshlenosti, 1924, pages 12 to 21, 31 to 2, 52 to 4. This was a party publication prepared for the 13th Party Congress. To an article and correspondence in Leningradskaya Pravda, 5, 12, 13. May 1925, suggests that by this time the system was taken for granted. A proposal was made to set up courses of instruction for red directors, some of whom were ignorant of the elements of bookkeeping. 7. 124 The background. By administrators and specialists cold-shouldered or bullied pro-modies appointed to work under them. This happened particularly on the railways, whose staffs adopted, if not a hostile, at any rate an unwelcoming, attitude to promotes. Finally, the worker himself was sometimes unwilling to be promoted to a Soviet, trade union or cooperative post where the rate of pay was lower than what he was receiving as an industrial worker. Notwithstanding these handicaps, the report claimed that of 93 workers from the bench promoted to responsible posts during the past year, only 5 to 10% had been failures. This experience was hardly borne out by other evidence. Tomsky complained in the same year that of thousands of workers promoted to all sorts of economic posts, many were failures owing to inability to familiarize themselves with the work, and were moved around from job to job in the hope of finding something which suited them. Yet, in spite of manifold shortcomings, the availability of a ladder of promotion and the opening of the party copyright ranks to a relatively large number of workers sufficed to create a nucleus of approval for the regime among the more advanced and articulate sectors of the proletariat, and the improvement, however gradual and halting, of material standards of life kept the mass of workers docile, if not actively sympathetic to the regime. After 1923 few signs appeared of any widespread proletarian discontent with the new order. These arrangements were, however, far from constituting a dictatorship of the proletariat. Supreme decisions were exclusively in the hands of the highest party organs, and here the representation of the workers was notoriously weak. Few parties bearing the title of workers or labor parties in any country have in fact been predominantly managed and controlled by industrial. One is Vestiya Central Nogo Komitetov Socialism Communistic Party, B, number 14, 135, April 12, 1926, pages 5 to 7. The same report contains information about the promotion of peasants to Soviet and cooperative work. See also Ibid, note 29 to 30, August 10, 1925, pages 2 to 3, but this does not seem to have been taken very seriously. 215 Conferencia of Socialismo Comunistic Party, B, 1927. P. 283, the same passage confirms the statement that posts offered to workers SIAK were sometimes less well paid than those which they already held. Class and Party 125. Workers, members of other classes, acting on behalf of the workers and in their name, have almost always played a leading role in the workers' party of a country where the proletariat was so small, so recent, and so backward in education and organization as it was in pre-revolutionary Russia. This difficulty was particularly acute. At no period was the policy of the Russian Communist Party shaped by industrial workers. Lenin had defended the predominance of the intellectuals in the initial stage of its history when no workers at all were to be found in its leading organs. In spite of vigorous and, after 1924, partially successful attempts to redress the balance of the party membership in favor of the workers, the supreme direction of the party remained in the hands of educated professional revolutionaries. In 1924 not more than 4 or 5 members of the party central committee, and only 1 member of the Politburo, Tomsky, had been factory workers, and these were not the real policy makers of the party. The identification of the party leadership with the government of the state affected its character in 2 different ways. It led to a further concentration of supreme power in a few hands at the center, and a further strengthening of party discipline, which was now reinforced by the needs of state security, so that to all appearances the party leadership became more autocratic than ever. On the other hand, the decisions to be taken were now of a kind which required for their execution the active cooperation of important groups of administrators and managers and at any rate passive acquiescence of large masses of workers and peasants, so that the leadership was continually obliged, in the framing of policy, to take account of a vast complex of interests and opinions, not only in the ranks of the party, but in the population at large. In this sense it had become more responsible and less autocratic since the seizure of power. But it was not exercised by members of the proletariat. The third group, which consisted of employees and persons engaged in intellectual work, was recruited mainly from the official or professional classes of the former regime. Its importance was no part of the original Bolshevik design, which had been 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 28 to 9. 126 The background. To sweep away, together with the landowners and capitalists, all who had been directly or indirectly in the service of the Tsars. Every revolution by definition seeks to overthrow an existing political order and to eliminate the ruling group by which that order was upheld. Every revolution is a social revolution in the sense that it seeks to alter the structure of society. In the Bolshevik revolution, this process was particularly violent and bitter, partly because the divisions in Russian society were unusually deep, but partly also because the revolutionaries had a conscious theory of revolution which proclaimed the fundamental hostility of class to class and of the revolutionary class to all forms of the national state. This theory was expressed in the view of Marx, based on the experience of the Paris Commune, that the aim of the revolutionaries should be not to take over, but to smash the machinery of the bourgeois state, and had been repeated and emphatically endorsed by Lenin in State and Revolution, written on the eve of the seizure of power. When the workers and peasants government established itself in Somalia on the morrow of the revolution, nothing was further from the thoughts of Lenin or the newly appointed people's commissars than to take over and use the copyright existing ministries of the Tsarist and provisional governments. Trotsky set out to conduct the foreign relations of the new regime from Somalia, required nothing of the officials of the former Ministry of Foreign Affairs but the surrender of the secret treaties, and waited for the moment to shut up shop. The People's Commissar of Finance demanded the surrender of the funds of the State Bank, but was otherwise indifferent to the procedures of financial administration. Stalin's Commissariat of Cent. NAIOTETN. Nationalities had no previous counterpart. Above all, the Red Guard, and the Red Army which grew out of it, were in no sense the successors of the old army, and were in many ways conceived as the direct antithesis of it. This attitude of the Bolsheviks was fully reciprocated in the boycott of the new revolutionary authority by the surviving officials of the old government, which continued unbroken during the first weeks of the revolution. In June 1918, Lenin noted that the intelligentsia is devoting its experience and its skills to the service of the exploiters. Plus 1 Lenin, Sakhinaya, XXIII, 90. In CS. Class and Party 127. The problem of administration and management could not, however, be indefinitely evaded. It had been foreseen some years after Marx's death by Engels, who in a letter of 1891 to Babel expressed the hope that, if only the revolution in Germany were delayed for another 8 or 10 years, the party would have time to train enough young technicians, doctors, jurists, and teachers to provide staff for the administration of factories and large institutions. Engels went on to sound a note of apprehension. If as the result of a war we come to power before we are prepared for it, the technicians will be in principle our enemies and will deceive and betray us to the best of their ability, we shall have to get rid of them. And still they will deceive us. It was always like this with the French revolutionaries. They were obliged themselves to occupy the main posts in the administration, and gave the secondary, but still responsible, posts to old reactionaries, who obstructed and put the brake on everything. The difficulty was even graver than the parallel with the French Revolution suggested. That revolution had occurred in a period when the machinery of political administration and economic management, the business of running the government and the business of supplying the basic needs of the population, were infinitely less complicated than they had become in the early years of the 20th century, and the bourgeois class which made the revolution was technically equipped to discharge these functions. In the Russia of 1917, the vision of a state and an economy so simply contrived that they could be managed by the untutored wisdom of workers and peasants, and of the handful of intellectuals who constituted and supported the new regime, was purely utopian. Railway, postal and telegraphic communications could be maintained only by those trained to operate them. Factories, taken over by the workers, from which managers and engineers had been expelled or had retired in dudgeon, failed to produce. An efficient new army could not be built without drawing on the experience and military training of former Tsarist officers. The Bolshevik Revolution took place in an age which could no longer dispense with its technicians, its administrators, and its specialists. 1 Marx I Engels, Sakhinaya, XXVIII, 365. 128 The background. To whatever class they might belong and on whichever side of the barricades they might have fought. On the eve of the October Revolution, Lenin at length noted that it would be necessary to take capitalists and compel them to work in the new framework of state organization, to put them to the new state service. Much time was spent in learning this unwelcome and unexpected lesson. Military disasters drove it home in its crudest and simplest form. It was in process of creating the Red Army that effective collaboration between the Bolshevik leaders and specialists of the old order was first established. This process began immediately after Brest-Litovsk. Less dramatically, but no less significantly, a modus vivendi was found with the skilled managers and engineers who were essential to the working of industry. Workers' control was abandoned as an unpractical aberration. The same silent compromise was reached, especially after the transfer of the capital to Moscow, with officials and clerks of the old administration, of whom ever-increasing number bears found themselves performing for the Soviet government the same routine services which they had rendered to its predecessors. Away from the center, the leaven of the new was in even scarcer supply, and the mass of the old less rapidly and less deeply affected, though it is rare to obtain for this period such precise statistical evidence as is provided by the statement that out of 4,766 Soviet officials in the town of Vytka at the end of 1918, 4,467 had occupied the same posts in the Zemstvo administration under the Tsar. In every politically important sphere, the highest posts and the formal direction of policy remained in Bolshevik hands. But behind the party facade, more and more of the practical work was done by the same men who had previously done it for other masters. The motives and dispositions of this large non-Bolshevik bureaucracy which turned the wheels of the Soviet regime in its formative years naturally varied. An early member of it, in Reminiscences published a few years later in Emigration, distinguished 3 main categories. First came the army of book. Stleaesdem. 1 Lenin, Sakhinaya, XXI, 263. 2 Stalin, Sakhinaya, 4, 216. 3 Archiv Ruskoy Revolutsiai, 6, Berlin, 1922, 304-11. Class and Party 129. Keepers, clerks of all grades, typists, etc., who formed the staple of any office personnel, and who were generally free from any active political convictions. This group corresponded to those who, in economic administration, were described by Trotsky in an article of 1919 as technicians without ideas. The second group was formed by more or less responsible former Tsarist officials, who consisted almost exclusively of counter-revolutionaries of various kinds, but justified their volte-face to themselves on the ground that, by entering the service of the Soviet government, They were helping to preserve values and to soften the regime. Finally, there was a group which, though not previously associated with the party, was sympathetic towards the regime and worked for it willingly, though perhaps without much understanding. This was the group referred to by Trotsky, in the passage already quoted, as representatives of the intelligentsia and semi-intelligentsia, who have sincerely adhered to the cause of the working class, but have not been inwardly transformed and have retained many qualities and habits of thought proper to a bourgeois milieu. No doubt, habit and material need were more potent factors than sympathy in harnessing these bureaucrats and technicians to their appointed tasks. A contemporary Bolshevik observer estimated that only 1/10 of the pre-war engineers in the service of the Soviet government were favorable to the regime, and engineers were less likely to be hostile than some other categories. The sense of mutual mistrust between the bureaucracy and the technicians, on the one hand, and the party, on the other, persisted for many years and colored all their relations. The introduction of NEP, which appeared to sacrifice revolutionary policies and aspirations to immediate practical needs, appealed to this group hardly less strongly than to the peasantry, and was a powerful factor in winning and holding its loyalty to the Soviet power. Between 1921 and 1924 an extensive reconciliation took place between these former people and the Soviet regime. The comparatively small group of specialists of the days. 1. Trotsky, Sakhinania, XXI, 99. 2. L. Kirstman, Jeroshesky period Velikoi Ruskoi Revalyatsi, NT. 21924, pages 148 to 9. 130 The background of war communism now swelled into an army of many thousands of former members of the administrative, industrial, mercantile or professional classes who made their peace, some grudgingly, some wholeheartedly, with the new order, and worked as Soviet officials, as red managers in economic organs and institutions, as specialists in innumerable technical posts in industry and in administration, or as intellectuals in the professions, in education, in scientific research, literature, or the arts. Under NEP, the bureaucracy, the managers, the technicians, and the intelligentsia, the officer corps of the new society were predominantly, almost exclusively, made up of elements alien to the regime. Protests were heard from time to time against this predominance, in particular fields against the monopoly enjoyed by fellow travelers in literature, against the numbers of former SRS in Narkomzom or of former Tsarist officials in Narkomfin. But the phenomenon was universal and unavoidable, and its disappearance was a matter of time. In 1929 former Tsarist officials still constituted 37% of the personnel of Narkomfin, 27% of that of Narkomtrad, and 26% of that of Nark. Omterg. Of the staffs of local government offices in Leningrad 52% were former Tsarist officials. 2 The proportion may well have been higher in remote provinces and provincial capitals. These developments dictated a new attitude on the side of the party leaders. When, in the days of war communism, Lenin had defended the use of specialists in industry against those who denounced it as a surrender to capitalism, and supported Trotsky's employment of former Tsarist officers on a massive scale. 1. The conservative attitude of these departments was sometimes attributed to the affiliations and sympathies of their personnel, for the special case of the Georgian Narkomzom CP 308 below. The special reputation of Narkomfin in this respect went back to the employment there of Cutler, in an influential position. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2. P 350, The Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, P 143. Narkomfin also enjoyed the advice of a number of academic economists of the old school, currently known as Narkomfin professors. Special efforts were made in the NEP period to increase the very low proportion of party members in the personnel of Narkomfin. Vestnik Finansov, number 1, January 1924, pages 103 to 5. V. Dyachenko, Savitsky Finanzi Wyperwafes Rajvitago Siderspa, I. 1947, 241 to 2. 215 Let Savitskogo Stroitelstva, ed. E. Pashikanis, 1932, p. 255. Class and Party 131. Provide the cotters for the new army. These were still the temporary expedients of a period of transition, and, although the press of these hostile and counter-revolutionary elements inevitably bred the dangers of bureaucracy and of deliberate or unconscious treason, the bourgeois specialists could still be regarded as isolated points in a notion of proletarian and revolutionary endeavor which was sweeping everything before it. But now, after the retreat of NEP and the acceptance of capitalist ideas and practices over a large part of the economy, the position seemed reversed. In a society which had restored money and the appeal to financial incentives, which accepted economic inequality ties no longer as the exception, but a useful rule, and which had begun to display a qualified tolerance for the rights of property and inheritance, it was the workers who were isolated and in danger of being engulfed in a sea of resurgent capitalism. At the 11th Party Congress in April 1922, Lenin analyzed the situation with a somewhat bewildered frankness. Wherein lies our strength? And what do we lack? We have quite enough political power. I hardly think there is anyone who will assert that on such and such a practical question, in such and such a business institution, the Communist Party, lacks sufficient power. The economic power in the hands of the proletarian state of Russia is quite adequate to ensure the transition to communism. What, then, is lacking? That is clear. What is lacking is culture among that stratum of the communists who perform the functions of administration. If we take Moscow with its 4,700 responsible communists, and if we take that huge bureaucratic machine, that huge pile, we must ask, who is directing whom? I doubt very much whether it can truthfully be said that the communists are directing this pile. To tell the truth, they are not directing, they are being directed. Something analogous has happened here to what we were told in our history lessons when we were children. Sometimes one nation conquers another. The nation that conquers is the conqueror, and the nation that is vanquished is the conquered nation. This is simple and intelligible to all. But what happens to the culture of these nations? Here things are not so simple. If the conquering nation is more cultured than the vanquished nation, the former imposes its culture upon the latter, but if the opposite is the _1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 185 to 90, Volume 3, pages 274 to 5. 132 The background case, the vanquished nation imposes its culture upon the conqueror. Has something like this happened in the capital of the RSFSR? Have the 4,700 communists, nearly a whole army division, and all of the very best, become influenced by an alien culture? True, the vanquished give the impression that they enjoy a high level of culture. But this is not the case at all. Their culture is at a miserably low and insignificant level. Nevertheless, it is higher than ours. Miserable and low as it is higher than that of our responsible communist administrators, for the latter lack administrative ability. Very often the bourgeois officials know the business better than our best communists, who are endowed with authority and have every opportunity, but who cannot make the slightest use of their rights and authority. And Lenin went on, in an emphatic phrase twice repeated, to defend the need to build a socialist economy with the hands of others to build communism with non-communist hands. 6 months later, at the 4th Congress of Comintern, he reverted to the same theme. We took over the old state apparatus, and that was our misfortune. The state apparatus very often works against us. It happened that in copyright 1917, after we had seized power, the state apparatus began to sabotage us. We had at that time a great fright and asked them, please, come back to us. And they all came back, and that was our misfortune. We have now an immense mass of officials, but we have not sufficient trained forces really to manage them. In practice it often happens that here, above, where we hold the state power, the apparatus manages to work, but there, below, where they take decisions, they decide in such a way that they very often work against our policies. Above we have, I do not know how many, but I suppose at least some thousands, or at most some tens of thousands, of our own people. But below are hundreds of thousands of old officials inherited from the Tsar and from bourgeois society, who work in part consciously, in part unconsciously, against us. 1 Lenin, Sakhinaya, XXVII, 244-6. On the eve of the 12th Party Congress, Lenin's conception of building communism with non-communist hands was strongly attacked by Osinski in 2 articles in Pravda, 24. March 15, April 1923, each article being followed by a reply by Kamina. 2 Lenin, Sakhinaya, XXVII, 353. Class and Party 133. Lenin's incessant preoccupation during the last 12 months of his active life with the problem of bureaucracy was closely connected with his apprehensions of the growing influence of Sir Weber's of the pre-revolutionary social order in the working of the Soviet administrative machine. One of his last articles on the reform of Rabprin contained a contemptuous reference to those who seek to maintain our apparatus in the same indecent pre-revolutionary form in which it has remained up to the present. Trotsky wrote at this time of the class diversity of the Soviet apparatus, and particularly the prevalence in it of aristocratic, bourgeois and state Soviet features, as responsible for the increase of bureaucracy. In theory, the communist administrator was supposed to act as a watchdog over his bourgeois and potentially hostile colleagues and subordinates. In practice he was often helpless in the hands of men more experienced than himself, and was not always impervious to the seductions of pre-revolutionary tradition. In spite of these well-justified apprehensions, the Bolshevik leaders recognized from a very early date the indispensability of such non-proletarian props of the dictatorship of the proletariat. These elements, though they defied class analysis, occupied a crucial place in Soviet society, and the attitude of the party towards them was a determining factor in their status. Though they belonged by past affiliations to the aristocracy or to the bourgeoisie, they were neither exploiters of labor, engaged in extracting surplus value from the workers, nor owners of capital, or of means of production in any form. If they were bourgeois in background and tradition, they were no longer bourgeois in current situation and function, and were not therefore in principle irreconcilable class enemies like Kulaks or Nepman. Their qualifications made them indispensable to the running both of the economic and of the political machine. Only with their help could 1 Ibid, XXVII, 403. 2 Trotsky, Sakhinaya, XXI, 62. 3 In the early net period, a few members of the free professions, doctors, lawyers, writers, etc., may have constituted a partial exception to this generalization. But they were never important, and soon became dependent on the state or the party, like other members of these groups, for their sources of income. 134 The background. The fatal handicap of the backwardness of the proletariat be overcome. Concessions to them were not, like concessions to Kulaks or Nepman, mere temporary expedients. The economic status of the officials and the members of the intelligentsia now pressed into the service of the regime was such that the growth of loyalty to the regime on their part was not to be despaired of, though recalcitrance or even treachery was still to be expected in some cases. The employment of former Tsarist officers in the Red Army had justified itself in the Civil War, and was not thereafter seriously tested. Prejudice against bourgeois specialists and managers engaged in industry was far more deep-seated and persistent, but the party, from the 9th Congress of 1920 onwards, struggled incessantly against it. Prejudice against bourgeois clerks and officials in Soviet departments and institutions was far less acute. Since these formed a self-contained group and were not placed in authority over workers, their role in Soviet society was quickly accepted and taken for granted. Lenin's pronouncements at the 11th Party Congress were the prelude to an active campaign to reconcile these groups with the party and the regime. The Party Conference of August 1922, which had greeted the emergence of the Simonov among the émigrés, also turned its attention to similar phenomena at home. It offered systematic support and working collaboration to those members of the intelligentsia who have understood, at any rate in its fundamental features, the real meaning of the great revolution which has been accomplished, and called on the party to work for the crystallization of tendencies and groups which show a real desire to aid the workers and peasant state. 2a. First All-Russian Congress of Scientific Workers was held in Moscow at the end of November 1923. It heard speeches from Zinoviev and Bukharin, and a letter addressed to it by Trotsky was read, and leading members of the old Academy of Sciences professed allegiance to the Soviet power and willingness to collaborate with it in the interests of science. A year later, at an All-Russian Congress of Engineers in December 1924, Rykov. 1 CP 73 above. 2 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, I, 466. 3 Pravda, November 30, 1923. And Class and Party 135. Spoke of the need to reconcile men of learning and technicians with the workers and peasant state. The specialist, the engineer, the man of science and technology must have full independence and freedom to express his opinion on matters of science and technology, and must not be required to display subservience either to society or to the administration. As the party began to turn its attention to the countryside, it included within the scope of its interests the rural intelligentsia of teachers and agronomists. Rykov in 1924 specially noted the growing links between this group and the Soviet power, and appealed to the party to assimilate this intelligentsia. Great publicity was given to the first All-Union Congress of Teachers which met in Moscow in January 1925. Rykov spoke of the coming over to the side of the Soviet regime in the last 2 or 3 years of the masses of the intelligentsia, and Zinoviev, Bukharin, and Krupsky harped on the same theme. In remote rural regions, where Soviet officials were rarely, and party representatives still more rarely, seen, teachers often formed an important link between the population and the regime. When in March 1925 TSIK met for the first and only time outside Moscow, in Tiflis, a delegation of Tiflis doctors appeared to present a loyal address, and Petrovsky, in a speech of thanks from the chair, referred to the alliance between labor and science, and greeted the Transcaucasian intelligent SIA as helpers in the advance towards communism. The Third Union Congress of Soviets, meeting 2 months later in Moscow, received a delegate from a conference of rectors of universities, which happened to be in session at the same time, and referred in its main resolution to the coming over of Broad Strait of the One Izvestiya, December 4, 1924. The speech was printed under the title Role and Tasks of the Intelligentsia in the Post-October Period. 2. A. Rykov, Sakhinania, 3, 1929-71. In a further speech on the same subject he included doctors, hospital orderlies, and veterinary workers in the rural intelligentsia, Ibid, 3, 93. 3. Pravda, January 16, 1925, and following days. Attention was given to the reception of teachers into the party, and 3,445 of them were recruited in the first 9 months of the year. K14 SS2. RKP, B, 1925, P5. 5 SSSR, Central Ni Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 3 Sessia, 1925. Pages 143-6. 136. The background. Intelligentsia to the side of the Soviet power. The culmination of the process was the grandiose celebration in September 1925 of the 200th anniversary of the Russian Academy of Sciences, which was attended by men of learning from many countries and obtained worldwide publicity, marking both the reconciliation of the Soviet regime with the tradition of Russian science and learning, and the establishment of new links between Soviet science and that of the capitalist world. What therefore gradually came into being in the years of NEP was an undeclared alliance between the party, speaking in the name of the proletariat, and the group of employees and persons engaged in intellectual work, still at this time composed mainly of survivors of the pre-revolutionary regime or their immediate descendants. It was Gorky who had done much, before he left Soviet Russia in 1921, to lay the foundations of such an alliance in the field of literature, and, looking with a frank and disillusioned eye on the backwardness of the Russian peasant mass, continued to insist on the necessity for giving it the widest possible extension. The fundamental obstacle on the path of Russia's progress towards Europeanization and culture, he wrote in 1924, is the fact of the overwhelming predominance of the illiterate countryside over the town, the zoological individualism of the peasantry, and its almost total lack of social feelings. The dictatorship of the politically literate workers in close alliance with the intelligentsia was in my view the only possible escape from a difficult situation, especially complicated by the war, which brought still further anarchy into the countryside. The Russian intelligentsia, the educated people and the workers, was, is, and will long remain, the only cart horse that can be harnessed to the heavy load of Russian history. The obstacles to reconciliation were formidable, and not least on the side of the party. But the resolution of the 13th Party Congress of May 1924, at the height of the Lenin enrollment. 1 Tretai SS Tsovtov SSSR, Post-Enobliniya, 1925, p7. 2. The speech of Zinoviev, who appeared as the principal official Soviet representative, was fully reported in the press and published as a pamphlet, under the title Novaya Revolyutsiya, 1925. 3. Russkaya Sovremenniki, Berlin, I, 1924, 235. Onel P. E. Class and Party 137. Admitted a significant qualification when it demanded the purging of those elements of non-worker status who have not, during their time in the ranks of the party, shown themselves true communists by improving the work of this or that economic or other organization, or have not had direct contact with the worker or peasant masses. Coming at this moment, the tacit admission that the rendering of services to the regime made a man a true communist and worthy of party membership was a striking concession to the specialist and industrial manager and to other groups of administrators and intellectuals in the service of the regime. Little by little, outstanding members of these groups began to be admitted to the party as a reward for their loyalty, and as a token of the confidence which they had earned by their services. The ladder of promotion to positions of political influence was now open to them as to outstanding members of the proletariat. No doubt it was far more difficult for a manager, an official or an intellectual than for a worker to rise in the party hierarchy. But, except at the highest policy-making levels, authority was within his grasp. Purged of his bourgeois origins and associations, no longer branded as a capitalist or an exploiter of labor, the individual specialist or intellectual was recognized, not, like the Netman, as a temporarily tolerated class enemy, but as a necessary and permanent pillar of the Soviet regime, and as such was incorporated into the new structure of Soviet society. Indeed, the dictatorship of the proletariat, as organized by the party under NEP, was exercised by a de facto alliance between the proletariat and the officials, technicians, and intellectuals who, abandoning their past bourgeois affiliations, loyally accepted service to the Soviet regime and aspired to party membership. It was this alliance, established under the direction and leadership of the party, which provided the ruling group of the society. 1 VKP, B, V. Rezolyutsiak, 1941, I, 577. 2. For the admission of industrial directors and managers to the party. Between 1922 and 1924 see the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 48 to 9. The numbers involved were very small, but the trend nonetheless significant. After 1924, with the Lenin enrollment of workers and subsequent recruitment of peasants, the proportion of employees and others in the party membership declined. A. Bubnov, VKP, B, 1931, p. 615, but this did not mean a decline either in their absolute numbers or in their influence. 138. The background. The picture which could be formed of Soviet society in the first years of NEP did not at first sight seem encouraging for the progress of the revolution along the proletarian path. The proletariat, designated by Bolshevik theory as the artificers, leaders and main beneficiaries of the revolution, remained a small and ineffective minority. The peasantry, which still accounted for more than 80% of the population of the Soviet Union, had ensured the success of the revolution, but had exacted as the price of its support a parcellation of the land in small peasant holdings, which Marxist doctrine had always rejected as economically inefficient and politically retrograde. The peasantry had saved the revolution in the Civil War, but it had revolted against the grain requisitions, and imposed on an unwilling government the retreat into NEP with the restoration of the grain market and with capitalist implications for other sectors of the economy. As a corollary to these forced concessions to class enemies and potential class enemies in country and town, the regime had been compelled to strike an alliance with a multitude of former bourgeois specialists, administrators, and intellectuals, whose tradition and background seemed to preclude any sympathy with revolutionary aims, and many of whom had been drawn into cooperation with the regime in the belief that NEP marked the effective end of the revolution. It was not surprising that NEP, officially proclaimed by the party as a retreat, should have inspired fears in the left wing of the party, and hopes among the survivors of the former regime, both in Soviet Russia and in emigration, that the advance would not be resumed, and that the country would settle down into a modified form of bourgeois capitalism on a Russian national pattern. Any conventional estimate of the social forces seemed to justify this expectation, which could be supported by arguments from the armory of Marxist doctrine pointing to the impossibility of building socialism in a peasant country without the support of proletarian revolution elsewhere. Had this a constituted the whole picture or the main feature in it, then the deduction drawn from it of the imminence of a Russian thermite door would have been inescapable. Yet the deduction proved unsound. The proclamation of socialism in one country was followed, not by a stabilization on the basis of NEP with its favor class and party 139 able implications for the NEPmen and the Gulag, or by a further retreat into capitalism, but by a feverish drive for the development of heavy industry, the traditional stronghold of the class conscious worker, and an unprecedentedly rapid expansion of the proletarian sector of society, achieved by a progressive restriction of the market economy of NEP and a far-reaching intensification of planning. In other words, while socialism in one country made its concessions to nationalism, and thus seemed to diverge from the high road of Marxism, the proletarian or socialist element in it was also perfectly real. At a time when the industrial proletariat had been dispersed and weakened and its role in the economy catastrophically reduced, strength was nonetheless found to overcome the apparently irresistible forces interested in the conservation of the existing order and to carry forward the revolution along the lines laid down for it by Marxist doctrine. How was this paradox achieved? A paradox which falsified every current prediction and appeared to frustrate every attempt at rational analysis. For the answer is twofold. In the first place, the Russian Revolution underscore had gone much further than its English or its French predecessor in destroying the social and institutional framework of the old regime. This was in some measure due to the greater ruthlessness of the Russian Bolsheviks, to the insistence of both Marx and Lenin, inspired, in part, by the lessons of the Paris Commune, on the need to smash the bourgeois state machine, but most of all, to the weakness of the old Russian social and political order, which showed none of the tenacity and power for survival of its Western counterparts. In France, and still more in England, old one of the few Bolsheviks who asked this question at the time, the historian Pokrovsky, took refuge in a frankly mystical answer. Having confessed that to put the accent on objective causes is no longer possible, he went on, objective causes are now against us, and on this fact were founded the predictions both of our friends, who are gradually losing hope that we shall reform and come to our senses, and of our enemies, who are also gradually losing hope that we shall fail. The objective logic of the old economic materialism is against us and we go forward. This means that there is something in the very nature of the proletariat of our country which gives it the possibility to conquer even when objective causes are not for it, but against it. Historia Proletariata. _SSSR, I 1930, pages 3-4. 140. The background. Institutions and social groups, though maimed and disabled in the struggle, survived as recognizable features of the new landscape, and account had to be taken of them. In Russia, after the Civil War, only individuals survived, and the task of the Soviet regime was to take over, utilize or neutralize, not institutions or groups, but isolated and unorganized individuals whose capacity to resist or to influence was much more easily overcome. Specialists and administrators, NEPmen, and kulaks played their individual roles, but they never succeeded in forming coherent opposition groups, and still less in cooperating with one another. It was a special source of weakness that the Russian intellectuals, unlike the intellectuals of the West, had never been integrated into the ruling class, and remained alien, and in some degree hostile to it. Their long tradition of opposition to the Tsars, while it did not issue in any consistent or coherent body of opinion, provided a background of support for the cause of revolution in the abstract, and, while a majority of the intelligentsia was certainly inimical to the Soviet regime in its early stages, it was equally opposed to a restoration of the past, and its sympathies and loyalties were not attracted to any alternative. The revolution continued to profit from the disunity and irresolution of its opponents. It had succeeded so easily in October 1917, not because the proletariat was strong, but because the bourgeoisie was weak, and this correlation of forces continued to dominate its later history. The second reason for the apparent paradox is more profound, and relates to the altered balance of social relations in the modern period. Marx had used the model of a perfectly free society of capitalist entrepreneurs, and this model was sufficiently near to the current realities of Western European, and particularly of British, society in the third quarter of the 19th century to provide a serviceable instrument of analysis. According to this conception, society was dominated exclusively by economic relations, and the decisive economic relation was the absolute one. The success with which former Tsarist officers had been employed in the Red Army, apparently without serious risk of their combining against their new masters, was perhaps the most striking instance of this phenomenon. Class and Party 141. Antagonism between two classes: the entrepreneurs, who could make the system work only through the progressively intense exploitation of the labor of the proletariat, and the proletarians, whose increasing numbers and increasing misery would inevitably impel them sooner or later to overthrow the system. The essential function of a class was to assert or defend its economic and social interests against those of another class. When such antagonisms ceased to exist, classes would lose their raison d'être and disappear. The life of classes was bound up with the class struggle. But class relations were the social expression of the economic concept of relations of production. The sum total of relations of production, wrote Marx in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy, constitutes the economic structure of society. And it was this economic structure which determined the political and ideological superstructure. It was not necessary to suppose that the individual member of the proletariat, any more than of any other class, was conscious of the nature or consequences of his role in the social order. The question is not, wrote Marx in the Holy Family, what this or that proletarian, or even the proletariat as a whole, considers as its aim. At any given moment. The question is what the proletariat is, and what, in accordance with this being, it will be historically obliged to do. Its aim and action in history is patently, irrevocably preordained by its situation in life, as well as by the whole organization of contemporary bourgeois society. It was necessary, insisted Marx in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, to distinguish between the phrases and ideas of the parties and their real organism and real interests, between their conception of themselves and their real nature. This picture fitted in perfectly with the conception, shared equally by Adam Smith and Hegel, of a society in which innumerable individuals, engaged in the pursuit of their own interests, set in motion social processes of which they were themselves unconscious. The Marxist conception of class was, then, a tool designed for 1. Karl Marx Friedrich Engels, Historische Kritische Gesamtoscopie, 1 asterisk. Thiel, 3, 207. 2 Marx I Engels, Sachkoinonia, 8, 347. 142 The background. The analysis of Western capitalist society in the 19th century. It came into being in conditions where the division of society into castes or estates had been abolished, and full legal equality established, but where society remained divided into well-defined strata distinguished by differences not of legal, but of economic and social status. It was never easily or precisely applicable to a society like that of Tsarist Russia, where legal estates still existed, or perhaps to societies like those of the English-speaking overseas countries, where no such divisions had ever existed, and where classes therefore lacked the degree of traditional rigidity assumed by the Marxist analysis. But what is more important is that by the end of the century it had ceased to be readily applicable even to the major countries for which it had been devised. Even in Western Europe, free capitalist society was in process of modification and transformation into managed capitalist society. The individual engaged in the private pursuit of his interests was replaced as the essential unit of the economic and social order by the collective group, taking the form now of the trust or syndicate, now of the trade union, now of the nation-state. The enormous implications of the change were not all immediately apparent, but they included the widespread encroachment of the sphere of collective action on that of individual action, with serious consequences for the 19th century conception of freedom, the substitution of the conscious manipulation of the economic process for the supposedly spontaneous operation of economic laws, and of the flagrant irrationalism of collective choices for the assumed, and, in part, real, rationality of individual choice, and the intrusion of power in a more naked and violent form into the ordering of social relations in a society. Moving rapidly away from the basic assumptions of a laissez-faire economy, the view of class as an objectively identifiable group, whose common action was the unconscious product of innumerable spontaneous actions of individuals pursuing their own interests underwent subtle and at first unperceived modifications. By the turn of the century the change of climate was beginning to make itself felt. These results of the transformation of free into managed capitalism may be briefly summed up by saying that the 19th class and party 143 century primacy of economics was succeeded by the 20th century primacy of politics. It would, of course, be misleading to suggest that Marx regarded political action as unnecessary, or as incapable of affecting economic conditions. The writings of his earlier period were predominantly political. The proletariat, declared the Communist Manifesto, will use its political dominance in order to strip the bourgeoisie step by step of all capital, and concentrate all means of production in the hands of the state, i.e. of the proletariat organized as the dominant class. Marx never at any time renounced the need for a political program, but he did assume that class consciousness developed spontaneously within a class, that the active and class-conscious proletariat at the moment of its victory would constitute a majority, and that political action would be required merely to seal a victory already assured by its economic superiority. The state remained subordinate to the social and economic order. Only political superstition, wrote Marx in The Holy Family today, supposes that social life must be held together by the state, whereas in reality the state is held together by social life plus. 50 years later this hypothesis was open to serious question, and Engels at the very end of his life, some years after Marx's death, had drawn attention to the way in which what Marx called the superstructure reacted on the basic economic structure, thus attenuating the unconditional primacy which Marx had appeared to assign to the economic factor. One specific development of managed capitalism was that political lines were beginning to cut across the economic lines of class solidarity, dividing classes against themselves and creating common interests within the nation between sectors of the proletariat and of the ruling bourgeoisie, a process which was to reach its culmination in 1914. Here too Engels, who was in closer touch than Marx with practical developments, qualified the unconditional application of Marx's model even before the publication of Capital by the half serious remark that the English proletariat is in reality becoming 1 Karl Marx Friedrich Engels, Historische Kritische Gesamtoscopie, I asterisk. Thiel, 3, 296. 144 The background. More and more bourgeois. By 1900 the Marxist assumption that the proletariat everywhere had a single determining economic interest which made it the absolute negation of the bourgeoisie was obsolescent. The classes were no longer either indivisible unities or unqualified opposites. These were the conditions when Lenin in What Is to Be Done first attempted in 1902 to elaborate a program of revolution. Firmly wedded to Marxist doctrine, he was nonetheless vividly conscious of the practical requirements of the movement and of the situation which he had to face. If political action was shaping the form of latter-day capitalism, political action must also shape the challenge to capitalism. Lenin took over the Marxist concept of a society polarized by the relations of production on which it was based, classes representing the elements of antagonism in in these relations. Classes are what allows one part of society to appropriate the labor of another part. But, in spite of this definition, Lenin from the outset insisted that the political consciousness of the working class could not be a spontaneous growth, and must be brought to the worker from without. It was Lenin who had first denounced spontaneity and tail-endism. It was Lenin who insisted on the political duty of the party to instruct the workers. The distinction between the party and the class, between the political and the economic unit, with the predominant and guiding role assigned to the party, was an essential feature of Bolshevik doctrine. This already meant an emphasis on the political and voluntarist aspects of Marxism, as opposed to the Menshevik emphasis on its economic and determinist elements. The unexpected victory of the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, and in Russia alone, not only brought this issue to a head, but put it in a new light. Either the revolution must be denounced as one for the ambiguities of the theory of a labor aristocracy, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 186 to 7. To Lenin, Socialism, XXV, 391. Lenin elsewhere gave a definition which also took account of the quasi-permanent character of class. Classes are groups of people of such a kind that one group can appropriate the labor of another thanks to the difference of their position in the definite formation of the social economy. Ibid, XXIV, 337. 3C. The Bolshevik Revolution, 191 July 1923, Volume 1, pages 27 to 30. Class and Party 145. It had been denounced by the Mensheviks as non-Marxist, or it represented a vindication of the most extreme political interpretation of Marxism. The revolution had triumphed through political action in what were, from the Marxist standpoint, economically unripe conditions. As Lenin said, it was the political half of socialism which had been realized in Russia in the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The economic half still lagged behind a disconcerting reversal of the initial Marxist premise. In the conditions created by the revolution, the strong political arm could alone make economic advance possible. With the support of proletarian state power, said Lenin in 1919, the sprigs of communism will develop into full communism. And in the controversy on the role of the trade unions in January 1921 he impatiently added, politics cannot but have precedence over economics. To argue otherwise is to forget the ABC of Marxism. Lenin in one of his last writings argued that the creation of socialism could come only with the attainment of a definite level of culture, and went on. Why cannot we conquer by revolutionary means the prerequisites for this definite level, and then, on the foundation of the workers' and peasants' power and of the Soviet order, move forward to catch up other nations? Asterisk. In Khrushchevsky's words, written just after the 14th Party Congress of December 1925, 300 years of monarchical rule created the society appropriate to it and the appropriate type of obedient subject, whose chief public virtue was silent submission to the ruling power. The revolution had not merely to sweep away the ancient patterns of life, but to recreate the very type of citizen who would have the necessary energy and initiative for the forthcoming battles. No longer could the individual be 1 Lenin, Socialism, XXII, 517. 2 Ibid, XXIB, 345. 3 Ibid, XXVI, 126. 4 Ibid, XXVII, 400. 5 G. Khrushchevsky, Socialism, 3, 1936, 119. Bukharin had more precisely defined the type of working class leader required. We need a psychological type which possesses the good qualities of the old Russian intelligentsia in the sense of Marxist education, breadth of outlook and theoretical analysis of events, yet with an American practical stamp. We need Marxism plus Americanism, and Bukharin, Proletarsky Revo. H.S.R.I7. 146. The background 7. Relied on to perform social functions of which he remained unconscious. The creation of consciousness was a vital task. The proletarian revolution in Russia had different prerequisites from the proletarian revolution whose inexorable advance Marx had charted in 19th century Western Europe, and raised issues that lay outside the perimeter of Marxist doctrine. The task of building socialism in one country meant also the task of creating those who would build it. It was this reemergence of politics as the primary factor which made the party master of the situation, and exalted party above class. No doubt, the party owed much, in the form which it ultimately assumed, to the foundations laid in the conspiratorial period of its existence before the revolution. But it owed more to the peculiar position in which the victory of the revolution placed it. The industrial proletariat which had played the heroic role in the achievement of October 1917 was a small and blind group. So long as the victorious Russian Revolution stood alone in a stubbornly capitalist world, its successful defense was a tour de force whose chances the Bolshevik leaders themselves had not at first rated high. During the Civil War the peasants had a common interest with the workers in the defense of the regime. But once the whites had been finally defeated, the disappearance of this common interest put the regime in immediate jeopardy, and its hope of survival depended on the firm direction and iron discipline of the party. Society had been split asunder and disintegrated by the revolution and the Civil War. The party alone withstood the shock and emerged from the ordeal with the prestige and self-confidence born of victory. The conception of NEP was based on belief in the effective control of the political dictatorship over the economic machine. Its success depended on the efficacy of political coercions and sanctions in fields where capitalism had relied on the economic coercions and sanctions of the hidden hand. After the introduction of NEP, however, even the party as a whole was no longer equal to this task, for expansion had Liuzi called Juran 1923, p. 49, Zinoviev told a Komsomol audience, we must combine the best traits of Americanism with the best existing traits of the Russian people. Party I Vospitani Smini 1924, p. 51. Oi. Class and Party 147. Solved, as the 10th Party Congress recorded in March 1921, in the entry into the party of elements which have not yet assimilated the communist view of life. Point 1. As the party had to mold and direct the society, so the party leadership, the central nucleus, gathered round the Politburo, the Orgbureau, and the Secretariat, had to mold and direct the party. The 10th Congress, which approved the introduction of NEP, also tightened up the disciplinary rules of the party. The coincidence was calculated. Never had discipline been more necessary in the party than at the moment when the bonds of society were being relaxed through the partial retreat into capitalism. 3 years later Stalin aided the three conditions which explained the rise of groupings in the party and made it imperative to prohibit them. These were the mixed character of the Russian economy with its feudal survivals, the readmission of capitalist elements into the economy under NEP, and the mixed social composition of the party itself, which was made up of proletarians, peasants, and intelligentsia. The dangers of social diversity could be countered only by the most rigid political discipline. In 1921, it was party discipline which defeated the mutineers of Kronstadt and appeased the peasants. In the years that followed it was party discipline which warded off the more insidious advance of the Netmen and the Kulaks and, in face of all contrary omens, carried on the revolution to its appointed conclusion. The description and diagnosis of these developments was, however, complicated by the attempt to discuss them in strict Marxist terms. The edge of the Marxist class analysis was seriously blunted when the attempt was made to apply it to a society where revolution had led to extreme fluidity and rapid changes in economic and social status, where the two basic classes were regarded no longer as antagonists, but as allies, and where a third class was postulated which could not be homogeneously defined in terms of the relations of production, and was not therefore in the Marxist sense a class at all. Soviet society, as it began to take shape under NEP, presented a diversified picture of fluid social groupings which did not exhibit either the clearly defined social 1 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, I. 366. 2 Stalin, Sakhanovia, 6. 22. 148 The background asterisk. Or economic function or the established stability of the Marxist class. Cohesion was given to it by the organization of the party. Party allegiance cut across social groups. Social and economic divisions were intersected by a new line of political demarcation. In order to determine the place of the individual in Soviet society, it was important to know not only to what social group he belonged, but whether he was or was not a member of the party, and what was the attitude of the party towards him and his group. The political factor of the party enters into every valid analysis of the structure of Soviet society. Analysis in purely social or economic categories becomes irrelevant. The party formed the new ruling class of this society out of a carefully balanced variety of social groups. It professed to act in the name of the proletariat. And this profession, while it did not mean that the commanding positions in the party were occupied by workers, was not meaningless. The overriding aim of the party was to promote the advance of socialism through a process of industrialization which would increase the numbers, and ultimately the material well-being and political weight, of the proletariat, and it was this aim, and the policies springing from it, which lent unity and substance to the party and to the ruling group. The purpose of the party was to carry on the revolution, and, so long as this purpose remained effective, the party dominated the whole society and kept the social groups within it fluid and malleable. The Bolshevik Revolution, though it drew its impetus and inspiration from Marxist doctrine, revealed an interplay of political with economic factors more subtle and complex than had been allowed for in earlier versions of Marxism. Lenin and his comrades and successors were strongly impregnated with the ideals and purposes of Marxism, and sincerely believed that, by maintaining and extending the political power placed in their hands by the victory of the revolution, they could eventually create the kind of society which Marx had envisaged. But, except in this ideological sense, they could not be regarded as the agents of the proletariat, or of the proletariat and the peasantry. Neither the proletariat nor the peasantry, nor a combination of the two, could be said to constitute the ruling class in the sense in which the bourgeoisie could be said to constitute the ruling class in Western class and party 149 countries. The dictatorship of the proletariat was a political, not an economic or social, phenomenon. It was the rule not of a class, but of a party or group. It did not rest on the strength of the proletariat, which was for the present extremely slight. Its declared political program was to make the proletariat strong, and to create the conditions in which a dictatorship of the proletariat in the Marxist sense might become a reality. But these conditions included a remolding, psychological as well as material, of the proletariat. The role of the Bolshevik party and the hypertrophy of its power were thus a direct outcome of the isolated victory of the proletarian revolution in a country whose retarded economic and political development failed to provide the conditions postulated by Marx and by early Marxists for such a victory. On the morrow of revolution, the Russian workers lacked even the elementary technical and political training which the advanced capitalism and democracy of Western countries had provided. In the absence of active support from the proletariats of the West, which remained passive, and of the Russian peasantry, which, having acquired the land, was potentially hostile to further innovation, the Russian proletariat was powerless to secure and consolidate the results of the victory, which in the years after 1917 were plainly threatened with collapse or defeat. The party stepped into the gap. Having planned and led the revolutionary coup of October 1917, it created a regime strong enough once more to emerge victorious from the civil war and to undertake the reorganization of the economic life of the country. In so doing, the party succeeded to the automatic prestige, authority, and sanctity attaching, in any established society, to its symbolic head the kind of prestige, authority, and sanctity formerly attaching to the person of the Tsar. It was something both more and less than a ruling group. The party became the society in miniature. It reflected the tensions of the society and the distribution of power between social and economic groups, so that every major issue appeared in heightened perspective in the political microcosm of the party. But the reflection was not purely passive and representative. The party line was no mere synthesis of these tensions and conflicts. The party continued to carry the political 150 The background gram of the proletarian revolution. The history of the revolution consisted of the impact of this dynamic force on a society dominated by a backward peasant economy. The coming of NEP had appeared to many to mean that the force of the revolution was spent, and that the party, as the bearer of this force, would be quietly reabsorbed into the traditional society. Any social and economic analysis of the situation between 1921 and 1924 appeared to justify this conclusion. In reality, the party leadership compromised far enough with the traditional society to ride the storm. This compromise was the essence not only of NEP, but of socialism in one country. Yet in the sequel it had retained its revolutionary dynamic unimpaired, and imposed on the society the consummation of revolution from above. This was a political denouement which constitutes a striking tribute to the infinite complexity of the factors that determine the course of history. Chapter 4. Personalities. The question of the role of great men in history is sometimes confused with that of the role of individuals in history. The two cases are logically separable, but certain analogies exist between them. The events of history are set in motion by the wills of individuals, but what individuals will is governed in part by the historical conditions in which they find themselves, and these conditions impose still narrower limits on what they can effectively will. Hence the explanations of events given by the historian cannot be confined to simple statements of the will of the individuals concerned, and tend for this reason to create the illusion of impersonal forces at work in history, though the historian is well aware that the acts through which these forces find expression are the acts of individuals and are set in motion by the individual will. Similarly, conspicuous and memorable events in history are commonly said to be the work of great men, but the quality which makes the events conspicuous, and causes the actors in them to be hailed as great, appears to reside in factors that lie outside the events themselves. An event is significant on account of its causes or its consequences. A great man is great because what he says or does represents not merely his own will, but the wills of large multitudes of his fellow men, and perhaps not only of his own generation, but of generations yet unborn. The relation of great men to the world of history is reciprocal. The great man is great because he influences his contemporaries and posterity and helps to mold their destiny. But the great man is also the product of his environment, and is great because he embodies the wills and aspirations of his contemporaries, or anticipates those of their successors, on a more than ordinary scale. It is the business of the historian to explain these factors without either diminishing the achievement of the great man or depicting it as something that lies outside history and is not amenable to historical explanation. To ask whether the great man has shaped the course of events, or has himself been shaped by a course of events which is 152. The background, explicable in other terms, is to make an historically false distinction, to divide a single composite historical process. This interconnection between great events and great men explains why the appearance of great men commonly coincides with the turning points of history. The name of Lenin is solubly linked, both for his contemporaries and for posterity, with the Bolshevik Revolution. The accident of Lenin's illness and death at the moment when the revolution had completed its most turbulent phase, and was settling down to a post-revolutionary period compounded, in accordance with the usual pattern, of consolidation and of reaction, has served to throw his achievement into particularly dramatic relief. Lenin's career was cut off at the point where the revolutionary drama had reached its fifth act. The post-revolutionary epilogue was to be played out by men whose characters fitted, and reflected, the needs of the new period. The political qualities of Lenin's successors are an emblem of their time, and their political biographies are a part of its history. No historical period leaves a stronger impression than the middle 1920s in the Soviet Union of events that dominated its leading figures, dictating their opinions and determining their rise and fall. The qualities which made Trotsky an outstanding leader in the days of storm and stress unfit him for leadership in the period of patient calculation and measured compromise which followed, and he lacked all talent for self-adaptation. After his downfall, the other leaders struggled against one another for mastery. But at no time did the course of events in the sense of the victory of this or that opinion or policy seem to hang on the issue of the struggle. It cannot plausibly be maintained that the policies which ultimately emerged triumphed because Stalin advocated them. It is nearer the truth to say that Stalin rose to power through his skill in hitching his fortunes at precisely the right moment to policies that were about to win acclaim, and extricating himself in time from commitments to lost causes. Yet, even this does not exhaust the complexity of the relation. The struggle between policies and the struggle for power between individual leaders were both real, but they proceeded independently and on different planes. The victory of Stalin over his rivals in the struggle for leadership can be simply explained by his underscore personalities 153. Immense superiority to them in almost every political art. But it cannot be said either that Stalin was victorious because he was the advocate of the policies which proved acceptable to the party, or that those policies were ultimately adopted as a result of Stalin's victory, for most of these policies had been advocated by Stalin's opponents long before he, already well on the road to supreme power, made them his own. The historian who seeks to explain the major developments in the history of the Soviet Union in the 1920s will, for this reason, derive comparatively little help from the study of the characters of the principal leaders and of relations between them. These form, however, a part, though a minor part, of the story, and some examination of the political opinions and public behavior of these men will serve both to reflect and to illuminate the course of the events in which they were involved. A. Trotsky. Lev Davidovich Trotsky, original name Bronstein, was born in 1879 at the village of Yanovka in the Ukraine. His father belonged to the not very numerous class of Jewish independent small farmers. At the age of 9 he was sent to school in Odessa, living with relatives of his mother. His last year of schooling 1896-7 was passed at Nikolov, where he first began to read forbidden books and became politically conscious. Early in 1897 he joined a revolutionary group engaged in underground political work, and underwent conversion to Marxism. In the following year he was arrested, spent the next 2 years in a succession of prisons, and was sent to Siberia in 1900. In 1902 he made his escape and, traveling via Vienna, Zurich, and Paris, joined Lenin and Martov in London. His literary talents, marked by a certain flamboyance of style, had already won him the party nickname of Pero or Pen. He quickly became a contributor to Iskra, earning the admiration of Lenin and the jealous disapproval of Plekhanov. The Second Party Congress of 1903 was an important turning point in Trotsky's career. Differing from Lenin on the character of the party organization, he came down on the side of Martov and the Mensheviks. In the following year, in a pamphlet entitled 154 The Background, Our Political Tasks and published under Menshevik auspices, he pronounced himself in favor of opportunism in the organizational question as against Lenin's organizational rigorism, and made a bitter and sweeping personal attack on Lenin, whom he denounced as a Maximilian Robespierre and a slipshod adder, and accused of a desire to establish a dictatorship over the proletariat. He soon broke with the Mensheviks, fell under the influence of Parvus, a German social democrat of Russian copyright origin, who inspired his theory of permanent revolution, and returned to Russia to participate actively in the 1905 revolution, becoming, at the age of 26, the last president of the short-lived Petersburg Soviet, and demonstrating his capacity to sway and dominate an audience of workers. After a public trial which enhanced his reputation in revolutionary circles, he spent another short period in Siberia, but escaped in time to attend the Fifth Party Congress in London in 1907. From this time till 1917 he consistently attempted to occupy a position outside the factions, struggling to reconcile Bolsheviks and Mensheviks in the name of a general party line. Trotsky's view of the nature of the coming revolution was now far nearer to that of the Bolsheviks than of the Mensheviks. But, whereas Menshevism was always fluid and open to compromise, Bolshevism had hardened under Lenin's hand into a rigid core of doctrine which tolerated no dissent and treated as enemies those who rejected any item of it, and this meant in practice that Trotsky found himself far more often at loggerheads with the Bolsheviks, and with Lenin in particular, than with the Mensheviks. The fact that Lenin and Trotsky were at this time, in their different styles, already the two outstanding figures in the Russian Social Democrat movement, and that there was no Menshevik of comparable stature to draw Trotsky's fire, merely deepened and sharpened the differences between them. The years from 1907 to 1914 furnished that rich literature of controversy and mutual recrimination between the rival leaders. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 45. 2. Trotsky himself afterwards noted this phenomenon, the conciliatory line involved me in all the harsher opposition to Bolshevism since Lenin, in contrast to the Mensheviks, mercilessly rejected, and could not help rejecting conciliationism. L. Trotsky, Permanent Nairevalyatsia Berlin, 1930. p. 49. Personalities 155. Which afterwards helped to build up the tradition of a fundamental incompatibility between the doctrine of Lenin and the doctrine of Trotsky. It was at this period that differences of opinion between them about permanent revolution and the role of the peasant, which, as the sequel showed, were never more than differences of emphasis, became inflated in the heat of controversy into differences of principle, and this period also produced the abundant literature of mutual vituperation, which played so conspicuous a role in later controversies. The outbreak of war in 1914 brought about no immediate mitigation of the antipathy between them. Trotsky passed 2 years of the war in Paris, where in conjunction with Martov he edited a Russian anti-war newspaper, Nash Slovo, to which Lunakarsky, Ryazanov, Lazovsky, Chicherin, Radek, and Rakovsky were regular or occasional contributors. Trotsky now stood on the extreme left of the party. His views on the war differed in form rather than in substance from those of Lenin. But his eclecticism and willingness to cooperate with Mensheviks still estranged him from the Bolsheviks, and his stern internationalism made him unsympathetic to the compromise which Lenin was prepared to make with the principle of national self-determination. At the end of 1916 Trotsky was expelled from France, and spent the first 3 months of 1917 in New York. He at once became a member of a left-wing group in which Bukharin and Kollontai were leading figures and a contributor to the journal of the group, Novaya Mir. He evidently offended Kollontai, who wrote to Lenin that Trotsky's arrival strengthened the right wing at our meetings and had delayed the endorsement of the Zimmerwald program, and this letter provoked the last of those personal outbursts of Lenin against Trotsky. What a swine that Trotsky is, which were afterwards so freely exploited by Trotsky's enemies. On the outbreak of the 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 73 to 4. 2. Lenin, Sakhainania, XXIX, 290. The extract from Kollontai's letter is in Proletarsky Revolutsiya, No. 5, 1935, p. 39. Trotsky, in his own account of his stay in New York, L. Trotsky, Moyes Berlin, 1930, I. 310 to 12. Writes condescendingly of Bukharin and Kollontai, but does not record any political disagreement. The fact that he and Bukharin returned to Russia by different routes may suggest that personal relations between them were not close. 156. The background. February Revolution. He left for Russia, and, after a long detention by the British naval authorities at Halifax, Nova Scotia, finally reached Petrograd in May 1917. Lenin met him at first with a certain restraint and hesitation. But, from the moment when Trotsky decided to join the Bolshevik Party and to accept its organization and discipline, the difficulties melted away. In the critical months of 1917 Trotsky consistently saw eye to eye with Lenin. At this time there was, as Lenin recorded, no better Bolshevik. Trotsky's experience and prestige as leader of the Petrograd Soviet of 1905 were invaluable, and he played the largest single part in organizing the coup of October 1917. Its brilliant success, and Trotsky's subsequent work in the recruitment and organization of the Red Army, made him in the eyes of the world the equal partner of Lenin. The names Lenin and Trotsky were coupled wherever the Russian Revolution was spoken of. In the party the role of Lenin's principal lieutenant could not be denied him. It was true that Trotsky continued to have differences with Lenin in this period on Brest-Litovsk, on the advance to war, saw, on the relations of trade unions to the state, to name only the most famous. But it was also fair to recall the occasions on which he had stood with Lenin against other party leaders in opposition to a coalition in November 1917, in support of the employment of specialists in the Red Army, in defense of the monopoly of foreign trade, in opposition to the coercion of Georgia in 1921. Two such alternations of agreement and disagreement were perfectly possible at this period between loyal party members. Lenin's criticism, in the testament, of Trotsky's too far-reaching self-confidence and disposition to be too much attracted by the purely administrative side of affairs was balanced by the recognition of him as personally the most able man in the present Central Committee and implied no grain of doubt of his loyalty and devotion. The position of Trotsky in the party was challenged only when Lenin was incapacitated and when Trotsky's rivals came together to block his potential claim to the succession. He himself. 1. L. Trotsky, Moyes Berlin, 1930, 2, 61. 2. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 19, Note 1. 3. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 266. Personalities 157. Remarked that the beginning of the struggle with Trotskyism coincides with the end of Lenin *, though he failed to understand the reason. When Lenin disappeared from the scene, it quickly became patent how much of the strength of Trotsky's position had been due to Lenin's active support, while he had a following in the rank and file of the party. The other party leaders were his implacable enemies. What now brought about his downfall was hostility not to his policies, but to his person. It would be nearer the truth to say that, between 1924 and 1927, Trotsky's policies were discredited because he propounded them than that he was discredited for propounding unacceptable policies. He made mistakes, but mistakes which would have been lived down and forgotten if committed by others proved fatal to him. It was his record, his outlook, his personality which were the real target of attack and the real causes of his defeat. An examination of these will throw an indirect but significant light on the history of the period. Of all the Bolshevik leaders, Trotsky was the most Western and the least specifically Russian. Born in a Jewish family well above the poverty line and with some intellectual ambitions, in a part of Russia where anti-Semitism was rife in the period in which he grew up, educated in a school which was a German foundation, and where half the pupils in his day were still German, he can hardly have escaped some perhaps unconscious prejudice against things Russian. By way of contrast, he conceived an idealization of the foreign world, of Western Europe and America, whither millions of his compatriots, including a high proportion of Jews, were to migrate in the 2 decades before 1914. He himself came to Western Europe at the impressionable age of 23, a refugee from the Russian police. But, above all, the Russia against which Trotsky reacted was the peasant Russia of his youth. The mature Trotsky was wholly urban. The town was the symbol of everything progressive. The history of capitalism, he had written in 1906, is the history of the subordination of the country to the one Bulletin Oppositii, Paris, No. 27, March 1932, p. 2. L. Trotsky, Moyes Berlin, 1930, I. 64, 114. Trotsky disclaimed any kind of national Jewish consciousness. I am not a Jew but an Nationalist, he said on one occasion to a Jewish delegation, Gziv, Trotsky. 158 The background. Town. Every Russian Marxist believed in the economic superiority of Western capitalist society and in the backwardness of the primitive peasant Russian economy. Every Russian Marxist reacted against the Slavofil myth. But Trotsky showed pretty Lars est in dwelling on the nullity of the Russian contribution to civilization. In statesmanship Russia had not got beyond third-rate imitations of the Duke of Alba, Colbert, Turgot, Metternich or Bismarck. In philosophy and social science, what Russia had given to the world was nothing, around zero. Even. Trotsky's admiration of the classics of Russian literature had a European flavor. Karatev in War and Peace, he remarked, was the least comprehensible of at any rate the most remote from the European reader of Tolstoy's characters. The whole conception of the revolution was for Trotsky inseparable from that of the impact of European civilization on backward Russia. The revolution means the final break of the people with Asianism, with the 17th century, with Holy Russia, with icons and cockroaches. Not a return to the pre-Petrine period, but on the contrary an assimilation of the whole people to civilization. To seek salvation in the West was Russia's revolutionary destiny. In April 1916 Trotsky still deprecated the national revolutionary messianic mood which prompts one to see one's own nation-state as destined to lead mankind to socialism. Characteristica NY, 1921, p. 46. But he was fully aware of the implications of his Jewish origin in a Russian environment, and in 1917 rejected a suggestion that he should be put in charge of the Department of Internal Affairs on the ground that the appointment of a Jew to such a post would put an additional weapon into the hands of our enemies. L. Trotsky. Moyes Berlin, 1930, 2, 62-3. 1 L. Trotsky, IDGI Perspectivi, 2nd ed. 1919, p. 43. 2 Trotsky, Sakhainidia, XX, 330, 337. The date of the article is 1921. It contrasts markedly in tone with Lenin's article of 1914, on the national pride of the great Russians. We are full of a feeling of national pride, and precisely for that reason especially hate our servile past. Lenin, Sakhainidia, 1881. 3 Trotsky, Sakhainidia, XX, 252. 4 L. Trotsky, Literatura I Revoluция, 1923, p. 68. 5 Nash Slovo, April 12, 1916, quoted in I Deutscher, The Prophet Armed. 1954, p. 238, a phrase in Lenin's farewell letter to the Swiss workers of March 1917 appeared to be a reply to this observation, not its specia. Personalities 159. The distinctively Western cast of Trotsky's thought helps to explain why before 1914 he found himself more at home with the more westernized Mensheviks than with the Bolsheviks. But he was also, of all Russian Social Democrats, the only one who, during this period, achieved easy personal relations with the Social Democrats of Western Europe. The association with Parvus gave him his first entry into German party circles. Between 1907 and 1914 his position outside the two Russian factions made him the best interpreter of Russian party affairs to Western European socialists, who shared his impatience of the doctrinal niceties of Russian party strife. In Berlin he was an assiduous visitor to the House of Koskai, where he met the other German party leaders, including the veteran Babel, and he was the only Russian whose contributions were welcomed by Voreuters and Nuizite. In Vienna he was on friendly terms with the Austrian socialist leaders. He developed at this time a keen interest in the art, literature and intellectual movements of the West. Through Joff, who was psychoanalyzed by Adler, he had at any rate a superficial acquaintance with the work of Freud. In Paris in 1915 and 1916 he came to know the French leaders of the extreme left. After the foundation of Comintern he long remained, on the strength of these personal contacts, the main authority on relations with the French party. In the Russian party he made himself the champion of such supposedly Western virtues as order, leanness and punctuality. If Trotsky struck Lunacharsky in 1905 qualities, but rather the special constellation of historical circumstances have made the Russian proletariat, for a certain, perhaps very brief, time, the vanguard of the revolutionary proletariat of the whole world. Sakhainidia. XX, 68. 1 He in 1912 complained that Trotsky is master at Voreuters, the foreign section of which was directed by Hilferding, the friend of Trotsky. Lenin, Sakhainidia 4th ed., XXXV, 11. 2 Chernin relates that Victor Adler told him on the eve of his departure for Brest-Litovsk, you will certainly get on all right with Trotsky. Oh. Chernin, in the World War 1919, p. 234, the passage is oddly omitted in the German edition published in the same year. 3 Trotsky, Sakhainidia, XXI, 423-32. 4 In 1920 he apparently secured, with Lenin's support, the issue of a decree on punctual attendance at meetings and committees with fines for unpunctuality. The results were small. Trotsky, Ibid, XXI, 700. 160 The background. As unusually elegant, unlike the rest of us, if visitors to Moscow, in the days of his greatness often noticed the elegance of his dress, and an American admirer described him as highly bourgeois. This was another way of saying that Trotsky preferred European conventions, affecting neither Lenin's proletarian cloth cap nor Stalin's Russian blouse. To describe Trotsky as the most European, and Stalin as the least European, of the early Bolshevik leaders is to state one of the underlying causes of the incompatibility between them. In the party where, after Lenin's death, men with little or no experience of the West were gradually coming to the top, the Western quality of Trotsky's chosen ways of life and thought was an isolating factor, while it helped to account for the ready support which he had first obtained in most of the Western communist parties. In the Russian party it was quickly turned against him. The resolution of the party Central Committee of January 1925 which passed judgment on him described Trotskyism as a falsification of communism in the spirit of approximation to European patterns of pseudo-Marxism, i.e., in the last resort, in the spirit of European social democracy. Another quality put Trotsky at the opposite pole to Stalin. Of the original Bolsheviks only Stalin, and perhaps Zinoviev, were not preeminently intellectuals. The rest, and the same was true of nearly all the Mensheviks, were men of ideas, men who resorted naturally to the written word and would have been uneasy about any course of action which could not be justified by theoretical argument. But in this respect Trotsky towered above them all. 1 Lunacharsky, Revolution Solidarity, 1923, p. 20. This sketch appeared at a moment when it was already possible to criticize Trotsky and not yet obligatory to abuse him. It is the best in the volume. 2 M. Eastman, Portrait of a Youth, 1926, pages 15, 31. 3 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, I. 636. According to Stalin, Sachi. Niniya, 8, 295, this resolution was drafted by Zinoviev, Belikon, at this time a spokesman of Zinoviev, alleged in his article against Trotsky in December 1924 that Trotsky had always tended towards Western European Marxism in tactical and organizational questions, Pravda, December 19, 1924. For in exile Trotsky was to write of himself, the desire for study has never left me, and many times in my life I felt that the revolution was preventing me from working systematically. L. Trotsky, Moyes in Berlin, 1930. I. 15. The words should not be taken too literally, they would scarcely. Personalities 161. For sheer force of intellect nobody in the party was a match for him. His anticipation of the dangers of personal dictatorship in the party in his pamphlet of 1904, his analysis of the future course of the revolution in results and prospects in 1906, his diagnosis of the different, but characteristic, chinks in the ideological armor of both Mensheviks and Bolsheviks in the article of 19,091 all. These were extraordinary examples of penetrating acumen. The more testing conditions of political responsibility after 1917 revealed no falling off in intellectual power, though they brought out some of the defects of this quality in practical politics. The debate over Brest-Litovsk found Trotsky in the familiar posture of attempting to build a platform midway between two conflicting groups. The no war, no peace formula was a brilliant and ingenious improvisation. Its application was a gamble which nearly succeeded. But the verdict may be that to gamble in such a situation is not a mark of the highest statesmanship. In the succeeding years, Trotsky was, on a remarkable number of occasions, the first to elaborate and put forward policies which were eventually adopted, sometimes after he had been denounced for defending them. He was, so far as the record goes, the first advocate of NEP, at any rate in the party a year before its acceptance. He was the protagonist of industrialization and planning at a time when these were denounced by the party leadership as destructive of NEP and of the link with the peasantry. The maintenance of labor armies and the statization of the trade unions, which were vehemently rejected when he proposed them, were realized in substance though not in form, several years later. But this sequence of miscarriages or of successes out of due time suggests Trotsky's fundamental weakness as a responsible politician. He had an unfaltering, at times almost uncanny, perception of the social and economic trends of his time, and of the policies which would one day be demanded to take account of them. But he did not possess that supreme political sense of tact and of timing. Have been written at the height of Trotsky's political activity. But they contrast strikingly with Lenin's obiter dictum on the contrast between theory and life. See The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 35 to 6. 1 for the 1904 pamphlet, see pages 153 to 4 above. For the other two, see The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 69 to 71. 162 The background, which is given to the great masters of statecraft. Once he had copyright diagnosed the need for action, he lacked the patience to wait till the moment was ripe. The capacity to manipulate men, and to shape situations, in the interest of the course which he judged necessary eluded him. He had much of the common failing of the intellectual in politics, intolerance of the crude realities of the exercise of political power. It was Trotsky's position in the party as the outstanding Westerner and as the outstanding intellectual which, more than any specific issue of doctrine or policy, differentiated him from Lenin. Lunacharsky summed up the difference in the acute and provocative verdict that Trotsky was a more orthodox Marxist than Lenin. If Marxism is regarded primarily as a rigid analysis of the contradictions of the capitalist and of bourgeois society, and only secondarily as a program of action, if its economic and so-called determinist elements are exalted above its political and voluntarist aspects, then Trotsky was the better Marxist, and this interpretation of Marxism, which can be supported by many passages of Marx himself, is on the whole the one which has prevailed in the West. But this was not the interpretation which, under the leadership of Lenin, prevailed in the Bolshevik Revolution. Lenin brought to the interpretation of Marx's teaching a flexibility and an adaptability which were foreign to Trotsky's attitude, but which are probably essential to any application of theory to practice. Both Lenin and Trotsky liked to invoke his Tory. But, while Lenin was fully alive to the necessity of molding the course of history to his program, Trotsky tended to treat history as an objective reality which was accessible to intellectual analysis, and was bound to justify that analysis in action if the analysis were correct. The masses, by their spontaneous action, were the executors of the laws of history. The essence of the Bolshevik Revolution was the forcible entrance of the masses into the realm of rulership over their own destiny. From this court there was no appeal. Trotsky relegated his defeated opponents to the dustbin of history. But in so doing, he deprived himself of any real answer when, in the hour of his own defeat, he found him. 1 A. Lunacharsky, Revolutionny Saluty, 1923, p. 27. 2 L. Trotsky, History of the Russian Revolution, English translate, I, 1932, 15. O.D. I.O.O. All. Personalities 163. Self-consigned to the same destination. His autobiography and many of his subsequent writings revolved round the tormenting question why he was defeated, why the masses failed to rise to his support, questions which for him could be answered only in terms of some error of analysis. He patently failed to answer them, either to his own satisfaction or to that of the reader. It is significant that in the concluding sentences of his autobiography, he sought consolation in a quotation not from Marx, but from his old enemy Proudhon, not in an analysis of history, but in a gesture of defiance to it. The singularities of Trotsky's political destiny were closely interwoven with those of his personal character. The quality, which Lenin called self-confidence and others bluntly branded as arrogance, isolated him among his equals. An acquaintance of his early years, in a hostile but perceptive sketch, wrote of the desire to rise above all, to be everywhere and always first as the fundamental quality of his character, and this gave his revolutionary convictions an austere and almost inhuman note which distinguished them from the equally intense but emotionally warmer convictions of Lenin. The revolution and his active ego coincided. Everything that was outside his ego, and therefore did not interest him, did not exist for him. The workers interested him as necessary instruments of his activity, of his revolutionary work. His comrades interested him as a means with the cooperation of which he exercised his revolutionary activity. He loved the workers, he loved his comrades in the organization, because in them he loved himself. Between 1903 and 1917 he continued to play a lone hand, and when in 1917 the logic of the revolution and the magic of Lenin's personality made him a Bolshevik, they did not bring his isolation to an end. There was more than a grain of truth in Kamenetz later taunt that Trotsky entered our party as an individualist, who thought, and still thinks, that in the fundamental question of the revolution it is not the party, but he, Comrade Trotsky, who is right. For Trotsky, even the Marxist sense of history seemed to 1 Gziv, Trotsky, Characteristica, NY, 1921, p. 12. 2 Leninism Eli Trotskyism, 1924, p. 47. 164 The background. Take on a personal color, and to center around his own role on the historical stage. Unlike Lenin, wrote Lunacharsky, who never looks at himself, never glances into the mirror of history, never even thinks of what posterity will say of him, Trotsky looks at himself often, treasures his historical role, and coveted the halo of a genuine revolutionary leader asterisk. After Trotsky's downfall many who had once praised and flattered hastened to denigrate and condemn. But there is contemporary evidence of the ambivalent attitude of the other leaders towards him and of their resentment of his authority and prestige. Indeed, nothing else could explain the rapidity and ease with which the coalition was formed against him when Lenin withdrew from the scene. More feared than loved, perhaps that is possible, wrote a French communist whose record of a visit to Moscow in 1921 appeared with a preface by Trotsky, but his ascendancy is prodigious. I love Trotsky, but am afraid of him, wrote the poet Astor D. Bedny a little later asterisk Angelica Balabanov, an unsympathetic critic, passed a harsher judgment. His arrogance equals his gifts and capacities, and his manner of exercising it in personal relations creates very often a distance between himself and those about him which excludes both personal warmth and any feeling of sympathy and reciprocity asterisk. Lunacharsky referred to Trotsky's nonchalant, high and mighty way of speaking to all and sundry, and noted that a tremendous imperiousness and a kind of inability or unwillingness to be at all amiable and attentive to people condemned him to a certain loneliness in the party. He had practically no immediate supporters, a specialist without party affiliations who saw a good deal of the leaders at this time acutely observed Trotsky's isolation. 1 Lunacharsky, Revolution Yiseliudi, 1923, p. 27. 2 Imrizet, chez Lenin et Trotsky, 1922, p. 108. 3 years earlier the impressionable Frenchman Seytoul had referred to Trotsky's Mephisto Philian, terrifying mask, A. Seytoul, Lettres sur la Révolution Bolsheviki, 1919, p. 396. 3 Pravda, January 11, 1924. 4 A. Balabanov, My Life as a Rebel, English Translate 1938, p. 176. 5 A. Lunacharsky, Revolution Yiseliudi, 1923, pages 20-21. Gorky in his Memoir of Lenin, compared Trotsky with Lassalle, and described him as with us, but not of us, M. Gorky, Days with Lenin, English Translate N.D. Lel. ONL. Personalities 165. In any gathering of these old Bolsheviks Trotsky remained an alien. Trotsky compelled them to respect him, to pay heed to every word he spoke. Yet they resented it bitterly, or at least were dissatisfied and jealous whenever Lenin saw fit to defer publicly to Trotsky. It was easy for Lenin, the uncontested leader, to overlook Trotsky's sudden and rapid promotion and to forget his past record in admiration of his present deserts. It was more difficult for those jealous old Bolsheviks who felt that an intruder had supplanted them both in authority and in Lenin's favor. Trotsky never seems to have realized the handicaps imposed on him by his late accession to the party. His behavior accentuated them. His outstanding services to the party, and Lenin's ungrudging recognition of them, were a sufficient passport to preeminence. He sought no other. He saw no reason to conciliate his enemies and rivals, and heedlessly added to their number. See. It was doubtless this human shortcoming which Lenin had in mind when he wrote in the testament of Trotsky's addiction to the purely administrative side of affairs. His capacity as an administrator was second only to his intellectual power. The effortless success of the October coup of 1917 owed much to his organizing genius. The creation of the Red Army was his supreme achievement, and any department administered or supervised by Trotsky was a model of efficiency. Nor did this exhaust the astonishing range of his gifts. He was probably the greatest orator of the revolution. Before a limited and informed party assembly, his studied rhetorical effects were less effective than Lenin's direct simplicity, and Stalin underlined the point when he missed the simple and human touch in Trotsky's exposition of Leninism. But Trotsky's occasional flamboyance did not, like that of Zinoviev, mask an intellectual void or a weakness of inner conviction. It sprang from fierce, uncontrollable passion, and in the ability to move a mass audience by the passionate sweep of his eloquence Trotsky stood out above any of his contemporaries. 21,932, p. 57. In view of Gorky's own position the passage reads somewhat ironically. It did not appear in the original version of the memoir in Russkaya Sovremenniki, Berlin, I, 1924, 229-44. 1 S. Lieberman, Building Lenin's Russia, Chicago, 1945, p. 78. 2 Stalin, Sakhaina, 8, 276. E. 166 The background. Yet the great intellectual, the great administrator, the great orator, lacked one quality essential at any rate in the conditions of the copyright Russian Revolution to the great political leader. Trotsky could fire masses of men to acclaim and follow him. But he had no talent for leadership among equals. He could not establish his authority among colleagues by the modest arts of persuasion or by sympathetic attention to the views of men of lesser intellectual caliber than himself. He did not suffer fools, and he was accused of being unable to brook rivals. Where Lenin was supreme, Trotsky failed altogether. Thus the political climate of the period, combined with his own weaknesses of character, sealed Trotsky's doom. Self-confident, haughty and aloof among his colleagues, secure in his own superiority and unconscious or contemptuous of the ruffled emotions of those who felt themselves overshadowed by him, he felt no need to defend himself against the powerful forces accumulated against him. Referring to the first attacks of the other leaders upon him in the winter of 1923-4, he nonchalantly boasted that he had not read any of these things. He made no attempt, till it was far too late, either to organize his friends or to divide his enemies. Trotsky had no political instinct in the narrower sense, no feeling for a situation, no sensitive touch for the levers of power. It was this defect which rendered him blind, in the years before the revolution, to the significance of Lenin's insistence on rigorous organization, and which, after the revolution, made him politically no match either for Lenin, whom he outshone in many spheres, or for Stalin, whom he eclipsed in almost all. But, even more than these personal shortcomings, the evolution of events contributed to his defeat. As an intellectual he lost his foothold. In a time when theory was beginning to be at a discount, when political life revolved around the empirical solution of current practical problems, and the balance between conflicting factions. One Trotsky contemptuously commented on the advantage which his indifference in this respect gave to Stalin. Whenever I had occasion to tread on the corns of personal predilections, friendships, or vanities, Stalin carefully gathered up all the people whose corns had been stepped on. L. Trotsky, Stalin N.Y., 1940, p. 289. 2 M. Eastman, since Lenin died, 1925, p. 94. Personalities 167. And interest was maintained by clever political maneuvering. As a wholehearted and impenitent Westerner, he was out of place in a period when a return to Russian national tradition was being cunningly blended with the achievements of the revolution. As a revolutionary to the fingertips, he was an incongruous figure in an age which seemed, though falsely seemed, to be set on a path of consolidation and stabilization. As an individualist, whose past recalcitrance to party discipline was unforgotten and unforgiven, he was suspect in a party which hymned the praises of collective leadership and was obsessed by the bogey of Bonaparte. Trotsky was a hero of the revolution. He fell when the heroic age was over. B. Zinoviev. Grigory Evgenevich Zinoviev, original name Radomilsky, was born in 1883 in Elizabethgrad, renamed Zinovievsk in 1924, of a Jewish petty bourgeois family, his father being the proprietor of a small dairy farm. He was taught at home, and never attended school or university. He appears to have been the least highly educated of the Bolshevik leaders, except Stalin, and he was the least successful of them all in his handling of men. From the age of 15 he earned his living first as a teacher, then as a clerk in a business firm. At the turn of the century he became active in organizing strikes, and in 1902 he went abroad to Berlin, Paris, and Bern. Early in 1903 he met Plekhanov and Lenin in Switzerland, and after the party congress of that year was sent back to Russia as a party worker. At this time his health began to give trouble, a heart defect was diagnosed and he again went abroad. In 1906 he was back in Petersburg carrying on agitation among the metal workers. He attended the Fifth Party Congress in London in 1907 as their delegate, and was elected to the party central committee. In the following year he was arrested, but secured his release on grounds of ill health and returned to Switzerland. From this time onward he became Lenin's intimate associate, and the above particulars are taken from the authorized biography in Encyclopedический Slovar Ruskego Bibliographickого Instituta Granit. Sli, I, ND 1927, Prolochini, COLS 143-9. 168 The background. Disciple. He seems to have been the only Bolshevik to stand at Lenin's side in Paris in January 1910 in opposition to the policy of compromise with the Mensheviks and to the maintenance of the United Party Central Committee won and no doubt earned the leader's gratitude on that account. The Prague Conference of 1912 made him a member of the new all-Bolshevik Party Central Committee, and he moved with Lenin to Galicia in the following year. When Kamina returned to Petersburg in 1914 to edit Pravda, Zinoviev remained behind as Lenin's principal collaborator, and followed his fortunes throughout the war. Zinoviev and Lenin appeared as joint authors on the title page of a pamphlet entitled Socialism and the War, published in Russian in Switzerland in 1915 and quickly translated into German and French, and of a collection of articles against the current, published in Switzerland in German in 1916 and in a Russian version in Petrograd in 1918. Zinoviev therefore already occupied a special position in the party when he returned to Petrograd with Lenin in the sealed train in April 1917. Like the other leading Bolsheviks, he was initially shocked by Lenin's April theses, but quickly rallied to them. He accompanied Lenin into hiding in July 1917, and returned with him to Petrograd in October. This proved a turning point in Zinoviev's career. He associated himself with the cautious Kamina in opposing Lenin's proposal for the immediate seizure of power. Less consistent than Kamina, or more reluctant to burn his boats, he did not actually resign with him from the party Central Committee, but, after the disclosure of the dispute in the non-party journal Novaya Zhizn, he incurred Lenin's wrath. Equally with him. 10 days after the seizure of power, Zinoviev, with Kamina and 3 other members of the Central Committee, resigned on the issue of Lenin's opposition to a coalition government. Met with the SRS, when confronted with an ultimatum from Lenin, Zinoviev, alone of the 5, at once recanted and resumed his seat on the committee. These incidents were forgiven and, in large measure, forgotten by the party. But they left the impression of a basic timidity of character beneath a blustering exterior. Zinoviev shrank from the responsibility of decisive action, but 1 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 1, p. 62. Asterisk. 7 Personalities. 169. Shrank equally from the consequences of persisting in his opposition. That Zinoviev held no important governmental office was a matter of accident and not a slur on his standing in the party. He was the chief party spokesman in the Trade Union Central Council, and presided at the early trade union congresses. This was the beginning of his special association with Petrograd, the center of the metalworking industries which furnished the Bolshevik core of the trade union movement. In March 1918 he came out strongly against the project to move the capital and the party headquarters to Moscow. And, when this was carried over his head, he received the mandate to remain in Petrograd at the head of the party organization there. But soon new tasks awaited him. His record in the Zimmerwald organization during the war made him the obvious choice for the maintenance of contacts with left-wing supporters abroad, and his work in this field culminated in his appointment as president of the executive committee of the newly founded Communist International in March 1919, a position of enormous prestige in Bolshevik circles at a time when world revolution seemed to hold the key to the future. Throughout this time Zinoviev was Lenin's loyal henchman and the unswerving supporter of his policies, thus effacing the memory of his momentary lapses in the autumn of 1917, when Lenin was incapacitated through illness, and Trotsky deliberately refused to be a candidate for the vacant chair. The triumvirate came almost spontaneously into being, and, with Kamina too modest, and Stalin too wary, to aspire to the highest position, Zinoviev emerged by common consent as its senior member. He made the principal report at the 12th Party Congress of April 1923 and again at the 13th Congress of May 1924 after Lenin's death. Zinoviev was thus the leading figure in the party during the brief but important intermediate period which covered the last months of Lenin's illness and those immediately after his death. and it is partly due to the circumstance that Zinoviev appears as the initiator of many sinister developments in party history. Zinoviev was more responsible than anyone for establishing the cult of Leninism and the convention that absolute fidelity to 1 L. Trotsky, Socialism, Berlin, 1930, 74. H.S.R.I.8. B. G. 170. The background. Lenin was the main and indispensable qualification for leadership of the party. This was natural, since his own close association with Lenin was his principal asset and the source of his prestige in the party. He invented, or was the first publicly to use, the word Trotskyism as a term of abuse. He unwittingly created a fateful precedent in party doctrine when, at the 13th Party Congress, he invited Trotsky not merely to submit to the decision of the majority but to confess himself in error, and he initiated, no doubt in crude imitation of Lenin, the practice of denouncing as Menshevism any deviation from the path of current party orthodoxy. The emergence of Zinoviev as de facto leader of the party and Lenin's potential successor through his hitherto concealed weaknesses into relief. Point 1. He had no grasp of political or economic issues and preferred speech to action. The economic decisions taken in the autumn of 1923 were forced and generally belated, and there is no evidence to associate Zinoviev with them. As the platform of the 46 showed, the party keenly felt the absence of economic leadership. The collapse of the German Revolution in the same autumn was still more significant. Zinoviev may have been momentarily successful in unloading the blame on Radek and Brandler, but the defeat could in the long run only lower the prestige of Comintern and of its president. More important, Zinoviev understood nothing of the nature of political power or of the management of men, and he lacked the native tact which sometimes goes with innocence. Clumsy in all his dealings, he revealed his cards before the time had come to play them. His ambition to assume the mantle of Lenin was so naively displayed as to make his vanity ridiculous. He brought on himself the principal odium of the campaign against Trotsky, and allowed Stalin to reap its advantages. Nor had he any gifts as an organizer. When he attempted to counter Stalin's rising power, the Leningrad party machine, of which he had hitherto been undisputed master, crumbled in his hand, leaving him helpless in face of an adversary infinitely astuter and better prepared for the fray. 1. The contemporary verdict in a Lunacharsky, Revalyachin E. Siluity, 1923, p. 32, that he exceeded the anticipations of many was a masterpiece of tact. Personalities 171. No leading Bolshevik of this period incurred so much adverse personal criticism as Zinoviev, or appears to have been so widely disliked. None of them inspired so little personal respect. Zinov's intellect was nimble, but politically unschooled. Compared with his fellow triumvirs, he lacked the acumen of Kamina or the application of Stalin. At the 14th Party Congress, Molotov complained that, while Kamina at least tried to expound a complete system of opinions, Zinoviev dealt in resounding phrases which offered nothing new, nothing definite, no class content, asterisk, and the shaft went home. Stalin on the same occasion described his attitude as wobbling and hysteria, not a policy. Trotsky wrote of his incorrigible vacillations. 2. Zinoviev never succeeded in attaining either depth of conviction or depth of understanding, and this innate superficiality, among men who treated the subtleties of doctrine with passionate earnestness, won him an unenviable reputation for shiftiness and lack of scruple. It frequently appeared that there was no principle which he was not prepared to sacrifice on the spur of the moment to the cause underscore of political expediency or personal advancement. When attacked, he quickly abandoned his positions or defended them without courage or dignity. At the 14th Party Congress of December 1925, when he was fighting for his political life as leader of an opposition which challenged the fundamentals of party policy, he found it necessary to apologize for his temerity in stating his case. If our comrades in the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission had said that, in the interests of peace, this should not be done, we should not have done it. They told us that there were no objections asterisk, and this lack of intrinsic seriousness was thrown into relief by a vein of vanity and self-importance which infected his literary style, as well as his personal behavior. Bukharin on the same occasion ironically taunted him with his epic-making books. Suk Hanov, the journalist of the revolution, attributed to Zinoviev. 114 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B. 1926, p. 473. 2. Stalin, Sakhinania, 7, 378. E. 3. L. Trotsky, Socialism, Berlin, 1932. 414 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B. 1926, p. 556. 5. Ibid, p. 138. A. 172. The background. The well-known qualities of the cat and the hare. T. Levi, the expelled KPD leader, described him as an ass of European notoriety. 2. A. Hitler at the 14th Congress interrupted his protestations of innocence with the exclamation "poor sheep." Angelica Balabanov, writing many years later, recorded the verdict that Zinoviev was after Mussolini, the most despicable individual I have ever met. No other Bolshevik leader was denounced, even by his worst enemies, in terms of such searing contempt. These verdicts, not all of which were delivered after Zinoviev's fall, raise the question how Zinoviev was enabled, even for a short period, to play so conspicuous and important a role in party and state affairs. His record as Lenin's closest associate and disciple during the years of exile, his fame throughout Europe, among friends and foes alike, as president of the executive committee of Comintern, and his foolhardy willingness, after Lenin's break down, to claim responsibilities from which others shrank, provide a partial but inadequate explanation. An observer who saw him with Lenin during the war described his capacity to work day and night writing newspaper articles, circulars to party friends, resolutions, brochures, everything that Lenin thought was required. And, while what he wrote was neither deep nor original, it was always serviceable. Zinoviev thus moved in a world of verbal constructions, and led a bloodless paper existence divorced from any real understanding of what was afoot. It is no doubt unfortunate for Zinoviev's reputation that his outstanding excellence was one not easily transmitted to posterity. He was the possessor of a powerful, extremely resonant voice of tenor, timbre registered, and was by common consent an impressive orator who 1. Anne Sukhanov, Zapisky or Revalyachin, 4, Berlin, 1922, 322. 2. In a preface, dated December 28, 1924, to L. Trotsky, 1917, Die Lehren der Revolution, German translate 1925. 314 SSV Socialism Kommunistiskoi Party, B, 1926, p. 556. 4. A. Balabanov, My Life as a Rebel, English translate 1938, pages 243 to 4. 5 O Bloom, Russis Ketfe, 1923, p. 109. 6 A Lunakarski, Revalyachny Siluity, 1923, p. 30, Emma Gold. Man, an unfriendly witness, thought him flabby and weak and his voice adolescent, high-pitched, and lacking in appeal. E. Goldman, Living My Life 1932 732. Personalities 173. Could play on the emotions of a mass audience. He seems to have owed much of his authority in the party to this quality. Perhaps the crowning achievement of his career was his 4-hour speech in German to the Halle Congress of the German Independent Social Democrat Party in October 1920, which won a majority of the party for fusion with the KPD. But his style was flamboyant and repetitive, and even his best speeches lost their effect in print. His oratory seemed to require a background of applause and adulation. In the later years, when he was attempting to defend a minority opinion in the face of hostile audiences, his rhetorical genius deserted him. In adverse conditions he proved a far less formidable debater than Kamina or Trotsky. After Lenin's death, the hollowness of Zinoviev's fame was soon made apparent, and the continued vacillations which attended his downfall deprived it of the dignity of tragedy. See, Kamina. Left Borisovich Kamina, original name Rosenfeld, was born in Moscow in 1883. His father was a skilled mechanic, educated in the Petersburg Technological Institute, who worked as an engine driver on the Moscow-Kursk Railway, moved shortly after his son's birth to the neighborhood of Vilna, where he had a post in a local nail factory, and then in 1896 to Tiflis, where he was employed as a railway engineer. Kamina began his education in Vilna, and passed through its later stages in the gymnasium at Tiflis. Though expelled from school in 1900 for contact with revolutionary groups and for reading illegal literature, he was able to enter Moscow University, where he studied law. He was arrested in 1902, was sent back to Tiflis under police supervision and went abroad. He joined a Russian Social Democratic group in Paris and met Lenin. During this time he married Trotsky's sister, Olga. After the Party Congress of 1903 he was sent back to Russia as a party worker and was active in Petersburg, Moscow, and Tiflis, where he was one of the organizers of the first Caucasian committee of the party. After more than one arrest and release, he went abroad again in 1908, and for the next one see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 221. 174. The background. 5 years remained, next to Zinoviev, Lenin's closest collaborator. Early in 1914 he was sent back to Petersburg to take charge of the party newspaper Pravda*. What had hitherto distinguished Kamina from other leading Bolsheviks was a mild and conciliatory temperament and a reluctance to go to extremes. The only occasion during this period on which he diverged from Lenin's views was when, at the last meeting of the United Party Central Committee in Paris in January 1910, he had worked actively for the compromise which precariously served party unity *. Separated from Lenin by the war, he quickly displayed the same inclination to compromise in a more embarrassing context. In November 1914 the leading Bolsheviks in Petrograd were arrested en masse at a secret conference, and at the trial in February 1915 Kamina and some of the other defendants publicly dissociated themselves from Lenin's advocacy of national defeat. Their pliancy did not save them, and Kamina spent the next 2 years in Siberia. Returning to Petrograd in company with Stalin in March 1917, he took up a position on the right of the party, and came out as an advocate of national defense and a conditional supporter of the provisional government. He persisted in this attitude after Lenin's return, being the only Bolshevik who openly challenged the April theses in Pravda, and, with Zinoviev and Stalin now firmly on Lenin's side, he continued his opposition at the April conference of the party. His defeat there brought his recalcitrance to an end. He faithfully followed the party line throughout the summer, and was arrested with Trotsky in July when Lenin and Zinoviev went into hiding. In every important issue which arose Kamina instinctively favored moderation and compromise, and maintained his position long enough to absolve him from the charge of mere weakness or opportunism. But he lacked any real independence. Most of the above particulars are taken from the authorized biography in Encyclopediczeskie Slovar Ruskiego Bibliograficzego Instytutu. Granite, Sli, I, ND 1927, Prologini, COLS 162-8. 2 For this compromise see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1. p. 62, Sukhanov's statement that Kamini was once a Menshevik, N. Sukhanov, Zapiski or Revalyatsi, for Berlin, 1922, 322, seems untrue, and may be based on this episode. Personalities 175. Of character or intellect, and always yielded in the end to the weight of opinion of those about him. This pattern was twice repeated in the autumn of 1917. Kamenev, this time initially supported by Zinoviev, opposed the seizure of power, resigned from the Central Committee and devoured to put his views before the party. But, unable to obtain further support, violently denounced by Lenin for the disclosure in Novaya Zhizn, threatened with expulsion from the party, and finally abandoned by Zinoviev, he came to heel, and returned to his party allegiance. Little more than a week after the seizure of power, Kamini and Zinoviev, followed by 3 other members of the party Central Committee, opposed a decision not to seek a coalition with other parties and, on April 17, November 1917, confronted by an ultimatum from the majority, resigned from the committee. Kamina also resigned the post of president of TSIK, which now passed to Sverdlov. 2 days later Zinoviev recanted and was reinstated. But Kamina and the other 3 held firm for another 3 weeks, during which an agreement was actually reached for the participation of left SRS in the government, and, when they eventually applied for reinstatement, the Party Central Committee on November 29 to December 12, 1917, rejected their request. There seems, however, to have been a general willingness to pass the sponge over this untoward episode, and to allow the offenders to resume party and governmental work. Kamina was a member of the Brest-Litovsk delegation. During the first part of the negotiations, according to Trotsky, he agreed with my formula at Brest, but joined Lenin on his return to Moscow. In January 1918 he was sent on a mission to Great Britain and France and did not participate in the later stage of the Brest-Litovsk negotiations or in the discussions in the party on the ratification of the treaty. From this time to the end of Lenin's active life, Kamina remained a faithful disciple and strayed no more from the party line. He was re-elected to the Party Central Committee in 1919, and, during these years held several governmental posts. But the main symbol of his high rank in the party was his position as head of The Moscow Party Organization and President of the Moscow. 1 L. Trotsky, Socialism, Berlin, 1930, 2, 122. Copyright. 176. The background. Soviet. When Lenin was incapacitated, he was accepted without question as a member of the ruling triumvirate. While intellectually he stood above either of his colleagues, he proved in action by far the least effective of the three, having neither the ambition and self-confidence of Zinoviev nor the supreme political skill of Stalin. A strong personal antipathy to Stalin drew him closer to Zinoviev, with whom he was linked by long-standing ties of association. He took a leading part in the campaign against Trotsky, though perhaps with a certain sense of shame, since he protested on one occasion that charges of petty bourgeois deviation should not be taken personally, or assumed to mean that we accuse this or that comrade whom we think mistaken of being a representative of the petty bourgeoisie. The strength of the opposition in the Moscow Party Organization in the autumn of 1923 sapped Kamina's prestige. Clearly his leadership had not been equal to the task of maintaining party discipline. He ably supplied a large part of the intellectual ammunition for the new opposition of 1925, and he alone had the courage to come out openly against Stalin. His speech for the opposition at the 14th Party Congress was the finest of his career. But the conspicuous role devolved on Zinoviev, and Kamina for the rest of his career followed Zinoviev's lead to his own humiliation and destruction. The only occasion in these later years on which he seems to have taken the initiative was also characteristic. He was largely instrumental in hastening the reconciliation between Zinoviev and Trotsky in the summer of 1926. The authorities are agreed in depicting Kamina as a highly intelligent and cultivated man of amiable manners. He was an excellent talker and an adequate, though not brilliant, public speaker. He discharged with credit the task of supervising the first collected edition of Lenin's writings. Lenin is said to have thought him a clever politician, while casting doubts on his capacities as an administrator. Kamina was a man of sincerely held beliefs, which were remarkably free from any admixture, whether of personal ambition or of political calculation. But these qualities had their reverse side. Moderation was always game. 1 L. Kamina, Stat I. Rishi, X, 1927, 257. 2 L. Trotsky, Socialism, Berlin, 1930, 2, 216. OEA. Personalities 177. NEB's guiding star, even in the assertion of his beliefs. The point was soon reached when it no longer seemed worthwhile to defend them, partly through lack of conviction in the rightness of his own judgment, partly through an amiable readiness to yield to the importunities of his friends and associates. Molotov taunted him with the habit of raising questions by way of discussion and then abandoning them when he met with opposition, like a weakling who does not stand up for his opinions. 1 Kamina had neither the desire nor the capacity to lead men. He lacked any clear vision of a goal towards which he would have led them. He needed a leader, and this weakness ultimately linked his fate with that of a man less intelligent, less upright, and in every way less attractive than himself. D. Bukharin. Nikolai Ivanovich Bukharin was younger than any of the other recognized leaders of 1917, who never regarded him entirely as their equal and treated him with a certain affectionate condescension. He was born in Moscow in 1888, both his father and his mother being school teachers. The father was a mathematician, who also had a wide knowledge of literature, and is described by his son as a very unpractical person in daily life. Bukharin was, by origin, more distinctively an intellectual than any other of the leading Bolsheviks. He was a brilliant pupil at school, read illegal literature, was brought into contact with Marxism, and joined the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party in 1906. In the same year, in company with Ilya Ehrenberg, he helped to organize a strike in a boot factory. He studied in Moscow University, was arrested, released, and rearrested, finally escaping abroad in 1910. He engaged in party work, met Lenin in Krakow in 1912, and was in Vienna when war broke out in 1914. Expelled by the Austrian authorities, he spent some time in Switzerland, and went on in the autumn of 1915 to Sweden and Norway, and finally in Oct. 114 SS Visa Soyuznoye Kommunistiskoye Party, B. 1926, pp. 484-5. 2 N. Sukhanov, Zapiski or Revalyatsia, 2, Berlin, 1922, p. 243, has a good character sketch of Kamina. Held. O.T. X. 178. The background. Over 1916 to the United States. Thence, after the February Revolution of 1917, he returned via Japan and Siberia to Petrograd *. With the other Bolshevik leaders proscribed and in hiding, Bukharin and Stalin played the principal roles at the 6th Party Congress of August 1917. Bukharin now became a member of the Party Central Committee, a position which he held continuously till 1929. In December 1917 he became editor of Pravda, and, after a brief interruption caused by his adherence to the left opposition in the Brest-Litovsk period, resumed the post in the following year. Bukharin won his reputation in the party as a theorist rather than as a practical politician, and this preoccupation with doctrine tended throughout his career to make him the opponent of compromises dictated by expediency, and to drive him into extreme positions. The World War of 1914 inspired him to undertake an analysis of imperialism, for which Hilferding's Finance Capital, published in 1909, served as the natural starting point. Hilferding had portrayed the evolution of private enterprise capitalism into a system of national finance capitalism, in which expansive and self-assertive nations were the new units of power, and in which class contradictions within the nation had been eclipsed by conflict between nations. The war convinced Bukharin that this system represented a stage in capitalist development, the new phenomenon of imperialism, in which capitalism had become incompatible with the further expansion of production, and had thus sealed its own doom. Competition for export markets, for raw material markets, and for spheres of capital investment were simply three aspects of one and the same phenomenon. The conflict between the growth of productive forces and the national limitation on productive organization. Point 2. The moral was the inevitable breakdown of these national limitations, and the internationalization of capital as the final stage in the death throes of capitalism. The article embodying these views appeared in a collective party volume published in September 1915 under the 1. The above particulars are taken from the autobiography in Encyclopedicki Slovar Ruskiego Bibliograficzego Instytutu Granit, Sli. I. ND 1927, Prolochini, COLS 51-6. 2 N. Bukharin, Morovo Hozyaistvo I. Imperialism, 1918, p. 65. Personalities 179. Title Communist, to which Lenin also contributed, and apparently received Lenin's endorsement. Bukharin went on, however, to draw conclusions from his thesis which quickly brought him into conflict with Lenin. Bukharin's analysis of imperialism led him to adopt a position of unqualified hostility to the national state. If the nation was an obsolete and therefore reactionary political form, any kind of national policy was anathema to the true Marxist. Bukharin had, on this ground, accepted with reluctance Lenin's policy of national defeatism, and in November 1915 Pyatakov, Evgenia, Bosch and Bukharin, then in Stockholm, drew up a platform, accompanied by theses on the national question, which attacked Lenin's support of national self-determination as utopian and harmful. In the following year he reverted in a further article to his analysis of national capitalism. Every developed national system under capitalism had now become a state capitalist trust. In spite of the fashion for describing the system as state socialism, it was really state capitalism, and it would bring into being the finished type of the imperialist robber state, a new leviathan compared with which the fantasy of Thomas Hobbes would seem a child's toy. The workers had no option but to become a simple appendage of the state apparatus or to destroy it root and branch by the establishment of a proletarian dictatorship, the ultimate purpose of which was to abolish itself. When Bukharin submitted this article for publication in a volume of party essays, Lenin rejected it. Relations became strained, and, in October 1916, at the moment of his departure from Norway for the United States, Bukharin wrote a characteristic letter to Lenin in Switzerland. Lenin wrote a preface for a revised edition of the article which was to be published as a pamphlet in Petrograd in the summer of 1917, but the preface was lost when the provisional government raided the party press. The pamphlet eventually appeared, without Lenin's preface but with the preface of Bukharin dated November 25, 1917, under the title Morovo Hozyaistvo Imperialism, 1918. The quotation aboy is from this edition. 2 for a translation of the thesis C.O.H. Gankin and H.H. Fisher, The Bolsheviks and the World War, Stanford, 1940, pages 219-23. 3. It was eventually published in a truncated form, the conclusion having been lost, in Revoliatsiya Prva, Spornik, I, 1925, 5-32, with an explanatory note by Bukharin. The quotations above are taken from this version. 180. The background. At any rate I ask one thing, if you must polemize etc., maintain such a tone as not to force a break. It would be very painful to me, more painful than I could bear, if joint work, even in the future, were to become impossible. I have the greatest respect for you and look on you as my revolutionary teacher and love you asterisk. When, however, after Bukharin's departure, an abbreviated form of the offending article appeared over a pen name in the Journal of the International Youth Movement, Lenin made a sharp rejoinder. Bukharin, by denouncing the state in the abstract, and by ignoring the importance of the state as an instrument to be used for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, had failed to distinguish between the Marxist and anarchist views of the state, and had fallen into a position bordering on anarchism asterisk. Already before the February Revolution the differences between Lenin and Bukharin had narrowed. Lenin, brooding on the betrayal of the socialist cause by Koskay and the German Social Democrats, which he attributed to their worship of the national state, planned the essay which took shape some months later as State and Revolution, with its emphasis on the ultimate Marxist rejection of the state, and this made him less unsympathetic to the anarchist leanings of Bukharin. In February 1917 he wrote to Kalontai, then with Bukharin in New York. I am preparing, have almost collected the material, an article on the question of the relation of Marxism to the state. I have come to conclusions that are even sharper against Koskay than against Bukharin. Bukharin is far better than Koskay, but Bukharin's mistakes may spoil his just cause in the fight against Koskayism asterisk. When Bukharin reached Petrograd in the early summer of 1917, Krupski's first words to him were, I asked me to tell you that in the question of the state he no longer has any disagreements with you. Bukharin possessed, however, none of Lenin's. 1 Bolshevik, number 22, November 30, 1932, p. 88. 2 Jugend International, number 6, December 1, 1916, pages 7-9, for this journal see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, volume 3, p. 398. 3 Lenin, Sakhainidia, 19, 295-6. 4 Ibid, XXIX, 291. 5 Revoliatsiya Prva, Spornik, I, 1925, 5. The authority is Bukharin, but there is no reason to doubt the statement. Personalities 181. Suppleness of maneuver in face of changing situations. At the Sixth Party Congress in August 1917, at which, the principal leaders being in hiding, he was one of the main spokesmen, he foreshadowed a holy war in the name of proletarian interests, and declared that the only way out of the imperialist war was an international proletarian revolution, however many victims it may cost us asterisk. In the long controversy in the party central committee during the Brest-Litovsk negotiations he was a fervent advocate of revolutionary war, being implacably opposed both to Lenin's advocacy of a surrender to the Germans and Lenin's willingness to accept aid from the capitalist powers of the West. Bukharin's view of the state again came under fire from Lenin in the spring of 1918 when he rashly proposed to include in the party program some description of the developed socialist order in which there is no state. And when, about the same time, he published an enthusiastic review of Lenin's State and Revolution, Lenin accused him of dwelling on all those passages which attacked the state and were no longer topical, and ignoring the passages which spoke of the need to create the state of the commune for the transition period. Bukharin was the most influential figure in the group of left communists who, in the spring of 1918, conducted a campaign against such concessions to bourgeois principle and practice as the formation of industrial trusts with the support of private capital, the employment of specialists and the establishment of one-man management in industry, and he contested Lenin's conception of state capitalism, which he regarded as incompatible with the dictatorship of the proletariat. 5 He also rejected, once more in company with Pyatakov, Lenin's compromise with the bourgeois principle of one Chastoy SSR's DRP, B, 1934, p. 101. 2 After Lenin's death Bukharin recalled that both these proposals troubled our international conscience to the bottom of our heart, and Bukharin, ad hoc in 1924, p. 260. 3 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, volume 1, pages 252-3. 4 Lenin, Sakhainidia, XXII, 488, Bukharin's review appeared in Communist, number 1, April 20, 1918, p. 19. 5 Ibid, number 3, May 16, 1918, pages 8-11. For the controversy about state Capitalism. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 93 to 100. Its recrudescence in 1925 will be discussed in Part 3 in the following volume. T.N. L.E. If 182. The background. National self-determination, and proposed to substitute the slogan of self-determination for the workers'. Bukharin was one of those who enthusiastically welcomed the policies of war communism not merely as emergency measures dictated by the needs of the Civil War, but as milestones on the road from capitalism to socialism. This view was reflected in his major theoretical work of these years, The Economics of the Transition Period, and this, together with his popular textbooks The Program of the Communists and The ABC of Communism, the latter written jointly with Preobrazhensky and translated into many languages, gave him a lasting reputation as a leading party theorist. All these works were marked by a strong streak of utopian optimism. But before the end of the Civil War period, the optimism had begun to fade. The essence of war communism was the extraction of grain surpluses from the peasant by methods other than those of monetary inducement. By harvest time in 1920, it was clear that the only such method available was crude coercion, and that this method worked imperfectly. An article by Bukharin in Pravda of October 1, 1920 showed him for the first time vividly conscious of the magnitude and complexity of the peasant problem. On the other hand, belief in the impending achievement of a fully socialist society with the elimination of monetary incentives led him to accept the idea of a compulsory state labor service. This fitted into the theory which he had propounded in the Economics of the Transition Period of the self-organization of the working class. In the trade union controversy of the winter of 1920-21 he found himself in alliance with Trotsky, whose influence seems to have been strong over him. At this time he also came out at this time in favor of strict party discipline in opposition to the democratic centralist group. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 273. 2. N. Bukharin, Ekonomika Prokotniko Perioda, 1920, p. 151. For the application of this to labor service, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 218. 3. Trotsky spoke of Bukharin's growing devotion to me, which began in New York in 1917 and continued to grow till 1923, when it turned into its opposite. L. Trotsky, Moyes his in Berlin, 1930, I. 311, in 1922 book. Aaron was devoted to me with a purely Bukharin-like, i.e. half hysterical, half childish, devotion, Ibid. 2, 207. Personalities 183. Though many of its members were former left communists, which advocated looser central control and a more democratic party organization. The Moscow organization, he wrote, must be made healthy. Organizationally, it is necessary to remove from all groups the most factious elements, to send in new fresh forces of comrades not working in Moscow, and to set up a firm business like Moscow Committee, which would work and carry out the party line. It stands to reason that it is not at all necessary to exclude comrades even of the most extreme opposition, as certain hotheads wish, but it would be an excessive luxury for the party in the present difficult conditions to waste time and strength with arguments and disputes. Bukharin was not the only Bolshevik whose political views were in a state of disarray in the difficult period which followed the end of the Civil War. Bukharin, like the majority of the party, hailed the introduction of NEP as an escape from the impasse, both in policy and in political thinking, into which war communism appeared to have led. But he was now divided from most of his former associates of the left, notably from Vyatakov and Preobrazhensky, who regarded NEP exclusively as a retreat and made no attempt to conceal their dislike of it. The transformation in Bukharin's attitude may be partly attributed to the influence of Lenin. The whole succeeding period, wrote Bukharin, of the years after 1918, is a period of the growing influence on me of Lenin, to whom, as to no one else, I am indebted for my Marxist education. But Bukharin went characteristically further than his master. Having readjusted his ideas with his usual theoretical consistency, he found himself henceforth on the extreme right of the party. An article written by him a few years later contained what was heavy. 1. For this group, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pp. 202-3. 2. Pravda, November 6, 1920. 3. Encyclopedический Slovar Ruskiego Bibliograficzego Instituta. Granite, Slee, I, NT 1927, Prilochini, Kernel 56. Trotsky wrote long afterwards, the naive and ardent Bukharin venerated Lenin, loved him with the love of a child for its mother, and, when he pertly opposed him in polemics, it was not otherwise than on his knees. L. Trotsky. Stalin. N.Y., 1946, p. 380. 184. The background. Dentally intended as an apologia for this change of front in the post-NEP period. In the fire of the self-criticism, the illusions of the period of childhood are consumed and vanish without a trace. Real relations emerge in all their sober nakedness, and proletarian policy acquires in appearance sometimes a less emotional, but therefore more assured, character. One which clings closely to reality and therefore modifies this reality all the more faithfully. From this point of view, the transition to the new economic policy represented the collapse of our illusions. In the autumn of 1922, Bukharin joined Sokhonikov in advocating the abandonment of the monopoly of foreign trade, and incurred from Lenin the charge of standing for the defense of the speculator, of the petty bourgeois, of the richest peasants, against the industrial proletariat. At the Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922, he abandoned another of the cherished convictions of his past, coming out as apologist of the national state and of the expediency of alliances between the Soviet government and bourgeois powers. At the 12th Party Congress of April 1923, out of loyalty to the Sig Lenin, he ranged himself against the triumvirate on the Georgian question. But the same Congress found him at the opposite end of the spectrum to Trotsky, defending the cause of the peasant and denouncing those who wished to press forward a policy of industrialization at his expense. The scissors crisis reinforced his sympathies for the cause of the peace entry and confirmed him in a peasant orientation. At the beginning of the controversy on party democracy in the autumn of 1923, he had shown signs of being critical of the official line. But this marked the end of Bukharin's leftist inclinations. In the CM. For 1923, he came out strongly and decisively against Trotsky. From 1924 onwards, he was the principal spokesman of the 1 Bolshevik, number 2, April 15, 1924, p1. 2. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 459-60. 3. See Ibid, Volume 3, pages 442-3. 4. Dvenit Sat IISS Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, Vol. Shabikov, 1923, pages 173-4. 5 for Bukharin's change of front at this time see the interregnum. 1923-1924, p. 329. Personalities 185. Interests of the peasant, and especially of the well-to-do peasant, who alone could be relied upon to produce the marketable grain. Stocks necessary to the development of the whole economy. The need to conciliate the peasant took precedence in his mind over the rapid development of industry. He adhered consistently to this view and remained the leader of the right opposition till its defeat in 1929. A similar development occurred in Bukharin's opinions on world revolution. In July 1923, in company with Zinoviev, he was still eager to spur the German communists on the path of revolution. But the shock of failure in Germany finally shattered the belief of Bukharin, as of so many others, in the imminence of European revolution and in the proletariat of the West. In his report on Comintern activities at the 12th Party Congress in April 1923, he had dwelt extensively for the first time on the revolutionary potentialities of Asia, the foundation of the peasant international in the autumn of 1923 opened fresh vistas of faith, and helped to kindle in Bukharin fresh hopes of the revolutionary potentialities of the peasant. But this transfer of allegiance to new standard bearers of revolution was accompanied by an important change in the timetable. From the time of the 5th Congress of Comintern in May 1924, he became the principal theorist of the so-called stabilization of capitalism, admitting that the picture is far more variegated than we used to see it, and looking forward to a transition period lasting perhaps for a considerable time. And when, in the next year, he appeared as the theoretical protagonist of socialism in one country, it was clear that for Bukharin, at any rate, this meant no longer revolution, but socialism by agreement with the peasantry growing into socialism. Even in the last phase of his intellectual development, Bukharin remained in many ways, though on a different plane, faithful to the utopianism of his early revolutionary years. 1. See the interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 194. 2. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, volume 3, p. 234. 3. For the Peasant International, see the interregnum, 1923-1924, pages 205. 7. For Bukharin's development of this theme, see pages 264-5 below. 4. Protocol, Vereinte Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, Nt. Lee, 520. 186. The background. There was no element of ruthlessness in Bukharin's nature. He fervently believed in revolution by the spontaneous action of the masses in revolution from below. When, after the introduction of NEP, he became disillusioned by the course of events, and perceived that further progress on the revolutionary path implied coercion and, above all, the coercion of the peasant revolution. From above he instinctively shrank from the prospect, and was content to relegate revolution to a distant future rather than hasten it by such means. Bukharin was more acutely conscious than any of the Bolshevik leaders of the cruel dilemma of incompatibility between ends and means. Bukharin possessed most of the merits and defects of the intellectual in politics. Lenin, while calling the economics of the transition period an excellent book, criticized it for lack of factual foundation and concreteness, due to excessive philosophical abstraction. Lenin's testament described Bukharin as the most valuable and biggest theoretician of the party, but qualified this verdict by adding that his theoretical views can only with the very greatest doubt be regarded as fully Marxist, that there is something scholastic in him, and that he has never learned, and I think never has fully understood, the dialectic. These observations reveal the impatience of the working politician with the unpractical rigidity of the intellectual, and Bukharin's opinions never appear to have carried serious weight in taking decisions of policy. If a foreign visitor to Moscow in 192, I was right in saying that Bukharin was named in Russia as the eventual successor of Lenin. This must have been the view of outsiders who knew little of real relations in the party. On the other hand, Bukharin's personal popularity was unrivaled. Lenin in the testament justly described him as the favorite of the whole party. At the 14th Party Congress, when his Prokolog position was under general attack, Kamina and Arhonikij both referred to him by the affectionate nickname Bukharkik. 3. And Stalin made one of his rare excursions into rhetorical pathos. 1. Leninsky Spornik, 11, 1929, 400, and 1-2. 2. Imrizet, Chez Lenin et Trotsky, 1922, p. 63. 314 SSV Socialisme Kommunistiskoi Party, b. 1926, pages 223. 269. Personalities 187. Underscore when he declared that the opposition at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925 demanded blood of Comrade Bukharin and that we shall not give you that blood. 1. The peculiar characteristic of Bukharin was a combination of rigidity in ideas with malleability of temperament which made him a ready tool in the hands of men less single-minded and politically more astute. Once convinced by process of reasoning of the rightness of a policy, he stuck to it with great tenacity and without regard for its consequences to others or to himself. His honesty was transparent. Nobody could call Bukharin either opportunist or self-seeking. But these qualities, reinforced by a strong sense of personal loyalty, were at the service of anyone who could persuade him that the course of action proposed was consonant with his convictions. Lenin's verdict of December 1920 was indulgent, but decisive. Even big men, including Bukharin, have little weaknesses. If there is a catchword about with a twist in it, he cannot help falling for it. And again 3 weeks later. We know how soft Bukharin is, it is one of the qualities we love him for and cannot help loving him for. We know that more than once he has been called in jest softmax. It appears that any unprincipled person, any demagogue, can make an impression on this softmax. Or, as Trotsky wrote in his autobiography, with more than a touch of bitterness. This man's nature is such that he must always lean on somebody, be dependent on somebody, attach himself to somebody. He becomes in these conditions nothing more than a medium through which somebody else speaks and acts. It was this pliability of temperament which enabled Bukharin to pass from one extreme of the party to the other after 1921, and eventually made him a ready tool in Stalin's hands. He appears at the outset to have had none of the repugnance for Stalin's 1 Ibid, pages 504-5. The passage is, for obvious reasons, omitted from the text of the speech in Stalin, Sakhinania, 7, 384. Underscore 2. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVI, 68-9, 93. 3 L. Trotsky, Moyes Berlin, 1930, I, 311. 188. The background. Methods felt, for example, by Kamina, perhaps because the natures and interests of the two men were so utterly divergent that their paths did not cross or conflict. But Bukharin's weak Nesses repeatedly led him into words and actions which are at first sight difficult to reconcile with the favorable verdict commonly passed on his character. That Stalin, who had no intellectual pretensions and was plainly indifferent to logic, should have felled his opponents with sophistical and dishonest arguments is less shocking than to find such arguments on the lips of Bukharin, who must have been well aware of their quality. He not only threw himself con amore into the campaign of the triumvirate against Trotsky, but in bitter controversy with his old associate, Preobrazhensky replied to a measured and serious economic analysis in terms that were both evasive and crudely demagogic. It was in the same spirit that he allowed himself to become in 1925 Stalin's mouthpiece and chief intellectual adjutant for the destruction of Zinoviev and Kamina, and later of the United Opposition. But for the fact that these events were the prelude to Bukharin's own ruin, and made him the author of his own fearful punishment, it would be impossible to acquit him of an important share in any condemnation that may fall on Stalin's treatment of the opposition, for he was a self-proclaimed accomplice in everything that Stalin did at this time. There are indeed some indications that he was not free, even at the moment of apparent triumph, of pangs of conscience and apprehensions about the future. When, at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925, Kamina reproached Bukharin with turning against Zinoviev the weapons of dispersion which he had previously hesitated to employ even against Trotsky, Trotsky broke the contemptuous silence with which he had followed the proceedings to mutter audibly, "He has acquired the taste." After the Congress, Bukharin wrote a reproachful letter to Trotsky which contained the revealing one for this controversy. See pages 223 to 5 below. In 1921 Lenin had written, "There are people with such happy natures, Bukharin, for example, that even in the midst of the fiercest battles they cannot put venom into their attacks." Sakhinaya, XXVI, 121. This was no longer true of Bukharin in the controversies of the middle 1920s. F. Personalities 189 Rao. Phrase, "From this taste I tremble from head to foot." In July 1928, while still publicly supporting Stalin, he called Stalin in private conversation with Kamina Genghis Khan, and expressed the well-founded apprehension that he would destroy them all. Bukharin was not one who sinned either unconsciously or without fear of retribution. He is one of the tragic figures of the revolution. His tragedy was not, however, a tragedy of greatness, but of a weak, amiable, and keen-witted man caught up in the turmoil of events too vast for his moral stature. Stalin, Iosif Vissarionovich Stalin, original name Jugashvili, was of humbler origin than any of the other Bolshevik leaders. He was born in the small Georgian town of Gori in 1879 of Georgian parents who had been born in serfdom. He was the only one of their 4 children to survive infancy. His father worked as a cobbler in Gori, and was later employed in a shoe factory in Tiflis. Vissarion Jugashvili was addicted to alcohol, and died during his son's childhood. His widow was evidently a woman of some character. She is said to have maintained her boy by working as a washerwoman, and, though herself illiterate, secured his admission to the church school in Gori. Young Iosif, so was the Georgian form of the name, proved a brilliant enough pupil to be admitted, at the age of 15, to the theological seminary at Tiflis. The seminary had apparently in the past a reputation for breeding subversive opinions. It was here that the future Stalin read his first forbidden books, including, perhaps, some Marxist literature, and graduated in the arts of dissimulation and intrigue. What else he learned in the seminary is a matter for one. Bukharin's letter is not extant, but the phrase is quoted in Trotsky's reply of January 9, 1926, of which a copy is preserved in the Trotsky archives. T 2926. 2. A record of this conversation is in the Trotsky archives, T 1897. 3. In an interview with the German writer Emil Ludwig in 1934, Stalin referred to the humiliating regime and Jesuitical methods prevalent in the seminary, and, when asked whether he found nothing good in the Jesuits, replied, "Yes, they are methodical and persevering in their work. But the basis of all their methods is spying, prying, peering into people's souls, to subject them to petty torment." Stalin, Sakhinaya, 13, 114. 190. The background. Speculation. Some critics have attributed to its influence the taste for a flat formality of style and casuistry in argument which marked his later speeches and writings. The story of Stalin's early career has been so overlaid with legend, adulatory and hostile, that no exact account of it will in all probability ever be recovered. Even the circumstances in which in his 20th year he left, or was expelled from, the seminary are differently narrated. He became a Marxist, and a member of the embryonic and still undivided Russian Social Democratic Party. He worked for a short time as a clerk in the Tiflis Observatory. But he quickly joined the select, though now rapidly increasing, body of professional revolutionaries, dedicated entirely to the cause and dependent on the precarious and mysterious resources of the movement. His first article appeared in 1901 in a Georgian flysheet published illegally and intermittently in Baku. In the same year he moved from Tiflis to Batum, and here, in April 1902, he suffered the first of several experiences of arrest, imprisonment, and exile to Siberia. During the next 10 years arrests and escapes alternated with spells of intense party activity. As a delegate of the Bolshevik organization in the Caucasus, he attended the Bolshevik conference of the CM. Ber 1905 in Tammerfors, where he first met Lenin. He was present at the party congresses in Stockholm and London in 1906 and 1907, but his only sojourn of any length outside Russia was in the winter of 1912-13, when he spent some weeks first in Krakow with Lenin, whose favorable notice he attracted by a painstaking essay on the national question, and then with the group of Bolsheviks in Vienna. Stalin's solid but unspectacular talents and services to the party did not win immediate recognition. His rise in the party hierarchy began in 1912, when he was co-opted, presumably at Lenin's instigation, into the party central committee and sent to Petersburg to organize the publication of the new party newspaper, Pravda. In the following year he was once more arrested and deported to Siberia, and this time his exile continued till he was liberated, together with Kamina and many other political exiles, by the outbreak of the February Revolution of 1917. For a few weeks after his return to Petrograd he joined KMV, N.A. as personalities. 191a. Majority of Bolsheviks then in the capital, in a policy of qualified support for the provisional government. In the middle of April 1917 he rallied to Lenin's April theses, and through all the crises and controversies of the next few years remained a faithful and unswerving follower of Lenin. As People's Commissar for affairs of nationality, Stalin was still in the second rank of the leaders. In the Civil War Lenin undoubtedly valued and used his devotion and his great organizing capacity, and on more than one occasion he proved an active and effective check on Trotsky's policies. But his name was still scarcely known to the rank and file of the party, and not at all outside it. His appointment as a Secretary General of the party's Central Committee in 1922 was a tribute to his reputation for practical efficiency among his colleagues in the party leadership, not to his popularity in the party. In general, the post was not thought of as carrying political significance or weight in public affairs. That it served as the perfect springboard for Stalin's rise to supreme power is evidence of the peculiar and exceptional quality of his political genius. The characteristic of Stalin which, in the light of later developments, most struck contemporary observers was his mediocrity, his complete lack of distinction. Sukhanov's verdict, which referred to Stalin's activities in 1917 and was first published in 1922, is famous. The Bolshevik party, in spite of the low level of its officer corps, which in general was ignorant and collected by chance, disposed of a large number of powerful personalities and able leaders among its general staff. Stalin, however, during his modest activity in the executive committee produced, and not on me alone, the impression of a gray blur, floating dimly across the scene and leaving no trace. There is really nothing more to be said about him. In 1923, Lunacharsky's volume of popular sketches of Bolshevik leaders omitted Stalin altogether. Kamina thought him just a small-town politician. In 1929, Trotsky described him as the outstanding mediocrity of our party. It is indeed plausible to 1 and Sukhanov, Zapisky or Revaluatsii, 2, Berlin, 1922, 265-6. 2 L. Trotsky, Stalin, N.Y., 1946, p. 393. 3 L. Trotsky, Doi Kakproazashlo, Paris, 1929, p. 25. 192. The background. Believed that Stalin's air of mediocrity was one of the factors which contributed to his success. The party feared Bonaparte, and of all the leaders Stalin seemed the least likely, as Trotsky seemed the most likely to aspire to such a role. In the years of his slow rise to power, Stalin excited few jealousies. He was readily promoted because his promotion threatened nobody. He survived even Lenin's recommendation to oust him from his post as Secretary General because nobody else felt so drastic a step to be necessary. Trotsky, when he began openly to denounce Zinoviev and Kamina in the autumn of 1924, left Stalin alone, not because he had any desire to spare Stalin, but because it was not worthwhile to expend his shafts on a secondary target. But this immunity from attack, purchased by an apparent lack of outstanding qualities, clearly does not by itself explain Stalin's career. More than almost any other great man in history, Stalin illustrates the thesis that circumstances make the man, not the man the circumstances. Stalin is the most impersonal of great historical figures. In the party struggles of the 1920s, he appears not to mold events, but to mold himself to them. It is as difficult to define his opinions as to describe his personality. Lack of definition, rather than the shiftiness of which he was often accused, was the distinguishing feature of his position. The claim to be nothing more than a faithful follower and disciple of Lenin was not altogether opposed. He had no creed of his own. He was content to be the favorite son of the revolution and the man of the moment. But this only makes his peculiar personal qualities the more significant. For the qualities which raised him to greatness were precisely the qualities which mirrored the current stage of the historical process. They were the qualities, not only of the man, but of the period. Every period has its great men, quoted Trotsky from Helvetius, and if there are none, it invents them. 1 Ibid, p. 26. Later Trotsky offered a more restrictive interpretation. Stalin took possession of power, not with the aid of personal qualities, but with the aid of an impersonal machine. And it was not he who created the machine, but the machine that created him. L. Trotsky, Stalin N.Y., 1946. p. 15. But it required something more than a machine to create Stalin and put him in power. Personalities 193. 2 characteristic features of Stalin's outlook, both of which reflected his personal background and upbringing, were also conspicuous landmarks in the history of the revolution in the middle 1920s. The first was a reaction against the predominantly European framework in which the revolution had hitherto been cast, and a conscious or unconscious reversion to Russian national traditions. The second was a turning away from the highly developed intellectual and theoretical approach of the first years of the revolution, and a renewed emphasis on the practical and empirical tasks of administration. This new attitude had set in after the introduction of NEP, and was well established at the time of Lenin's death. It was altogether appropriate that the major political figure of the ensuing period should have been a man with few claims as a thinker, but an outstanding organizer and administrator. The absence of any significant Western influence in the formation of Stalin's mind and character distinguished him sharply from the other early Bolshevik leaders. Alone among them, he had never lived in Western Europe, and neither read nor spoke any Western language. This peculiarity colored his personal relations as well as his political opinions. He never seems to have felt entirely at ease with colleagues steeped in a European tradition and outlook. He particularly detested Chicherin and, according to Trotsky, Rakovsky, both of them outstanding representatives of Western culture. Those who stood closest to Stalin in later years, Molotov, Kirov, Kaganovich, Voroshilov, Kovabishev, were as innocent as himself of any Western background. SYMP. Times of a reaction against current assumptions of European pre-eminence might have been detected in Stalin even before the October Revolution, when in August 1917 he observed at the Sixth Party Congress in Petrograd that it would be unworthy pedantry to ask that Russia should wait with her socialist transformation till Europe begins. Stalin was merely reformulating an idea first propounded by Trotsky and endorsed by Lenin. But, when he went on to speculate on the possibility that one note on Rakovsky preserved in the Trotsky archives, where Rakovsky, as a genuine European, is contrasted with Stalin, who most fully represents the Petrine, most primitive, tendency in Bolshevism. H.S.R.I9. 8. A. 194. The background. Russia may be the country which points the way to socialism. A new note of national fervor, unfamiliar at this time in Bolshevik doctrine, was added to the socialist creed. Stalin remained a national rather than an international socialist. In the days when Comintern seemed a living organism, and engaged the constant and anxious attention of Lenin, Trotsky, and Zinoviev, he remained apparently indifferent to it. He turned to it only in 1924, when it had ceased to be a potential instrument of world revolution, and had become a bureaucratic machine capable of implementing or furthering Soviet policy or his own political designs. Stalin's skepticism of the imminence of a German revolution When this was assumed as a matter of course by almost every other leading Bolshevik, was an early example of his prescience. By 1925, when he began to preach socialism in one country, his references to world revolution took on a casual and insouciant air which showed how little his heart was in it. When international revolution will break out, he remarked early in that year, it is hard to say, but when it does break out, it will be a decisive factor. Or again, a few days later, the leading proletariat, the proletariat of the West, is the greatest strength and the most faithful, most important ally of our revolution and of our power, but unfortunately the situation is such, and the condition of the revolutionary movement in the advanced capitalist countries such, that the proletariat of the West is not now in a position to render us direct and decisive help. Through all the apparent zigzags of Stalin's economic policy, between 1923 and 1928, a single straight line was unwaveringly one. For these quotations, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 102. 2. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 195. 3. Stalin, Sakhinaya, 7, 21, 26. Bulletin Oppositii, Paris, number 19. March 1931, p. 15, collected some remarks on this theme alleged to have been made by Stalin during the 1920s. Comintern, he said, represents nothing and exists only thanks to our support of the KPD. They are all tarred with the same brush. There are no revolutionaries among them anymore. To someone who predicted world revolution within 40 or 50 years, revolution? Perhaps Comintern will make it? Look, it will make no revolution in 90 years. Personalities 195. Followed the determination to make the Soviet Union powerful, and to make it self-sufficient and independent of the West. An unmistakable note of sincerity, often absent from his Michael utterances, was sounded in his denunciation of Sokhonikov for wanting the Daiification of the Soviet Union, and in his own determination to make it a country which can by its own efforts produce the equipment it requires. Stalin could readily adapt his Marxism to a situation in which Marx's predictions of proletarian revolution in advanced capitalist countries had gone radically astray. Unlike Lenin and Trotsky, or even Zinoviev and Bukharin, Stalin cared nothing for what happened in Western Europe except insofar as it affected the destinies of his own country. In pursuit of his aims he would imitate the West, borrow from the West, bargain with the West. But everything was weighed in the scales of national policy. It is, moreover, remarkable that Stalin's outlook, in spite of his Georgian origin, should have been not merely non-Western, but distinctively Russian in the narrower sense. It may be, as has often been suggested, that his character displayed some hidden traits of a primitive Georgian tradition. It is more plausible to associate the frequent brutality and ruthlessness of his behavior with the grinding poverty and harshness of his earliest environment. At a more conscious level, he seems to have reacted strongly against the predominantly Menshevik strain in Georgian social democracy. Politically, nothing that was Georgian seemed good to him. He was one of the engineers of the forced subjection of Georgia to Bolshevism in 1921, and throughout his career was notoriously opposed to all manifestations of Georgian nationalism. He was the most Russian of the early leaders, not only in 1. Stalin, Sakhinaya, 7, 355. 2. The statement quoted in Zeryavistoka, the Tiglis Party Journal, of December 23, 1925, an extract from which is in the Trotsky archives, from a Tsarist police report, that Stalin had been active in the Social Democratic Party since 1902, first as a Menshevik, then as Bolshevik, has no great significance even if it is true. The split occurred only in 1903 and took some time to penetrate local groups. Zhevdanya, the future Menshevik leader, was for some time the recognized leader of the whole party. It is certain that, from the moment when Stalin became conscious of the fact and implications of the split, he was wholeheartedly a Bolshevik. 196. The background. His rejection of the West, but in his low rating of the local nationalisms of the former Russian Empire. He became the protagonist, not only of socialism in one country, but of a socialism built on a predominantly Russian foundation. The reaction in Stalin's outlook against the intellectual and the theoretical was no less decisive than his reaction against the West, and was not unconnected with it. The tradition of the Russian intelligentsia was closely bound up with Western Europe. The familiar charge against it was that it drew its nourishment from foreign sources, and was divorced from the spirit of the Russian people or nation. All the original Bolshevik leaders, except Stalin, were in a sense the heirs or products of the Russian intelligentsia, and took for granted the premises of 19th century Western rationalism. Stalin alone was reared in an educational tradition, which was not only indifferent to Western ways of life and thought, but consciously rejected them. The Marxism of the older Bolsheviks included an unconscious assimilation of the Western cultural foundations on which Marxism had first arisen. The fundamental assumptions of the Enlightenment were never questioned. A basis of rational argument was always presupposed. Stalin's Marxism was imposed on a background totally alien to it, and acquired the character of a formalistic creed rather than of an intellectual conviction. The former seminarist was predisposed to regard faith as a more important virtue than reason. Stalin's indifference to, or distrust of, fine-drawn intellectual argument was displayed at an early stage of his party career. In 1911, in a letter to a Caucasian comrade, he called Lenin's famous dispute with Bogdanov on the philosophical premises of Marxism a storm in a teacup. Stalin never allowed doctrine to stand in the way of the demands of common sense. He was among the first of the Bolsheviks, at the Fourth Party Congress in 1906, to support the distribution of land to the peasants. At the Sixth Congress in July 1917 he supported the thesis that Russia may be the country which points the way to socialism with a phrase which was so often repeated that it became a cliché. 1. The letter was published in Zeryavistoka, Tiflis, December 23, 1925. See previous note. AXT. There is a dogmatic Marxism and a creative Marxism. I take my stand on the latter. Personalities, 197. In the same spirit many years later, defending the policy of socialism in one country against an awkward quotation from Engels, he exclaimed that, if Engels were alive to see the present situation, he would only say, devil take the old formulae. Long live the victorious revolution of the USSR. In the long-standing debate between the determinist or scientific and voluntarist, or political aspects of Marxism, there was no doubt on which side Stalin would come down. In a curious unpublished draft essay of 1921 he distinguished the objective and subjective sides of the proletarian movement, identifying the former with the theory, and the latter with the program, of Marxism, and added that the sphere of action of strategy and tactics undoubtedly borders on the subjective side of the movement. A Stubborn empiricist, devoid of creative imagination, was Trotsky summing up asterisk from time to time, by way of vindicating underscore his claim to leadership of the party. Stalin found it necessary to appear in the role of a theorist. But it was never in doubt that, in Stalin's conception of UE doctrine was subsidiary to strategy and tactics. Distrust of intellectual processes seems to be reflected in Stalin's dislike of democratic procedures. Power is exercised, he remarked contemptuously in 1918, not by those who elect and vote, but by those who govern. Railway transport in the Civil War had been disorganized by a multitude of collegiums and revolutionary committees. Degree at the 13th Party Conference in January 1924, he denounced those intellectuals who regarded the right to form fractions as a condition of democracy. The mass of the party understands democracy as the creation of underscore conditions which guarantee the active participation of members of the party in the work of leading our country. A few intellectuals of the opposition understand it as giving them the possibility of forming a fraction. 1 Stalin, Sakhinaya, 3, 187. 2 Ibid, 7, 303. Underscore 3. Ibid, v. 62-3. 4 L. Trotsky, Toykak Proizashlo, Paris, 1929, p. 25. 5 Stalin, Sakhinaya, 4, 37. 6 Ibid 4, 116-17. 7 Ibid, 6, 40. Asterisk. 198. The background. And a few months later he contrasted a formally democratic party with the proletarian party united by indissoluble bonds with the masses of the working class. If, in the Politburo and in other bodies where policy was debated, Stalin had the reputation of being a man of few words, and was slow to commit himself to an opinion whether in speech or in writing, his abstention was perhaps prompted not so much by a deliberate and calculated holding back as by a lack both of taste and of aptitude for such forms of expression. What passed for cunning was, at any rate in early days, the product of diffidence. The rise of Stalin was marked by an eclipse of democratic procedures in the party. Decision by discussion, and if necessary by vote, in the Central Committee or in the Politburo was replaced by disciplined unanimity, mighty organized through the power of the Secretariat. Stalin never had any of that intellectual pleasure in argument that was so marked in Lenin, Trotsky, and Bukharin. Nothing that he said or wrote, at any rate after 1917, was divorced from some immediate political purpose. Trotsky wrote of Stalin's contemptuosity towards ideas asterisk probably apocryphal utterances later attributed to him, such as 1 Soviet tractor is worth 10 foreign communists. How many divisions has the Pope, were framed to illustrate the low rating of ideological factors in Stalin's picture of the world. It may well be that this anti-theoretical bias in Stalin affected his personal relations even more than his political opinions. In the first years after 1917, none of the Bolshevik leaders except Lenin appears to have treated Stalin as an important figure. Lenin recognized his outstanding gifts as an administrator and organizer, the others saw only his commonplace and second-rate theoretical equipment. Yet it was a mistake to deduce from this intellectual shortcoming that Stalin had no gift for handling people. When he received a delegation of peasants in March 1925, he seems, from what looks like an authentic contemporary record, to have been remarkably successful in establishing easy relations with them. He listened attentively like a mujik and puffed at 1 Ibid, 6, 226. 2 B. Bazanov, Stalin, German translate from French, 1931, pages 17, 21. 3 L. Trotsky, Stalin, N.Y., 1946, p. 15. Popper OTEE. AESAG. Personalities 199. His pipe, commented on practical points and exchanged artless jokes, so that all were astonished at the simple comradely attitude of Comrade Stalin towards us, comparing it with the roughness and bureaucratic attitude of local party officials to the peasantry asterisk in his dealings with colleagues. This ease of intercourse vanished altogether. It was to them that Stalin exhibited the rudeness and lack of loyalty of which Lenin complained. In the Testament, Stalin smarted under their covert assumption of superiority, and met it with a constant slight appreciation of the party intellectuals. When attacking Trotsky, he recalled that Lenin at the Second Congress of the party had resisted Martov's demand to open the party to non-proletarian elements, an odd distortion of the famous dispute about the party statute, and quoted Lenin's rare criticism of the predominance of intellectuals in the party at the Third Party Congress of 1905.31 of the frankest expressions of Stalin's feelings appeared in a letter written to the German Communist Party leader Maslow in 1925. We in Russia have also had a dying away of a number of old leaders, underscore from among the /iterators and old chiefs. This is a necessary process for a renewal of the leading cadres of a living and developing party. And he named Lunacharsky, Bogdanov, Pokrovsky and Krysin among former Bolshevik leaders who have passed over to a secondary role. Those whom he gathered around himself in 1. The interview, which took place on March 14, 1925, was reported in Vednita, the peasant newspaper, April 5, 1925, by one of the participants. Though it shows Stalin in an unusually agreeable light, it was never utilized by any of Stalin's biographers, presumably because it contained an incautious remark about tenure of land which Stalin was afterwards obliged to disown. See pages 266-8 below. 2. One of Dima and Bedny's doggerel poems, intended as a friendly catcher, recounted an interview with Stalin at which he made all the correct remarks, while Stalin stroked his mustaches without uttering a single word, till he rose to end the interview with a hearty "Come again, it's pleasant to have a chat." Molodai Bardia, number 9, September 1925, pages 205-6. 3. For the See the Interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 360. 4. Stalin, Sakhinaya, 7, 43. This version of the letter omits the name of the addressee and a few unimportant phrases preserved in the German version originally published in Die Action, 16, number 9, September 1925. Pages 214-17. Asterisk T.S. Odd. 200. The background. Later years were for the most part good party men whose theoretical pretensions were as few as his own. One of many interpretations of the great purges of the 1930s was that they were Stalin's final vengeance on the intellectuals who had despised him. He was particularly ruthless in forcing the intellectual life of the country into a narrow political straitjacket. We, Bolshevik practitioners, he was to say in the preface to the collected edition of his works in 1946.1. It has often been suggested that Stalin's background and edu Katyn are reflected in his literary style. Lenin wrote and spoke plainly and easily with the air of one too completely preoccupied with what he is saying to pay much attention to the way in which it is said. Trotsky displayed the slightly mannered brilliance of an artist in words. Bukharin took evident pleasure, which communicated communicate itself to the reader or hearer in the lucidity and ingenuity of his argument. Neither the spoken nor the written word seemed to come easily to Stalin. His style had the workmanlike virtues of clarity and precision, its vice was a total lack of imagination or of grace. When he wished to impress, he resorted to the schematic devices of enumeration, repetition, and the rhetorical question, in which some critics detected liturgical echoes. But the form remained stiff, the content intellectually and emotionally trivial. Some of Stalin's earlier speeches made a favorable impression of moderation and caution. The applause that greeted his later denunciations of his enemies to packed audiences was no test. Stalin's victories were not won in the debating chamber, and there is little evidence that he desired to shine there. The period of revolutionary oratory had passed with the day of the intellectuals. If, however, Stalin, in his reaction against Western influence, and in his reaction against the theoretical approach to politics, was the product of his period, the dramatic element in Stalin's career and personality resides in the fact that it was he, above all, who carried forward the revolution to its appointed conclusion by bringing about the rapid industrialization of the country. By the irony of history, it was Stalin, and not Trotsky, who became the effective champion of forced industrialization and comprehensive planning, and was prepared to sacrifice the peasant to this over. 1 Stalin, Sakhinaya, I, p. 13. Personalities 201. Writing purpose. It would be fanciful to ascribe this turn of events to any personal conviction or prejudice on Stalin's part, nor is it necessary to convict him of hypocrisy when he attacked Trotsky for advocating measures less draconian than those which he himself would one day adopt. Nothing could better reveal the entirely impersonal character of Stalinist policy. If Stalin's methods often seemed to reflect characteristics derived from his personal background and upbringing, the aims which he pursued were dictated by the dynamic force inherent in the revolution itself. What Stalin brought to Soviet policy was not originality in conception, but vigor and ruthlessness in execution. When he rose to power in the middle 1920s, he became, and was determined to remain, the great executor of revolutionary policy. But the course of events makes it clear that he had at that time no vision of where that policy would lead. Stalin's role in history thus remains paradoxical and in some sense contradictory. He carried out, in face of every obstacle and opposition, the industrialization of his country through intensive planning, and thus not only paid tribute to the validity of Marxist theory, but ranged the Soviet Union as an equal partner among the great powers of the Western world. In virtue of this achievement, he takes his undisputed place both as one of the great executors of the Marxist Testament and one of the great Westernizers in Russian history. Yet this tour de force had, when studied and analyzed, a supremely paradoxical character. Stalin laid the foundations of the proletarian revolution on the grave of Russian capitalism, but through a deviation from Marxist premises so sharp as to amount almost to a rejection of them. He westernized Russia, but through a revolt, partly conscious, partly unconscious, against Western influence and authority and a reversion to familiar national attitudes and traditions. The goal to be attained, and the methods adopted or proposed to attain it often seemed in flagrant contradiction, a contradiction which in turn reflected the uphill struggle to bring a socialist revolution to fruition in a backward environment. Stalin's ambiguous record was an X-rays sign of this dilemma. He was an emancipator and a tyrant, a man devoted to a cause, yet a personal dictator, and he consistently displayed a ruthless vigor which issued, on the one hand, in so AAA, oily, EEY4 equals F. 202 the background. Extreme boldness and determination and, on the other, in extreme brutality and indifference to human suffering. The key to these ambiguities cannot be found in the man himself. The initial verdict of those who failed to find in Stalin any notable distinguishing marks had some justification. Few great men have been so conspicuously as Stalin the product of the time and place in which they lived. A. F. Part 2. E. The Economic Revival. A. Bibar Dymomo SSGER. Sareg. RZE 8. Chapter 5. Agriculture. A. The Harvest of 1924. The 13th Party Congress in May 1924 had stressed the maintenance of Lenin's link between the proletariat and the peasantry, and commended the policy of generous concessions to the peasant. It had exhibited some uneasiness at the growing differentiation between different categories of peasant, and some divisions of opinion about the precise attitude to be adopted towards the Kulak. But this issue had not seemed particularly urgent or important, and cast no shadow on the prevailing mood of optimism. The first prognostications for the coming harvest were favorable, and it seems to have been taken for granted that the successful experience of 1922 and 1923 would be not only repeated, but surpassed. The sown area had been further increased, and reached more than 80% of the pre-war figure. The smallest increase was in the area under rye, the largest in the area under cash crops, especially wheat, cotton, flax, and sugar. This was evidence of growing prosperity and, in particular, of a growth in the number of well-to-do peasants who were not dependent on subsistence farming and could afford to grow for the market. It was estimated that anything from 250 million to 400 million PUDs of grain, as against 200 millions in 1923, should be available for export. 1. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 156 to 8. 2. For detailed comparative figures, see Control Cifra Narodnogo. Hozyaisva NA 1926 to 1927 God, 1926, p. 337, slightly different figures for 1924 are given in Jadoji Dzaitileti Yasavitskoy Vlasti Vik Cifrak, 1917 to 1927. ND 1927, pages 168 to 71. According to a contemporary statement by Rykov, the sown area in 1924 exceeded that of 1913 in the consuming provinces of the RSFSR, but fell below it in the provinces which had suffered most from the famine of 1921, reaching an average of 88%. Shistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR 1925, pages 235 to 7. 3. For the two estimates, see Socialistic Iskohozyaistvo, number 3, 1924. Pages 34 to 7, El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, X, 1927, 274. The second estimate, contained in a speech of June 9, 1924, was admittedly a desideratum rather than a prognostication, but marked the current mood. Kamina went on to ed. Pal. 206 The Economic Revival. Early in June this optimistic view had to be abruptly revised. A serious drought threatened the harvest with ruin throughout the Volga Basin and southeastern Russia. Memories of the calamity of 1921 were still fresh, and, within 2 or 3 weeks Of his confident pronouncements at the party congress, Rykhoff, the president of Sovnarkom, was raising the alarm. The situation was now so acute that it is essential for the party and the Central Committee to concern itself seriously with an examination of the peasant question. The harvest was likely to fail over 5.5 million desiatins out of 77 million desiatins under cultivation, and this would affect 6 million people, though Rykhoff denied, in an interview with anxious correspondents, that any comparison could be drawn with the disaster of 1921.7 at the beginning of July 1924. Sovnarkom set up an emergency commission for combating the consequences of the deficient harvest asterisk. On August 20, 1924, Rykhoff made an official report on the harvest to the party Central Committee. The total grain harvest was estimated at 2,640 million PUDs, as against 3,000 millions which had been the expected yield of a good harvest, together with reserves in hand. This brought the total available stocks to 2,800 million PUDs. Grain exports were now suspended till further orders asterisk in an economy where the margin between survival and point the moral, but who will give us these 400 millions? The poor peasant. No. We are bound to admit that the 400 million PUDs of grain, which we have to send abroad, will be produced by the middle peasant and, in part, by Galak elements. 1 A Rykoi, Sakinadia, 3, 1929, 120. The date of this speech was June 12, 1924. 2 Abid, 3, 169-75. 3 Sobranizakhanov, 1924, number 1, art. 4. According to a pencil note of Kursin in the Trotsky archives, dated June 25, 1924, the decision of Sovnarkom was taken on the previous day. As late as July 3, Leningradskaya Prado was still looking forward to extensive grain exports. 4 A Rykhoff, Sakinadia, 3, 1929, 185-7. Rykhoff's speech was widely publicized in the press. An extract appeared in International Presse Corps. Respondents, number 115, September 2, 1924, pages 1491-3. Izvestiya, September 3, 1924, described the journey of Rykhoff by steamer down the Volga to inspect harvest conditions. On August 30 he visited the Volga German Autonomous SSR, Ibid. September 9, 1924, Yagoda, the deputy chief of the OGPU, was one of those who accompanied him on this tour. W. Reswick, J. Dramd. Revolution Chicago, 1952, p. 84. Fails. Catastrophe was so narrow and so precarious even this partial failure raised serious problems. A sum of 20 million rubles, later raised to 30 millions, was to be distributed in the form of agricultural credits to those who had suffered from failure of crops. 1. Special reliefs were granted from the incidence of the agricultural tax, which was now to yield only 340 million rubles for the year 1924-5 in place of the estimated 400 millions. The final results were less disastrous than had been feared. Few, perhaps, actually starved after the partial crop failure of 1924. But its indirect consequences in the realm of price policy were felt throughout the economy, and had important political implications. The scissors crisis of 1923 had been overcome when the scissors closed in the spring of 1924, and industrial and agricultural prices returned to approximately the same relation which had existed between them before 1914. The financial estimates for the 1924 harvest were based on the prices for grain current in May of that year. It was assumed that an average price of 75 kopecks for a pud of rye, with corresponding prices for other grain, would be paid to the grower, and that the crop would be marketed at 105 kopecks asterisk. In July, when the partial failure of the harvest was known, prices began to soar. In August 1924 grain prices were 100% above the low level of August 1923.5 on August 23, 1924. Agriculture 207. 1 A Rykhoff, Sakinadia, 3, 1929, 94, 120. 2 Sobranizakhanov, 1924, number 3, art. 35, SSSR, Centralny Ispol. Nitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sesia, 1924, p. 141. 3 According to later Gosplan figures compiled on a different basis from the current figures of Narkomzum, the total yield of grain in 1924-5 was 3,000 million PUDs as against 3,360 million for the previous year. The comparable figure for 1913 was 5,450 millions. Control Night Cifrai Narodnogo. Hosiaisp NA 1926-1927 God 1926, p. 340. The failure was confined to grain crops, cotton, flax, sugar beet, and dairy and poultry products all increased, so that the total value of agricultural production at pre-war prices slightly exceeded that of 1923-4. 4 Planovi Hosiaispo, number 5, 1925, p. 297, 4 tables showing the prices paid to the growers and the wholesale market prices for grain for each month of the financial years 1923-4 and 1924-5. See Ibid, number 11. 1925, pages 114-15. 5 Economikeskias Hisn, August 27, 1924, reporting a speech in which Kamina referred to grain prices as the central question of the moment in our internal economic situation. In the following month Kamina spoke. Asterisk. 208 The economic revival. Economikeskias Hisn pleaded for action to reduce and stabilize grain prices. The newly established People's Commissariat of Internal Trade, Narkom Nuderg, in accordance with the general policy of price control adopted at the end of 1923 asterisk, attempted to fix maximum prices for grain, and was so far as successful that the price to the grower of a pud of rye, which in August 1924 stood at 99 kopecks, was forced down in September and October respectively to 86 and 78 kopecks. The battle of the grain was now joined. The peasant had learned in the years of inflation that to hold grain was more prudent than to hold money. The value of grain would not fall and might rise. The value of money would not rise and was only too likely to fall. Severe tax pressure to enforce sales was applied in the form of strict time limits for the payment of the single agricultural tax. Underscore but without avail. The well-to-do peasants, striving by all means to keep the grain in their hands, and to pay the tax in anything rather than in grain, met their obligations out of cash reserves or by selling animals or livestock products or commercial crops, and struck against the threatened price reduction by holding up their surplus grain, and it was the well-to-do peasants who had the surpluses. Asterisk. More serious still, private traders appeared on the scene to buy above the maximum price, and this meant, as one commentator remarked, a return to the situation of 1918-20, when there were two markets and two purchasing powers for 1 ruble at free and at state-regulated prices. Asterisk. Private capi Tal, complained Pravda, has thrown itself on the grain market and disorganized it. Attempts at resistance proved futile. At Rostov, the authorities issued an order making obligatory the delivery of 25% of all flour milled in the region to the state purchasing authorities at a fixed price, and prohibiting the to the Central Committee of the Komsomol of the fearful rise in grain prices. El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 11 1929, 104. 1 see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 119 to 22. 2 Planovi Hozyastvo, number 10, 1925, p. 44, Pravda, October 21, 1924. Complaint of inadmissible slowness in the collection of the tax. 3 SSSR, Central Ni Ispotnitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sesia, 1924. Pages 50 to 1, El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 11, 1929, 280. 4 Socialistikisko Hozyastvo, number 5, 1924, p. 101. 5 Pravda, December 19, 1924. AEI Rare Fa. EU. 5 Agriculture 209. Port of grain from the region. But the result was a cessation of milling operations, and the peasants still preferred to hold their grain rather than to sell it at state prices. By December 1924 the state had collected only 118 million PUDs of grain out of the projected 380 millions. And the grain stocks held by the state, which had amounted to 214 million PUDs on January 1, 1924, stood at only 145 millions on 1 January 1925.3. The situation was now critical. The estimate for the total collection was cut from 380 million to 290 million PUDs, the share of the Ukraine being reduced from 34 to 26% of the total. All thought of grain exports went by the board, and an import of 30 million PUDs was authorized. In November the official maximum price for rye had been raised to 85 kopecks a pod. The attempt to maintain the maximum prices was then abandoned. In December the price to the grower of a pod of rye rose to 102 kopecks, and thereafter rose by leaps and bounds till it reached 206 kopecks in May 1925.5. The price-fixing policy had been defeated. The Kulak had proved victorious. The cities were once more being held to ransom. The rise in grain prices was alarming on 2 counts. It threatened and to rekindle the discontents, so recently allayed, of the industrial proletariat, and to upset the delicately poised wages structured by irresistible demands for wage increases. Rykov put the case to a sympathetic audience at the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924. An unlimited increase in grain prices would mean the collapse of our budget, since it would entail an increase in wages and an increase in the prices of manufactured goods, and the breakdown of our whole price policy and of the struggle with the scissors degree. But the rise in prices also threatened relations in the countryside. In the existing structure of rural society, the price question sharply divided the peasants themselves. Only the well-to-do peasants consistently had grain surpluses and were primarily interested in high prices. In the autumn of 1924 it was reported. 1 Planovi Hozyastvo, number 2, 1925, p. 270. 2 Abid, number 3, 1925, p. 275. 3 Vestnik Finansov, number 7, July 1925, p. 70. 4 Planovi Hozyastvo, number 5, 1925, pages 298 to 9. 5 See the tables in Planovi Hozyastvo, number 11, 1925, pages 114 to 15. 6 Shastoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, p. 246. 210 Economic Revival. For the first time from the Ukraine that well-to-do peasants were buying grain from poorer peasants as the most favorable commodity to ensure their capital at the maximum rate of interest. 4. To hold stocks of grain was not only a promising speculation, but the best safeguard against inflation. At the opposite end of the scale, the poor peasants who lived wholly or in part by hiring out their labor were normally unbalanced buyers, not sellers, of grain. These may have accounted at this time for something like 1/3 of the peasant population. Between the two extremes, the mass of middle peasants were buyers or sellers according to the failure or success of the harvest. High prices following a bad harvest tended therefore to benefit the well-to-do peasants, to press hardly on the poor peasants, and to drive more and more of the middle peasants into the category of poor peasants who could subsist only by hiring out their labor. Such was the situation which developed in the winter of 1924-5. 1 Planovi Hozyastvo, number 1, 1925, p. 47, Kamina drew attention to the political implications of the phenomenon. The buying of grain by private trading capital, and especially by Gulaks, makes them a political force, the masters of the situation in the grain market, and, worse still, gives them the possibility of taking up the pose of benefactors in regard to the poor peasantry. Planovi Hozyastvo, number 1, 1925, p. 16. 2 A formidable controversy on this point broke out at the time of the 14th Party Congress in December 1925. Kamini, on the basis of figures of the Central Statistical Administration, had claimed that 37% of the peasants were buyers and not sellers of grain. Yakovlev, in an article in Pravda, December 9, 1925, and at the Congress itself, 14 SS Visaso. Unoy Communistiskoy Party, b. 1926, p. 305, attacked this estimate as absurdly exaggerated. For the argument about the proportion of grain surpluses held by different categories of peasants, see pages 321 to 2, 328 to 9, 333 to 4, below. 3 A calculation in Socialistic Hozyastvo, number 1, 1925, p. 140. Purported to show that peasants holding up to 6 desiatins of land in the consuming provinces or up to 4 desiatins in the producing provinces bought more grain than they sold, and were therefore interested in low prices, but the article was criticized, Ibid, pages 147 to 9, as being based on too small a sample. In January 1925, in the agriculturally poor Leningrad province, after the bad harvest of 1924, 60% of the peasants were said to be buying grain. Sovshanipovo Prozam Savitskogo Stroitelstva 1925 GS. Yanvar 1925, p. 131. For a controversy on this issue had divided Russian Marxists as long ago as 1897, when a Marxist group in Samara had protested against high grain agriculture. 211. When grain was at 60 kopecks, the poor peasant sold, and now that it is at a ruble, the Kulak sells. This is noticeable. When a pot of grain stood at 60 kopecks, the poor peasant paid his tax while the middle peasant and the Kulak held back. Now the poor peasant is paying a ruble for a pot of grain and the Kulak is selling it. High prices were thus readily tolerated in those official circles. which supported the development of Kalak agriculture, and looked without disfavor on the growing social and economic differentiation in the countryside. At the outset of the harvest crisis, on July 30, 1924, both Pravda and Leningradskaya Pravda had featured an article by Zinoviev, under the title The Harvest Failure and Our Tasks, the keynote of which was an italicized phrase. It is time, high time, to compel a number of our organizations to turn their face more to the countryside. A few days later another article congratulated Zinoviev on having shed the correct slogan. It is necessary, declared the article, that our whole party should turn its face to the countryside, because this is demanded by the interests of the economy as a whole and therefore by the interests of the proletariat. From this time onwards, throughout the autumn and winter, the exhortation face to the countryside was constantly reiterated in Zinoviev's speeches and articles and became the catchword of party policy. On Zinoviev's lips the slogan served to emphasize his position as the heir of Lenin, faithfully occupied in continuing prices as beneficial to landowners and injurious to poor peasants. Lenin, who regarded the spread of capitalism in the Russian countryside as inevitable and desirable, attacked this view as a sentimental illusion. Lenin. Sakhinaya, 2, 3-4, CFU. Martov, Zapisky Sotsialdemokrata, Berlin. 1922, pages 328-30, N. Angarsky, Legal New Marxism, 1925, pages 100-107. One Sovshani Povo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G. Yanber. 1925, pages 134-5. 2 Leningradskaya Pravda, August 6, 1924. 3 A volume of Zinoviev's articles and speeches, beginning with the article of July 30, 1924, was published under the title Litzum Katerab, 1925. 212 The Economic Revival. And extending the application of NEP, it was a weapon in the campaign against Trotsky which centered around the charge of underestimating the peasant, and, above all, it expressed the wave of anxiety about the situation in the country which overtook the party leadership in the autumn of 1924. This anxiety, though primarily inspired by the shortcomings of the harvest and the rising grain prices, was also connected with 2 other symptoms of agrarian discontent which obtained wide publicity at this time. For some time past the main Soviet newspapers, central and local, had enrolled a number of factory workers as regular contributors to their columns. The functions of the so-called worker correspondent, Rabker, were to report news of his factory, publish his achievements, draw attention to abuses and ventilate grievances. A conference of Rabkers was held in the offices of Pravda in November 1923, and was addressed by Bukharin, as editor of Pravda, and by Ulyanova, Lenin's sister. It was decided to found a special journal, Raboki Correspondent, devoted to their work. At the beginning of 1924, with the growing importance of the peasant in Soviet policy, this institution was extended to the countryside, and the village correspondent, Selkor, took his place beside the Rabker. Unfortunately, authentic peasants with even the minimum qualifications for such work were hard to find, and it appears that many of the Selkors were party officials or workers sent on duty to the country. This initial handicap made their position particularly delicate. As good party men, they tended to espouse the cause of the poor peasants and Batracs, reviving the policy of the committees of poor peasants in 1918. Some of them conceived it as their function to kindle class war in the villages. The abuses to which they most eagerly drew attention were those committed by kulaks. Coinciding with the one, an account of these proceedings was given in International Presse. Correspondence, number 30, March 4, 1924, pages 342-3. Bukharin's speeches at the conference were reprinted in N. Bukharin, Orabkor I Selkora, 2nd ed. 1926, pages 33-47. 2. It was afterwards stated that only 50% of Rabkers and 25% of Selkors were party members, and that a majority of Selkors are the more literate peasants drawn from the poor peasants and middle peasants, and from Red Army men. Peshet SSSRZ 1924 I 1925 GG, ed. Iverides. 1926, p. 30, but this was hardly true in the early stages of the movement. A. Agriculture 213. New official inclination to show greater indulgence to the kulak. This became a burning issue, and a number of Selkors were attacked or murdered, apparently at the instigation of kulaks and others whom they had denounced in the press. The first and most sensational of these affairs occurred on March 28, 1924, in a village named Dymovka, 50 versts from Nikolaevsk in the Ukraine. 2 of the 3 members of the local party cell which controlled the village Soviet were said to have been in league with local kulaks, and to have connived at favors shown to them. The 3rd member of the party cell, Malinovsky by name, in his capacity as a Selkor, published the story in the press and was promptly murdered for his pains. In October 1924 6 men were brought to trial in Nikolaevsk for their share in the crime. The trial was extensively reported in the press. Sosnovsky, a party publicist who had been active in unmasking the crime, made a long speech in support of the prosecution in which the issue of poor peasants against kulaks was heavily stressed. The accused were sentenced to death, though the sentences on 3 of them were afterwards commuted on the ground that they had been mere tools of the kulaks. After the trial, inscriptions were said to have appeared on a wall in Dymovka threatening a similar fate to anyone else who sent complaints to the newspapers. It now transpired that the Dymovka murder was not an isolated incident. On October 3, 1924, Pravda reported a wave of such crimes throughout the country. The murder of Selkors had become a mass phenomenon and marked a recrudescence of counter-revolution in the countryside. During the next 2 months, a series of similar incidents was widely publicized in the one. The story of Dymovka as related at a party meeting by Zinoviev seems to have had little to do with kulak activities. According to this version, the 2 members of the party cell, Papandopulo and Postolady by name, were also OGPU agents. Papandopulo had gathered around him, by methods of intimidation and bribery, a personal following of 60 to 70 poor peasants, and with their support tyrannized over the community. G. Zinoviev. Litzum Katereb 1925, p. 78. This is a picture of an unscrupulous party boss rather than of a kulak. But the incident was used in party propaganda to stimulate anti-kulak feeling, and there is no doubt that the SE/Corps, in general, conducted a campaign against the kulaks. 2 Pravda, 22, October 23, 1924, Izvestia, 24, October 28, 1924, G. Zinoviev, Litzum Katereb, 1925, pages 77-8. H.S.R.I10. Underscore 4, EOOE Re. TWG. 4. 214 Economic Revival. Press. The Party Central Committee, meeting at the end of Oct. Ober 1924, drew attention to the plight of the cell corps, and announced it necessary to take decisively under the protection of Soviet laws and Soviet organs any of those whose work of denunciation may provoke threats of violence from counter-revolutionary and Kulak elements in the countryside. An article by Sosnovsky appeared in Pravda entitled Dymuvka not an exceptional phenomenon, and on November 11, 1924, the People's Commissariat of Justice issued an instruction to the courts that the murder of a Rabker or a cell corps should be treated as a counter-revolutionary act. One result of this publicity was to swell enormously the number of correspondents. At the time of the 13th Party Congress in May 1924 there had been only 15,000 in all. By January 1925 there were 60,000 Rabkers and 80,000 cell corps. By August 1925, 74,000 Rabkers and 115,000 cell corps, and these figures were not exhaustive. In December 1924 a conference of Rabkers and cell corps was held in Moscow, and listened to speeches by Zinoviev, Kamina, Bukharin, Krupp, Skia and others praising their work. Cases were reported to the conference of Rabkers dismissed from their jobs on false pretexts, and of cell corps openly intimidated or beaten up. A list of 20 murdered cell corps was read, and this was said to be far from complete. The publicity given to these incidents revealed a growing sensitiveness in party circles to the favor now being shown to the Kulaks and to the discontent aroused by this policy in the countryside. Another untoward event engaged the attention of anxious 1C, for example, Izvestia, October 29, 13, November 21, 9, 13. December, the last two issues contained biographical notices of a number of murdered cell corps. 2 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 633. 3 Pravda, November 2, 1924. Q. 4 Agendelnik Savitskoye Stitsy, number 45, 1924, P. 1092. 5 Peshet SSSRZ 1924 I 1925 GG, ed. Iverikis, 1926, pages 29 to 30. 6 The conference was reported in Jzvestia, 6, December 7, 1924, and Pravda, 13, December 14, 1924. The speeches of Bukharin were reprinted in N. Bukharin, O Rabkor I Selkora, 2nd ed. 1926, pages 51 to 63. A dispute arose at the conference on the form of organization which should be given to the Rabkor and cell corps movement. This will be discussed in part 3 in the following volume. Agriculture 215. Party leaders in the autumn of 1924 and sharpened the incipient divisions in the party ranks. A serious, though short-lived, revolt occurred in Georgia at the end of August. It was not the first revolt against the Soviet power in that turbulent country, but on this occasion an unexpected eagerness was shown to attribute it to general rather than to local shortcomings. At a conference of rural party workers in October, Stalin called the events in Georgia indicative, and unexpectedly concluded that what has happened in Georgia might be repeated all over Russia, if we do not radically alter our whole approach to the peasantry. The origin of the revolt was discussed a few days later at the same meeting of the party central committee which had taken cognizance of the murder of the SE/corps. Stalin admitted that in certain counties, it indubitably had a mass character, that its economic causes were the high prices of manufactured goods and low price of maize, and that it was for this reason indicative of the new conditions of the struggle throughout the Soviet land. Zinoviev, while he saw in the occurrence a blend of Menshevism and nationalism, refused to find more than 54% of its causes in local conditions, and compared it with the Kronstadt and Tambov disturbances of 1921 as a warning signal of something wrong in the economy as a whole. 3 months later Stalin once more referred to the revolt as a great warning, and thought that a new Tambov or a new Kronstadt are not in the least excluded. 5 Another party commentator regarded the Georgian revolt as a symptom of an acute stage in the relation. 1 The political aspects of the revolt will be discussed in a subsequent volume. 2 Stalin, Sakhainidia, 6, 309. The conference was reported at length in Pravda, 23 to 26, October 28, 1924. 3 Stalin, Sakhainidia, 6, 316 to 17. 4 G. Zinoviev, Litsum Katarab, 1925, pages 65 to 6. In a speech a few days later Zinoviev named the high price of bread, the low price of maize, and the Yedo on grain exports among the causes of the revolt, Ibid, pages 76 to 7, else, where he linked the Georgian affair, a little subterranean shock, with the Dymuvka affair as warning symptoms. Leningradskaya Pravda, 9 November 1924. 5 Stalin, Sakhainidia, 7, 22. Stalin repeated the comparison and the warning a few weeks later, Ibid, 7, 31. AEE Sac. 216 The economic revival of the peasants to the Soviet power. At the 14th Party Congress in December 1925 the Georgian disturbances were still referred to as a starting point of the dissensions in the party on the agrarian question. These events did not immediately suffice to force issues of policy which the leaders themselves were still anxious to evade. At the meeting of the Central Committee at the end of October, Kamina made a report defending the policy of price intervention. Could we afford to take as the foundation of our economic policy submission to the spontaneous rise of grain prices? It was clear to us that that would be absolutely inadmissible. We should cease to be masters of economic policy. The master would be he who could hoard grain at this price asterisk. But these brave words did not answer the practical question how to bring in the grain. Zinoviev, Bukharin, and Sokhannikov, under the fresh impression of the Georgian rising, raised the question of further concessions to the peasantry. Zinoviev is even said to have proposed to create official peasant non-party fractions in TSIK and in the Soviets, giving them the right to issue their own newspapers, etc. But a majority of the committee thought that such proposals made an unnecessary panic. Stalin also quoted alarmist reports from different parts of the country. In some places there had been a mass refusal to receive tax assessments. Stormy mass meetings had been held in others to demand from the government lower taxes and higher grain prices. The inspirers of this campaign, as well as of the Georgian revolt, had been Kulaks, speculators, and other anti-Soviet elements. Stalin's conclusion that it was necessary to isolate the Kulaks and speculators and to separate the toiling peasantry from them, though. 1 Krasnyanov, number 2, February 1925, p. 145. 214 SSV Soyuznoy Communistiskiskoy Party, b. 1926, p. 190. 3 El Kamina, Star I Rishi, 11, 1929, 175. The report was originally published in Pravda, October 31, 1924. For there is no formal record of these proposals, which rest on the later Evidence of hostile witnesses, 14 SSV Socialism Communistickskoy. Party, B, 1926, p. 190, M. Popov, Nary's Istoria Communistickoy Party. B.I.L. Shabikov, Ukraini, 2nd ed., Kharkov 1929, pages 284-5. Agriculture 217. Couched in conventional language, might be interpreted as a cautious warning against a policy of economic concessions which would inevitably bring most benefit to the well-to-do peasants. Point 4. The committee spent a whole day discussing the mood of the peasantry, but, faced with these conflicting and hesitating views, could do no more than mark time. The resolution adopted at the meeting confined itself to vague recommendations on the strengthening of party work in the country and the necessity of drawing more non-party elements into the Soviets. It touched on the issue of policy in terms which decided nothing at all, insisting on the need for special instructions to local organizations, especially for the press, on questions which, in the event of an incorrect approach to the moods of the mass of the peasants, may lead to negative political results in the country, such questions as the mutual relations of the working classes and the peasantry, the kulaks, etc. 2. Evidence of embarrassment in face of the intractable agrarian problem was provided by another act of the committee. Every year since 1917 the party congress had been held in the spring. It was decided to postpone the Congress of 1925 from the spring to the autumn, since vital decisions of policy could more easily be taken after than before the harvest. The Congress in the spring could be replaced by a party conference. This would precede the annual Union Congress of Soviets, which would be postponed from its normal date in January till April. Kamina, who reported these arrangements to a meeting of the Moscow Party Organization, admitted that the postponement of the Congress was a breach of the party statutes. Unless, however, strong objections were manifested in the party, the decision would stand asterisk. The crisis of the minor harvest failure of 1924 passed therefore, without provoking important changes either in policy or in 1 Stalin, Sakhaina, 6, 315-17. 2 El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 11, 1929, 204. 3 VKP, B, V Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 632-3, according to Kamina's statement to the Moscow Party Organization immediately after the session. All hopes of exporting grain had been abandoned, but it was still hoped to collect 300 million PUDs of grain at an average price of 80 to 85 kopecks. L. Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 11, 1929, 198. 4 Ibid, 11, 189. Relations between the leaders. If, as is probable, Zinoviev was at this time more inclined than Stalin or Kamina to a policy of further concessions to the peasant, all three members of the triumvirate were still deeply engaged in the latest and most acute phase of the struggle with Trotsky, which opened in October 1924 and ended only with his resignation from the People's Commissariat of War in January 1925.1. In their speeches and articles of this period, they never failed to insist on the importance of the alliance with the peasantry in current policy and to censure Trotsky for his neglect of the peasant. But they sedulously avoided any public pronouncement on the proposal for further concessions, and refrained from taking sides in the increasingly embarrassing question of the attitude to be adopted towards the Kulak. Whatever differences of opinion lurked beneath the surface, verbal compromises were possible, and would continue to be made, so long as the overriding need to hold the triumvirate together was still recognized by all its members. 218. The economic revival. The desire of the leaders to keep the issue of agrarian policy on safe and well-worn lines received advantageous assistance from an economic controversy which, side by side with the political controversy with Trotsky, attracted much attention in the autumn of 1924. Since the opposition of the left communists in March 1918 there had been no more persistent assailant of the party line than the able and original economist Preobrazhensky. Preobrazhensky had been the first to draw attention to the tendency of NEP to encourage the Kulak, and had incurred Lenin's anger by attempting to raise this question at the 11th Party Congress in 1. The struggle will be described in Part 3 in the following volume. 2. A far-sighted article by Preobrazhensky in Krasnaya Nov, Number 3. September-October 1921, 201-12, predicted that the growth of the Kulaks in the new conditions must incontestably lead also to a new grouping of forces in the countryside, that the Soviet authority would be compelled to intervene on the side of the poor peasant, that 2 or 3 years or perhaps more of peaceful cohabitation between capitalist and socialist processes of development in the countryside were probable, but that the moment is coming when a clash will be inevitable. A further article in Communisticheski International, Number 25, November 1922, COLS 6275-90, anticipated some of the main ideas propounded by him in the controversy of 1924-6. Agriculture 219. March 1922. Later he had criticized the deleterious effects of NEP on planning. He was one of the few to whom Trotsky had confided his discussion with Lenin at the end of 1922 on the rise of bureaucracy in the party. He was a leading signatory of the platform of the 46, much of it was probably written by him, and a prominent member of the opposition during the winter of 1923-4. He had crossed swords with Stalin at the 13th Party Conference of January 1924, and he spoke again for the opposition at the Party Congress 4 months later. Regarding NEP and all its implications and consequences with scarcely veiled suspicion, Preobrazhensky had throughout this time steadily upheld the case for planning and for increased support to industry, and had opposed all further concessions to the peasant. In August 1924 Preobrazhensky read to the Communist Academy a paper on the fundamental law of socialist accumulation, whose outstanding quality made it a landmark in the history of Soviet economic theory. Preobrazhensky's starting point was a comparison between the period of what Marx had called primitive capitalist accumulation and the corresponding period in the advance to socialism. Before the process of automatic accumulation proper to a mature capitalist economy could be set in motion, it had been necessary as a preliminary stage to go through a period of forced accumulation of capital in a small number of hands. This had been the stage of the open compulsion and exploitation of the worker who had to be drawn off the land into the factories, of the separation of the producers from the means of production. Similarly, in order that the complex of the state economy may be able to develop all its economic advantages and establish for itself a new technical base, socialism must pass. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, pages 290-93, 376. 2. See the Interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 305, note 3. 3. See Ibid, pages 343-5, 370. 4. It was originally published in Vestnik Kommunistickskoy Akademii. 8, 1924, 47 to 116, and was republished under the title The Law of Primitive Socialist Accumulation as the second chapter of the Preobrajhanskaya Novaya Economica, 1926, pages 52 to 126. In the second version, some provocative phrases were toned down, but without alteration of the sense. References below are to the second version, except in passages where it diverged from the earlier version, and where both references are given. 220. The economic revival. Through a preliminary stage of primitive accumulation, this accumulation meant the accumulation in the hands of the state of material resources coming from sources outside the complex of the state economy, or, in other words, the expropriation of the surplus product of the country for the broadening of socialist production. Having enumerated the various forms of expropriation practiced by capitalism in the process of primitive accumulation, the expropriation of the labor of small producers engaged in pre-capitalist forms of production, exploitation of colonies, expropriation by taxation, expropriation by state loans, Preobrajhanskaya rejected as unacceptable for a socialist government the method of colonial robbery. On the other hand, the same objection did not apply to the alienation for the benefit of socialism of a part of the surplus product of all pre-socialist economic forms within the country itself. This method was, in fact, bound to play an immense and directly decisive role in such peasant countries as the Soviet Union. This brought Preobrajhanskaya to his diagnosis of the current situation. In the period of primitive socialist accumulation, the state cannot do without the exploitation of small-scale production, without the expropriation of a part of the surplus product of the countryside and of artisan labor. The idea that a socialist economy can develop by itself without touching the resources of the petty bourgeois, including the peasant economy, is beyond doubt a reactionary, petty bourgeois utopia. The task of the socialist state consists not in taking from the petty bourgeois producers less than was taken by capitalism, but to take more out of the even greater income which will be assured to the small producer by the rationalization of everything, including the small production of the country. In addition to taxation and loans, Preobrajhanskaya here pointed out that currency emission had also served as a form of taxation, and one of the methods of primitive accumulation. 1 ibid, pages 52 to 8. 2 ibid, pages 59 to 62. 3 Vestnik Komunistikiskoy Akademii, 8, 1924, 58 to 9, in the version. In E. Preobrajhanskaya, Novaya Economica, 1926, pages 62 to 4, the phrase exploitation of small-scale production was omitted, and alienation substituted for expropriation. 4 ibid, pages 65 to 6. Preobrajhanskaya had drawn attention as early as 1920. K. Agriculture 221. Preobrajhanskaya then turned to measures of primitive accumulation on an economic basis, as opposed to taxation and loans, which were administrative measures. After discussing various minor ways in which the private sector of the economy could be compelled to make its contribution to accumulation, he broached the vital issue of prices. At the 13th Party Conference in the previous January, he had already pointed to price policy as a method of extracting peasant surpluses politically more advantageous than taxation. He now advocated a price policy consciously directed to the exploitation of the private economy in all its forms. Preobrajhanskaya was writing an economic analysis, not a political pamphlet, and skirted round the most delicate point. I do not speak here of the difficulties of a political nature which arise from the mutual relations of the working class and the peasantry, and make it often obligatory to speak of equivalent exchange, though that is even more utopian under the socialization of large-scale industry than under the rule of monopoly capitalism. In other words, the exploitation of the peasant, meaning the extraction from the peasant of his grain surpluses without making him a fully equivalent return, was a necessary condition of the initial stage of the advance of socialism. It was the business of to this virtue of the printing press. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923. Volume 2, pages 261 to 2. In January 1924 he somewhat reluctantly approved the financial reform, since we have by a spontaneous process arrived at the necessity of carrying it out. Trinadsita Konferencja Rossiyskoy Komunistikiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, 1924, p. 37. 1 ibid, p. 35. Sokolnikov in May 1923 had already looked forward to a time when the state budget, as well as investment for economic development, would be financed, not by direct taxation of the peasant, but from the profits of state industry. This meant that the price of the product of nationalized industry will then include in a sense a certain rate of a kind of tax, g. Sokolnikov, Finansovai Politika Revaluatsiai, 2 1926, 116. 2 This was the original text in Vestnik Komunistikiskoy Akademii, 8. 1924, 79, in E. Preobrajhanskaya, Novaya Economica, 1926, p. 87. The phrase was toned down to read, a price policy consciously directed to the expropriation of a definite part of the surplus product of the private economy, in all its forms. 3 ibid, p. 88. Equals. 222 The economic revival. The politician to mask this disagreeable fact in decent language. Preobrajhanskaya was no politician. The position of the proletariat itself was, however, also ambiguous. As a result of the revolution, the working classes transformed from the object to the subject of exploitation. Nevertheless, it cannot be indifferent to its own health and to the conditions of labor, as was the capitalist employer, and this puts a certain brake on the tempo of socialist accumulation. Insist. On the 8-hour day was a case in point. But this merely made the fundamental law of socialist accumulation all the more irrevocably binding. This Preobrajhanskaya now proceeded to formulate as follows. The more economically backward, petty bourgeois and peasant in character is the country making the transition to a socialist organization of production, the smaller is the legacy which the proletariat of the country in question receives at the moment of the social revolution to build up its own socialist accumulation, and the more in proportion this socialist accumulation will be obliged to rely on the expropriation of the surplus product of pre-socialist forms of the economy. Only a more developed economy can rely on the surplus product of its own industry and its own agriculture. Preobrajhanskaya concluded his paper with some remarks on the struggle between two laws, the law of value and the law of socialist accumulation. In the Soviet economy, just as the law of value, which was essentially capitalist, still exercised its influence even over the socialized sector of the economy, so the law of socialist accumulation extends its effect in a certain degree to the private sector of the economy only as to an alien territory. The far-reaching implications of this analysis do not seem to have been immediately digested after its publication in the 1 ibid, pages 100 to 101. 2 Vestnik Komunistikiskoy Akademii, 8, 1924, pages 92 to 3, in the Version in E. Preobrajhenskaya, Novaya Ekonomika, 1926, pages 100 and 1-2. The word expropriation has been replaced by the phrase alienation of a part. 3. E. Preobrajhenskaya, Novaya Ekonomika, 1926, pages 116-17. 4. Preobrajhenskaya later remarked that, when he first read his paper in August 1924, his opponents were still more afraid of industrial over asterisk. RF. 7. Yen. Agriculture 223. Journal of the Academy, Oganovsky, an official of Narkomzom, and a former SR, wrote an article which, without mentioning Preobrajhenskaya by name, attacked those who sought to finance the development of industry, not by way of expanding its output and its sales to the rural population, but by means of the direct extraction of surplus value from the peasant. Such a policy would be to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. But it was the development of the political situation which, at the end of the year, removed the argument altogether from the academic plane. Preobrajhenskaya's article proved a godsend to the leaders of the campaign against Trotsky. Preobrajhenskaya, who could reason ably be depicted as one of Trotsky's most loyal followers, had furnished ample material to justify the charge that Trotskyism was based on neglect of the point of view of the peasant and ran directly counter to Lenin's formula of the link between proletariat and peasantry, since it represented the interests of the two classes as fundamentally irreconcilable. Trotsky, though he never appears to have pronounced on Preobrajhenskaya's thesis, and was, at any rate, enough of a politician to put the case in less deliberately provocative terms, had already, at the 12th Party Congress of April 1923, endorsed the appositeness of the phrase primitive socialist accumulation with all the implications which it carried. Bukharin, the only economist among the party leaders of the first rank, replied at length to Preobrajhenskaya in an article which appeared both in Pravda and Izvestia and in the party journal. Accumulation and Industrial Overproduction, Bolshevik, No. 15-16, 31. August 1926, p. 89. Though the scissors had been closed, the danger of their reopening still seemed greater than any other. 1. Socialistic Iskohozyastvo, No. 5, 1924, p. 27, the 5-year plan for agriculture issued by Narkomzom at the end of 1924, cp 522 below, was based on the hypothesis that the development of industry presupposes the development of agriculture, Osnovi perspective Nago Planarajvataya. Selskogo Elesnigo Hozyaisva 1924, p. 29. 2. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, p. 379, Preobrajhen. Skye in his article also named V. M. Smirnov as the author of the phrase. In an unpublished note of 1927 preserved in the Trotsky archive, Smirnov protested that he scarcely remembered the small article in which I was delivered of this phrase. It was written in the days of war communism. It had no relation to net conditions. He never used it again or built any theories on it, and I profoundly regret my unhappy invention. Yes. 224 The Economic Revival. Bolshevik entitled A New Discovery in Soviet Economics, or How to Ruin the Worker-Peasant Bloc, and followed this up with another article in Bolshevik entitled A Critique of the Economic Platform of the Opposition. The first article opened with a refer into the controversy started in the autumn of 1924 by the publication of Trotsky's Lessons of October, and treated Preobrajhenskaya's article as representing the economic foundation of Trotskyism and the economic side of the anti-Leninist point of view. Bukharin stressed throughout the basic incompatibility between Preobrajhenskaya's belief in progress towards socialism at the expense of the peasant and Lenin's conviction, embodied in NEP, that progress towards socialism could be realized only in close alliance with the peasant and by developing his resources and opportunities through trade and through cooperatives, side by side with those of the proletariat. Preobrajhenskaya wanted to introduce into socialism the oppressive and restrictive procedures of monopoly capitalism. The opposition view, concluded Bukharin, was the workshop ideology which has no time for other classes, and which demanded increased pressure on the peasantry for the greater glory of the proletariat. Like other semi-lar theories, it would be rejected by the overwhelming majority of the party. The second article, which bore the taunting subtitle, Lessons of October 1923, covered the same ground in greater detail and carried the war still further into Trotsky's camp. Trotsky, it was true, had never specifically come out, like Preobrajhenskaya, for a forced growth of industrial accumulation. But his demand for a dictatorship of industry amounted to the same thing. Once again the opposition had demonstrated its incapacity to understand the problem of the worker-peasant bloc. And this incapacity was the fundamental vice of all Trotskyism. 1. Pravda and Izvestia, December 12, 1924, Bolshevik, NOS 15-16. December 10, 1924, pages 9-33, number 1, January 15, 1925, pages 25-57. Accord. To Bukharin, the second article was written at the direct order of the Party Central Committee, Krasnoyanov, number 4, May 1925, p. 267. This may have been a somewhat shamefaced apology for its demagogic tone. Both articles were later reprinted in a pamphlet, and Bukharin, Kritika Ekonomической Platformy Oppositii, 1926. 2. For Trotsky's demand that the dictatorship should belong to industry and not to finance, see the Interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 134. Benny. Agriculture 225. These crushing exposures of the economic platform of the opposition, having played their part in the defeat of Trotsky, proved too useful to be readily discarded. In vain did Preobrajhenskaya protest that Bukharin had treated an attempt at a theoretical analysis of the Soviet economy as if it were a description of the economic policy of the proletarian state, and offered to withdraw the invidious word exploitation. 1 For the next 2 years denunciation of the law of primitive socialist accumulation was the incessant theme of all who sought to defend the peasant cause and to resist or slow down the process of industrialization. But time did not make the fundamental issue raised by Preobrajhenskaya any less acute. The slogans of the peasant worker bloc and face to the countryside, in the name of which the victory was achieved, were already obsolete, not only because any move to develop heavy industry made a practical answer to Preobrajhenskaya's problem imperative and urgent, but also because the peasantry was now less than ever an undifferentiated whole, and any decision to support the peasant which did not take account of divisions of interest within the peasantry itself was the beginning, and not the end of the dilemma of agrarian policy. Differences about agrarian policy J behind the discontents in the country side in the autumn of 1924. These differences provided the main. 1. Preobrajhenskaya's reply appeared in Vestnik Kommunistikiskoi Akademii, 11, 1925, 223-56, reprinted in E. Preobrajhenskaya, Novaya Ekonomika, 1926, pages 210-55, with a note to the effect that Bukharin's Counter-reply would be published in the next issue. In fact, it never appeared. A further reply was scarcely possible on the academic plane. It is worth listing Priyabhashanskai's contributions to this controversy, since they provide the most revealing available analysis, couched in strict Marxist terms, of the fundamental dilemma of the Soviet economy of this period. 1. The fundamental law of socialist accumulation, Vestnik Com. Munistikovskoye Akademii, 8, 1924, 47-116, 2. Once again about socialist accumulation, reply to Comrade Bukharin, Ibid, 11, 1925. 223-56, 3. Economic Notes I, Pravda, December 15, 1925, 4. The law of value in the Soviet economy, Vestnik Kommunistiskoye Akademii, 14, 1926, 3-64, 5. Reply to the debate on 4, Ibid, 15, 1926, 157-60. 6. Economic Notes 2, Bolshevik, number 6, March 31, 1926, pages 60-69. 7. Economic Notes 3, Ibid, no 15-16, August 31, 1926, pages 68-83. Of these, 1 was reprinted with slight modifications, and 2 and 4 without modifications, in E. Priyabhashanskai, Novaya Ekonomika, 1926. 226. The Economic Revival. Theme for the new rift in the party leadership which gradually developed during 1925. B. The issue in the countryside. The development of Soviet agriculture in the middle 1920s forced on the attention of the party leaders the basic problems of the character and duration of net which they strove so studiously to evade. Down to the spring of 1924 the serious issue in Soviet economics and politics had been the struggle between town and country, between the worker and the peasant. The 13th Party Congress in May 1924 marked the end of this period. The closing of the scissors in favor of the peasant, and the adoption of a program of support for heavy industry, had settled that issue for the time being. A satisfactory balance had been achieved. Recovery had gone far enough to enable the advance to be made simultaneously on both fronts. Priyabhashanskai's renewed assault on the peasant in the interests of industry was now either belated or premature. It related to an issue which had been acute in 1923 and would once more become acute after 1926, but for the moment a truce had been called. Priyabhashanskai's attack merely helped the party leaders, in the autumn of 1924, to concentrate attention on this issue, and thus maintain at full blast their campaign against Trotsky for his neglect of the peasant. But, once Priyabhashanskai had been refuted by Bukharin, and Trotsky decisively defeated and deposed from office in January 1925, this issue was relegated to the background, and was replaced by another. The topical question was no longer whether, and in what proportions, to support and subsidize industry or agriculture, but, within the agreed policy of support for agriculture, what group of the peasantry was to become the main vehicle and recipient of that support, and what forms of land tenure were to be encouraged or tolerated. The problem of the Kulak, carefully thrust into the background throughout the greater part of 1924, now rose in all its stark and embarrassing stature. The climate had changed. In terms of the party struggle, the change was expressed in the switchover from the joint campaign of the triumvirate against Trotsky, which had occupied OEE, Liaison percent, ESDS, Agriculture 227, 1924, to the rift between Bukharin and Stalin, on the one hand, and Zinoviev and Kamina, on the other, which gradually widened throughout 1925. The emancipation of the serfs left unsolved the major problem of the future organization of Russian agriculture, insofar as it hastened the dissolution of the large estates. It had complicated that problem. Among the peasantry it broke the equality of servile status, and set on foot the process of differentiation which had increasingly dominated peasant politics since that time. Agriculture could not flourish and develop on the basis of innumerable fragmentary holdings of individual peasants, the number of which multiplied with every increase of the population. The black repartition of the extreme wing of the Narodniks and the equal division program of the SRS like the later Bolshevik insight, meant to unrestricted seizure of landowners' land by the peasants, were in plain contradiction with this fundamental economic truth. In these midget holdings, cultivated by peasants struggling to extract a bare subsistence from the soil, the primitive three-field rotation was still current. Hay and fodder crops were rare. Where the labor of men replaced the labor of animals, adequate plowing and manuring became impossible. In particular, it was clear that the greater the number of small peasant holdings, the greater the proportion of the harvest which would be consumed by the grower for his own needs, the larger the units of production, the greater the proportion of the harvest which would be marketed to feed a rising industrial population in the towns and to provide surpluses for export. The issue was stated in its simplest terms by the moderate Kamina. We communists understand that we shall complete the building of socialism only when we draw into socialism these 20 million scattered peasant households, attract them into our common work of construction, and bind them into a single system. From this dilemma 2 ways of escape had divided opinions between them for the past 50 years. The first solution was to foster the survival of the mere, or peasant commune, and of the ver, or peasant household, which was the unit of membership of 1 El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 12, 1926, 514. 228 The economic revival. The mere, and to make the collective elements of this ancient system the starting point for the erection of new forms of cooperative and collective agriculture. This, broadly speaking, was the old Narodnik view, and even Marx had given some encouragement to the belief that a direct transition could be made from the primitive peasant commune to the future socialist organization of agriculture. The second solution was to abandon as rapidly as possible the collective principle, and to promote a competitive struggle among the peasants on individual or capitalist lines for the survival of the fittest, with the implication that the most enterprising would aggrandize themselves at the expense of the rest, and the least fit would move into the rapidly growing towns and factories or colonize the remote regions of the broad Russian Empire. For many years the official policy remained ambivalent. The peasant commune struggled on side by side with the SYMP times of rising capitalism, the most noteworthy of which was the division of peasantry between kulaks, poor peasants, and middle peasants. The process of differentiation was described by Lenin in one of his earliest writings. On the one hand, peasants were losing their agricultural inventory, animals as well as machines, while, on the other hand, some peasants were acquiring a modern inventory and mastering the use of machinery. On the one hand, peasants were abandoning their land or selling or leasing their allotments, while, on the other hand, many peasants were renting additional plots and eagerly buying up privately owned land. It was not till 1906 that a decisive step was taken by the government in the shape of the Stolypin reform. Stolypin, who wholeheartedly and explicitly accepted the struggle for survival and the wager on the strong, worked to break up the peasant commune. The Kulak became the hero and the hope of Russian agrarian policy. It was a policy of production, not for subsistence, but 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 384 to 7. 2. Lenin, Sakhinaya, 3, 126. Lenin, however, criticized the word differentiation, which was a favorite term of the Narodniks, on the ground that it covered only the phenomenon of inequality between different categories of peasant. He preferred the word disintegration, which implied the gradual breakdown of the traditional rural economy. 3. For the Stolypin reform, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 28 to 31. Agriculture 229. For the market, domestic and foreign, of the forced smashing of the commune in order to clear the way for capitalism in agriculture at any cost *, but it offered, at that cost, a capitalist solution of the future of Russian agriculture. Considerable progress had been made, especially in the most fertile and densely populated areas of the Ukraine, the major source of Russia's grain exports, when war broke out in 1914.2. In the first years of the Soviet regime, the same issues appeared with all the persistence of basic economic factors. The revolution passed a sponge over the recent past, confiscated the large estates of the landowners and the church, and redistributed the land all over the country on a professed basis of equality, though with many shortcomings in practice and some reservations about the interpretation of that ambiguous standard. It largely increased the role of the peasant in the rural economy. If before the revolution peasant holdings amounted to 240 million hectares, or 67.6% of the agricultural land now included in the Soviet Union, the amount had risen 10 years later to 314 million hectares, or 88 to 5% of the whole. This heroic solution was, in the eyes of orthodox Bolsheviks, no more than a temporary expedient. It had all the disadvantages of the state of affairs, which Stolypin had set out to remedy. It restored cultivation for subsistence, and offered no adequate incentives for production. For the market, it provided the basis for Rosa Luxemburg's prompt criticism that Lenin's agrarian reform has created for socialism a new and mighty popular stratum of enemies, whose 1. Lenin, Sakhinaya, 3, 123. 2. An elaborate calculation, based on the scanty, scattered and unreliable material, appears to warrant the conclusion that of 13 or 14 million peasant households holding allotment land in 1905, some 5 millions were wholly unaffected by the Stolypin reforms, and 1,300,000 more practically unaffected. Some 5,500,000 households had their independent titles recognized, and of these some 1,300,000 had been through the whole process of consolidation of their holdings before 1917. The remainder in 1917 had reached different stages in the complicated transition from communal to individual holdings. G.T. Robinson, Rural Russia under the Old Regime. 1932, pages 226 to 7, but much of this work was undone by the revolution, or left uncompleted. 3. IDGD Zaitilety Yasovitskoy Vlasti Cifruk, 1917 to 1927, NT 1927. Pages 118 to 19. Any resistance will be much more dangerous and stubborn than the resistance of the landowning gentry. The decree of February 1918 on the socialization of the land pronounced all forms of individual utilization of land to be transitory and obsolete, and listed first, Soviet farms and communes, secondly, artels and associations, and thirdly, individual holdings, in that order, as forms of land tenure. But this preference for collective cultivation was linked with the compulsions of war communism, and when these failed, and the introduction of NEP restored the ELE meant of capitalist competition to the countryside, the issue between socialist and capitalist forms of land tenure, between collective and individual agriculture, was once more wide open, with the dice heavily loaded, as in the days of Stolypin, in favor of the capitalist solution. When, at the end of 1924, Narkom Zem issued its 5-year plan for agriculture, it plausibly argued that the socialist form of agriculture would be conceivable only when the individual form of farming has become a form which puts the brake on development. This stage had not yet been reached, and in the present stage the correct formula was not through collective agriculture to the development of productive forces, but vice versa. Nothing seemed to have been settled by the revolution. The problem had once again to be faced from the beginning. 230. The economic revival of forms of collective agriculture in the broadest sense of the term. The traditional peasant commune or mir was by far the most important. The essence of the mir was collective tenure, not collective working of the land. It imposed on its members an obligatory rotation of crops, usually based on the primitive 3-field system, and made provision for common use of pasture and water rights. But the peasant family or household remained the unit of cultivation and of membership of the mir. The main business of the mir was to allocate the land among the 1. R. Luxemburg, Die Russisch Revolution, 1922, p. 87. 2. For this decree see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 49 to 53. 3. Osnovi Perspective Nago Plana Rajvitaya Selskogo Elesnego Hozyaizva, 1924, p. 30. For this plan CP 522 below. Agriculture 231. Verse belonging to it. This periodical redistribution of the land belonging to the mir, sometimes annually, more often at 3-yearly or 5-yearly intervals, according to the crop rotation in use, made it the only form of land tenure under which the principle of equality could be applied and maintained in perpetuity. Since redistribution took account of the changing numbers of workers and eaters in each dvor. In this respect, the insistence in the first months of the revolution, under SR influence, on the principle of equality helped to maintain the prestige of the mir, and to prolong its life. In spite of the emphasis laid in party doctrine and in the socialization decree of February 1918 on collective cultivation, none of the Bolshevik leaders challenged the rights of the mir. The Agrarian Code of December 1922, which embodied the principles of NEP, unconditionally accepted the mir on the same footing as other current forms of land tenure. The right of the individual household to secede from the mir with an allocation of land and form an independent kudur or atrab was recognized, though hedged about with restrictions. But it does not seem to have been widely exercised at this time. The mir served as the predominant form of tenure throughout the European provinces of the Soviet Union, with the exception of the Ukraine and White Russia, and in the cultivated areas of Siberia. Of 233 million hectares of peasant land in the RSFSR on 1 January 1927, 222 millions were still held in communal tenure on the Mir system. Qudrs and Atrubs accounted for only 2 millions and 6 millions respectively, and various forms of Kalkazi for rather more than 2 millions. The common assumption that the one annual redistribution seems to have become comparatively rare, though a detailed description of a region in the province of Yaroslav where it was still practiced in the middle 1920s, N.A. Agrar Front. Number 1, 1926, pages 166 to 74, does not suggest that it was exceptional. In some cases the Mir had ceased to redistribute at all. This was the first stage in the withering away of the Mir. To see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 287, 295 to 6. Both Qudrs and Atrubs were independent holdings separated from the Mir. The Qudr was a farm on which the holder lived, the Atrub a farm worked by a holder who continued to live in the village with his former co-members of the Mir. 3 Idagdzi Taleti Yasovitskoy Vlasti Cifruk, 1917 to 1927, NT 1927. Pages 120 to 21. Figures for the Ukraine do not appear to be available, in parts. 232 The economic revival. Peasants who seceded from the Mir were the most enterprising. Capable and prosperous was probably in the main correct, and this sometimes led to attacks on the Qudr as the stronghold of the Kulak, whereas the Mir continued to uphold the interests of the poor peasant. On the other hand, the contrary allegation was also heard that some Kulaks continued to cling to the Mir as the most convenient way for them to exploit the poor peasant and to conceal their excess of land. Throughout this period the Mir had few defenders in the party, but the force of inertia and the traditional resistance of the peasant to change kept it in being. Over the greater part of the RSFSR, the Dvor as a unit of cultivation, whether in the Mir or in independent Kayadors or Atrubs, typified the dilemma of Soviet agriculture even more dramatically than the Mir, for here too, and even more conspicuously, the collective principle was embodied in what was socially a primitive and backward form of organization. The framers of the Agricultural Code of 1922, fearful of an indefinite splitting of the land into small units of cultivation, had allowed provincial executive committees to fix limits of size appropriate to each locality, below which separation from an existing Dvor would not be sanctioned. The purpose and effect of the relevant articles of the Code, Articles 85 to 9, was plainly to place obstacles in the way of the breakup of the Dvor into still smaller units of individual cultivation. A decree of the White Russian SSR of April 1925 went so far as to prohibit altogether any further division of existing Dvors yet strict party doctrine of the Ukraine the Mir was obsolescent, and the Stolypin reform had made far more progress here than elsewhere. An article to this effect appeared in Leningradskaya Pravda, 4 November 1925, as part of the current campaign against the Kulak. According to this article, there had been a strong move in the neighboring provinces of Pskov and Novgorod to form Qudrs after the beginning of NEP, but they had since become unpopular, and many had been redivided. A year later, Sukhanov, a recent convert from Menshevism, was allowed to publish a discussion article extolling the Mir as the last defense against the Kulak. N.A. Agrar Front, No 11 to 12, 1926, pages 97 to 110. 2 Ibid, number 10, 1926, pages 91 to 2. A similar allegation was made about the Kulaks in the North Caucasus region, Planovi Hozyastvo, number 11, 1925, pages 70 to 71. 3 Zeberzakona Izahita BSSR, 1925, number 24, art. 220, it appears to. Agriculture 233. Could not help regarding the Dvor, which in practice implied subjection of wife, family, and other dependents to the paternal authority of the head of the household, as a shameful relic of the time of serfdom. Peasant opinion itself was divided, and was governed by the circumstances of particular cases. It was commonly recognized that one of the main factors in the breakup of the Dvor was the growing independence of women, and in particular the unwillingness of the young wife to submit to the rule of her husband's parents in the family Dvor. In 1926 the People's Commissar for Justice of the RSFSR declared that it was time to put a cross over the reactionary utopia of seeking to preserve the patriarchal family and to check the process of division of peasant families into smaller units. Whatever obstacles were placed in the way of further subdivision of existing Dvors, it seems clear that the Dvor was a dying institution, and that the process of disintegration, though gradual, was continuous. Statistics showed throughout this period of net increase in the number of peasant households at the rate of at least 2% per annum asterisk. The new experiments in collective cultivation sponsored or encouraged by the Soviet regime, the Sovkhazi and the Kalkazi in all their forms asterisk rejected periodical distribution, and were based on the principle of collective cultivation, departing in have been a sequel to a decree of 2 months earlier which called for reorganization to do away with scattered holdings and strip holdings, and for the substitution of a multi-field system for the current threefold rotation. Ibid, number 8, art 65. 1 P. Stukha, 13 Let Borbazier Revalyachino Marxist Skuyatiru. Prava, 1931, p. 208. 2 Bednita, May 1, 1925, printed a large number of letters from peasants for and against the perpetuation of the Dvor. The subject was frequently discussed in its columns. 3 Sessia v Sarasiaskagok Central Nogo Ispolitel Nogo Komitet 12. Soziba, 1926, p. 562, for some instructive comments on this problem, made in the course of a debate on the marriage code of the RSFSR, see Ibid, pages 560 to 61, 678 to 9. 4 Statistikeski Spravochnik SSSRZ 1927G, 1927, pages 64 to 5, status. Tikeski Spravochnik SSSRZ 1928G, 1929, p. 82. 5 For the early history of these experiments see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 2, pages 155 to 60, 289 to 90. H.S.R.iil. 234 The economic revival. Both respects from the time-honored system of the Mir. In theory they continued to enjoy the highest approval, and were applauded in every official pronouncement. In practice the climate of NEP was inimical to forms of tenure associated with the first years of the revolution and the exact ions of war communism, and in 1925 it was estimated that not more than 2% of the land of the USSR was under different forms of collective cultivation. The Sovkhazi in particular continued to languish in the neglect and discredit into which they had fallen after the introduction of NEP. The total area occupied by Sovkhazi fell from 3,400,000 hectares in 1921 to 2,300,000 in 1926. Asterisk reports on the limited number of Sovkhazi grouped under the authority of the Gosel Syndicate of the RSFSR asterisk and corresponding organs of the other Republics, comprising 833 Saukazi in the RSFSR, 131 in the Ukraine, 164 in White Russia and 26 in the Transcaucasian SFSR, showed that by no means all the land occupied by these was being worked at all, and that of the part that was worked a considerable proportion, 39% in the RSFSR, 72% in the Ukraine and 85% in White Russia, was leased to peasants for cultivation. Circumstantial evidence was quoted to 1. The Agrarian Code of December 1922 used the term agrarian association, Zemlno Obchestia, to cover both the Old Mir and the New Kolkhoz. The Saukazi, or state farms, were on a different footing, since those who worked on them were wage earners, and were dealt with in another chapter. 2. Vestnik Komunistickskoy Akademii, 14, 1926, 191. 3. Saukazi K15 Godoshchin Oktября, ed. Krulov 4932, p6, accord. Into this account the year 1926 marked the nadir of the Saukazi, which thereafter began to make a gradual recovery. Ida G. Zaitileti Yasovitskoy. Vyastivik Sifrik, 1917 to 1927, NT 1927, pages 120-21, gives a total area of nearly 2,300,000 deciatins on January 1, 1927, in the RSFSR alone. Figures for the RSFSR, the Ukraine, and White Russia for 1924 to 6 are given ibid. P 164, a breakdown of the figures of Saukazi in the RSFSR will be found in Statistikeski Spravochnik SSSRZ 1927 G 1927, p 60, which corrects an obvious misprint in the figure for Saukazi in the Sugar Trust. 4. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p 289. 5. Na Agrarnomfront, number 3, 1925, pages 111-12. In the Ukraine, the Saukazi occupied only 145,000 deciatins as against 518,000 occupied by the Union Sugar Trust and 885,000 by other state enterprises. Overpopulation was acute, and there was great pressure from the peasants to hand over this land to them. SSSR, Speed, Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2. Sessia 1926, p 421. 5. Agriculture 235. Show that in a considerable number of cases former landowners had retained the whole or part of their estates in the guise of Saukazi of which they were the managers. According to one report, some Saukazi did in fact fulfill their original purpose of serving as model farms for the surrounding peasants, supplied them with seeds, kept bulls and stallions and hired out tractors and agricultural machinery. But there is little evidence that these good intentions were often translated into practice, and the conclusion of another contemporary report that the Saukazi at the present time cannot serve as an example to the surrounding peasant population of correct and rational farming was probably nearer the truth. It was admitted that the Saukazi were, in general, working at a loss and without adequate capital resources, and that, in the absence of state subsidies, which were not forthcoming, financial disaster had been avoided only by liquidating the less efficient Saukazi and transferring their property to the more efficient. 1. An account of the derelict condition of the few remaining Saukazi in the province of Smolensk in the autumn of 1924 appears to have been typical of prevailing conditions. The rare description of a model Saukaz in the vicinity of Chelyabinsk serves only to emphasize the exceptional character of the phenomenon. Such evidence as is available goes to show that official policy at this time took scant interest in the fate or in the future of the Saukazi. In February 1925 the org bureau of the party turned its attention to their condition and issued a report. It admitted their shortcomings, but thought that their already reduced number should be maintained, except for those which are obviously non. 1. The reports are in Na Agrarnomfront, number 1, 1925, pages 57-68, which is immediately followed ibid, pages 68-77 by rather unconvincing apologia. And Planovi Hozyastvo, number 4, 1925, pages 27-41, a belated attempt to refute the second report was made in Na Agrarnomfront, no 11-12. 1925, pages 35-44. 2. Economia Keskias Hizn, October 12, 1924. 3. Pilis Nafinkovsky and K.D. Savchenko, Kaks Hybet Derivna. 1925, pages 3444, where it is accompanied by a corresponding account of a bad Saukaz in the same district. The difference appears to have turned primarily on the capacity and personality of the respective managers. 236. The economic revival. Viable economically. For those that were retained, it demanded an extension of the application of piecework, stricter discipline, a 10-hour working day, and fuller employment of labor. A decree of the RSFSR of March 6, 1925 adopted a less robust attitude, prescribing an improvement in the personnel and organization of the Saukazi, an increase in their capital, and more regular payment of wages and better conditions for the workers. But even these were utopian requirements in this period. It was a more significant index of the prevailing state of affairs when, in March 1925, the Central Administration of State Industry, a department of Byzanka, advised industrial trusts to liquidate all Saukazi under their control, since these yielded losses and no longer served any useful purpose. In October 1925 the TSIK of the White Russian SSR gave some attention to the grievous conditions of the Saukazi in the Republic, professed to detect recent signs of improvement, and instructed Sovnarkom to draw up a plan for their development. The neglect of the Saukazi was reflected in the miserable plight of those who worked in them. A report on the status of Batraks at the beginning of 1925 claimed in general terms that Batraks employed in Saukazi were better off than those employed by individual peasants, but went on to attack a Saukaz in the province of Tver which treated its workers with intolerable roughness and paid their wages in rations of the poorest quality, and another near Semipalatinsk where the discipline of the stake was in use registered later in the same year. Pravda complained of the shame less exploitation of peasants working on a Saukaz formed out of a previous landowner's estate in Bashkiria. If we ask the peasants about the Saukazi, said Bukharin to a conference of Saukazi managers, we shall in the majority of cases get very unflattering answers. Registered. 1 is Vestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, no 11-12, 86-7, March 23, 1925, pages 9-10. 2 Sobranio Zakonii, 1925, number 18, art. 121. 3 Pravda, March 11, 1925. 4 Zibur Zakona Izahida BSSR, 1925, number 48, art. 375. 5 For the Batraxi pages 248-9 below. 6 Voprosi Truda, number 2, 1925, p. 34. 7 Pravda, October 14, 1925. Audiobook, March 6, 1925. Ori. Is. Agriculture 237. The collective farms formed on peasant land under voluntary sponsorship, Kalkazi, fared at first a little better, having recovered somewhat from the decline in numbers recorded after the introduction of NEP. But the element of communal cultivation, for which the Kalkazi originally stood, had substantially diminutive-ish. The original Kalkazi had been divided into two categories: agricultural communes whose members worked, lived and distributed the proceeds of their work on a communal basis, the land being registered in the name of the commune, and artels, whose members carried on cultivation and the marketing of products on a joint basis, but lived separately and received their own share of the proceeds, the land being registered in separate units, in the individual names of the members. A third and still looser category of kolkhoz had now grown up in the form of the so-called TOZ, Tovarchestvo de la Obshigozimla Polzovania, or Association for Common Cultivation, whose members merely cooperated for the joint cultivation of certain tracts of land without further mutual obligation. But the credentials of this form of association were suspect. An investigation of a number of TOZY in the province of Tambov in 1924 showed that there is nothing cooperative about them. They served simply as a cover for the renting of land by rich peasants who found it expedient to use the cooperative trademark. Even those agricultural communes which survived seem to have lost much of the original communal spirit. Point 2. Kalkazi, like Sakazi, sometimes disguised the illicit retention by landowners of their former estates. And, though a decree was passed in March 1925 ordering the expulsion, before January 1st of the following year, of former landowners who, under the guise of the organization of agricultural artels and communes, exploit the peasants, using hired labor and 1 Yakovlev, Nashaturibna, 1924, p. 57. For the way in which industrial artels degenerated into petty private concerns, see the Regnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 60 to 61. The same thing was doubtless liable to happen to agricultural artels. 2. Pilas Nafinkovsky and K.D. Savchenko, Kaks Hybeturibna, 1925, pages 44 to 54, describe an agricultural commune in Siberia founded in 1920 by 56 peasants. Only 9 of these remained in 1924, and made up for the deficiency in numbers by employing hired workers. 3. Na Agronamfront, number 3, 1925, p. 106. Adopting oppressive attitudes to the surrounding population, the decree itself opened the door to exemptions in favor of former landowners who themselves worked, or had served in the Red Army, or rendered special services to the state. Even so, it seems to have remained a dead letter asterisk. It was, however, the general line of policy resulting from NEP, rather than the consciousness of these particular abuses, which accounted for official lukewarmness towards the Kalkazi. At the end of February 1925, a Kalkaz conference was held in Moscow, at which Kalkaz peasants from all parts of the USSR recounted their achievements and their ambitions for the future, expecting, no doubt, a measure of official approbation and support. But cold water was quickly thrown on their ardor. The official rapporteur, Kaminsky, praised the agricultural cooperatives, which were in many respects the rivals of the Kalkazi and represented looser forms of cooperation. Through the simplest form of agricultural cooperatives, he told the conference, the path would lead to full collectivization in the future. Bukharin pointed the same moral, and brusquely played down the role of the Kalkazi. 238. The economic revival. We cannot begin collectivization from the angle of production, we must begin from the other angle. The high road leads along the co-operative line. Collective farms are not the main line, not the high road, not the chief path by which the peasant will come to socialism. Krupsky claimed that collective farming is the best farming, but stuck to generalities and apologized for being unable through. 1. Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 21, art. 136, see also Ibid number 44, art. 328, a year later a further decree, Sobrani Zakhanov, 1926, number 19, art. 118, retrospectively postponed the date for expulsion from January 1st, here. Misprinted August 1st, to April 1st, 1926. Cases certainly occurred of the retention, on one pretext or another, of relatively large holdings. A delegate at a conference on local government in January 1925 complained of old land owners with only 5 eaters in their family still holding 40 to 50 deciatins of land. Savshanipovo Prozam Savitsko Gostrovitelstva 1925, Yanvar. 1925, p. 138. In a Siberian district, where middle peasants, who formed the bulk of the population, occupied 286 farms of an average area of 12 to 8 deciatins, for rich peasants, holding 1,400 deciatins between them and employing hired labor on a large scale, had apparently survived untouched since before the revolution. Pilas Nifinkovsky and K.D. Savchenko, Kaks Hybeturibna 1925, pages 27 to 8. Agriculture 239. Illness to make a promised report on cultural work in the Koke. Hosey. In spite of protests by delegates from the Ukraine, where the Kalkaz movement seems to have been more highly developed than elsewhere, the conference passed a resolution to the effect that agricultural cooperatives, of which agricultural collectives, communes, artels, associations, are only one variety, represent, in our conditions, the only possible form of transition from small peasant production to a technically superior large-scale economy, and condemned attempts to isolate the Kalkazi from the cooperatives and organize them in independent unions of Kalkazi. The Kalkazi were to receive no further encouragement as a separate movement, but were to be merged in the general stream of agricultural cooperatives. In face of these pronouncements, the further development of collective cultivation was unlikely. The numbers of Kalkazi appear indeed to have increased in 1924 and 1925. The Kalkaz of average size was composed at this time of about 50 eaters. Underscore 1. In the Ukraine, some Kalkazi had the character, which they rarely possessed elsewhere, of genuine cooperative undertakings of small peasants, for common defense against exploitation by kulaks. The poor peasants, the weak peasants who had received land, but had no possibility of working it with their own resources, entered Kalkazi. Some of these collapsed, but in 1925 there were 5,578 Kalkazi in the Ukraine, covering 286,600 persons. Visarasiaskik Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 12 Soziva, Vitoria. Sesia 1925, p. 416. In the Ukraine, 4/5 of members of Kalkazi were described as poor peasants. Na Agronamfront, number 2, 1926, p. 84. Insofar as the Kalkazi were really organizations of poor peasants, the move to subordinate the Kalkazi to the cooperatives was a move in favor of the well-to-do peasants who dominated the cooperatives. See Pages 297 to 9 below. 2. The conference was reported in Pravda, 5, March 6, 1925. More detailed accounts appeared in N.A. Agrar-Namfront, number 3, 1925, pages 162 to 4, number 4. 1925, pages 3440. A further promised article on the conference did not appear, probably because the author was evidently unsympathetic to the policy decided on. Bukharin's speech, which was delivered on March 4, 1925, was not recorded in these reports, possibly because it had appeared in full in Pravda, March 6, 1925. Bukharin made similar remarks in a later speech of April 1925, CP 284 below. The proceedings of the conference were subsequently published as Trudy Probogovisa Soyuz Negosovshania. Selska Zvezdak Collectivov, 1925, which has not been available. 3. Ida Gdzai Tilety Yasovitskoy Vlasti Cifruk, 1917 to 1927, NT 1927. Underscore P 165. 240. The economic revival, including 20 or 30 workers. Especially favorable reports came from the Ukraine, where the Caucasus secured credits from the cooperatives for the purchase of seeds and machines, and claimed to have produced substantially larger harvests than the surrounding peasants, and the northern Caucasus, where Caucasus were formed to cultivate land not previously worked. But this partial revival of the Caucasus did not last. From an alleged total in 1925 of 16,000 for the RSFSR and 5,500 for the Ukraine, they declined to a total for the whole USSR of 14,800 in 1927. Whether the figures were indicative of a real decline, or of the fact that it was no longer helpful to claim Caucasus status, it is clear that from 1925 onwards collective agriculture was receiving little effective official support, while all attempts to find a socialist solution of the problem of Soviet agriculture through the encouragement of collective units of cultivation remained in the doldrums. The rival forces of rural capitalism had registered an unmistakable advance since the coming of NEP, and with the greater freedoms accorded by the Agrarian Code of 1922, the reaction against equality had set in. The necessity of rewards for the enterprising and successful peasant was no longer contested. When in 1924 the peasantry emerged victorious from the Battle of the Scissors, the only question was how far the reaction would be allowed to go. No fresh decision of public policy seemed to be required. The state had merely to stand. 1. N.A. Agrar-Namfront, No. 5 to 6, 1926, p. 121. 2. Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 5, 1925, pages 229 to 35, N.A. Agrar-Namfront. Number 2, 1926, pages 83 to 94, No. 5 to 6, pages 129 to 38. A large majority of Ukrainian Caucasus appeared in the statistics as artels, though many to ZY are said to have registered as artels. 3. Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 11, 1925, pages 81 to 3. Trotsky in a speech of November 1925 gave an unfavorable report on an agricultural commune, which he had just visited in the Ukraine, where productivity was lower than that of the surrounding peasants. Pravda, November 28, 1925, but balanced this a few days later by a more favorable account of a commune in the northern Caucasus, Ibid, December 5, 1925. 4. N.A. Agrar-Namfront, No. 5 to 6, 1926, pages 121, 130, Svizhyselskum. Hozyaistv SSR, 2nd ed., 1931, p. 29. The figures for 1925 and 1926 in Togi Dzai Tilety Yasovitskoy Vlasti Cifruk, 1917 to 1927, NT 1927, p. 165, are substantially lower. Fe. A. Plus. Agriculture 241. Aside, and allow the anti-egalitarian tendencies inherent in the situation to work themselves out. The case was frankly and gently stated at the beginning of 1924 by a representative of Narkomzum. The role of the well-to-do peasantry in the growth of the production of grain and cattle is acquiring an exclusive significance in the national economy. On these strata of the peasantry, as well as on the agent who brings the commodities to the foreign or domestic market, rests the task of rebuilding the economy. All measures directed to economic recovery are, therefore, bound by the objective course of events to promote those conditions in which recovery is possible. Such measures will further the development of well-to-do farms and help to transform many peasants into well-to-do peasants. There is no other way in a money-commodity relationship. The other side of the development of the domestic economy, in this also pushes peasant agriculture along the path of differentiation in the near future. Insofar as industry develops, the small, weak house holds will leave agriculture for industry and clear the ground for a deepening of class differences in the country. Another commentator described the process in the terms of Marxist class analysis. The process of the class differentiation of the peasantry and the process of the development of capitalism are synonymous, and are one and the same thing. The development of capitalism in the countryside means the growth of the capitalist strata of the peasantry on the one side, and the growth of the proletarian strata of the peasantry on the other. Sufficiently wide diversities existed over the vast territory of the USSR to make generalization hazardous. But, broadly speaking, the process of differentiation was facilitated in three main ways. Through the leasing of land, sanctioned, though with inconvenient restrictions which always enabled its legality to be called in case by the Agrarian Code of 1922, through the loaning of draft animals and agricultural machines and implements, which had never been prohibited, and through the hiring of labor, which 1. Socialistic Hozyaistvo, number 2, 1924, p. 57. 2. L. Kritzman Investnik Kommunistiskoy Akademii, 14, 1926. 191. Had also been sanctioned, though with similar restrictions, by the Code. The leasing of land took place in two conditions. The poor peasant not possessing enough land to feed his family could, if he had sufficient resources, rent a further plot to make up his holding to the requisite size. A case was recorded from the North Caucasus, in which Kulaks rented 6,000 desiatins of pasture from the state at 60 kopecks a desiatin, and leased it to poor peasants at a rate of 3 puds of wool per head of sheep grazed on it. But such transactions were rarely possible in the more densely populated regions, and can seldom have applied to arable land, since the poor peasant rarely possessed a horse or other draft animals, and was unable, even if he could rent land, to cultivate it to yield a crop adequate for the needs of his family. Hence the far mona form of leasing was for the rich peasant, who possessed horses and implements in sufficient quantity to rent land from his poorer neighbor, who, giving up the unequal struggle to cultivate his land on his own account, leased it to the Ku/ak in returned for a share of the harvest and, for the rest, lived by hiring out his labor. This practice was everywhere on the increase. 242 The Economic Revival. 1 For the provisions on leasing and hiring, see the Bolshevik Revolution. 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 287 to 9, 295 to 6. 2 It is worth noting that what was leased was technically not the ownership of the land, but the right to utilize it. By a strange anomaly or oversight, Art. 27 of the Agrarian Code prohibited the buying, selling, or mortgaging of land. Since private ownership no longer existed, the provision, strictly interpreted, was meaningless, and the attempt was made to argue that this prohibition related not to the ownership, but to the utilization of land. But, according to Stukat, Vestnik Kommunistiskoi Akademii, 13. 1925, 244, the Supreme Court ruled that it must be held to relate strictly to ownership, and be regarded as an obsolete survival. 3 Anne Agrarnamfront, number 9, 1926, p. 107. The rate quoted seems, however, too exorbitant even for the greediest Kulak, perhaps 3 puds should read £3. The practice of subleasing was condemned in the resolution of the Party Central Committee of April 30, 1925, for which, see pages 286 to 9 below. For the fullest review of conditions of leasing at this time is in Economics. Koa Bosrini, May 1925, pages 1 to 17. One point that emerges is that these were rarely cash transactions. The rich peasant who rented land from the poor made payment in the form of a share of the harvest. The poor peasant who rented land from the rich, generally only a small plot for family agriculture. 243. Figures from 2 areas in the northern Caucasian region showed that, in one, 2.5 times as much land was leased in 1925 as in 1924, and in the other nearly twice as much. The proportion of land leased rose in one case from 10% to 20% of the sown area, and in the other from 9% to 15%. On the other hand, since leasing agreements were seldom concluded for more than 1 year, the lessee had no interest in maintaining or improving the condition of the land held by him on lease, and merely sought to obtain the maximum return from it. In a single harvest, the number of poor peasants eager to dispose of land which they had not the capacity to cultivate was so large as to depress rents for such land to a very low figure, where from 8 to 13 rubles a year had been paid for a desiatin of land in the northern Caucasus before the war. It was now worth only from 50 kopecks to 3 rubles a desiatin. A case was quoted in which a widow holding 10 desiatins of land leased 9 of them to a Kulak in return for an undertaking to plow and sow the remaining desiatin for her use with seed provided by her. The proportion of farms which included rented land rose in the consuming provinces of the RSFSR from 5 to 5% in 1925 to 20 to 8% in 1926, and in the producing provinces from 11 to 2% in 1925 to 18% or in 1926. This illustrated both the increase of leasing and its greater prevalence in the more fertile regions. Everywhere the result of the development of leasing was a regrouping of the land and a tendency towards greater productivity. Cultivation, paid in the form of labor. Similarly, a Kulak would advance grain for sowing to the peasant to be repaid after the harvest, and exact from him a certain number of labor days by way of interest. Viest. Savtov, number 11, March 15, 1925, p4. The habits of a monetary economy had still not penetrated the countryside. 1 Planovi Hozyastvo, number 10, 1925, p38. Of the land in question, less than 10% was leased to small peasants to make up the deficiency. About half was leased to peasants already holding 16 desiatins or more, the remainder to peasants holding between 6 and 16 desiatins. Ibid, number 10, 1925, p40. 2 Under Article 35 of the Agrarian Code, the improvements which the lessee is obliged to carry out were to be stipulated in the leasing agreement. But this obligation was generally honored in the breach. 3 Planovi Hozyastvo, number 10, 1925, pages 36, 41. 4 A. Geister, Rasloani Savitskoy Derevny, 1928, pages 53 to 4. 244 The Economic Revival. Through the creation of larger working units in the hands of the most enterprising and efficient peasants, in view of the varied forms under which land was leased, and the aroma of discredit, if not illegality, surrounding the practice, it is unlikely that the full extent of these changes was reflected in official statistics, nor are such statistics as exist strictly comparable with those of the earlier period. Down to 1921 the numbers of landless peasants and of peasants holding more than 4 desiatins of land were both declining. In 1920, 86% of peasant households were returned as holding up to 4 desiatins of land *. Under NEP, and especially after 1923, these processes were partly reversed. More peasants lost their land, and more peasants had holdings in excess of 4 desiatins. In 1925, in the consuming provinces of the RSFSR, 22% of the peasants were returned as holding either no land or less than 1 desiatin, 67% from 1 to 4 desiatins, and 11% or more than 4 desiatins. In the producing provinces, the same 3 categories accounted for 13 to 5, 53, and 33 to 5% of the peasants respectively. In the Ukraine, the proportion of landless peasants rose from 3 to 2% in 1923 to 4 to 4% in 1924, the proportion holding less than 2 desiatins falling from 37 to 33% of the whole *. In the European provinces of the USSR, the proportion of peasant holdings of from 6 to 10 desiatins rose from 5 to 6% in 1922, to 10 to 2% in 1925, and of holdings of over 10 desiatins from 1 to 2% to 3 to 3%. In Siberia in 1925, the number of landless peasants and of peasants holding more than 4 desiatins was increasing, the number of holdings of less than 4 desiatins decreasing. In 1926, a considerable proportion of small holders were lessors, and of large holders lessees, of land, the proportions varying closely in relation to the amount of land held, leasing. 1 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 171. 2 Statistikeski Spravashnik SSSRZ 1927 g, 1927, pages 78 to 9. 3 Anne Agrarnamfront, number 2, 1925, p. 56. Details of the proportion of landless peasants in different provinces of the Ukraine are given. Ibid number 4, 1925, p. 74. 415 Conferencia v Socialism Kommunistiskoi Party, b. 1927. Del 25. 5 Statement of Lashevik reported in Leningradskaya Pravda, 16. December 1925. Agriculture 245. Was most prevalent in the central agricultural regions of the RSFSR, in the Ural region, in Siberia, in the lower Volga region, in the North Caucasian region, and in the Ukraine. The loaning of working animals and agricultural implements and machines was probably an even more important factor than the leasing of land in the growth of rural capitalism. The fall in the number of working animals was a significant index of conditions in Soviet agriculture, though the number of cattle and sheep in the USSR had by 1925 reached or almost reached 1916 levels. The number of draft horses in 1925 was only 20 millions, as against 27 millions in 1916.7. This total figure covered local diversities. In the consuming provinces of Central and North Western Russia, the numbers of horses approximated to those of 1916 in the Ukraine, in the Volga provinces, in the Northern Caucasus and in Central Asia. Figures well below the general age were registered, and it was here that the pressure on the poor peasant was most acute. While the result of the revolution had been to reduce by 1/2 the proportion of landless peasants, no corresponding reduction had taken place in the proportion of peasants not owning a horse. According to one set of figures, the percentage of peasants in the RSFSR not owning a horse fell from 29 to 27 between 1917 and 1920, and the percentage owning only one horse rose during the same years from 49 to 63. According to later figures, the percentage of peasants in the RSFSR 1 IDG Zaitaleti Yasovitskoy Vilastivik Cifruk, 1917 to 1927, ND 1927. Pages 144 to 51. 2 Control Nike Cifrai Narodnogo Hozyaisva NA 1926 to 1927 God, 1926. P 338, the tables in Economikisko Obozrini, number 3, 1929, P 112, give a figure of 18,777,000 for 1925. Slightly higher figures are given in J/Toki. Dzaitaleti Yasovitskoy Vilastivik Cifruk, 1917 to 1927, ND 1927, pages 188. 93, showing a steady increase in all regions from 1924 to 1926. 3 Economikisko Obozrini, December 1925, pages 94 to 7, approximately. The same results are obtained from a table purporting to include all draft animals, Ibid January 1926, p. 13. In the Ukraine the numbers of cattle and sheep had risen in 1925 above the 1916 figures, but the numbers of horses and pigs had declined. The total number of animals was said to be still falling. SSSR, Central Ni Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sessia 1926. Pages 415, 422. In White Russia there had been some increase in the number of cattle in 1924 to 5, but a continued decline in the number of horses, N.A. Agrarnomfront, No 5 to 6, 1925, p. 177. 4 Ibid, number 2, 1925, p. 49. I. 246. The economic revival without working animals had fallen to 24 in 1922 and rose again to 27 in 1924.1 in the Ukraine. 52% of the peasants had no horse in 1924, and 32% or only one horse. In White Russia, in 1925, 19% of peasants were said to have no horse registered, a surprisingly low figure. Other figures for the RSFSR showed percentages of horseless peasants ranging from 44 in the province of Olonets to 29 in the province of Kostroma, with exceptionally low figures of 17 and 12% respectively for the province of Bryansk and the northwestern region. A popular estimate for the whole of the USSR, frequently repeated at this time, put the proportion of horseless peasants in 1924 at 44. CENT*. In few regions of the USSR did the proportion of peasants owning more than one animal rise above 10%, or only in Siberia and in the Ukraine did more than 20% of the peasants own more than one animal. Copyright. The number of horses owned was perhaps the most significant index of peasant prosperity or indigence, since the peasant not possessing a horse or other draft animal could not, as a rule, make ends meet by the cultivation of his own land without seeking supplementary sources of income. The possession of animals was also an important factor in maintaining the fertility of the soil. 1 Planovi Hozyaisvo, number 8, 1925, p. 104. 2 Na Agrarnomfront, number 2, 1925, p. 54. In the Ukraine some peasants tried to use cattle for plowing, but this was ineffective. The land required strong horses or tractors. Visarasiaskik Central Ni Ispolitelny Komitet. 12 Soziva, Vidaria Sessia, 1925, p. 419. 3 Vilas Savtov, number 20, May 15, 1925, pages 14 to 15. 4 Na Agrarnomfront, number 3, 1926, p. 90. 5c, for example Zinoviev speech in Pravda, May 27, 1925, according to statistics quoted in P. Eliashenko/Storya Narodnogo Hozyaisva. SSSR, 2, 1952, 279, the proportion of horseless peasants in 1912 was 31,4%, as against 29% or a decade earlier. The division of land and the increase in the number of peasant holdings after the revolution _. Kali increased the number of horseless units. 6 IDG Zaitaleti Yasovitskoy Vilastivik Cifruk, 1917 to 1927, ND 1927. Pages 136 to 41. These statistics show a steady diminution of the number of horseless peasants between 1924 and 1926, a conclusion not borne out by other sources. 7 Give us cattle and all will be well, the peasants of the German Volga Republic told Rykov when he visited the Republic at the time of the harvest. Failure in August 1924, Izvestiya, September 9, 1924. Agriculture 247. No general figures for agricultural implements are available, but it may be assumed that those peasants who had most horses were also best supplied in this respect, and that the horseless peasants had none but the most primitive implements. The possession of implements and machines varied with the size of the holdings. Of peasants farming less than 2 deciatins, only 29% in 1925 owned an iron plow. Only in farms of from 10 deciatins upwards could the possession of one or more plows be taken for granted. It was the exception rather than the rule to find a sowing or reaping machine on a farm of less than 10 deciatins, except in Siberia, where the greater size of farms and the scarcity of labor created special conditions. Agricultural machines were still scarcely known to the ordinary peasant, and the replacement of the horse by the tractor was only on the horizon. These conditions once more divided the peasantry into 3 groups: those who, having more than enough animals and implements to cultivate their own land, were prepared to loan them on suitable terms to cultivate the land of others; those who, having no draft animals and inadequate implements, were dependent on the first group, and, even if they owned land, were a little better. 1 A table in Vestnik Communistiskoy Akademii, 14, 1926, 220, shows the parallel increase in the percentage of peasants in the Ukraine without Working animals and without inventory. Without. Working animals inventory. 1921 1924. 1922 34 30. 1923 45 34. 1924 46 42. 2 Bolshevik, number 15, August 15, 1928, p. 31. 3 The Siberian peasant cannot do without harvesting machines. These machines are concentrated in the hands of strong peasants, and are the chief weapon for the exploitation of smallholders. Payment for the use of harvesting machines is made by the peasant chiefly in the form of labor and, of course, on oppressive terms. In this way these strong peasants are on the one hand outstanding skilled farmers, pioneers of a renewal of the land, and on the other hand are indubitably exploiters of the village poor. Savitskostroitelstvo, Spornik, Lee 3 1925, 352. 4 see pages 344 to 7 below. Often the landless, and an intermediate middle group, which struggled in good years to rise into the upper group but more often fell in bad years into the lower. It was the classic capitalist pattern of a divorce between the ownership of the means of production and the ownership of labor power, and the exploitation of the latter by the former. The Ku/AK was the man who, owning the means of production, in which category animals and implements were fully as important as the land itself, could dictate terms to the mass of his fellow peasants. A description of a rural district in the Tver province where differentiation was said to have made little or no progress since the revolution added the significant comment that the hiring of live or dead inventory was virtually unknown there. The third factor in the process of differentiation, the hiring of labor * was a corollary and concomitant of the other two. The increasing concentration in the hands of a well-to-do group of peasants of the ownership or control of the means of production meant, at the other end of the scale, an increasing number of poor peasants whose only resource was to sell their labor. The batrak, or hired agricultural worker * was the counterpart of the kulak. 248 The economic revival. 1 A detailed account of a settlement of Russian peasants in northern Kazakhstan on the borders of Siberia shows the 70%er who had no horse or only one horse becoming wholly dependent on the 30%er who had 2 or more. N. A. Agronomfront, number 9, 1925, pages 109 to 10. These conditions appear to have been typical, except that in more fertile regions, where cultivation was more intensive, the possession of one horse generally made a peasant self-sufficient at the current low subsistence level. According to an article by A.P. Smirnov in Pravda, December 22, 1925, some well-to-do peasants owned no horses, and preferred to hire them when required. But this must have been a rare phenomenon, confined to a few special regions. Smirnov was trying to depreciate the significance of the 44% of horseless peasants. 2 A. Bolshakov, Derivna 1917 to 1927, 1927, p. 155. 3 For Lenin's dictum that the chief sign and indicator of capitalism in agriculture is hired labor. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 2, p. 152. 4 Poor peasants and batraks were differently defined, but were in practice largely identical. The poor peasant was a peasant who, having insufficient land to maintain him, was compelled to hire out his labor. The batrak was a hired agricultural worker who might or might not, but commonly did, supplement his earnings from a plot of land of his own. Agriculture 249. Both categories were, however, equally fluid and difficult to define, and estimates of the number of batraks are even less precise and satisfactory than the number of kulaks. The term was used in common parlance to cover anyone working in the countryside for some form of wages, whether in cash or in kind. An official inquiry set on foot by Nerkomtrot in the summer of 1924 investigated 1,600,000 peasants in this category. Of those covered by the investigation, 117,000 were employed as agricultural workers, 190,000 in building, 145,000 as timber workers and rafters, and 358,000 as miscellaneous unskilled workers. This inquiry seems, however, to have related mainly or exclusively to male workers, while other sources show that about 40% of batraks employed on agricultural work were women. Nor did it include 100,000 workers on Savkazi, of whom 70,000 were agricultural workers. In 1926, when the absence of statistics had become a scandal, and a delegate at the Congress of V. Sarabat Zemels, the trade union of agricultural workers had complained that we count everything cattle, sheep, and pigs but not batraks. A total estimate was published of 3,500,000 hired workers in the Soviet countryside. This comprised 250,000 workers on Savkazi, 1,600,000 agricultural workers, batraks in the narrower sense, 600,000 shepherds and herders, 600,000 timber workers and rafters, 100,000 foresters, 150,000 workers in cooperatives and rural handicrafts, and 50,000 in miscellaneous enterprises including fisheries and grain elevators. These figures were admitted to be far from complete, since much rural employ. 1 Socialistic Iskohozyastvo, number 5, 1925, pages 185 to 200. 2 N. A. Agronomfront, number 3, 1925, pages 92 to 3. This is borne out by some detailed figures, Ibid, no 5 to 6, pages 93 to 5. The issues of this journal for 1925 and the first months of 1926 are the best source for the numbers and conditions of work of the batraks at this period. They contain a series of substantial articles on the subject with many quotations from otherwise inaccessible material. 3 Ibid, number 1, 1925, p. 40. 4 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 15, note 1. 5 N. A. Agronomfront, no 5 to 6, 1926, pages 47 to 8. Ida G. Zaitaletiya. Savitskoy Vlasti Vik Cifrik, 1917 to 1927, ND 1927, p. 162, gives a total of 2,083,000 hired agricultural workers in August 1926, excluding workers on Savkazi. 250 The economic revival meant was unrecorded or deliberately concealed in false guises. A more serious defect was failure to distinguish between temporary and permanent workers. The Nerkomtrot inquiry of 1924 reported that the average period of employment of a batrak was 6 months. Much of this labor was in its nature casual. There were few parts of the Soviet Union where climatic conditions made it useful to employ hired labor all the year round. Few batraks, according to one estimate, not more than 20%, regarded hired work as a regular occupation. Some of them had been independent peasants in the past, many still had some land of their own, most of them dreamed of regaining or acquiring independent status. Between 1922 and 1924 the lot of the batraks steadily worsened, as the number of potential workers grew under pressure of the Natural population increase, with declining reserves of land and animals, and the closing, through unemployment in industry, of the most obvious avenue of escape, the conditions of employment deteriorated. An immense excess of free working hands in the countryside and an acute shortage of draft animals * was a. One among these disguises were fictitious adoptions of orphans and homeless children, bogus kolkhozy, fictitious marriages for the season, and, in the Asiatic regions, open polygamy, N.A. Garnamfront, No. 5-6. 1925, p. 93, see also L. Kritzman, Klasovo Rasloani v. Savitskoy de Rain. 1926, pages 163-4. Pravda, April 11, 1925, describe the wife for the working season as an everyday phenomenon, Voprosi Truda, No. 3, 1925, pp. 37-8, quotes a contract by which an employer undertook to treat a woman working for him as his wife for 3 years. Two detailed figures in N.A. Garnamfront, No. 5-6, 1925, pages 93-7, show that the largest number of engagements were for 6 months or for the season. The average length of employment was 6 months. In White Russia, by way of exception, annual engagements seem to have been the rule. 3 Ibid No. 3, 1925, p. 94, according to A. Gaister, Rasloani Savitskoy de Revny, 1928, p. 93, 46% of the tracts in 1926 had no land, 52% had plots of land, but no animals. This volume is a report of a group set up in 1926 by the Communist Academy under the presidency of Kritzman to investigate the problem of differentiation. For Planovi Hozyastvo, No. 11, 1925, p. 67, in the words of a report of Narkomzum, the saturation of the rural economy with population and labor had increased, its saturation with capital, implements and means of production had decreased. Osnovi perspective Nago Planarajvataya. Selskogo Elesnigo Hozyastva 1924, p. 25. Equals. Agriculture 251. Familiar symptom, and the exploitation of the poor peasant by the Gulag, far from being an invention of the demagogues, was a stern reality of the rural scene. The commonest form of hiring was for the Batrak to live with his employer and receive wages in kind, mainly in the form of food, lodging, and sometimes cloth, with the occasional addition of a few puds of rye. Sometimes, where the Batrak had retained land of his own, the employer, under arrangements of the kind already described, discharged his debt by sending horses to plow the Batrak's land. In western Siberia, where population was sparser and conditions of employment more favorable, the Batrak was reported to be receiving from 250 to 12 rubles a month in cash in addition to food, lodging and clothing. But such rates, if genuine, were exceptional. In general, the total monthly wage of the agricultural worker rarely exceeded 12 rubles a month, or half that amount, for a woman, and was hardly ever paid in cash. As usual in agricultural work, no limit was placed on the number of hours worked. Rural employers were said to prefer workers of the lowest grade, since these were the most docile and least demanding. In the Ukraine, 80% of the Batraks in 1924 were reported as illiterate. In the Soviet Union as a whole, 38% of Batraks belonging to the Sarabatsmals, and these were presumably the least backward members of their class, were illiterate, and another 16% are semi-literate * for the same reason preference was given in some places to youths between 14 and 16 *. A contract was recorded for the employment of a child of 7 in return for food and certain specified articles of clothing * in the 1 Pilas Nafinkovsky NKD Savchenko, Kaks Hybet Durubna. 1925, pages 17-18. Tuvo Prosi Truda, No. 2, 1925, p. 34, Planovi Hozyastvo, No. 11, 1925. p. 66, this was said to be less than half the pre-war rate for such work. A table in N.A. Garnamfront, No. 1, 1926, p. 49, purports to show that the real wages of a Batrak in 1924 were from 50 to 60% of the 1913 rate. The lowest wages were paid in the Black Earth region, where population pressure was most acute. According to A. Gaister, Rasloani Savitskoy de Revny, 1928, p. 95, the average monthly wage of the adult Batrak under collective agreements concluded in 1925-6 was 21 to 6 rubles, but such rates were certainly not effective. 3 N.A. Garnamfront, No. 3, 1925, p. 93, Ibid, No. 7-8, 1925, p. 87. 4 Ibid, No. 4, 1925, p. 70. 5 Voprosi Truda, No. 3, 1925, p. 37. IB. Archangel Province poor peasants hired out their children to rich peasants as shepherds. The children received from 3 to 5 rubles. In addition, presumably, to their keep, for looking after the flocks for 4 months. Stories were told of the use of threats of dismissal, various kinds of intimidation and even blows against Batraks who attempted to assert their rights or to join the trade union. The plight of the Batraks was not unfairly summed up in a sympathetic article. 252 The economic revival. By and large the overwhelming mass of our Batraks today are outside the protection of the law and organization. They do not know the laws. There is no way of creating an organization, and the assistance of the state which should be given by the Agricultural Labor Inspectorate is lacking, since this inspectorate in fact does not exist. The Batrak is in the majority of cases wholly at the mercy of spontaneous market regulation of his relations with his employer. The hiring of labor was least prevalent in the European provinces of the RSFSR, most prevalent in the Ukrainian and Crimean republics, in the North Caucasian region, and in all Asiatic regions of the RSFSR *. The organization of these workers, when it was at length attempted, was a formidable task. The peasant committees of mutual aid, whose status had been so hotly debated at the 13th Party Congress degree proved as ineffective as the sponsors of the Galak interest at the Congress had intended them to be. In the words of the party report of 1925, they were not hitherto in a position to give the poor peasant population the real help which would have enabled it to avoid becoming an object of exploitation by the possessing groups in the countryside. Copyright v. Sarabat. Zemels had existed since 1920, but did little to help even workers on the Sovkhazi and in the timber industry, for whom it was sub. * 1 Pravda, November 20, 1924. 2 N.A. Garnamfront, No. 3, 1925, p. 97. 3 Ibid, No. 1, 1925, p. 37. 4 A. Gaister, Rasloani Savitskoy de Revny, 1928, p. 98, a table, Ibid. p. 100, shows the close correlation between the hiring of labor and the leasing of land. 5 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 157 to 8. 6 Na Agronome number 9, 1925, p. 14. Agriculture 253. Post primarily Decatur. In April 1923 the 12th Party Congress suggested that, with the growing use of hired labor in the countryside, it was time for Visarabatsmos to work out sufficiently flexible forms and methods for counting, organizing, and protecting hired workers in the peasant economy. Point 1. This, however, produced little result, and a year later the 13th Party Congress, which first became anxious about the process of differentiation and the advance of capitalism in the countryside, decided that, for the delicate task of organizing the scattered and backward batraks, a substantial body of paid workers was required, and that funds should be provided for the purpose. After this Visarabatsmos received a few 100,000 rubles for its work, and was authorized to levy contributions from employers of labor *, but the enormous practical difficulties of work among the batraks were increased by persistent obstruction from the well-to-do peasants who dominated the rural Soviets and their organs, *, and the trade union movement. As a whole regarded Visarabatsmos and its efforts with unconcealed contempt. Degree *. 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 518. 2 Ibid, 1 degree 592. 3 Na Agronome number 3, 1925, p.96. A report of a trade union organizer from the province of Tujia quoted in Socialistic Vestnik. Berlin, number 9, 103, May 15, 1925, p. 8, gave a cynical account of these proceedings. Every peasant who hires labor has to register it at the Rural District Executive Committee. The representative of Visarabatsmos then concludes a contract with the employer who undertakes to deduct 4% from the wages of the batrak and pay it to Visarabatsmos. In this way, 1,000 batraks have been organized. For the political position will be discussed in part 4 in the following volume. According to the Trade Union Journal, the Rural District Executive Committees and Village Soviets in most cases stand aside and do not interfere in the private question, considering, apparently, that their functions do not include the protection of the professional interests of rural laborers. Trud, February 8, 1924. In October 1924 Kalinin resisted a proposal to make the Rural District Executive Committees responsible for the inspection of rural labor. Visarasiaskik Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 12 Soziva. Vitoria Sessia 1925, p. 75, for Laren's comments Na Agronome number 3, 1925, p. 96. 5. The 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924 received greetings from several delegations of batraks, but showed so little interest in Visarabatsmos that it refused to pass a special resolution supporting its work. Shistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR 1925, pages 210 to 15, 619. H.S.R.II. 254. The Economic Revival 7. The picture of Soviet agriculture which emerged from these scattered and disjointed fragments of experience was one of enormous complexity. Not only was generalization hazardous, but nothing was quite what it seemed. The classic relation of landlord and tenant was frequently reversed. The wealthy peasant holding land and leasing it out in parcels to poor peasants at an exorbitant rent was a less common phenomenon than the poor peasant leasing to the wealthy peasant the inadequate holdings of land which did not suffice to feed him and his family, or which, for lack of livestock and implements, he was unable to cultivate. But the relation of employer and employed was equally ambiguous. Use in the new context. The wealthy peasant could take over land from the poor peasant without even resorting to processes. Rent. A common alternative arrangement was an undertaking by the rich peasant to cultivate the poor peasant's land in return for a major share of the harvest, so that the rich peasant, in virtue of his ownership of animals and implements, became the principal beneficiary from land which he neither owned nor rented. Ethically, the rich peasant had been hired to work the land for the poor peasant, and through this fictitious legal status he hoped to avoid the opprobrium of being branded as a Galak. Attention was first drawn to the anomaly of these developments in the Riso copyright Lucian of the 13th Party Congress in May 1924. The peculiarity of the process of differentiation which is going on in the countryside consists in the fact that its fundamental element at the present time is not so much land as trade, animals, and inventory, which are converted into an instrument of accumulation and a means of exploiting the weaker elements *, and the complexities were acutely summarized by a contemporary commentator. According to Tomsky a year later, Visarabatsmos was run by trade union officials from the cities, who went into the country carrying a labor code in one hand and collective contracts, statutes, and instructions in the other, and failed to arouse any enthusiasm among the batraks or the middle peasants. 14 SS Visa Soyoznoy Communistiskiskoy Party, B, 1926. Pages 739 to 40. 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 589. Agriculture 255. The basic form of capitalist economy in the Soviet countryside, and one which is growing in importance, is a capitalist, predominantly small capitalist, economy founded on the loaning of working animals and agricultural implements, in which the concealed capitalist appears in the guise of a worker working on another man's farm with his own animals and implements, and the concealed proletarian appears in the guise of a proprietor who is without animals or implements, and hires these indispensable means of production. These conditions frustrated any attempt to estimate the relative strength of the different groups in the countryside. Legal forms did not correspond to economic realities. Statistics were not so much inaccurate as basically misleading. The workers of Gosplan reported in 1926 that the character and tempo of the process of differentiation in the countryside could not be accurately computed for lack of data. In these circumstances it is not surprising that the classification of the peasantry into the traditional three categories Kulaks, middle peasants and poor peasants * gave rise to endless terminological and statistical controversy. Kamina on one occasion coyly declined an invitation to define a Kulak, and on another remarked that, though a great addict of diagrams, he had never been able to get a sufficiently precise picture of differentiation to be able to represent it diagrammatically * the generally accepted distinguishing marks of a Kulak were the systematic employment of hired labor, the acquisition of land, whether by rent or by other processes, the ownership of means of production, animals, and inventory, on an extensive scale, and the enjoyment of income from commercial or financial operations not directly connected with agricultural production * the Kulak was a centi, alias small rural capitalist. Kulak was, however, a word of strong emotional content, and those who supported the Kulaks generally. 1 L. Kritzman, Klasovo Raslo and Isovitskoy Derevny, 1926, p. 161. 2 Control Nike Cifry Narod Nogo Hozyaisv NA 1926 to 1927 God, 1926. p. 9. 3 for the three groups. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2. P 164. 4 El Camino, Stati Irishi, 12, 1926, 198, 355. 5 for a description, rather than a definition, of the Gulag on these lines. See Planovi Socialismo, number 12, 1925, p. 37. The first official attempt to a trademark G. I.A. 256. The economic revival A. Preferred to speak of them as well-to-do, zashidakni, or rich. Bogati, peasants, sometimes distinguishing between the two words and claiming that, whereas rich peasants were kulaks, well-to-do peasants were not. Everyone was agreed on the hatred felt by the poor peasant and the middle peasant for the kulak. But there were differences of opinion on the question who was regarded by the middle or poor peasant as a kulak, and here, too, defenders of the kulak policy tended to restrict the category. According to one observer, peasants regarded as a kulak the peasant exploiter, the man who keeps hired workers on his farm and lives on them, all those who do not live by their own work. The peasant who himself worked was not a kulak in the eyes of other peasants merely because he was more successful and lived better. The same ambiguity prevailed in the classification of middle and poor peasants, and opinions on this point equally reflected differences of policy. A characteristic argument between Lerin and Kalinin occurred in the TSIK of the RSFSR in Oct. Over 1924, the former maintaining that 64% of all peasants were poor peasants, the latter that 80% of them were middle peasants. An official estimate of 1925, made before the controversy had reached its acute stage, put the number of poor peasant households at 10 millions or 45% of the total, of middle peasant households at between 11 and 12 millions or 51. Define the three categories of peasant in precise terms was made by the Central Statistical Administration in its handbook Statistikeski Spravachnik. SSSRZA 1928G, 1929, p. 940. Agricultural entrepreneurs, the synonym for well-to-do peasants or kulaks, were defined by an elaborate series of copyright calculations taking into account degree of dependence on agricultural or other income, value of means of production owned and amount of hired labor employed. Poor peasants were defined as those without working animals and with sown land up to 4 desiatins or with one working animal, and sown land up to 1 desiatin. The remainder were classified as middle peasants. Lerin distinguished 4 types of kulak. The same individual could, of course, belong to more than one type: the employer kulak, the speculator kulak, the merchant kulak, and the usurer kulak. U. Lerin, Rostkrestinskoy Obshchestvenosti 1925, pages 53 to 7. 1 Pilas Nafinkovsky NKD Savchenko, Kaks Hybet Durubna. 1925, pages 30 to 31. 2 Visarasiaskik Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 12 Soziba, Vitoria. Sesia, 1925, pages 58 to 9, 73. Agriculture 257%, and of kulak households at about 1 million or 4%, though it was admitted that the proportion of kulaks was increasing and had in some areas reached 10 or 12 per cent1. The process of differentiation was not only complex, but presented wide diversities in different regions of the Soviet Union. A detailed account of a single rural district in the province of Smolensk described the process at work on what would appear to have been normal lines among the middle peasants who were said to form 3/4 of the population. The transformation of the middle peasant into a poor peasant was naturally a far calmer process than his rise to the status of a kulak, his reserves being non-existent. Any natural calamity or crop failure was liable to throw him onto the labor market. Industrial unemployment prevented any large flow of workers to the towns and increased the pressure of overpopulation in the country, where the poor peasants were shamelessly exploited by the kulaks, being paid mainly in kind and often receiving no fixed wages. This authority added that the influence of the kulak was increasing and that the attitude of the kulaks to the Soviet power is satisfactory. The greatest friction occurred in the Ukraine. The fertile soil of the Ukraine had long made it especially propitious to large-scale holdings and cultivation for the market. It had been the main source of Russian grain exports before 1914 and was the center of the Russian sugar industry. Since the Stolypin reform, it had been the home of the largest and most prosperous individual holdings. In other words, of the most successful kulaks. It was also subject to the most extreme rural overpopulation, and had the largest number of landless agricultural workers living near the hunger line. Differentiation within the peasantry showed itself in the Ukraine in its most acute form. It was no accident that the committees of poor peasants, Komnazamazai, lingered in the Ukraine, and kept alive the tradition of the class struggle, long after they won an Agrarnom front, No 5 to 6, 1925, p. 8. Lenin in 1918, not using precise figures, had written of 10 million poor peasant households, 3 million middle peasant households and 2 million kulak households. Sachi. Nini Yacht, XXIII, 207, for another estimate see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924. p. 14, note 2. 2 Gagarin, Hosiaispo, Zaznai Nastro Derevny, 1925, pp. 32 to 43. YS. Had become a memory elsewhere in the Soviet Union. But here, too, in 1925 the poor peasant was on the defensive. In the north, Earn Caucasus well-to-do peasants told the government commission that they should be left to settle the poor peasants, and that every strong peasant possessing horses should have a poor peasant attached to him as a worker, then grain would be grown in plenty, millions of PUDs as we used to grow, and the poor peasant would be fed. Other rich peasants denounced the poor peasants as loafers who are always coming to you for help, but cannot work on the land. It was waste of money to help them. Better leave it to us to carry on civilized farming. The issue thus began to present itself in the spring and summer of 1925 in terms which could no longer be evaded. The problem, which the Russian Marxists purported to solve by their advocacy of large-scale collective agriculture, was not a matter of doctrine. It was the same problem which had inspired Stolypin's wager on the problem of the efficient unit of production in Russian agriculture. But its solution now seemed both more urgent and more remote than ever. In 1913, 20% of the grain harvest had been marketed, and 22% of all agricultural production. In 1924, these already low percentages had fallen to 14 and 16 respectively. The revolutionary redistribution of the land after 1917 had merely aggravated the fundamental difficulty confronting Russian agriculture ever since the emancipation. The copyright individual peasant, left to himself with the small holding which any approximately equal distribution of the land must inevitably produce, had relapsed into subsistence farming to feed himself and his family, and met his other needs by barter with his neighbors and by seeking employment for himself or members of his family in casual labor or in rural handicrafts. It was beyond his copyright capacity, and did not enter into his view of life, to produce food for sale to the cities, much less for export. The coercion of the tax gatherer, so soon as it reached the point where it threatened the underscore peasant with hunger, provoked violent mass resistance, as the 258th Economic Revival. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 163, Note 3. 2. Planowy Hozjajstwo, Number 10, 1925, pages 36 to 7. 3. Ekonomikeski Biuletin Koniunkturnego Instytuta, No 11 to 12. 1927, p. 52. Agriculture 259. Experience of 1920 to 21 had shown the production of the more specialized crops which had a higher market value and were required as raw material for Soviet industries, beet, cotton, flax, oilseeds, was still further beyond the reach of the small peasant. These crops required to be grown in larger areas and with equipment which the peasant did not possess. The small peasant had neither the animals nor the manure nor the machinery required for the intensive forms of cultivation which alone would yield large crops for the market and increase the output of meat and dairy products. If Soviet agriculture was to feed Soviet cities and factories, to furnish raw material to Soviet industries, to provide a surplus for export and to accumulate reserves of capital for industrial development, some other form of organization was imperatively demanded. To this problem there were in theory two alternative solutions: the socialist solution of large-scale collective agriculture, which none of the Soviet leaders at this time seriously regarded as practicable, and the capitalist solution of removing restrictions on the free play of economic forces and opening peasant agriculture to the processes of competition. The logical expression of this policy would be to applaud the efficient and enterprising peasant who increased his holdings and his equipment, hired labor and produced valuable cash crops, and to allow the weak and inefficient peasant to lease or abandon his land and become a hired worker, either in agriculture or in the factories. Shorn of disguises and embellishments, this was a policy of supporting the kulak and encouraging him to rise on the shoulders of the weak and inefficient. In an expanding economy it might be possible to achieve the enrichment of the kulak without impoverishing the batrak. In 1925 it was not easy to see any other course for Soviet agriculture which promised to deliver the required results. See the wager on the kulak. At the 13th Party Congress in May 1924, Kalinin had been the only public advocate, and even then in veiled terms, of Khan. One even Lerin wrote at this time, "Of course, we do not propose to drive 0 millions of the population of the USSR into socialism by force." U. Lerin, Rostkreskianskoy Obchestvenosti 1925, p. 37. 260. The economic revival is science to the kulak. But, though he had obviously enjoyed a good deal of support behind the scenes, the weight of opinion was against him, and a writer in the party journal caustically described the kulak deviation as a Stalin Soviet policy. The kulak still had a bad press. Leningradskaya Pravda of July 2, 1924 issued the first number of a supplement for peasants under the title Nasha Derivna, which contained several stories of kulak abuses and a cartoon depicting a fat kulak, the typical capitalist of the Soviet political cartoon, surrounded by a group of thin, empty-handed poor peasants. But, with the troubles of the harvest, opinion became more fluid, and in August 1924, at the very moment when Preobrazhensky was delivering his broadside from the left, an ingenious attempt was made from the opposite angle to appease those party consciences which were still obstinately wedded to the conception of large-scale collective agriculture as an essential condition of socialism, and stubbornly resisted the kulak solution. Varga, the economist of Comintern, published a book entitled Outlines of the Agrarian Question. Sections of it also appeared in Pravda, in which he recalled the famous controversy on the agrarian question in the German Social Democratic Party of the early 1900s. A section of the party had then maintained that agriculture need not necessarily follow the same course of development as industry, and that individual peasant agriculture could be made both efficient and compatible with the realization of socialism. The orthodox Marxist predilection for large-scale collective agriculture had been defended at that time by Koskai, who denounced the advocates of the contrary view as revisionists. Koskai's subsequent defection now made it easier to discredit a cause with which he had once been prominently associated, and Varga did not hesitate to employ this weapon, marshalling the arguments of Koskai's old opponents in support of the new thesis that, in capitalist conditions such as prevailed under NEP, individual peasant enterprise. 1. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 156 to 8. 2. Bolshevik, No 3 to 4, May 20, 1924, pages 23, 25. The writer was Slepkov, afterwards closely associated with Bukharin. 3. The supplement is dated June 2, 1924, no doubt in error. No further issue has been traced, but Leningradskaya Pravda, November 2, 1924, announced that the supplement would appear twice a month. ZB X asterisk equals Z I was more efficient than large-scale collective cultivation, which should be relegated to a later stage in the ultimate realization of socialism. This argument produced a sharp reaction. Orthodox Marxists did not fail to expose the revisionist character of Vargas' thesis. 1. A new monthly journal, N.A. Agrarnom Front, issued under the auspices of the Communist Academy, started publication in January 1925, and became primarily the organ of party intellectuals who viewed current bourgeois tendencies in agrarian policy with a critical eye. The controversy continued, and, while Vargas secured no official support, he had done something to shake the confident assumption of the superiority of large-scale agriculture. While the party leaders showed the utmost reluctance to plunge into these troubled waters, concrete issues arose and decisions had to be taken. A first minor clash occurred over the aftermath of the Dymovka scandal. This occurrence had been actively used to discredit the group within the party which favored support for the well-to-do peasant, and this group, increasingly numerous and influential, now attempted to strike back by attacking Sosnovsky, who had led the campaign against Dymovka and was alleged to have described the whole Soviet apparatus in the countryside as rotten. The personal issue was raised in the Org Bureau at the end of January 1925, when Stalin came to the defense of Sosnovsky. 1. The first hostile critique appeared in Bolshevik, number 10, September 5, 1924, pages 66 to 80. A long attack by Milutin, under the title Agrarian Revisionism, appeared in Pravda, October 25, 1924, in a reply published of December 11, 1924. Varga quoted the precedent of the Hungarian Revolution of 1919, when Belakan had antagonized the peasants by attempting to collectivize agriculture. Varga had criticized the policies of Warcom Communism on the same grounds. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923. Volume 2, p. 173, Note 1. The interest excited by the controversy is shown by the reprinting of the two articles in Internationale Presse Correspondence. Number 159, December 9, 1924, pages 2179 to 81. Number 169, December 30, 1924, pages 2327 to 30. Milutin again replied in an article in N. A. Grand Front. Number 2, 1925, pages 1 to 10. Number 3, 1925, pages 7 to 19. On the other hand, an article in Economico Obozrenie, March 1925, pages 72 to 89, which appeared with a note dissociating the editors from the views expressed, repeated the argument for regarding the issue of large-scale agriculture as at any rate open. Koskai's association with the impugned doctrine was once more quoted as a bull point. Agriculture 261. I.e. 3. The present course of our policy is a new course marking out a new line in our policy in relation to the countryside, in the building of socialism. This comrades fail to understand. If they do not understand this fundamental fact, none of our work will succeed, and we shall have no socialist construction. We must tell the comrades not to be afraid of dragging fragments of life, however unpleasant they may be, into the light of day. The cell corps, he concluded, should be regarded as one of the main levers in the process of bringing our shortcomings to light, and of correcting our party and Soviet constructive work in the localities. Point 1. The Dymovka affair assumed sufficient importance to become the subject of a joint resolution of the Party Central Committee and Central Control Commission, where it was described as revealing the dangers of a deviation from the correct line in Soviet and party organization in conditions of increasing capitalism. Papandopulo and Postolati, the resolution Con. Claude, had acted under the direct influence of Kulak's party. Organizations were censured for failing to recognize the political significance of the murder of the SE/Kormalinovsky, and SOS. Nevsky was praised for his assiduity in bringing these abuses to light. The issue of Pravda, which printed this resolution, drove home the moral in a leading article on the lessons of Dymovka. The Dymovka affair was a typical phenomenon, illustrating the danger of capitalism in the countryside, where the weakest flank of the Soviet front faces Kulak capital. Point 2. A Moscow provincial party conference produced some more plain speaking in high quarters on the same theme. Uglanov, the secretary of the Moscow party organization and now a supporter of Stalin, spoke of the murder of the president of a village Soviet because he had tried to insist on punctual collection of the agricultural tax, of a threat to kill the secretary of a local Komsomol organization, and of stormy meetings of rural district congresses of Soviets, which Kulaks tried to control by organizing other peasants. Point 3. Stalin seized the occasion for a hedging speech which, nonetheless, showed a strong skepticism about the advantages of a pro-Kulak policy. He deprecated the inclination to treat the slogan 262 the economic revival. 1 Stalin, Sakhinania, 7, 22-3. 2 Pravda, February 6, 1925. 3 Abid, January 28, 1925. Agriculture 263. Faced to the countryside as if it meant to turn one's back on the towns, and, after dwelling on the fact that the peasantry was at the present time the only available ally for the proletariat and, therefore indispensable, he went on. This ally is, as you know, not very firm. The peasantry is not such a dependable ally as the proletariat of the capitalistically developed countries. This was an unusual line for Stalin to take, and showed a marked desire to remain uncommitted for as long as possible in the current controversy. If anyone in January 1925 had been acute enough to predict an imminent break between Stalin and Zinoviev on this issue, he would almost certainly have seen in Zinoviev the prospective champion of a peasant policy and Stalin as its opponent. The trend soon became too strong to be resisted. A peasant delegate to the conference on local government held in Moscow in January 1925 used an argument which was to be frequently repeated in varying forms in the next few months. You call on us to improve our cultivation, to mechanize it? We shall grow. Our revenues will grow. We shall have more horses, cattle and machines, and what will you then do? The representative of the executive committee of the department answers, we shall deregulate you. And Rykov answered reassuringly that one who, by more offici and cultivation or by introducing new crops, produced 40 PUDs, where only 2 PUDs grew before deserved to be rewarded, not condemned. The man who looks after his land well is not a Kulak, but a Soviet worker. A variety of reasons strengthened the case of those who, in the first months of 1925, demanded further concessions to the peasantry, meaning, in practice, to the well-to-do peasants or Kulaks. Some of these reasons were purely psychological. In the spring of 1924, optimism had prevailed about the coming harvest. 1 Stalin, Sakhinania, 7, 25-8. 2 Savshtanipovo Prozamsovitsko Gostrovitelstva 1925 G. Yanver. 1925, pages 157, 192-3. On no better ground than that of the excellent harvest of 1922 and 1923, these hopes had been disappointed, and an equally ungrounded pessimism now set in about the prospects of the 1925 harvest. It was reinforced by the exceptionally mild weather and light snowfall of the winter of 1924-5, which was thought to augur ill for the sowing season. The well-to-do peasants had held up surpluses after the 1924 harvest, and were still holding them in an attempt to defeat the efforts of the government to force down grain prices. In these conditions they lacked any incentive to extend the sown area in 1925 and might even contract it, with catastrophic effects in the event of a bad harvest. Visions of a strike of peasants, and of a return to the process of holding up the cities and factories to ransom, began to haunt the party leaders. The fate of the country seemed to depend on the good will of larger peasants who alone could produce and deliver the indispensable surpluses of grain. It had become necessary to appease them at all costs. The movement now only required a leader, and Bukharin, almost by accident, found himself cast for the role. In his polemic against Preobrazhensky, he had in the main been concerned to make out a political case, and to discredit his adversary for hostility to the claims of the peasant. But he had also, in passing, attempted to answer Preobrazhensky's searching economic argument, and to explain by what means, other than those propounded by Preobrazhensky, socialist accumulation could take place. The proletarian state, according to Bukharin, would obtain what it required on the basis of the growing rationalization and the growing profitability of the peasant economy, the main instrument of rationalization being agricultural cooperatives. No other answer was possible. Once a policy of forced accumulation was rejected, no alternative remained but to count on the growth of a prosperous peasantry which would provide both a lucrative market for industrial goods and capital out of its savings, for the further development of industry. The success of this policy, problematical in any event, was, however, conceivable. 264 The Economic Revival. 1 see pages 224 to 5 above. 2 N. Bukharin, Critica Economica Platformi Oppositii, 1926. Pages 25 to 6. Agriculture 265. Only on the hypothesis of the emergence of a well-to-do group of peasants, since they alone could perform the required function of providing for future capital accumulation. At the beginning of 1925 the exigencies of the struggle against the Trotskyite opposition, as well as material conditions in the country, pointed the way not merely to concessions to the peasantry in general, but specifically to the encouragement of differentiation and the toleration of the kulak. An article by Bukharin in the Party Journal in February 1925 was a sustained eulogy of the peasant as a motive force of the revolution. It attacked the bourgeois theory of the innate conservatism of the peasant. The peasants formed one half of the population of continental Europe, and the coming agricultural crisis would compel the capitalist states also to face the countryside. The peasantry can become, and will become, under the leadership of the proletariat, the great liberating force of our time. An article by Kritzman, the historian of war, communism, on the alliance of the proletariat and a majority of the peasantry in the USSR after the victory of the revolution, was printed in Bolshevik as a discussion article, and followed in a later number by 2 articles refuting it. The splitting of the peasantry to spearhead an attack on the kulak was an obsolete and unwelcome slogan. Throughout the spring of 1925 the movement gathered fresh impetus. In March 1925 TSIK insisted that only the development and expansion of the peasant market can serve as a foundation for the further development of industry and transport, and that the interests of industry and transport were dependent on the development of agriculture and of the marketability of its products, and the peasant market meant primarily the well. 1 Bolshevik, No. 3-4, February 25, 1925, pages 3 to 17. Bukharin in his speech at Key early in April 1925 spoke of the struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat on a world scale for the control of the peasantry, denounced a workshop proletarian ideology, Trotskyism, and, in general, emphasis at the importance of conciliating the peasant. Raswire New Plenum Ispol. Nitelnogo Komiteta Komunistickogo International in 1925, pages 304 to 28. 2 Bolshevik, No. 2, 18, January 31, 1925, pages 40 to 55, No. 5 to 6, 21 to 2. Underscore March 25, 1925, pages 73 to 100. 3 SSSR, Central Ni Ispolitelni Komitet 2 Soziva, 3 Sessia. Postanovienia, 1925, pages 7 to 8. To do peasant. Rykov, when told by a party member that any peasant having 2 horses and 2 cows was a kulak, retorted that he hoped that in 2 years' time every peasant would be just such a kulak. 1 An article in the Party Journal on class differentia. Shin explained that kulaks, as a specific category of exploiter landowners, cannot in our conditions develop in their most garish colors. It was the name rather than the function of the kulak which now appeared to constitute the stumbling block. A. P. Smirnov, in an article in Pravda on the need for a strong working peasantry, deprecated the habit of applying the prob Rias nickname of kulak to every strong and hard-working household, and Kamina declared that, if every hard-working peasant were branded as a kulak, we should be chopping off the branch on which we are sitting. Laren, taking up the cudgels for the opposition, discerned a sort of de jure recognition of the well-to-do proprietor as a legitimate species in Soviet rural life, and complained that some people refused to call a man a kulak, even if he employed 10 hired workers for the season. A reply, which appeared in the party newspaper for peasants, Bednita, accused him of ridiculing the middle peasant and hypocritically flattering the poor peasant. A curious and significant record of the mood prevailing in the spring of 1925 is contained in the interview given by Stalin on March 14 to a delegation of an all-union Congress of Selkors, consisting of peasants drawn from all parts of the USSR. The conversation ranged widely and extended over 2 long sessions. Criticism was directed against the coup/AK and against the incidents of the agricultural tax. The well-to-do enjoy the rebates, but from the poor peasant the last penny is taken. But the opposite case was also heard. A woman delegate from the Bashkir Republic alleged that any peasant with 3 horses and 3 cows was called a kulak, even if he did not exploit labor, and Stalin agreed that it happens that, if a peasant puts on a new roof, they say he copyright is a kulak. The most radical demand related to the tenure of 266 The Economic Revival. 1 Izvestiya, February 10, 1925. 2 Bolshevik, No. 5 to 6, 21 to 2, March 25, 1925, p. 25. 3 Pravda, 5, April 6, 1925, Ekonomikeskiya Sizn, April 14, 1925. 4 Pravda, April 8, 1925, Bednita, April 29, 1925. Agriculture 267. Land. A delegate from the province of Tula complained that without security of tenure the peasant had no incentive to improve his land. He suggested that the land should be divided into small holdings and allocated to the individual peasant irrespective of the size of his household, so that there may be unchangeable boundaries, so that there may be stable utilization of land. Stalin agreed that without security the peasant would not manure his land and asked for how many years the land would be allocated, and, when the peasant replied, for 20 years, Stalin is said to have inquired, and supposed for longer, for 40 years, or even forever. This boldness evidently surprised the peasant, who replied perhaps for longer, perhaps forever, but this would need thinking over by more than one head. Stalin then wound up the discussion by saying that this would not be ownership, since the land could not be sold, but that it will be possible to utilize it with confidence. The conversation committed nobody, but it reveals the free DOM with which such far-reaching projects were being canvassed. In the spring of 1925, in effect what lay behind the current demand for freedom to acquire land by leasing and to cultivate it with hired labor was the ambition of the enterprising and successful peasant for security of tenure. The fundamental law of May 1922 and the agrarian code of the same year had wedded this ambition but not satisfied it. They had recognized the right of the peasant to leave the mere and establish an independent holding in the form of an atrab or a kudur. But the land so allocated remained in principle subject to the mere to which it had belonged, and the mere was at liberty by a vote of its members to revise the boundaries of such holdings at any time. Since the sale of land was excluded altogether, and the leasing of land and hiring of labor were allowed only in special circumstances and for limited. 1 For the report of this interview see pages 198 to 9 above. Stalin stated to the 14th Party Congress in December 1925 that he saw the report for the first time in October and at once denied its authenticity. Stalin, Sakhainin EU. 7, 362-3. By this time it was compromising to have toyed with proposals, which looked like a restoration of private property in land, but the denial does not carry conviction. On the other hand, Stalin was clearly thinking aloud rather than making a statement of policy. To see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, pages 288, 296. Periods, some authority to revise or withdraw holdings was necessary. Sorry, in order to take account of changes in the size and working capacity of households. What the well-to-do peasant now wanted was not merely the temporary right to obtain land on lease and hire labor, but a security of tenure which would have amounted, except perhaps in respect of the right to sell, to a restoration of private property in land. Such a step would, however, have been in direct contradiction both to the letter of the law and to share-ished party prejudices. Article 2 of the Agrarian Code recognized all land as the property of the workers and peasant state, and Lenin in one of his last articles had specifically referred to the state ownership of land, as of other means of production, as a safe guard against the return of capitalism. This testimony could not be lightly disregarded. For the present, the aspirations of the would-be peasant proprietor would have to be confined within the safer limits of the right to lease and the right to employ hired labor. 268. The economic revival. A decision could now no longer be delayed on three current issues of agrarian policy, all of them turned on increasingly insistent demands of the well-to-do peasant, which would have to be satisfied in some form or other if his goodwill was to be retained. The first was for a reduction in the burden of the agricultural tax. The second was for an unequivocal recognition of the right to employ hired labor, and a removal of the conditions and restrictions with which it had been hedged about in the Agrarian Code. The third was for the unrestricted right to acquire land by leasing. These three demands had one characteristic in common. All of them would increase the differentiation in the countryside and help the well-to-do peasant to better himself at the expense of the poorer peasant, who would more and more be driven off the land. 1. In the Ukraine, where independent peasant holdings were the predominant form of cultivation, the Fifth Ukrainian Congress of Soviets had adopted in December 1920 a decree guaranteeing security of tenure for a maximum of 9 years. M. Popov, Nary's Istoria Kommunistiknoy Party. B.I.L. Shavikov, Ukraine 2nd ed. 1929, p. 252, Zberzakona by Rosboryajan. 1921, number 3, art. 94, but no corresponding provision seems to have been enacted elsewhere. 2. Lenin, Sakhainin, XXVII, 395. Agriculture 269. And find himself working as a batrack for his richer neighbor. The party leaders, having triumphed over Trotsky, were calmed by the logic of the situation to the only course which seemed to hold out hopes of increased agricultural production. The appeasement of the Kulak. The first contested question to require settlement in the spring of 1925 was that of the agricultural tax. Since this tax was one of the main fiscal resources of the Soviet Union, and the only direct tax borne by the peasant, a decision on the total amount to be levied and on the method of its assessment for the coming financial year was not only an important act of agrarian policy, but a necessary preliminary to the framing of the budget. The tax in kind, which in 1921 replaced the requisitions of war communism, was converted in 1923 into the single agricultural tax, computed in terms of money and assessed on the following basis. On the completion of the harvest, Narkompan fixed the total amount of the tax for the year, and laid on each province an assessment based on the estimated yield of the harvest for that province. The provincial authorities divided the assessment on the same principle between the counties, and the county authority ties between the rural districts. The rural district authorities then divided up the sum required of them between the peasants of the district in proportion, not to the value of the crops harvested by them. This it would have been impracticable to verify, but to the amount of land cultivated by them, for the purposes of the assessment. Animals owned by the peasants were converted into units of arable land at rates laid down in the decree. The tax was progressive, holdings being divided into grades according to the amount of land held. But the grading was not steep, and much evidently depended on the discretion of the rural district authority. In the financial year 1923-4 the tax was collected partly in money and partly in kind at the choice of the peasant. In 1924-5, it became exclusively a money tax. But the basis of assessment and collection, with some minor changes, mainly in the form of exemptions for special crops, remained the same. Recognition. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1923, number 41, art. 451, for the decision of the 12th Party Congress on which the decree was based, see the interregnum. 1923-1924, p. 27. 270 The economic revival A. was also given to special conditions of different regions of the USSR. In regions where cultivation was less intensive, the Northern Caucasus, Siberia, a deciatin of sown land, and not, as elsewhere, of plowed land, was taken as the basis of assessment. In regions where animal husbandry predominated, one head of large horned cattle, instead of one deciatin of land, was taken as the unit. 1 horse or camel, 2 donkeys, 1 mule, 3 sheep or 3 goats, not exempt in these special regions, were equivalent to 1 head of cattle. Common criticisms of the system were that the incidence of the tax on individuals varied from district to district, since the calculations on which the burden was distributed between provinces, counties and rural districts were only rough and ready estimates. That the assessment of the individual on the amount of land cultivated and number of animals owned by him discouraged him from increasing his holdings, and that the peasant received his individual assessment only at the moment when payment was demanded, and had no means of knowing in advance what would be required of him. The gravest criticism of all, however, was that the system, in spite of the supposedly progressive basis of assessment, favored the well-to-do peasant at the expense of the poor peasant. Only cultivated land, cattle, and horses were now assessed. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 58, art. 570 in the previous year in stock breeding regions a pound of meat had been taken as the unit. Sobranio Zakonii, 1923, number 42, art. 452 This had evidently not been a success. As an instance of variations in the scale of assessment in different regions, the rates of conversion in the Turkestan Autonomous SSR for 1924-5 were 1 sheep or goat for 35 deciatin of irrigated land, 1 camel, ox, mule or donkey for +5 deciatin, 1 horse or head of large horned cattle other than oxen for 35 deciatin, Spornik Dekretov, Postanovlinii, Rasboryaginii. Precaso poner nomo hosiais bio, number 10, July 1924, pages 72-3. To a decree of August 24, 1923 purported to grant exemption to peasants underscore. Owning no animals and holding not more land than DC for each member of his family, Sobranio Zaconii, 1923, number 97, art 969. But this decree does not seem to have been brought into effect till the year 1924-5, when 20% of peasant households were exempt from the tax as against only 2% in 1923-4, Finanzii Credit SSSR, ed. V. Dyachenko and G. Kozlov 1938, p. 120, Sokolnikov in his speech at the 12th Party Congress in April 1923 admitted that the tax imposed often did not correspond to ability to pay. G. Sokolnikov, Finansovai Politika Revaluatii, 2. 1926, 109. Agriculture 271. For tax, poultry had never been included, sheep and goats were included only in regions where they were a main element in the economy, and pigs and calves had been excluded since 1923-4. Asterisk technical crops, which were generally grown for the market by the well-to-do peasant, were also excluded. Income from trade and rural industries was exempt from tax. It was calculated that such income constituted, in different regions, from 20 to 45% of total peasant incomes, and it was common knowledge that it was mainly the well-to-do peasant in the economically advanced regions who enjoyed these untaxed sources of income. It was generally admitted, though precise comparisons were impossible, that the peasant was less heavily taxed than he had been before the revolution, and that the burden of taxation fell more lightly on him than on the industrial worker. Ever since the introduction of a graded income tax in the cities, in the autumn of 1922-3, the idea had been canvassed from time to time of converting the agricultural tax to an income basis. The 12th Party Congress of April 1923 pronounced in general terms that our legislation, first and foremost, our tax legislation, should take account of class divisions in the countryside, AP, appropriately placing the chief economic burdens on the most. One for detailed calculation, see Economikisko Avazrini, March 1929. Pages 34-6. According to an estimate in Bolshevik, number 2, January 30, 1926, P90, 21% of peasant income was untaxed, in the provinces of Kursk and Smolensk respectively. 72 and 68% of peasant households had subsidiary agricultural earnings, and 10 and 15% are non-agricultural earnings, which were exempt from tax in 1925-6, Ibid, pages 91-192. 2. On the first point, a source favorable to the peasant calculated that, whereas the average income of the peasant in 1925 was only 82% of the pre-war figure, his effective income reached 95% owing to lower taxation. Economikisko Avazrini, January 1926, p13. On the second point, a table in the official Vestnik Finansov, number 10, October 1925, p65, showed that the peasant in 1924-5 paid in all taxes, direct and indirect, in average of 4 to 41 rubles a head, for a variant figure of 5 to 43 rubles. See Ibid, p47, the worker 14.2 rubles and other town dwellers 40 to 26 rubles. It is fair to add that the advantage enjoyed by the peasant in the matter of taxation was compensated by price policy which discriminated against him. For taxation and price policy as alternative methods of extracting surplus value from the peasantry, see pages 220 to 21 above. 3. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 352 to 272. The Economic Revival. Well-to-do farms. In the following year, even the conservative Reichhoff discovered an argument for making the tax progressive. If the peasant who has 10 or 12 animals sells 2, his farm will be a little weaker, but it will be kept going. If a peasant with 1 horse sells his horse, the farm will collapse. The Second Union Congress of Soviets decided that the tax should be progressive, with the closest possible approximation to an income tax and with exemption for the poor peasant, and that it should be levied on all income of peasants, not only on agricultural income. This was, however, easier said than done. In the autumn of 1924, a definite proposal emanated from Narkom Fin for the placing of the agricultural tax on an income basis, and was ventilated by Sokolnikov at TSIK, asterisk, and it seems to have had the backing of Rabkrin and the Central Control Commission of the party, asterisk, but even this powerful advocacy did not avail. Apart from the well-founded objection that the peasant's income could not be accurately computed in monetary terms, the proposal continued to encounter the opposition of the well-to-do peasants registered. Another current proposal, a curious reversion to capitalist ways of thought, was to levy the tax on the estimated annual rental value of the land. But this project presupposed a vast machinery for surveying and estimating land values which did not exist. In the new climate, so mild and propitious for the colloque of the spring of 1925, the question of the agricultural tax for 1925-6 was 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 518. 2 Izvestiya, September 9, 1924. 3 2 SS Tsavtov SSSR, Postanoblenia, 1924, p13. 4 Socialistikisko Hozyastvo, number 5, 1924, p56, SSSR, Central Ni. Ispolitolny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1924, p143. 5 Kiternadzatak Konferencija Rossiyskoy Kommunistikiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, 1925, p73, a published report of Rabkrin advocating this solution was septically reviewed in Vestnik Finansov, number 7, July 1925, p250. 614 SS Visa Soyuznoy Kommunistikiskoy Party, B, 1926, p328. 7 This proposal was tentatively adopted by Europa at the 14th Party Conference, Kiternadzatak Konferencija Rossiyskoy Kommuny. Stikiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, 1925, pages 67-8, and in an article in Plano. Bohozyaispo, number 11, 1925, pages 60-63. Asterisk. As. 4. Agriculture 273. Discussed at the session of TSIK in March. Complaints were heard that the well-to-do peasants were evading their full share of the burden, that the earnings of the Galak from trade and industry escaped taxation, and that the exemptions were more readily accorded to the Galak, who knew how to get round the authorities, than to the poor peasant. But these isolated voices appear to have carried little weight against the preponderant opinion. The question was referred to a commission of peasant members of TSIK which, as was to be expected, reported against any change in the basis of the tax. The resolution adopted at the end of the session recommended reduction of the total assessment from 470 million rubles in 1924-5, of which 400 millions were collected, to 300 millions for the coming year. Moreover, the 100 million rubles required for the budgets of the local authorities, which had in previous years been collected as a supplement to the main tax, were in 1925-6 to be taken out of the total. Nor did these drastic reductions exhaust the proposed concessions. Strong objections had been raised to the rate of assessment of animals for tax. Underscore there had been large slaughterings of cattle in the autumn of 1924, and these were attributed to the high rate at which they were assessed, or to fears of the introduction of an income tax, which would bear on them still more heavily. It was now decided to reduce the rating of animals for assessment by 1/3, so that a horse would be taken as the equivalent of half a deciatin of cultivated land, not 3/4 as hitherto. This was definitely a concession to the well-to-do peasant, who alone possessed animals in any quantity. No recommendation was adopted to make the tax more progressive, and an amendment pronouncing 1 SSSR, Central Nie Ispolitelni Komitet Soziva, 3 Sessia, 1925. Pages 124, 238-9. 2 Ekonomicko Obozrini, April 1925, pages 69-70, the appointment and report of this commission do not figure in the official record of the session. 3 Obid, pages 230, 233-4, one reason, which was not mentioned, for the slaughterings was that the peasants sold their cattle in order to pay the tax, preferring to hold back their grain for higher prices. 4 The resolution is in SSSR, Central Nie Ispolitelni Komitet Soziva. 3 Sessia, Post in Oblinia, 1925, pages 8-10, and in Sobrani Zakonov, 1925. Number 17, Art. 124. H.S.R.I13. I. 214 The economic revival, in favor of a transition to income tax in 1926-7, was rejected. The decision seems to have been ill-received in some party circles. It was Stalin, once more steering a cautious middle course, who urged, at a meeting of the Orgburo on April 6, 1925, that the poor peasant should not be oppressed, and the Kulak not freed from tax burdens. As the time drew near for the 14th Party Conference to assemble at the end of April 1925, the question of the agricultural tax was the only one of the 3 topical issues of agrarian policy on which progress had been made, and it was the only one of the 3 which, by decision of the January session of the Party Central Committee, was formally on the agenda of the conference. The other 2 issues, the hiring of labor and the leasing of land, were under examination by a committee of the Politburo presided over by Molotov. No serious difference of opinion about the course to be pursued seems to have existed between the party copyright leaders at this time. Kamina spoke frankly and emphatically copyright to the Moscow Provincial Congress of Soviets, which met in the first half of April 1925. We shall also have to review our legislation about the utilization of land, about hiring of labor, and about leasing, since we have many juridical restrictions which are in fact of a kind to hold back the development of productive forces in the countryside, exacerbating class relations, instead of leading them into the right channel. We are for the development of productive forces, we are against those survivals which impede the development of productive forces. We are for peasant accumulation. The Soviet power must take its stand on this point of view, but we are for the regulation of this accumulation. 1 SSSR, Central Nie Ispolitelni Komitet Soziva, 3 Sessia, 1925. Pages 254-5. An illustration of the complexities of tax gathering in the rural areas of the USSR was furnished by a proposal to include in the resolution special provisions for the nomad and semi-nomad peoples. The spokesman of Narkomfin successfully pleaded that nothing should be laid down in the resolution, and that it should be left to the Presidium of TSIK to sanction any necessary adjustments. Ibid, pages 235-6, 254. 2 Stalin, Sakhinania, 7, 80. 3 VKP, V. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 635. 4 Leningradskaya Organizatsiv Ikiternat ISS, 1926, p. 108. 5 Elkane Nebe, Stat I Rishi, 12, 1926, 132-3. It is perhaps significant. Agriculture 275. Bukharin, in his speech at Kalerli in April 1925, invoked the somewhat sophistical argument that the poor peasants, not finding employment for their labor power, are sometimes against us, on the ground that we prohibit hired labor in agriculture. And Rykov, in the Leningrad Provincial Congress of Soviets held a few days later, declared that production in the countryside must be expanded even if strong households resort to the hiring of labor and, in certain cases, to the renting of land. But, while the leaders were unanimously in favor of the concessions which the well-to-do peasants demanded, they were conscious of a wide-spread hostility to the proposals in the rank and file of the party, and of the danger that this would be voiced by a significant number of delegates at the forthcoming party conference. The Politburo met on April 6, 1925, 10 days in advance of the conference, to consider the tactics to be adopted. The least keenly contested of the 3 issues was that of the agricultural tax. Here the main work had already been done by TSIK at its session in the previous month. The question was already on the agenda of the conference, and it was only necessary to stave off a renewed offensive in favor of an income tax. The Politburo recommended that the party central committee should be invited to re-examine the current proposals to place the agricultural tax on an income or rental basis and submit a report to the next party congress. This decision guarded against the danger of pressure from the anti-Kulak group for a quick decision in favor of an income tax, and allowed the question to be safely and inconclusively ventilated at the conference. The second issue, that of hired labor, required more cautious handling. The Politburo decided on urgent governmental action. That a brief report of the speech in Vyas Savtov, No. 17-18, May 3, 1925, p. 29, omitted the reference to legislation about hired labor, and quoted Kamina as referring to Kulaks as the bourgeois top stratum in the countryside which utilizes hired labor. 1 Raswirny Plenum Ispokam Communistic International, 1925, p. 370. 2 Vyas Savtov, No. 19, May 10, 1925, p. 18. 3 The resolution adopted at this meeting, like most resolutions of the Politburo, was not published, but was quoted piecemeal in subsequent speeches and resolutions. 276 The economic revival, in advance of the conference. On April 18, 1925, 2 days after the meeting of the Politburo, Sovnarkom adopted a decree under the title of Temporary Rules, a hint to objectors that the system was not intended to be permanent, which was designed as a charter for Batraks. According to the rules now laid down, hired workers must be covered by a written agreement signed by themselves or by a trade union on their behalf. More than 8 hours. A day could be worked only with the consent of the parties. Depending on the character of the work at different agricultural seasons, there was to be one rest day in a week. Children could not be employed on heavy work under the age of 14, or on light work under 12. Pay must not be below the statutory minimum wage, and the worker could not be required to accept payment in kind. Social insurance was obligatory if 3 or more workers were employed permanently. Given the conditions of agricultural work, the level of intelligence and initiative of most of those working as batraks, and the weakness of these cerebrosmals, the agricultural trade union, these rules can have had little practical effect. But at the present juncture they serve two purposes. By making formal provision for the protection of those hired as agricultural workers, they gave clear legal sanction to a practice hitherto regarded as having an exceptional and somewhat equivocal character, and they provided an answer to critics who accused the party leaders of being indifferent to the fate of the batraks. A legal commentator described them as a first partial step towards the extension of the labor code to the 1 Sobranes Econo, 1925, number 26, art. 183. Doubt may have been felt by constitutional purists whether the enactment of some of these provisions fell within the competence of organs of the USSR. Supplementary decrees giving effect to them were issued by several of the republics 2 or 3 months later. For example, the Transcaucasian SFSR issued a decree of its own in similar terms on July 30, 1925, Sobranio Zakonia Zakavkazkoy. SFSR, 1925, number 8, art. 475, the Tatar Autonomous SSR reprinted the temporary rules among its own decrees, Sobranio Zakonia Tatarskoy. ASSR, 1925, number 27, art. 189, many of the republics later issued supplementary decrees tightening up the regulations, e.g. the Ukrainian SSR in Zberniko Zakon and Taras Boryajan, 1925, NOS 62-3, art. 350, ID 1926. Number 4, art. 35, the White Russian SSR in Zberzakona Izahida BSSR. 1925, number 42, art. 351. Slash. A Andoy, asterisk RASA. Beer. I. Peasantry. The temporary rules were given maximum publicity, being printed in full in the leading newspapers. The official economic daily, Ekonomikeskiasizn, welcomed them on the ground that they introduced clarity into class relations in the countryside, and made it plain that a process of accumulation of wealth was no longer economically and socially discredited. The party peasant newspaper, Bednita, struck a slyly Apollo Getic note, explaining that an increase in the number of strong and well-to-do peasant households employing hired labor is an unavoidable phenomenon, if we are to speak seriously of a new economic policy in the countryside as well as in the town. The third issue, that of the right to lease land, was the most delicate of all, since it involved the hotly contested question of tenure, and what happened was clear proof of the embarrassment of the Politburo. On April 21, 1925, the Presidium of the TSIK of the RSFSR, acting on behalf of the TSIK which was not in session, adopted an addition to Article 28 of the Agrarian Code, which accorded to households temporarily weakened in consequence of some natural disaster, bad harvest, fire, cattle disease, etc., or not possessing, for any reason, the necessary inventory or labor power to work their land, the right to lease the whole or part of their land for payment in cash or in kind asterisk just as the employment of hired labor had been sanctioned by the Tempier Airy rules as a provisional expedient, so the leasing of land was allowed under the guise of a concession to temporary emergency incies. But, whereas the temporary rules were given full publicity in advance of the conference, the decree of the RSFSR on leasing, though adopted on April 21, was published for the first time in Izvestia on May 1, 1925, 2 days after the conference had dis. Agriculture 277. 1 Vestnik Kommunistiskiskoy Akademii, 13, 1925, 245. 2 Ekonomikeskiasizn, April 22, 1925. 3 Bednita, April 23, 1925. Later Bednita became bolder, and in a leading article of June 2, 1925 attacked the principle laid down in Art. 40 of the Agrarian Code, which was not amended, that the employment of hired labor was permissible only if the employer worked himself, since labor was the only basis of the right to hold land. This demand is hardly viable in the conditions of NEP. In any case, this demand is extremely difficult to enforce in real life. 4 Sobranio Zakonii, 1925, number 27, art. 191. 278 The Economic Revival. First, whether the difference was due to a greater sense of embarrassment, or a stronger fear of opposition in the party on the second issue, can only be guessed. But it can hardly be doubted that the purpose of both decrees, issued at this moment, was to blanket discussion of these questions at the conference. Thus, when the 14th Party Conference met on April 27, 1925, the plan to prevent the crucial agrarian question from becoming a bone of contention had been carefully worked out by the Politburo. These cautious arrangements might have succeeded but for an indiscretion on the part of Bukharin, who chose this embarrassing moment to come out as a thinly disguised champion of the Stolypin Soviet line. The occasion was a speech at a mass party meeting in the Bolshoi Theater in Moscow, held on the day after the Politburo had taken its major decisions on the hiring of labor and the leasing of land. When Bukharin spoke on April 17, 1925, the decisions had not been formally announced, but it was clearly his function to prepare the ground for them, and in so doing he developed, in far plainer terms than had yet been heard from a party platform, the philosophy of the wager on the coup/AK. He started with the picture of Soviet Russia surrounded by a capitalist world which had succeeded in stabilizing its position after the devastation of the war. Copyright. This made it essential to increase the rate of our economic development. But how was such an increase to be achieved? 1. The speech was published in 2 versions in Pravda, April 24, 1925. A week's delay in the publication even of important speeches was not unusual at this time, and does not suggest hesitation or textual revision. And in Bolshevik, number 8, April 30, 1925, pages 3 to 14, no 9 to 10, June 1, 1925, pages 3 to 15. Though the Pravda version is described as abbreviated, the Bolshevik version is of about the same length. But it shows substantial verbal differences. The style has been revised throughout and, in particular, many controversial phrases, including most of the references to the Kulak, have been toned down. The less discreet Pravda version clearly has better claims to be regarded as an authentic record of what Bukharin said, and has been followed in the text. Some significant variants in the Bolshevik version are quoted in footnotes. Bednita, April 26, 1925, printed a shortened version of the Pravda text. Rykov, at the 14th Party Congress 8 months later, 15 SSV Socialismo Komunistickskoy Party, B, 1926. Pages 415 to 16, quoted the speech in the Bolshevik version, which had by this time evidently been accepted as official. Bill. Under war communism it had been hoped to establish a planned economy at once and so reach socialism. Under NEP it was recognized that the way to socialism lay through a whole series of transitional forms. What must, above all, be kept in mind was the indispensability of a process of accumulation in the peasant economy. Bukharin distinguished between two stages. In Lenin's attitude to the positive function of NEP. In the first stage, of which the article of May 1921 on the tax in kind was the typical expression, Lenin had argued that it was possible to attain to socialism through an alliance with capitalism under a system of state capitalism. Concessions had to be made to the petty bourgeois peasantry, which still, however, was regarded as our chief enemy. At this period Lenin treated the cooperatives as the most important link in the chain of state capitalism, something which aids the Kulak element in the countryside. In the final stage, represented by Lenin's last article of January 1923, on cooperation, Lenin had abandoned the conception of an alliance with capitalism and adopted a new view of the role of the cooperatives. According to this view, the peasantry, organized in cooperatives, plus our socialist state industry, take the offensive against big capital and against the remains of private capital in general. Relying on this somewhat strained interpretation of Lenin's last utterance on the subject, Bukharin was able to pick the dead leader as an advocate of the unhampered development of a well-to-do peasant economy. Bukharin then offered his audience a colored, but not wholly unfair, outline of conditions in some parts of the Soviet country side. The well-to-do top layer of the peasantry, the Kulak, and in part the middle peasant, is at present afraid to accumulate. If the peasant wants to put up an iron roof, tomorrow he will be denounced as a agriculture 279. 1 for conflicting views of the cooperative, see pages 297 to 8 below. Book. Aaron's later elaboration of this argument, and Krupski's refutation of it, will be discussed in part 3 in the following volume. 2 in the version in Bolshevik this passage began, the well-to-do top layer of the peasantry and the middle peasant who is striving to become well-to-do is at present afraid to accumulate. There were numerous variants in the following paragraphs. The Bolshevik version avoided the terms Kulak and Batrak. On the other hand, it introduced an argument. Absent. 280 The economic revival. Kulak, and that will be an end of him. If the peasant buys a machine, he does it so that the communists may not see. The technical improvement of agriculture is enveloped in a kind of conspiracy. If we look at the different strata in the countryside, we shall see that the Kulak is displeased with us because we prevent him from accumulating. On the other hand, the poor peasants sometimes grumble at us for preventing them from hiring themselves out as Batraks to the same Kulak. The poor peasant who has no horse and no implements of production, and who sits on his land, is displeased with us because we prevent him earning his bread with the Kulak. Bukharin then proceeded to his recommendation. Our policy in relation to the countryside should develop in the direction of removing, and in part abolishing, many restrictions which put the brake on the growth of the well-to-do and Kulak farm. To the peasants, to all the peasants, we must say, enrich yourselves, develop your farms, and do not fear that constraint will be put on you. However paradoxical it may appear, we must develop the well-to-do farm in order to help the poor peasant and the middle peasant. Asterisk. Bukharin attempted the tactical maneuver, later more success fully pursued by Stalin, of depicting himself in a middle position between two opposite deviations, of which the first, at any rate in the present instance, was purely hypothetical. Some comrades think that it is necessary to develop Kulak farms, and that is all. They do not understand the other half of the problem, the question of compensation of aid to the middle and poor peasant. From the Pravda version, we have in the countryside a mass of peasants who are in fact working nowhere, but must eat. This unused surplus population, concealed or unconcealed, presses fearfully on the towns, increasing the volume of unemployment. The phrase, if a peasant puts on a new roof, they say he is a Kulak, occurred in Stalin's interview with the Selkor delegation, CP 266 above. This does not necessarily prove that Bukharin borrowed it from Stalin. It may have been a catchphrase of the period. 1. This passage was also toned down in the Bolshevik version by minor verbal variants, and by inserting before the injunction to the peasants to enrich themselves, an entirely new sentence. The struggle against the Kulaks must be conducted by other means. On other lines, it must be conducted by new means, and conducted energetically so that the result of the change may not be, so to speak, a wager on the Kulak. The phrase a wager on the Kulak also occurred in the Pravda version, but in another context, CP 281 below. In OA. But there was an opposite and more dangerous deviation. Agriculture 281. Others say that capitalism in the countryside is developing, that the Kulak will establish large-scale farming, that renting will grow, that the Kulaks will turn into new landlords, and that then we shall have to carry through a second revolution on the rural front. This view Bukharin denounced as theoretically incorrect and practically senseless. He ended on a consoling note. Just as in capitalist countries cooperatives and credit had been used to force the peasant to grow into a bourgeois society, so similar means would be used through the cooperatives to lead the peasant and to socialism. The class war in the countryside would not die away all at once, it might even temporarily become more acute. But there was no excuse for talking of expropriating the capital. Is in a second revolution. Point 1 Bukharin concluded. Is this a wager on the Kulak? No. Is it a declaration of a sharpening of the class war in the countryside? Also not. I am not at all for sharpening the class war in the countryside. Bukharin's speech provoked no immediate reaction. Even the phrase enrich yourselves, addressed to the peasants, which Bukharin was never afterwards allowed to live down, passed for the moment unchallenged. The 14th Party Conference assembled 10 days later, on April 27, 1925. The debate on the single agricultural tax, which was taken first, yielded no surprises. Europa introduced it in a long and rambling speech. He detailed the tax reductions proposed, and claimed that the annual tax falling on the peasantry was now only 4 rubles ahead against the pre-war annual charge, covering taxes, rent, and other obligatory payments of 10 rubles. He spoke of the need for greater mildness in the measures taken to enforce payments of the tax. On the future basis of the tax, he guardedly expressed the view that, however unsatisfactory its present form, an income tax was technically unworkable, and expressed his own preference for a tax on rental value. But he 1. In the Bolshevik version, Bukharin refused to proclaim a St. Bartholo. Muse Night for the Peasant Bourgeoisie, Bolshevik, No 9-10, June 1st, 1924, p6. 2. Kiternatsatag Konferencji Rosyjskiej Komunistycznej Partii. Underscore, Bolshevikov, 1925, pages 60-62. p1. 282. The Economic Revival. Concluded by reading the decision of the Politburo to defer the matter to the next party congress, which had the effect of closing the discussion. The broader issues of agrarian policy were lightly touched on in Rykhoff's general report. The main task of the period was the revival and re-equipment of industry. In the country, its main characteristics were relative agricultural overpopulation and the development of production for the market. These factors necessarily led to differentiation in all its forms. In conditions of free trade and a petty bourgeois peasant economy, it is quite unavoidable that there should be more rapid growth for some peasant households, slower growth for others. Rykhoff cautiously advocated the abandonment of administrative obstacles to the hiring of labor and the leasing of land. These facilities were necessary to the development of the productive forces of the countryside. He took the vexed question of the Kulak by the horns. Kalinin and others had tried to get round it by drawing a fine distinction between the well-to-do rich bees and the Kulak. This, Rykhoff thought, was unreal and pointless. It was better frankly to recognize the inevitability, during the present phase of restoration, of the growth in the countryside of relations of a bourgeois type, and the indispensability of fixing a clear political line in regard to this bourgeois peasant stratum. This led up to a broad declaration of policy. By ensuring conditions for free accumulation in Kulak households, the tempo of accumulation in the whole economy is raised, the national underscore income grows more rapidly, the material possibilities of real economic support for weak and poor households are increased, the possibilities of absorbing surplus population are broadened, and, finally, a more favorable atmosphere is created for the growth of cooperatives and the guiding of peasant savings into the cooperative channel. Having thus staked on the Kulak the prospects of revival throughout the economy, Rykhoff concluded with a pious hope that, while developing capitalism in agriculture, we may be able, more fully than hitherto, to turn our face to the poor peasant and the middle peasant. 1 Ibid, pages 66-8, 75. 2 Kiternatsatag Konferencji Rosyjskiej Komunistycznej Partii. Bolshevikov, 1925, pages 83-6. Agriculture 283. Rykhoff's speech seemed at first likely to pass off without exit in serious controversy. This was evidently the hope and intention of the party leaders. Kamenev was in the chair, and neither Stalin nor Zinoviev spoke throughout the discussion. Trotsky was not present and was not a delegate. Several minor orators entered the lists. One delegate, with evident reference to Bukharin's admonition, complained that it had been left obscure up to what point the peasant had the right to grow rich, and thought that Rykhoff tended to call every expanding peasant household a bourgeois household. Another wanted to go even further in removing restraints on the Kulaks, and attack the draft resolution of the conference on the cooperatives for proposing to exclude openly Kulak elements from the administrative organs of cooperative societies. 1 Then Lerin rose. Kamenev evidently scented trouble, tried to declare the debate closed, and, when this was voted down, grudgingly gave Lerin 10 minutes, which were later extended by a show of hands. Lerin began by supporting Rykhoff's argument in favor of legitimizing the hiring of labor and the leasing of land. This was the first time, he declared with his usual perversity, that NEP had been extended to the country side. He followed Rykhoff in attacking Kalinin's attempt to deny the existence of differentiation and to pretend that the Kulaks were only middle peasants. Kalinin and his friends were like Catholic priests who baptize me fish for use on fast days. Having thus cleared the ground, Lerin launched into the main theme of the speech, a slashing attack on Bukharin's recent pronouncement. Bukharin had not merely given his approval to temporary expedients of policy in the spirit of NEP, but was opposed in principle to the intensification of the class struggle in the countryside, and wanted to give an undertaking against any second revolution, i.e. against the possible expropriation of the Kulaks 15 or 20 years hence. Lerin, on the contrary, while he 1 Ibid, pages 109 to 110, 122. 2 Ibid, pages 135, 138, according to a later statement in Stalin, Sakhinania. 7, 382, Zinoviev demanded that the attack on Bukharin should not be allowed. Lerin, a former Menshevik, was never treated very seriously in the party. As a Menshevik at odds with official Menshevism, he had been described by Lenin in 1911 as the enfant terrible of opportunism. Lenin. Sakhinania, 15, 126. SG7J, AE4X. 284. The economic revival Q. Applauded as indispensable the temporary measures of CO and Celia. Now proposed, hoped to see the ending of NEP and the expropriation of the Kulaks in 15 or 20 years' time. Lerin, throughout his speech, skillfully pretended to accept wholeheartedly the line of Rykhoff and the party central committee, from which Bukharin had diverged. This assault demanded an official reply. Rykhoff protested, appositely enough, that nothing could have been more inopportune than Lerin's threat to the coup/axe at a moment when it was desired to conciliate them, but did not attempt to answer the awkward question about the intended duration of the tactics of conciliation and the ultimate goal of agrarian policy. On the following day, Bukharin, who had not intended to speak and had not been present when Lerin attacked him, denied that there was any difference of opinion between the central committee and himself, or that he was guilty of a Kulak deviation. He accused Lerin of simplifying the picture by ignoring the middle peasant, and talking as if there was nothing between the Kulak at one end of the scale and the kolkhoz at the other. Cooperatives for the middle peasant and kolkhozy for the poor peasant could go hand in hand with freedom of opportunity for the bourgeois peasant. Progress depended on uniting all these methods. The kolkhoz is a powerful instrument, but it is not the high road to socialism. Bukharin could always attract personal sympathy where Lerin merely aroused antagonism. The conference appears to have listened to his explanation with sympathy, or without overt dissent. Since none of the other leaders was prepared to speak, the debate died away, and the thorny issue of the Kulak was reflected only indirectly in the resolutions of the conference on other matters. An anodyne passage in the introductory section of its general resolution on party work declared that the link between proletariat and peasantry was as indispensable as ever. That differ. 1 Kiternatsatag Konferencji Rosyjskiej Komunistycznej Partii. Bolshevikov, 1925, pages 135 to 42. 2 Ibid, pages 143 to 4. 3 Ibid, pages 181 to 9, for Bukharin's previous remark that the kolkhozy were not the high road to socialism, cp 238 above. Er. Instances of interest between them were not irreconcilable, that Capitalist elements were bound to grow in the countryside, but that they could be overcome only by methods of economic struggle and by developing the cooperatives. The introductory section of the resolution on the cooperatives went further in recognizing the problem. It began by insisting on increased production in agriculture as the paramount aim. This required the most rapid replacement of the three-field system by the many-field system and the transition to efficient methods of agricultural production. But it foresaw, as an inevitable concomitant of this process, a sharpening of competition between the socialist and capitalist elements of the economy, and a differentiation in the countryside which, beginning with the introduction of NEP, must be expected to find expression in, on the one hand, a further increase and strengthening for a certain time of the new peasant bourgeoisie emerging from the well-to-do strata of the peasantry, and, on the other hand, the proletarianization of the poor peasant elements. But the frank diagnosis of a rising rural bourgeoisie, put in this context, led up to the practical conclusion of the need to develop and strengthen the cooperatives, and carried the implication that this would prove a sufficient remedy. The effect was to suggest that alarm was unnecessary, and the situation well in hand. The resolution of the Conference on the Agricultural Tax made the firm recommendation for a reduction of the total for 1925 to 6 to 280 million rubles. But, on the crucial issue of the incidence of the tax, it restated the contradictions inherent in the problem without resolving them. The grading of the tax, while guaranteeing the interests of the poor and middle peasantry, was also to open the possibility for the further development of the peasant economy. The new proposals which the Central Committee was to prepare for the next Congress were to guarantee the untrammeled development of agriculture and at the same time to protect the interests of those strata in the countryside which are the bulwark of the Soviet power. Even the last phrase. Agriculture, 285. 1 VKP, B, V. Resoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 4-5. 2 for the operative parts of this resolution, see pages 302-3 below. 3 VKP, B, V. Resoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 14-15. 4 Ibid, 2, 23-4. 286. The economic revival, which was intended to refer to the poor peasant, seemed ambiguous and ambivalent in the light of the new policy. A party conference, unlike a party congress, was not a sovereign body, and any resolutions passed by it became binding only when they had received the formal endorsement of the party Central Committee. The Central Committee remained in session throughout the conference for this purpose. It did not, however, confine itself to confirmation of the conference decisions. The issues of policy which had been glossed over by the conference were taken up once the conference was safely over, in the more restricted forum of the Central Committee. The 14th Party Conference ended on April 29, 1925, and on the following day the Central Committee adopted a considerable resolution, which was published a few days later in the press, and remained the major party pronouncement of this period on agrarian policy. The resolution was submitted to the committee by Molotov, whose accompanying report drew a careful distinction between the kulaks and the evil practices of which they were guilty, in tolerating the kulaks. We shall struggle against oppressive bargains, against the honest exploitation of the poor peasantry. The author of the resolution, as was later divulged, was Carr. The preamble to the resolution, which bore the title, Current Tasks of Party Economic Policy in Connection with the Economic Needs of the Countryside, noted that the result of the Civil War had been a significant decline in agricultural production and impoverishment of the countryside, an acute shortage of live stock and implements, which is now finding expression in a pronounced relative overpopulation of the countryside, so-called rural unemployment. It then proceeded to an enunciation of principles on EY. The interests of the real expansion of agriculture, which is developing at the present period predominantly in the form of small, individual. This had been true of the important resolutions passed by the 13th Party Conference in January 1924, see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 358. 2. The resolution is in VKP, B, V. Resoliatsiak, 1941, I, 642 to 9, Molo. Tove's report was published in full in Pravda, May 9, 1925. Point 3. 14 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926. Pages 149. 415. Underscore. $7 E. A. N. I. Peasant farming, demand an increase in the marketability of the production of peasant farms and, in connection with this, a decisive elimination of the remnants of war communism in the countryside, for example, a cessation of the struggle by administrative methods against private trade, the kulaks, etc., which are incompatible with the development of market relations in the country as sanctioned in NEP conditions. The development of market relations in the countryside itself, and the strengthening of the commercial link of the country with the town and the external market, is, and must increasingly be, accompanied by a strengthening of the basic mass of middle peasant farms, together with the simultaneous growth, at any rate for the next few years, on the one hand, of the well-to-do strata in the countryside, among which capitalist elements can be distinguished, the kulaks, and, on the other hand, of farm laborers and the country poor. The existence in the countryside of a substantial amount of unemployed labor power, which is not being absorbed by the development of agriculture and by industry, throws into particular relief at the present time the necessity of an effective removal of the administrative obstacles which slow down the growth and strengthening of peasant households, including the well-to-do strata, together with the necessary carrying out of legal, and especially economic, measures of struggle against kulaks who are connected with rural usury and the dishonest exploitation of the poor peasantry. The formula seemed, like Molotov's report, to admit that there might be kulaks who were not exploiters. Having established the principle of a carefully guarded encouragement for kulaks, the resolution went on to pay tribute in conventional terms to the cooperatives and, with qualifications, to the Sovkhazi and Kolkhazi. It announced the support of the party for every attempt to unite working peasant households by way of the development of cooperatives, and declared that only this method could transform the slow growth of a much and feeble mass of small peasant households into a powerful development of the productive forces of the countryside. Cooperative societies for the use of machines and societies for the common cultivation of land should both be encouraged. This policy would create the preliminary conditions for a gradual, voluntary transition to large-scale collective agriculture, combined with the application of the latest methods of mechanization and with electrification. Approval of the Sovkhazi was qualified by Agriculture 287. 288. The economic revival. A recommendation for a partial liquidation of Sovkhazi which cannot really be restored in the next 2 or 3 years. The cause movement was to be supported only insofar as it is growing through the completely voluntary participation of peasant and poor peasant households uniting together, and kolkhozy, too, must demonstrate their economic viability. This long and diffuse preamble served as an introduction to 3 sections on practical measures which were the operative part of the resolution. The first section covered agrarian policy, properly so called, and was consistently designed to favor the growth of relatively large individual holdings in the hands of efficient and prosperous peasants. It pronounced against frequent redistributions of land in contravention of the agrarian code, offered credits to facilitate the grouping together of isolated strips and dispersed holdings, and encouraged the formation of separate units whether in the form of the ofra or of the kudur, as well as all forms of cooperation and mechanization. It sanctioned the broader utilization of the right of leasing land by peasants up to copyright, a maximum period of 2 rotations or, where the 3-field or 4-field system was still in operation, of 12 years. Even this limit might be exceeded in the case of state lands leased to peasants. Material support was to be given to the Savkhazy. The resolution endorsed the decree of the RSFSR of March 6, 1925 on the strengthening of the Savkhazy, and proposed that it should be extended to the other republics. But doubt was expressed whether the existence of the present number of Savkhazy Gesti field itself. This section of the resolution quoted the Politburo resolution of April 16 and the Savnarkom decree of 18 April, confirmed the authority given by it for the unrestricted hiring of labor, specifically adding, the point had presumably been contested, that it applied to leased lands as well as to those held by other forms of tenure. The second section of the resolution the Agrarian Code of 1922 had, in fact, been vague and neutral on questions of land tenure, and nearly everything had been left to the discretion of the local authorities. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923. Volume 2, pages 295 to 6. The new pronouncement was intended as a guide to interpretation. 2 CP 236 above. 3 C pages 275 to 6 above. Agriculture 289. Commended the abandonment of the recently existing practice of limiting prices of grain and agricultural products, and the adoption of the practice of agreements through state and co-operative purchasers without compulsory prices for peasant sellers. This registered the victory of the well-to-do peasants, who had broken the attempt to impose fixed prices for grain after the 1924 harvest. The third section briefly confirmed the reduction in the total of the agricultural tax, and proposed public works and resettlement to relieve overpopulation in rural areas. For this purpose state land should be placed at the disposal of the peasant. The number of Savkhazy in the densely populated areas should be reduced, and their land distributed. The resolution was noteworthy as containing the first recognition in party literature of a problem which was to become a dominant theme in the next few years, the problem of rural overpopulation. But, though it contained the conventional genuflections to such familiar symbols of party doctrine as the Savkhazy and the Kolkhozy, it was a clear-cut announcement of party acceptance of the wager on the Kulak as the mainstay of agricultural recovery. While Bukharin's slogan, "Enrich yourselves," was not formally endorsed, the resolution represented Bukharin's policy. The annual decree on the rates of assessment for the agricultural tax was issued a few days after the party conference and the Central Committee had ended their labors. It was a document of immense complexity, containing more than 100 tables of rates of assessment and conversion for different regions. Apart from these, 1 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 642-9. 2 Kamini, in a speech earlier in April 1925, had referred to the growth of population in the countryside which goes on at such a rate that the excess of hands cannot be used either in the towns or in the country, and put the natural annual increase at 2:5%, El Kamina, Stat I Rishi. 12 1926, 131-2. F. Lorimer, The Population of the Soviet Union, League of Nations, Geneva, 1946, p. 89, on the basis of the 1926 census figures, estimates the increase at slightly less than 2% a year. 3 Sobranizakhanov, 1925, number 31, art. 209, it appeared on this occasion for the first time as a decree of the USSR. Its importance is indicated by the fact that it was printed in full, though without the accompanying tables, in Izvestia, May 8, 1925, the day after its promulgation. It was printed in full with the tables in Bednita, May 12, 1925, occupying practically the whole number. 290 The Economic Revival. Additional refinements, it differed from its predecessors in 3 important respects. It reduced the total amount of the levy, as already decided, it reduced the rate of conversion for animals, and it contained elaborate tables fixing statutory minimum holdings for different regions below which no tax was levied, so that an increased number of the poorest peasants secured exemption. The first 2 of these changes were substantial concessions to the well-to-do peasant. The third was a sop to those party consciences which were troubled by the new turn towards the Kulak and demanded that something should be done to uphold the poor peas. And, in both respects, the new line accurately reflected the mood of the party leadership. The official economic journal hailed it as a transition to intensified forms of NEP, which corresponded to the present stage of development of the national economy. Once the hurdles of the party conference and the party central committee had been surmounted, legislative formalities presented less difficulty. The TSIK of the RSFSR met at the beginning of May 1925 and confirmed, apparently without debate, the amendment to the Agrarian Code on the leasing of land adopted by its Presidium a fortnight earlier. The 9th All-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets, which met at the same time in Kharkov, was an exercise of greater importance, and Kamini, as president of STO, came down from Moscow to expound and defend official economic policy. He spoke of the need for measures which will take the shackles off the peasant economy. This meant to extend the period for which security of tenure of land was given by the existing law in the Ukraine, 9 years, and to remove restrictions on the leasing of land and the hiring of labor. The con. 1 in practice, according to Finanzi I credit SSSR, ed. V. Dyachenko, and Zhigazlov, 1938, p. 120, the proportion of exemptions rose only from 20% in 1924 to 5 to 25% in 1925 to 6. 2 Economikeskias Hizn, May 6, 1925. 3 Visarasiaskik Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Sozaiba, Trityak. Sesia, 1925, p. 25, Sobranio Zakonii, 1925, number 29, art. 207, for the amendment CP 277 above. 4 El Kamini, Stat I Rishi, 12, 1926, 189 to 90, the speech was printed in Izvestia, May 6, 1925. The full proceedings of the Congress have not been available, so that it has been impossible to trace the course of the debate. The relevant resolutions are in Rysolia iv Sokrainsky z Izdivrad. 1932, pages 197 to 206, or in Russian in Pudy Graplini Yarabashkrest. IP. Inskogo Bloka, 1925, pages 71 to 82. Agriculture 291. Gress resolution on agriculture ranged far and wide. Recognizing overpopulation as the central problem of the Ukrainian country. Side, it dwelt at length on such remedies and palliatives as the extension of agricultural credit, the expansion of sugar beet culti, fashion and of the sugar industry, as well as of technical crops and of animal husbandry, the strengthening and deepening of the experiment of collectivization of poor and middle peasant farms, through cooperatives and other forms of joint cultivation, and the organization of migration to less crowded regions in other parts of the Soviet Union. These generalities help to mask the controversial character of the new policy. Of the three decisions taken in Moscow, the reduction of the agricultural tax was not mentioned at all in the agricultural resolution, though the general resolution noted the reduction in the amount of the tax with satisfaction and recommended a more flexible approach to the assessment of different regions and groups of households, having in mind the greatest possible encouragement of an increase in livestock. In the Ukraine, where the proportion of horseless peasants was high, a low assessment on animals was, even more than elsewhere, a particular interest of the well-to-do peasant. Underscore the agricultural resolution dealt with the other two decisions in its two brief concluding paragraphs, which registered approval of the extension of the leasing of land to 12 years, and of the law promulgated by the Union government on the use of hired labor in the peasant economy. Kamina's most delicate task was, however, to pilot the new proposals through the Third Union Congress of Soviets, which followed immediately on the Ukrainian Congress. He devoted the main part of his speech to the reading of a long draft resolution.